all, I called you my best friend. And I've been here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one telling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lies. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
Can you hear the sound of thunder? Not much time to run for cover.
I'm sitting here with Hooksy and JKS from G2, and we get a chance to chat to them leading up into Gamers8. Gents, you got to be feeling pretty good after IEM Cologne, or are you still... I mean, I know that you arrived very early, a little bit of jet lag maybe?
Jet lag, I don't know, but...
no jet lag, just no sleep.
Arrived at the hotel at like 7:30, I think I went to bed, and didn't sleep at all on the plane, so a bit tired now after media day.
So this is my thing, because I'm like, oh, how hyped are you about IEM Cologne? But right now you're both looking at me and I can see it where you're like, oh, well, right now we need to get some game time in. And, yeah, we want to have a sleep. But that must have been a pretty iconic moment for you. So tell us what, like, now that you've had a chance to reflect on it, what were the feelings going through you at the time? How do you feel about that whole event?
For me, obviously, it's a massive achievement. Like I've said a few times that I've been playing at the event since like 2014. So, I mean, to win it, well, first of all, to make it on stage is really big for me, and then also to win it is just, I don't think I've actually processed it fully because I wasn't like, after the win, I wasn't too hyped or anything like that, so I'm sure it'll probably hit me in like a few weeks or something like that. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's a big achievement and it's really nice. I just wish I had more time to take it in and, you know, appreciate it more, but you only get so much time on stage and before you have to get off and stuff, so.
No, like I just went there once and once, so it's fine. I didn't wait for 10 years to get it, so it's fine.
Must be nice.
No, I think, no, it's a bit unreal to win those two tournaments in the same year, same season. So as I said as well, like it's only very few players and teams that gets to do that. So, you know, you kind of feel that you sit there with all the legends without being one yourself. It's kind of weird. And yeah, I guess it's the same for me. Like when maybe we get some more time at home or like in the next player break or something, you'll kind of reflect on it and think that's actually crazy what we did. So yeah.
It is pretty crazy. I mean, now the thing is you come into Gamers8 where it's this sudden death, one best of 3, you have to win or you're out. Like there is absolutely no room for error, a very big prize pool. Do you think there's a target on your back coming into this now?
In a way, yeah, of course, but we're still only number 3 in the world, so I think like all eyes are still mostly on Heroic and Vitality, which is good for us. And yeah, as you said, we might look a bit tired, and that's not only from the flight, it's also from like Cologne was very exhausting. We put a lot of energy into that event, and I think this event is like, as you say, there's no room for error, so it can be really hit or miss for us. Like if we come into the first game sleeping, then yeah, there's no room for that. So we better wake up tomorrow.
Do you think there'll be a lot of upsets though? Because I feel like this sort of format allows for some big potential upsets.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all you have to do is win one best of 3, and I think for the teams who are the underdogs, I think it's a little bit easier to play than if you're like a favorite, especially like if it's like a single elimination best of 3. So, I mean, for sure, I think there will be a few upsets, but I think they'll like be like in the first round of games, and I think like as the tournament goes on later, it'll be more expected or something like that.
Have you had a chance to look at some of like the more underdog teams or the lesser known teams, if you like? Is there any that stand out for you that you're like, I really like the look of them?
I mean, like for example, the team that we're going to face first, Team 9, is like obviously a really good team, and I think they get like close games versus the top tier teams, but like a few months ago when they were at the RMR, they were surprising everyone for the major and stuff, but I think now they've cooled off a little bit. But I still think they're a pretty decent team, and you can't really like underestimate them or anything like that. And I think like, for example, like a team like Falcons or something like that, it's like no one really knows what to expect from them, and they have roster changes and stuff. So yeah, I think it's like a little bit up in the air right now with a lot of the teams.
Yeah, well, I agree, and I think it's also like a thing for all these teams that they have this one map that they're really good at, and it's, unless it's like the one map that you don't play, which is not what's going to happen for us against 9, because they're really good on Vertigo and they will for sure play it against us. So it's always tough to play against those teams that has this one map where they just feel really good, and I think that's the case for all the teams that comes to mind when you think about like underdog, dark horse teams like Apex, Gamer Legion, Falcons. 9 is probably the ones I can remember right now, and yeah, I think they all have like this one map where they just feel really comfortable, and then if you're down 1-0 in a match where you have like really the big dog, then it's tough.
When you take a look, obviously now we've had a chance with Cologne, and we've seen there were all the roster shuffles before that, lots of talk about some of those rosters coming in. Is there any team that's changed their roster that after Cologne you've gone, we need to keep an eye on that one, it's going to be scary very soon?
Cloud9, I guess, is like the obvious choice.
Why?
I think like they did pretty decent at Cologne and they had a stand-in for half of it, so I think that's a good sign. And just from like playing them in practice and stuff like that, obviously, like we know that they're pretty good, and just the players that they have on the team, everyone's faced them before and stuff, so everyone knows what they're capable of doing. And I think like Vitality as well, like I think like they'll have like a bit of a slow start with Flames, but I think they'll only get better. So I think those two teams, I guess, would be the major ones. Yeah.
No, I also think, of course, that's something that we have to focus on, but it's way easier said than done. That when you don't make any roster changes, you're not like as motivated to do well in all the tournaments, you know. But if you come in as a completely new lineup, like as you said, Cloud9 barely got to play together, they're motivated to do well in every tournament they play. Where like we come straight from like Cologne Grand Final in front of 15,000 people, and now we go straight back to a studio. It's like you have to really have your mindset in the right space to have the same energy and have the same eager to win, and that's for sure something we will strive for, but as I said, it's easier said than done.
How much work do you put on the mental aspects of it, like you said, with the mindset and stuff? I mean, how much work are you putting in behind the scenes to make sure that you guys are in the right space?
Well, I think we put in a lot of work. We recently started working with our new guy Luca, and on top of that I'm working with my own personal mental coach, so I definitely put in a lot of hours and try to just like not lose to myself or to ourselves as a team. And I think that's the most important, that we can look ourselves in the mirror after the game and feel like we put in all the effort that we had to. I'm
going to direct this to you because it's a bit of a very specific question. Obviously, you came from one of those regions where it's small, and for a lot of Counter-Strike players, what you did is pretty inspirational for them, because when they see you on the stage lifting that trophy in Cologne, they go, you know what, I can do this as well. We're in the Middle East where there are a lot of Counter-Strike players here who have never really felt like they can leave this region or don't really feel that they're up to the level. Like, what is your one piece of advice for people for those players that are coming from those smaller regions? I'm from South Africa. We have a tiny little scene. It's the same sort of thing. Like, what is that one piece of advice you can give them that you think they need to hear?
I think it's kind of difficult because I think in my situation I got a bit lucky, and I think like back then there was quite a few opportunities for my region to go overseas, but not obviously, like we'd have opportunities to go overseas, but we wouldn't have the team to do well and stuff like that. So I think I got a little bit lucky in the sense that I had a lot of opportunities to show myself. But I mean, for example, some regions like here, I don't think they have too many qualifiers and stuff to big events. So I think it's a little bit difficult for some people, but for example, like the South African scene, I think they had a bunch of players who went to North America and they played North American teams and they had the qualifiers to go overseas and stuff like that. So I think like it's hard to say because from where you're from, it kind of depends, right? And I think like for some regions it's a lot more difficult than other regions in that regard. But if you have the chance to play overseas for another team, I would just take it. But that's obviously a lot harder, easier said than done. But yeah, I think like trying to put yourself out there, like playing Face It, or even from a region like this, like uploading videos or something like that, maybe would help, or something like that, or like something on social media just to get your name out there. I think would be a good start, because like I said before, I think it's really difficult depending on which region you're from. So yeah, I think it's kind of a tough question, honestly, but I think just trying to get yourself out there more and showcasing like what you have and what you can do, I think is probably a main one, especially nowadays when everything is on Twitter and on the, like, you know, Reddit and stuff like that. Yeah, you can get known pretty easy.
Take a risk and put yourself out there.
Yeah.
TLDR. There we go. Thank you so much, gents. We have some downtime here at Gamers8, and I thought it was the perfect opportunity to catch up with Blade, the coach of NaVi. Blade, when this roster was announced, there was a lot of talk around it, and I'd be interested, I know you've answered this question before, but let's just set this up. What made you decide that this would be a good group of players to put together?
We just needed to create a new international team. So basically we were like scouting the market for the best players that are acceptable, I mean, so open like to buy. And we just created like a puzzle out of players that we had. That was the idea, like, so to have the best like playmaker, to have a best guy who can like make entry, sacrifice himself, analyze the gel, how it can be, how all these can stick. It's the one unit, in future. So it was something to find the best out of what is possible to get.
So you have all these puzzle pieces. Cologne happens, the puzzle's not getting together. Here, the puzzle pieces not fitting together at Gamers8. What is going on in the team? Why are they struggling to fit?
Obvious. I think we didn't even start it yet. We didn't even start. We didn't have a proper bootcamp. So for me, I'm not frustrated, not disappointed like with the results, because you cannot judge the players if they didn't practice, right? So I think we can blame the very short transfers window. We didn't have like enough time. As soon as we've signed up these players, we had like 5 or 6 days of bootcamp. It's impossible to create something stable because everyone of them is from different background with different knowledge. And as I said, I think yesterday or some day before to James, we can see the full potential of this lineup. Blast finals in Copenhagen, or after if we reach the Abu Dhabi. That will be like the only possible, like there is no magic in this stuff. You need to work hard and you need time. So the shortest period, like if the first signs of this potential can pop up will be there. So we need to have proper like long boot camps, hard working. Then you must have like an event where you can analyze what happens. Maybe you need to change something. Maybe you need to swap players, like to correct everything. Then you have another bootcamp, and then we will have like Copenhagen. This is the plan now. Like,
there we go. That is the plan. NaVi fans, just give them a little bit of time.
I think Apex has been playing some good CS. We have been practicing with them sometimes, and they have been playing some good games.
9, I think they can surprise with their style.
I think maybe Falcons. Maybe they came to do good. You know, I think they prepared well for this tournament.
I don't know. Maybe Virtus Pro. They're really good. Sometimes they can surprise. You know.
Game Legion, because it's my team.
Us. We're the dark horse, of course.
I'm thinking Falcons can do some good damage. I think they're playing pretty well. They have good individuals.
I would say like 9 can surprise and like they can make a deep run.
My jersey for my teams, I think so.
I'm always bringing my headset.
It's the boring stuff. I don't know. It's just, you know, get a water bottle and get to stay hydrated.
The one thing I can't throw out item is definitely a phone charger.
A lot of t-shirts, like a lot, just t-shirts.
Maybe like deodorant, something. Gotta make sure I'm like smelling fine at least.
I have a lot of things, I would say. I don't have a specific thing. I guess you could also say my mouse.
I don't know, headsets maybe? Sometimes I cannot handle what's happening in the airplane or in airport.
There isn't a specific thing, but I always like to check the grenades I'm going to use on some maps just to make sure it's on point.
I have like some breathing thing that I like breathe in a different way before official.
I always play in a hoodie, no matter what.
Some kind of box briefing, where I breathe for 4 seconds, hold in for 4 seconds to calm my nerve and tell myself it's game time right before the game starts.
I try to just do 100 kills in aimbots. Otherwise, if I got too much, I feel like it's bad. So magic number 100, otherwise it's gonna be a bad game.
I like to drink coffee. I'm just warm up and listening to music as always.
My favorite CSGO moment is definitely winning the first major after so many years playing counterstrike.
For us, making semifinals of last major, that was pretty spectacular.
It was really big when we qualified for the major with ENCE the first time. My favorite CSGO moment is definitely winning the IEM Katowice. That's probably the best trophy that I have lifted.
It's time for another CSGO Legacy Quiz where we celebrate Counter-Strike and we celebrate the history of CSGO, and we also show you how players are really good in the server but have absolutely no clue what's going on outside of it.
The defuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh, Olaf just about gets it as the flames come in, and look at the little dance of happiness.
Olaf Meister's legendary defuse when he's standing in the Molotov fire. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yep.
Which tournament did that take place?
Yeah, so 2014.
I have no clue.
Cologne, 2015. I don't know.
2014.
Really?
Was it Cologne as well?
Yeah.
This can't be real.
Oh no, G2.
Holy sh! This can't be real.
How have they done that?
No.
At the 2019 Berlin Major, a team lost the final round of a match in a way that's probably never happened before at that level.
It was G2 and they forgot to defuse the bomb.
Did someone give you these questions before?
No, I just remember it happening.
Here he comes once again. The first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there as Cold. Oh, what? It's jumping double from Cold. What is going on right now? How does he do this?
Cold Zero jumping AWP plays is from which tournament?
MLG Columbus 20 or what? It's always going to be the year. There's going to be like the impossible one.
Who holds the record for the highest rating ever achieved in a single CSGO major tournament?
I'm not gonna say simple because it's gonna be too obvious. Or is simple.
Well done, it's simple. What's the rating though?
I would say 1.9, 1.8, 5.
No.
4.
I mean, it's 1.47.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Oh my Zipix. Clutch Minister's got a new sermon. Unbelievable. Unbelievable from Zipix.
At which tournament did the Clutch Minister Zipix have his legendary ninja defuse?
Dallas, maybe?
No, man. It's Chicago in 2018, bro.
Oh, I played it for...
Berlin Major. ESL1 Katowice. ESL1 Cologne.
I am Chicago 2018.
No way, it's Chicago.
That'll conclude it. Let's get back to more Counter-Strike.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
Open your eyes.
When you look in the
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
I need warriors.
Take everything, leave them with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
When the moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young.
on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
In a world under fire, one man must become the light. His name is Nasir the Falcon Sharif, master of weapons, Kung Fu.
What's the gig?
I want you to.
All right, I'm in.
The mission is simple.
Wow, it's like a computer game.
Defeat the terrorists. Good night.
Good morning.
And defuse the bomb.
I'm gonna need a lot of weapons.
I think a pistol will be totally fine.
But when it's one man against 5 terrorists, the Falcon comes in clutch.
Bravo! You defeated my henchman. But tell me something, Falcon. Can you defuse a bomb?
When danger strikes, the Falcon counterstrikes.
Actually, I specialize in using bombs.
This summer, the event of the decade.
Time's almost up!
Join the global offensive at Gamers8.
I'm here outside of Kingdom Tower, and at the very top you can see all of Riyadh. Now today we're going to find out which teams are going to get to the very top of Gamers8. It's certainly not going to be easy. There's heartbreak in the heat for every single team. It's the semi-finals, and for Heroic and ENCE, they get to battle once again, but to see if ENCE can find their way in another grand final, if Heroic can beat their demons and stop falling when they get really close to the very end. Then we've got G2 going up against Vitality. G2, the champions of Cologne, looking to get the job done again, looking for another grand final win if they can go all that distance. But it's Vitality, with Flamesy added in, trying to stop them from making that happen and seeing if they can do it. It's all to play for. There's so much fun, so let's get into it all.
Well, well, well. If it's not you again joining us at Gamers8, that's right. We are out here in Riyadh. We are ready to get this party started. We got semifinals in the bracket. And, well, let's just start things out appropriately. My introductions are going to go like this. My name is Trace. I'll be the one hosting the desk throughout the duration. I've been here the whole time. I'd say it shouldn't be a surprise at that point. Now things start to take a little bit of a turn. Of course, to my left, Maniac. Introduced him a few times, but also a legend in his own right, hailing from Switzerland. We go then to his left. Yeah, I had to think about that for a second. His left, we have YNK, Serbian. He is the iNation man of the hour, I suppose.
Great.
Wasn't my worst. But then we get down to the golden man himself. I'm talking about part of the golden five, his Pasha biceps. I don't think he really needs an introduction. Look at that thing. Look at that thing.
Ooh, real Papito is here.
Be careful, man. We don't want to break nothing around here. My goodness. Pasha, welcome, man. How are you finding Riyadh?
It's nice to see you guys.
Yeah.
Long time. Riyadh is perfect. Yesterday I've been on the match. Unfortunately, after first map versus ENCE versus which they play versus who?
Cloud9.
Cloud9, yes. I need to go for a match. Football. I saw Cristiano Ronaldo. So
Yeah.
1 year ago I saw a Messi. It's enough.
How was the game?
Wow.
How was the game?
The game I'm a bit disappointed because the level of the match was not good. Like I would say that was like a silver place.
Okay. Counter-Strike, the level at Counter-Strike is better.
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
Yeah.
It looked cool. I said it looked like you got good seats too, man. I was like, wow, this really living it out there. You could see everything, right?
Everything. We have a very good spot. So we buy those tickets. So that was very fair. So very nice. Hope so. The next time I will come and see the next match as well.
Yeah, and I can't blame you at all. It looked like a good time for us. We sat here, we got through the nitty gritty of the bracket, and now we find ourselves looking at a semifinal 1, semifinal 2. Tomorrow we bring in a grand final and I believe a show match, Pasha. But don't worry, we'll get into that in due time. Let's start talking about what is going to consider being constituting of our Savi pre-show. I think that's exactly where we kick it off. A lot of things going on around here in Riyadh. One of them being out there in the festival. Pasha, you took a stroll down the boulevard. What did you see? What did you like?
I'm in shock because the sky is the limit here. I think the gaming will move soon to the Riyadh, to the boulevard for sure. Hope some events will be stay in Europe, and most important events came here, and I hope so. Papito will join as well.
All right.
I like that.
Did you go into the Peaky Blinders house? Because we don't know what it is.
You know what? I don't have a ticket there. Unfortunately.
Someone
please give me the ticket.
Someone get a ticket to Pasha.
I mean, the fireworks were popping off at the very minimum yesterday. I think you were at the game. However, the drone show, you're right. The sky is the limit. You guys getting the same vibes?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I was off for the last game, so I got to check out the concert area, the hall as well, right? It was packed. It was Taiga, Steve Aoki, of course, still checking out G2 and seeing them. Never mind, but in the end they came out to top. But yeah, it was 15,000 people, dude, in that concert. I was like, this is a lot of people, everyone having a good time, cosplaying, all the stuff.
So, Trace, wait a minute, hold on. Let me just recap. Pasha went to an awesome football game. Yanko went to an awesome concert. And you and I were doing Counter-Strike?
That's right. We were sat here.
You guys had the best time.
We did. We actually did.
What lucky we are.
Yeah. Well, we say goodbye to VP. No offense or anything, man. I don't want it to be like that. But, you know, in consideration of everything that's going on in G8, we do have this cool thing called the Club Awards, right? So in doing that, Pasha, I'm not sure if you're familiar. I mean, we've been kind of talking about it all week, but it's where the esports orgs and clubs can come together under different games to compete for one, big prize. So, you know what? How about we check out this explainer, and then we'll get your thoughts afterwards.
All right.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world, and also support the entire global community. During Gamers8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers8 Club Awards will be honored as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
So a cool take and overall, I would say a cool idea. Papito, what are you thinking?
You know what? I love that kind of idea because this reminds me like years back years because I compete like kind of in like WCG or ESWC 2010 2011. So I am so happy like all the players which love esports in the top level can meet in the same place and enjoy together. So this is for me it's perfect.
Did you play other game than Counter-Strike? Did you have another game that was like?
I tried a bit like a PUBG.
Okay.
I tried a bit like not League of Fortnite a bit, but I'm playing like a FIFA, of course, because I feel it. I play a lot of time in football in real life, and I got a feeling when you can you know like pass the ball, how we did it, the tactics. So this is the no more games only, but in my heart, you know, Counter-Strike.
Always, man.
Always.
I think we all taken that
Best
pleasure
game.
on here. Yeah, it's the best game hands down. If you've got a different opinion. I don't actually care. Like, the truth is, it is the best game. Sorry to the PUBG folks that are just down the way over there, too. Sorry about that, guys.
Sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry at all. What I'm also not sorry about is what's going to be happening tomorrow before our grand final. Pasha, you've been championed and captained even. So tell me about a show match.
I'm really excited about this show match. I think people really want as well. They're waiting for it. To be honest, I play only, I don't know, overall like 20 minutes of Counter-Strike 2, so I will have a chance to compete here with the best players in the world. So
you got no worries.
I think I still have a chance to compete, but in the semi-pro level, because if you would like to be full pro, you need to play I don't know 10-12 hours per day.
Okay.
So I think guys, maybe I will play with Olof again. That will be for me like a dream, but semi-pro, not full time. Yep.
Awesome. I guess the teams are still like under the rug. We're not talking about the teams then. Do we know that kind of information? Is it out
Listen,
there?
man, there's only so much knowledge.
We can wait for it. It's fine.
This thing has.
We can wait.
Everything else is up here. So, like, between the two, I ain't got nothing for you. I'm sorry.
Guys, I got one message. Which players play with me tomorrow? I am the captain and I am playing like AWP sniper. Only me.
There we go.
No questions.
No question, please, tomorrow.
It is what it's going to be.
Yep.
Damn, I love that. I love the assertiveness.
Strict line.
And the fact that you don't even know who's in your team, or do you?
To be honest, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Papito's got
but I think so the Robs and the Twist would like play with me.
Probably like that myself.
I think that the more players would like play with me.
Yeah.
Well, you got Neo there to tell them, hey, my boy
maybe Neo will stay behind us.
Yeah, maybe.
He's got a coach already.
Yeah, what a time to be alive.
It's perfect.
You know, like you really think about it. It's like, wow, what happened? How did we get here?
It's crazy.
Look, so we can continue down on our Savvy pre-show. That does take us into our ALJ play of the day. This one featuring Monashi yesterday. Anyone want to grab this one?
Oh, that was an absolutely incredible round from Manesi. You see the scoreline 11-9 is quite tight, but there's going to be what I would like to refer to as an incursion with the AK-47, like something about the lines of just destroying the whole narrative. Look at this, Manesi right there, flashing for himself, getting into the smoke. He's going to kill 3 people in about 7 seconds. Spray, transfer, turns around, and the third one is even harder. That was a 4-man defense on the B side from VP. Absolutely smackaroonied. Owned, pwned, in fact.
Absolutely shut down.
I mean, the kid's fast, and also his movement is incredible. I mean, he's on point. Yeah, you're not going to have a fun day if you're on the other side of that.
Definitely not. I mean, unless you're on the A side. But anyway, we won't get back into that, right? We already covered that one once. We definitely don't need to do it again. Instead, I'll tell you what we're looking at now that we've arrived at the semifinals. We can run the bracket up for you as well. Semifinals featuring top 4 teams.
That's the best.
Am I getting this right?
It's the best playoff bracket we could ever have.
Which is so wild considering, single elimination, so you expect upsets maybe to happen, and no, we just still had the top 4 teams in the world, and I think the actual top 4 teams in the world are in the semis, and 2 banging semis too. I mean, Heroic ENCE, they only met once this year, and that was in Cologne in that Twitters game, very close series. That's more team-based Counter-Strike, and then you want superstars, you want flair, you want action. G2 Vitality, baby. Zyvu, Monacy, Nico, Flamesy, Spinks, Hunter, all on the same server. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, Heroic ENCE will be where we start our conversation here shortly, but truly, I look at that next matchup, and I'm like, G2 Vitality, I mean, it's got to be, it just absolutely has to be our match of the day by LG. Like, there's just no way around.
It's fair. That's a fair assessment to make.
And not a biased one just because of the Vitality.
No,
right?
no, it's not. Absolutely not. I mean, listen, I'll wait for my prognostic. It might surprise you.
Guys, yesterday I coming to Apex in the dinner 2 days ago, and tell him, Apex, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how you're still in the top counterstrike. Really, I respect you so much. Really, he can approve this. He can approve this, guys. Really,
that's pretty great.
And the second guy for me, which I am very surprised, which playing the top level counterstrike is Kadian, because I remember Kadian like in the past. He get kicked from every team. You know, he just was like homeless, and right now he built the team and he's playing like top counterstrike in the world, and this is for me crazy. Really, I respect so much you, Kadian. Keep going.
It's a grind, man.
Yeah, but anyway, I support Diha, of course, today. So no chance for you guys. I'm sorry.
There we go. Not a chance. All right, yeah. And I think we grab onto it right there. We got a semi-final ahead of us, so check this out.
Let's be honest, right now every team are afraid from us. Everyone can see our results in the other tournaments, and this is why they need to be afraid from us.
ENCE has been playing really well, and they're not a team to underestimate. Their results speak for themselves, but we're the #1 team in the world still, and have to be able to show that to the whole world, and we have to bring our A game to be able to beat them.
Gideon the knife himself! He's shorty dead. I can't believe he's gonna kill! Look at the headshot! There and he mows them all down.
Heroic is a team that Stone can be MVP, Jabi was the MVP in other tournament. I feel like everyone can be MVP, and every game someone else is stepping up. I think Aiden wants the revenge because when we played in Cologne, we had like in the last map, I did 1v3, and after it, like it was crazy. And after it, I stand up. And they shouted like, "What happened? What happened? Sit down, sit down."
Oh, nuts! Have you ever seen anything like it? That is madness!
Yeah, well, we'll see what he brings on the server, what he has prepared for us, but I think we'll be ready for him this time. I'm very happy that we made it to the semifinals, and I cannot wait to play today. I believe that we're gonna make it to the grand final.
Let's start the whole conversation right here about ENCE. I think that's the fairest thing. Obviously, Pasha, you've already decided exactly who you're going to be supporting in this bout. So what is it about ENCE for you?
You know what? I heard about it from some people. They got very nice atmosphere. I think very nice atmosphere. So you know how it works. If you have an atmosphere and you have like a lot of power, skill in the team. So only win. What I can say else. Yesterday, like Madden started 0-6. And he in the end he's top fragger. Yeah. Deha is doing great. Today before they leave the hotel, I met them and they tell the Snappy, you don't need to kill, you just need to give them good calls. And Snappy said, yes, this is gonna be very good. So,
yes, sir.
I count on him. I count on him. Yesterday he played good. You know, he shoot good. So.
I mean,
but every day is a different day.
Yeah,
so
we'll
see. Yeah.
I mean, they bullied Cloud9, who we say is one of the teams that has the most firepower in the world now. Even in the opening game against Liquid, it was a 2-0. ENCE is yet to drop a map. I talked to Madden a little bit, you know, about the game yesterday. He said it's the best series we played this year, you know. So that was probably ENCE on their A game, and that's why it looked so scary. And we'll see if they can probably not play in the same way, but close to that level today.
And I mean, they keep on delivering us series that stick in the memory, right? Think about the FaZe game in Dallas. That was absolutely incredible. Think about the semifinal against Vitality in Cologne. That was also great. It's a team that excites you. It's a team that makes you have a good time when you're watching Counter-Strike. It's a team that's got rhythm. It's got pizzazz. It's got a bit of aggression.
Trace,
what would you say? How would you describe it?
GB James. Anyway, we'll leave it at that one. Thank you so much for putting that one in my wheelhouse. No, I want to know why the community is sleeping on Instant. I feel like a lot of the tweets are saying, you know, people aren't really looking at this ENCE squad in the light that they should be. What is the deal there?
Not any. Hopefully not anymore. I mean, it's been like that for months now. They've had top 4 finishes, right? Lift the trophy in Dallas, grand final in Cologne. Even here, they're again in the top 4, but also very dominant fashion. I think it's because you look at the names and you're like, well, all right, there's no Nico, there's no Zywo, there's no nothing like that. But I think that's also a mistake. You need to be putting some respect on these guys' names, right? Because they're proving it on the server, like Nerds, some Pyres,
Yeah,
like they're
yes.
playing on a high enough level where they need to be considered. Like when you're talking about the best players in the world on the position, best toppers in the world, you know, you need to put some Pyres in that conversation because they're playing like it.
Yeah, and even by the numbers, I was actually checking out. I think he's got the 14th best stats of the whole year, Sunpire. So he's definitely up there. I think it's not a mistake, but the bias that we sometimes have is we talk about their team play, we talk about their protocols and how beautiful Counter-Strike they play. And so you're right. Maybe we miss a part of the story, which is some of these individuals are shooting like crazy. And Nerds was on the money when he says, I turned around a couple of situations in Cologne against Heroic. Yeah, right. Got 7 kills in 2 rounds. Changed the whole map. Map number 3. Just a fact.
It's kind of a big deal. 7 kills in 2 rounds. Also a big deal, Heroic on the other side of the server. Problem solvers, you put respect on Cadian's name, which is exactly what we're going to have to do here. Thoughts on Heroic going into this matchup?
Can you say again, please?
Yeah. No, I get it. Thoughts on Heroic. What do you think?
Again?
Heroic coming into the semis. The team of Heroic.
To the semis.
Yeah.
What we can expect, they won like a Cologne, right? So they are still keep going, and I think they still feeling in power. So they are top one right now, right?
Yeah, I think
in the rankings.
Somebody's rankings.
Do you feel like they're top 1?
Sorry?
Do you think they're top 1?
Close. I think that in top 1 ranking, everyone can be like a top 1. I think that depends how you sleep, how you wake up, and how is the day. I think this is my opinion.
That's what they said about.
Sorry for a bit sleep.
You're allowed to have your opinion up here. It's
That's what
awesome.
said at the major. They had a problem with sleep and diet and everything. Then they fixed it for Dallas. They leave the trophy. So there's something there.
What I like it with Heroic, what I saw. I've been in Katowice and I saw in some vlogs, movies. They always take like a ball and play together, like have fun, like build like a teamwork. I love it so much because in the days like old VP we did the same. We go to outside, play football, basketball, and I think that works.
Yes, I've seen some teams with hacky sacks. Sometimes we look out the hotel window and I'll just see them across the way down there, kicking the ball up and down.
You guys used to all jump into Taz's Mercedes and drive to a game?
Yeah, together around Dubai or something.
Big road trip. Anyway, no Mercedes here, I can assure you that much. What we do have in front of us is a best of 3, gents. I want to talk about maps. I'm looking at Maniac for something hard hitting here.
Oh, hard hitting?
Okay, maybe not that.
Can I just do like, the normal
just normal
elements?
Neutral hitting, there we go.
So I think the only real question is where ENCE is going to go with the map. I do believe that the overpass is relatively obvious for Heroic, that they've won it. There's a huge disparity of stats. ENCE have a question to answer. Do you go for Nuke once again, which worked to an extent last time around, but there's other maps that they could potentially force. We'll have to see. I believe I can talk really slowly. Nuke is coming over. That's what we expected, and probably overpass from Heroic. There we go. The 2 maps so far. It's a repetition of what happened in Cologne. Mirage was the 3rd map, and but that's not going to be the case this time. That's a bit of a twist from ENCE.
Yeah, I think they know that in the end they will get. If they veto Mirage, Ancient is going to be the 3rd map, and they're probably comfortable with that. Heroic are no slouches on Ancient either, but maybe just feeling like they got away with one in Cologne by being able to win Mirage and just switch it up, throw a little bit of spice in there.
Yeah, what is actually interesting with Heroic, it feels like the problem will always be in the head. It will be mental, right? When they peak, they play close to the best Counter-Strike, but hold on a second on that. I feel like there's the context analysis to be made here. Like in hard moments, Major, Cologne, gets complicated. Suddenly you're in Washington, 100 people in front of you, and you play the best Counter-Strike ever. So maybe that's something that we have to keep an eye on in the context we're playing.
Not just that, also, Tessus is having his best tournament maybe even in Heroic. He's the highest rated player. He's had a lot of impact, a lot of big moments. So, he was a person that was being called out as a potential replacement if Heroic does want to make a change, and perhaps he felt that too and, decided, hey, I have nothing to lose anymore. Like, there's no point in being overly nervous. I'm just going to have to stick to and play my own game, and that needs to keep happening, especially in this game against ENCE.
Pasha, tell me about Diha being the future of Polish Counter-Strike.
Diha, we should be proud. We should be proud of Diha, of course. Top-level Counter-Strike. I think he gonna be better and better, and I think he deserves to win some tournaments finally. And he need to be on the list. Which players won a lot in Polish Counter-Strike. Community supports his so much, but expect Diha, we got like a 9, so everyone would like to have like a best CS team. We have a very big community, and we need like some success for a Polish scene.
Yeah, guys, I couldn't have said it any better. I think we know exactly how this one's going to go. Just kidding, no one knows anything, nothing scripted. It's time to get into the semifinals. Let's ride, baby.
amazing. The moon is shining in a land of heroes where the stars are rising. Nobody can stop me. I walk through the fire around here for fame. The world that's the guts of the storms in the desert. This is not a game. We fight for glory. My night. With every win we ascend a new heights. I'm sharpening my skills and I focus my mind. The pride, nice in the heart of a lion. A battle with pride is a matter of time. I become the most greatest, the victory's mine. We reach for the cup, and the tension is up. In the city of Riyadh, everybody's getting hot. It's not about luck, it's simple the skills that we got. International scores from all over the globe. Are you ready to show up from above the spot?
It's the semi-finals day here for Gamers8 2023. And this is where we get to crown who will be going to the grand finals and who has a chance of picking up that beautiful trophy. There's no easy games. It's been like that from start to finish as we have some of the best teams in the world fighting from start to finish. And Francie, we've been having a lot of fun, man. It's been going great so far, but how are you feeling today, my man?
Man, I am so excited for today's matches. We're going to be able to see who's going to be the finalists for the first ever Gamers8 CSGO tournament. It's going to be hype. أعزائنا المشاهدين زي ما احنا عارفين وصلنا إلى المرحلة اللي نعرف فيها مين بيكون الجراند فاينل في نهاية اليوم إن شاء الله. توب 4 تيمز من أفضل الفرق على مستوى العالم متواجدين معنا اليوم، واثنين منهم فقط هم اللي بيصلون إلى القمة، واثنين منهم بيكون عندهم الفرصة للمنافسة على التروفي اللي ورانا الآن.
Now today's going to be quite fun, right? Because these teams have faced each other before, not too long ago. But it's a lot higher stakes games in terms of the pressure right now. But also, Fancy, we got the #1 HLTV ranked team, and we got the #1 Valve ranked team. The Valve ranked maybe needs some tweaking for it, but it makes an interesting debate. And maybe ENCE do win this whole tournament. They could be in the #1 spot in the world.
That's actually very true, especially that Heroic has been such a dominant team coming into this tournament. We've seen it every single game that they played. A lot of the teams didn't really expect them to win, and a lot of the people maybe underestimating their performance, even though they are the top team in the world. But like, yeah, exactly. But I mean, this time that's not happening though. They've made it to the top 4, and now they have a chance to get to the top 2 as well. أعزائنا المشاهدين زي ما احنا عارفين الآن بيكون عندنا فرصة أن نشهد المباراة هذه ما بين إنس وما بين هيرويك. هيرويك هو الفريق اللي يعتبر هو الرانك الأول في العالم في ال HLTV رانكينج، لكن زيادة على كذا إنس هو الرانك الأول معنا في الفالف رانكينج، لكن يعني ممكن الفالف رانكينج يحتاج لشوية تعديلات، لكن نفس الوقت هيرويك وإنس يعتبرون من أفضل فريقين في العالم، هم جايين الآن يورونكم أفضل سيمي فاينل عندنا في البطولة.
Now when it comes to the teams, right, when it comes to what they've got to offer, this is going to be a lot of mind games coming into it. This is going to come down to how they're feeling on the day. Now Heroic has said to us, slow starts, that's not what they wanted when it comes to this. ENCE, on the other hand, though, look how they just rolled over Cloud9 yesterday. They made it look so easy. This could be scary.
I just want to remind you that we both voted for Cloud9 yesterday because we thought that they were the dominant team.
I'm blaming you still, right? I'm still blaming you for that.
Yeah, that's kind of on me. But yeah, so ENCE, they were able to beat like an all-star team, a team that is made to be the top, best team in the world, hands down, and still they were able to beat them. So Heroic as well with the slow start against Falcons at the beginning, and then a little bit, like they were able to pick it up, but are they still there? Are they still able to beat someone like ENCE, looking so dominant in the tournament?
Well, I guess it has to come down to, right, for ENCE, if they can make sure they can keep that form going, how does Heroic play against them when they're used to playing against this team? They'll have an interesting understanding of how the style works, how they know each other, so it's definitely going to be fun. But I'm going to start with you, right? While we wait for the teams to get ready, and we wait for them to be able to bring them onto the stage. Yeah. How do you think it's going to go? Who are you voting for this time? Do you have a favourite in this? Because you haven't said to me yet, don't ask you, so I'm asking you now, man.
I mean, if I had to say it, I'm a big KDM fanboy, so I have to go with Heroic. But hey, and they were able to like bring a lot of like performance, which is Something that they were a little bit nervous about, especially with your interview yesterday with Nerds, that he was able to say that, I don't feel confident, and that could be something that they need to work on, but at the same time, again, it's one of the best two teams in the world, both of them, so you can't really tell how it's going to go, but if I'm going to vote, it's going to be Heroic. Are you going to go for ENCE?
Oh yes.
اوكي اعزائنا المشاهدين جاء الوقت على طول اننا نروح لنشوف وش اللي ممكن يقدمونه كل الفريقين هذول راح نقدمهم الان على المسرح لانهم هم جاهزين وينتظرون يورونكم افضل سي اس جو على مستوى العالم.
Well, let's bring our first team to the stage. They're ready to reach another grand final and they want glory from start to finish, but can they achieve it? Looking to find themselves in another grand final. It's ENCE! ENCE right now consistently up there, competing against the very best teams and looking so strong. We are still in awe of what they managed to do yesterday against Cloud9. If they could do that again here against Heroic, that would be more than impressive. They faced off against each other quite recently. We know what we're going to get from these two teams, but on the day, this is what it comes to, how confident you can be, how dominant you can be. And well, right now, this is an incredibly scary team.
ENCE وتواجدوا عندنا في المسرح. أعزائي المشاهدين هذا الفريق الآن جاي يوريكم أنه هو قادر على أنه يوصل إلى جراند فاينل ثاني وثالث زي ما احنا تعودنا عنهم من الهيستوري حقهم، لكن مع تغييرات الراستر حقهم دائما يقولون أن احنا ما نشوف أنه واثقين من نفسنا بكفاية. إذا أنت وصلتي مرحلة التوب فور ثقتك بنفسك لازم تكون جدا عالية، وهذا الشيء اللي هم اشتغلوا عليه الأيام الماضية، وهذا الشيء اللي راح يورونكم إياه قدام الفريق الخصم اللي كلنا نعرف مين بيكونون الفريق الأول في العالم مصنف من HLTV. خلونا نرحب فيهم. الفريق المصنف الأول في العالم هيرويك. هذا الفريق بقيادة كيديان كان من أجمل ما رأينا في جيمرز 8. أدائهم ممكن كان بطيء في البداية قدام فالكون في أول مباراة، هم اللي طلعوا الهوم فيفرت تيم الفريق السعودي اللي موجود معنا في جيمرز 8 سي اس جو، لكن برضه ستيل هذا الفريق قدر إنه يرجع مرة ثانية يورينا وش اللي ممكن يسويه في مباراتهم بالأمس، واليوم جايين يوريك إنه هو فعلا ليش مصنف الأول في العالم وليش هو يعتبر من أفضل الفرق على مستوى العالم، لا من ناحية فرديا أو من ناحية فريق، خصوصا إنهم وصلوا لنهائيات جدا كثيرة في الفترة الأخيرة.
For Heroic, some games can certainly get close. They may even drop a map, but right now they have survived so far on this stage. They'll be looking to book themselves a spot in the grand final if they can get revenge against ENCE. But that's going to be no easy feat, and they need to be at their absolute best right now in order to achieve it.
الجيم بيكون جدا هايب اعزائي المشاهدين، خصوصا انه ENCE كثير منهم يقولون انه ما يلعبون مع بعض فتره جدا طويله، لهم سنه كامله هم مع بعض، 6 شهور فقط دخل معهم اللاعب الاخير متواجدين الان على المسرح، ف6 شهور هل هي كافيه انهم يكون عندهم سينرجي كافيه انهم يوصلون للتوب 2 معنا في جيمرز 8؟ لكن هيرويك كلنا نعرف قد ايش الاسماء اللي موجوده عندهم تعتبر ليجندز في عالم سي اس جو، فالان بنشوف الكلاش ما بين الليجندز هذولي في هذا المسرح.
Our teams can take their seats, they can prepare for this battle, they can prepare to see how it's going to go, but it's time for us to get into the game, and it's time for Heroic to take on ENCE.
على طول نروح مع معلقين اعزائي المشاهدين بنشوف ENCE قدام هيرويك، بنشوف مين اللي بيكون الفريق الافضل ومين بيكون معنا الجراند فاينالست الاول.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Gamers8 2023. The semi-finals are upon us. My name is Henry G, joined by Anders Bloom, and we have got an absolute banger of a game for you today. Heroic taking on the mighty ENCE, who are yet to drop a map, Anders. You've got to be excited for this one.
I'm so excited for this game. This is revenge. It was already brought up in the pre-show here. Obviously, Heroic would love to try and beat ENCE, but that doesn't look easy. ENCE yesterday, they were lights out. They took down Cloud9 like it was nothing.
They are, I'm going to say, I think they're my favorite team in the game right now. This their full package. The individuals across the board are shining brightly. The calls are spot on. And it seems like every round they make, they've got calculated decisions and how they're going to approach each and every interaction. It's really exciting to watch. And Heroic have got their work cut out for them. They've been good. They've won their games as well. But against Gamer Legion, they looked shaky at times. They did drop Vertigo, and it was touch and go whether they're actually going to pull the series over the line.
We heard heard from them coming into that game against Gamer Legion that they wanted a hot start, and they certainly had it on the first map, but then it kind of slowed down a little bit, and they ended up, you know, falling a little bit almost by the wayside. They had to really dig deep to pull through in that game. I don't think there could be any slow starts against ENCE. They have to come out
That's a good
with
point.
a bang on this one.
You can't start 0-6 here. There can't be any of that nonsense today. Heroic and Co have got to pull their socks up. We're seeing Tessus with some career best form, if you ask me, so at least they've got that going in their favor, but some of the other big names aren't shining quite as brightly here. I'm going to push you for a prediction, though, Anders. I've got ENCE 2-0. I'm going to say it. What are you going to go for?
2-0?
Yep, straight up, and it's going to be clean victories as well.
Man, I actually hate to say it. I do get a lot of messages from people saying, why don't you support the Danish teams more?
Yeah, why don't you? Why do you hate your fellow countrymen?
I don't know.
You've got Snappy on ENCE as well, right?
I've got Snappy, so I feel I'm a safe maybe in the front. I'm going to predict ENCE. I think it'll be all 3 maps, though. But
okay,
I think ENCE are going to win this one. There's something that I can't even really put my finger on it. Looking at the roster, Heroic, they should be able to win this one. They certainly have the manpower, but I agree, there's something. Sometimes they're not quite showing up. They're a little bit slow, and they seem to have a hard time closing some of the really important games, so that makes me worried. I agree, ENCE looks so focused at the moment.
Well, they did play against each other in the group stages at IEM Cologne, of course, and it was ENCE that came out on top. The map pool was similar. We got Nuke, Overpass, and Mirage there. Similar today, we've got Nuke, Overpass, and Ancient. We're kicking things off Nuke, and last time I played, it was a victory for ENCE, 16-12 fashion, and this is where Sunpius does his absolute best work. You have to say, Anders, the way he's playing right now, I'm not sure there's an AWP that can take him down. He was making Shiro look foolish yesterday.
Yeah, he really was. On point, every single angle that he took up. And that's only one of the problems, obviously. I would say the real fear that we're up against here with your Heroic is not his confidence in that game. Maybe especially on Anubis. It was ridiculous, and you certainly have the stats to back it up. He looks so solid at the moment, and it's a real joy to watch. There are a few players like that who play with that much confidence. Heroic have to try and match that. They have to come in swinging in this game. Nuke is coming up first in this first semi-final here in Riyadh. I think it's going to be exciting. Heroic starting on the CT side with ENCE on the T side.
Ladies and gentlemen, clear your schedule, mute your phones. This one is going to be an absolute barn burner. Let's get into the action here. ENCE on their map pick of Nuke. We'll start on the T side here, and it's a very basic approach and very fast, as you might expect. Chaotic as usual. Snappy opens things up. A flurry of flags ensues, and we've got a 2 versus 2. Bomb not to be planted, but we have got the Molotov towards heaven. It's going to buy them a lot of space here.
God damn, they had control of that round for maybe 1 second, and then Dihar comes back into it with a couple of kills. Otherwise, Heroic, if they could slow it down in that moment, they might just have the round. It was a 2-on-4, but it only lasted a second. And now the retake is going to be on instead. Yabi and Tessus, see if they can coordinate between the two. One from Hot, one from Heaven. Sunpius might be the first victim. Crouched in, that needed to be a kill. He had the chance. And now, Yabi, how do you get out? I don't even think you can. Crossfire is in effect, and he's going to get a bullet to the face instead. It'll be ENCE that picks up the pistol.
Another stunning play from the Spaniard there. The upper rush. You're going to see a lot of those, Anders. You and I have commentated a few ENCE games in our times, on Nuke especially, and it's always notable that they love an upper execution and an upper rush. They like to keep things fast-paced, sometimes to their detriment, to be honest with you. This time it works out, even after 3 big frags there. Church with a double kill on the Julies wasn't quite enough. Bomb got planted, 2-on-2, falls in favor of ENCE. We're into the second round, of course, the force buy, and it's being presented by Heroic. Got 4 Desert Eagles and Acadian Scouts, so always very potent. They are deadly with these Desert Eagles. Time and time again. Dihar, though, finding safe passage. I say that. He gets spammed through the smokes. Down found him. And it's going to be the opening frag here. So towards ramp we go, Anders. And Cadian dropping the smoke. Might be able to block them here, but they're going to push through.
He was dreaming of that headshot. Didn't look like it was far off either. The smoke does land really far behind, so they just push in front. They don't worry about it. I kind of like this decisiveness coming out from ENCE. Why not just throw and gut the bomb down? You know the pressure is going to be on Heroic. They will not have a kit in this round, so all of the stress will be on that Danish side if you can get the bomb planted. Snappy's hunting for it with the Galil. We still got Nuts on the MP7. This was a classic weapon for him to pick off. And there's that bomb plant, and I think that really changes the round.
Oh, this makes things a lot more complicated. You're dead on here. The kills are being found left and right. Tessus will get the second. 5 versus 3. No kit available. They need to get their skates on here. Madden desperately spraying bullets towards a single door. He'll pick up a single frag here, but Nuts can't replicate it. Tied into the corner. Have to work in tandem here. The CTs are running out of time.
They really are. Even despite the fact that they're getting the kills, it might not be enough here. Yabby gets one, but Madden just has to stay alive for another couple of seconds. They're trying to get on the bomb. They tap it, but it is going to be too late. Sure, they clean up the site. It's a pretty decent round. They get 3 kills on Yabby. They pick up an AK. So in that sense, it's good, but just the bomb plant alone made the huge difference in the round.
Well, there we have it. Bomb planted, no kits available, but Heroic do save 2 rifles now. The AK-47 and now a Galil Vacadian as well. So you're right, not bad at all. Certainly apply some pressure here, and it will be ENCE to call the first tactical timeout. Madden fighting for his life in the corner. Valiantly, I have to say. Yabby, great job farming a ton of money with those SMGs. They might as well buy into this. It's a strange round. You don't see this too often where you lose the force buy, but you actually have a bit of an advantage in terms of firepower going forward here. So 2-0 down, tactical pause from ENCE, knowing this will be a very complicated round going forward. We're going to see the purchases come through as Heroic will pick up an M4 for Yabby, a couple of MP9s. So this one's getting weird already. It's setting the tone for this best of 3.
I like it. Why not? If you can steal it away from ENCE a round earlier than you normally would, you're gonna put some pressure on them instead. Now you brought up Madden, and I know yesterday you said he's one of your favorite players on the lineup, and I mean he played lights out as well. He was actually one of the people that really got them off to a hot start.
Yeah, considered one of the support players, I suppose. Doesn't get all the praise, but his fundamentals, his mechanical skill, I think he's the full package. He provides so much on the server for this squad, and I'm sure he's going to deliver here once again today. Round 3, an important one here. Will be disastrous for Heroic. Give this one up. They'll be 3-0 down. Then it will be a half buy at the very least going forward. As the outside smokes are deployed once again, is Diha hunting for the first kill. Got spammed through the smoke in the previous round. Needs to try and avoid that as he makes his way towards Secret. Not tagged this time. A boost towards ramp. Both SMGs residing on this side of the map here. So they're just going to pump the brakes, allow Diha to explore the map. They've suggested if someone's gone down towards lower, that's going to cause some rotations here. And what's the reaction with the CTs? You can see they don't have much to work with.
They really don't. That door is no more. A little bit of a chance here. Yabby's going to pick up the first kill. The spray is just beautiful. A couple go his way. NaVi is going to be able to get the return, but now Tessis is on the move, which might be even more interesting because they're both pushing. They're not even boosted up. They both fell down. So this could be very hard to read for ENCE. Even if they win this fight, Snappy might not realize that there's a second player already there. So 3-on-3, but a lot of information for Heroic to work with. Oh, look at Snappy. Yeah, he's thinking about it. He's just going to check. Oh, running straight in there. That's heartbreaking. But again, that's that mind game. You don't expect for there to be 2 players pushing the ramp in that fashion.
Still anyone's round. It's wide open here as the bomb is planted. No kids, bear in mind. And a beautiful shot here coming in from the D-has Galil. It looks like it won't be enough, though. The force buy is successful for Heroic. It's going to be 2-1 overall. ENCE, the double spray down towards that tweaky door position. Left them in such a huge disadvantage, difficult to recover. Yeah, they had D-hat down towards lower, but didn't have the manpower to convert the round. It's down to clean things up, save the 2 AKs, and with the bomb planted, ENCE now need to make the decision whether they want to buy into this round. Madden's already called it for them. He's got the Desert Eagle on armor, so they are going to fully invest here and try and answer back. You're right, that was a great position towards the trophy room. The bait and switch, think he would be clear. Snappy had no idea. Round 4 coming up next. No AWPs available, but a huge advantage for Heroic. They'll be up against SMGs, 3 pistols, and of course, it's Nerds with the MP7 once again. Diha tries his luck towards outside once more, just showing a little bit of presence, suggesting he could be a T-Red with that flash and smoke combo. Molotov towards Glaive as well, but they're going towards ramp. Snappy will set up the flash here, and Tessis needs to be careful. If he gets a face full of it, they could swarm. They could take him down quickly. The pounce maneuver is coming in now.
Yeah, this position's making me very nervous at the moment. The flashbang couldn't have been any better. Good for Tessis with the spray. Oh, he lines them up and knocks them down. 4 kills that go his way. And Diha out there on the silo just on his own. I've no idea how that was so successful. I really thought that first flashbang was going to ruin him. It just didn't turn out that way. Tessis back in form again.
So like I said, he takes the flashbang to the face, but positions himself, tucks in the corner, and just as he gets blind, manages to recover and get the huge 4-man spray down there. Excellent round from Heroic. It's going to be 2-2 and send ENCE packing to an eco here. Have a look at the replay. Oh, you can see some Pyres caught them slightly with the flashbang there as well. And a disappointing finish. The round for him doesn't work out for ENCE whatsoever, as we now see a full eco pretty much across the board here. Some Deagles, sure. A couple of P250s, but no Kevlar, no nades. A gimme for Heroic here in round number 5. They've got rifles across the board and should be a clean sweep, to be honest with you.
We said they needed a good start. No slow starts allowed for Heroic, and so far so good. They're gonna probably find a third round here as they're cleaning up the kills rather easily across the map. Some deep grenades, doesn't actually go that deep. But the rest of them, again, they don't really have much they can do in this one, so should be without too many casualties going the way of Heroic here.
What do you think about the ENCE T side on Nuke? Some people love it, some people hate it. I'm in the middle. Like, it seems like there's way too many upper rushes and they can be a little bit stubborn. When it doesn't work out, they'll keep throwing it in, even when the counters come through. But when it works, it's magnificent. It makes the other team very uncomfortable, and it can be difficult to handle.
Yeah, I probably agree. I think it's especially confusing because they do have a couple of really confident players that could assert themselves in the yard. Like, I would love to know what happens if you put Sunpires or Nerds out there, maybe both of them out there, to work between the two of them to clear out any fights. I would pick them against almost anyone on Heroic right now, especially the way that Nerds is playing. Just maybe to try and distract from it a little bit, but yeah, the A rushes are really hard to stop if you get it rolling, and especially if the CTs don't have the economy to keep the grenades up, to keep the Molotovs down early in the round. You can do it.
Yeah,
I kind of do it. I agree with you. I think it can be a bit much.
Well, opening frag has been found. The captain of Heroic, Cadian, removed early on by Dhab. A one-on-one duel with the rifles there, and the outside smokes are being deployed right here, right now. Significant damage, though, towards the pole. Down to 21 points of health, he needs to be careful. His teammates residing in the lobby for now with the bomb on their back as well. Just trying to suggest there could be a lower drop coming through. Yabi patrolling the squeaky door, but a player's already snuck out. That's going to be Snappy. So aware, though, so confident. Beautiful shot. Brings it back to a 4-on-4.
He's just walked in.
It always makes me so anxious when this player's made.
On.
Oh, no! And he gets away with it as well. There was a T-side player in that smoke. Nerds can't believe it.
He's got to be so confused. He's got to be wondering how on earth has he escaped? Where is he? He's looking for him in the right spot. He's got the right idea and a good headshot to follow it up. He sees the second player up on the high ground, and this is that confidence we were talking about yesterday. He's not afraid to find anyone here. A second kill for Nerds. Tessus and Shush now in a 2 versus 2. Shush will get the first one there, and we'll see. There should be a bomb plant coming through. Sunpire's able to put it down. They have one flashbang on Sunpire, so they might be able to shrink away from the bomb site, maybe set a bit of a play, but Tessus, that could have been a kill. That probably should have been a kill.
Probably should have been. And Shush, he's in towards T-spawn right now. The round's not necessarily over. He's got to look into this. The bomb's only just planted, but the first interaction's coming up, and he will be taken down. Great round there from Nerds. Fighting 2 for Nail. A bit of a nightmare scenario with the push in towards Squeaky Door. Looked like Tessus had done absolutely everything there. Stole a kill away, faded out, back towards the hut, but Nerds, he picks up the pieces and manages to get beautiful headshots towards the hut. Nice spray down and great awareness there on the final player there, flanking in from T-spawn. This was the moment. How, oh, Yabi, sorry. How did he get away with this?
If you look at the last couple of people that die in the round, Yabi up on the hut, and then whoever it was up on the rafters went down, none of these people are able to trade each other, so that's a bit of a shame for Heroic.
They missed their Squeaky Door nade.
Oh yeah, they did. So now they're all slowed down. There we go. Bit late.
You don't see that too often. Suppose it can happen.
Well, they're going to be Molotoving extended where Shush is standing, aren't they? They very well could be. Diha, when that smoke fades, if Cadian is on point, then a whole arm of this attack is going to be gone. It looked like he wanted to go in through Mini, which is not a bad idea. If you clean that up, you can definitely put some pressure on from Hut and Squeak on the other side, but they've slowed it down themselves once again.
They certainly have. They don't have a massive amount to work with here after winning the previous round. The Galils are out, the MAC-10. Fortunately, a couple of players without helmets, most notably Tessus and Cadian, so watch out for that. Yabi, though, so strong in this position, ready for the duels here. First one will be his, no problem at all. He gets the dink on the second as well. It's an absolute massacre as ENCE get nothing done, smoked off, fragged out, and just 2 players remain now, Dhab and Madden. Yeah, you can see Madden knows the round's over. Nothing he can do here, no access. And at this point, it's just about causing some sort of financial damage if possible, but that's going to be a difficult kill. Cadian spots Dhab towards outside. He takes significant damage now. Madden will pull one back, so maybe we're not done just yet. If you can get this kill towards the hut, you never know.
He's certainly setting up for it. Good shot. That's so crisp, isn't it? Dhab and Madden 2 versus 5 into now a 2-on-3 and making the drop down, connecting with his teammate down below. Tessus is already in position, and I think this position should be enough to win the round for Heroic. At least just 1 kill will do it, and he's going to get it easily, picking up Dhab. And again, 1 versus 2 here. Madden in the back line. It'll be a monstrous round. He's looking for the ace, Henry.
It was a 4-on-2 Anders, and he could definitely do this. Get to the damage, and unfortunately, Cadian will find him. Too many players to deal with there, but well recovered. The fact they even get the bomb down, I was saying earlier on, this round is pretty much over. They were smoked out, lost all of their manpower, but still, they got a lot out of a little there. So well done to ENCE, bomb planted, keeps them going. In terms of lost bonus, though, they're only going to get $1,900. They will get a bit extra with $800 by virtue of the bomb, so you can afford some upgraded pistols, but it's essentially an eco coming up next. It will be 4-3 overall, still anyone's game, but this is how we want to see it go down. Neck and neck, we don't want to see any blowouts today.
Not that it was necessarily a rush, but it kind of highlights one of the problems of attacking the A-bomb site when you get choked out in that squeak door. When the smokes go up right as you're pushing, everyone's just funneled on top of each other, and the spray is just so good for the heroic side that they completely shuts them down. Not the best start. Yavi is also doing very well up on top of the hot right now. He's 9-3, so the fact that he looks to be off to a hot start is playing against ENCE at the moment. They still want to be quick with it again, Henry. They're coming through the
here we go.
right onto the bomb side. Yavi is good for another kill, and now they're trying to get the dive down through the vent. So it might be a quick bomb plant, actually.
Yeah, they've got a few variations of these upper takes. This time diving down the vents. It is going to be the force buy, but it's not working out too well for them now. First two frags go against them, but the bomb has been planted. It's going to be down to Madden and Sunpires to try and clutch out here. Rotations coming in from Secret. 3 players from Heroic in this position here. Madden has got a lot of work to do, but both players actually patrolling now. This maybe works out for them.
They even have a couple of flashbangs, so there might actually be a way to slow this down. And Heroic are taking their sweet time, Henry. They're really slowed down.
Right.
I hate everything about this. Why are they not moving faster? They're 5-on-3, and they act like they're scared at the moment. Madden's getting a kill, Sunpires on the other side.
There's no
now
time.
It's a 2 versus 3. There's absolutely no time. The spray is perfect, and I think the round is over. Heroic, what has gone wrong?
That is unbelievable. We talked about these upper rushes and these fast executions out of spawn. This time it's a variation, getting down towards lower. The bomb was planted. It was a 5 versus 3, Anders. Heroic giving that round up is a disaster. They were way too slow. 3 players coming through Secret, being very tentative, caught in the crossfire, mowed down, and there was just no time there. Even if they had more players alive, it all falls apart, and we go 4-4. It has to be a timeout at this point. And I think it's technical just to know that. So not a straight-up tactical pause here, but what a recovery from ENCE after giving it the previous round. Didn't have anything to really speak of in terms of finances. Went for the force buy, and it works out for them. And this is what is so fun and exciting to watch with this ENCE team. You see Nerds is trying to keep that attention towards upper while his teammates dive down the vents. And the retake just non-existent here. Sunpires finishes them off. It's a huge round to pick up. And we do have the pause here. In terms of the finances for Heroic, they're actually battered and bruised going forward, averaging, what, $2,500 per player now. So I think it has to be the eco. In terms of lost bonus, 1,900 next round, it would be a very weak buy, even if they did take the eco.
Yeah, it would. I'm so confused. It felt like they were banking the entire retake on the fact that they could get the smoke up on the bomb and the defuse. That's what you want to do if you're down in a 4-on-5 and you're actually behind on the CT side. But in a 5 versus 3, when you have a 2-man lead, I'm not expecting you to just roll the dice on that smoke defuse. And as soon as Madden got the kill, the round was over. Sunpires cleaned up a couple of kills afterwards, but that was just all cinematic. That they didn't really need that. A flash on through the smoke, but Diha's right on the other side. It sets him up so well. An easy spray down for him. And the USB in the corner for Tess is not quite the same as the AK in the previous round.
Diha is such a nuisance towards outside. He's either down the vent secretly, or down secret, like this undetected, or finding multiple frags. This time it's the latter, as he picks up his third, farms $1,800 with that MAC-10 as well. Snappy got the other kill, so it's only the SMGs. It's the perfect outcome here for ENCE. They're going to be high rolling in cash after this particular round as Shush, the last player remaining now. Not really much to be said, I'm afraid, ladies and gents. He's towards ramp as ENCE will take the lead on their T side here. Clean finish from Nerds, and they are starting to look dangerous here on Nuke. 2 rounds in a row, and as I mentioned, even with the full eco, there are going to be concessions made going into this one. $3,800 for Yabi, $37 for Stown. So yes, a buy, but what are you going to do? Bring like an auto shotgun out, an SMG? You certainly can't bring out the AWP unless KD went glass cannon and bought nothing else, which I'm not sure is worth it.
Very weird position that they've got themselves into for no I'm so confused about that round. It'd be very interesting to see sort of a breakdown. Maybe the analysts have a good read on it.
It could be one of the most important rounds of this map.
Could
be. It's led them to this spiral now, and they are going to purchase the Cadian AWP glass cannon, so he has gone for it. So it's not as bad, because you've got the silenced M4s, of course, and a FAMAS for Tess says, so it's down to Yabi now. What's he going to be purchasing with?
I'd love to see Katie and try and play on top of the garage roof. You know, if you jump up there
Sure.
really quickly, because they have so little to work with. A slow round like this, I think you have to make this AWP just take up a lot more space, but it looks like he's actually taking it towards the ramp instead, so might just be trying to get that deep angle and hope for something here. Diha's in the mix, yeah, they're going for it again, but this time getting crossfired between Yabi and Shush, and that's a strong defense.
They love this tactic. They'll throw it in 5 or 6 times a half, and more often than not it works. But for now, it is going to be the advantage for Heroic. Cadian rotating down towards lower, making sure he can deny the plant. In terms of the bomb, it's in the back of Nerds right now. He's actually heard him towards lobby, so that is going to slow things right down. See if they can work a pick, and it's Tesses who's on the hunt, knowing Madden is down here. He's very low on health as well. He'll do well to cause any further damage at this stage. They're going towards ramp and walking into the scope of Cadian.
This could be horrible. Oh, especially if you don't have your rifle out. You definitely need that. Oh, he's jumped right down, and Cadian able to catch him. The no-scope on top. It's magnificent.
What a play from Cadian. Cool as a cucumber. They jump over him, gets the first no-scope, and he had no armor, no nades, and he makes it work there. Solid ramp hold and a decent round in general from Heroic there. ENCE with the upper rush, Anders. They're always willing to throw it in. This time it doesn't really work out too well, losing 2 kills en route. There was still a chance in the round though, but not anymore. Cadian absolutely destroys them towards the ramp, and there is still one buy available for ENCE. We tie things up once again, 5-5. Galil for Madden, all for Sumpires, his first one in this T-side campaign. And we're going towards outside here. He's going to see if he can work that first pick.
That goes a long way to making up for that previous 5-on-3 round.
Oh, absolutely.
That's going to help them out. Again, you can look at, if you look at the amount of grenades, imagine we were on Inferno and the CTs only had this little grenades at 1:30, but it's because we're on Nuke, and they really want to stop that ENCE rush to the A-bomb site. They're just as scared of this as a lot of other teams that end up playing ENCE. They know the history, they know how much they love it, so they just throw them all in there at the beginning of the round. Smokes are up now, and Diha, you mentioned it. A lot of different looks for him out in the yard, and this time he might just try and clear the whole thing all the way up to CT spawn if it keeps going this way.
It's down a nice defensive position here. We'll catch Madden pushing through the smoke there. Another opening frag here for Heroic. Nice ding towards Sumpires as well. He's doing a lot of work out here. Tons of information gathered as well. Flashbang to buy some time, could go for a repeat from the windows as Diha. He suspects a player could be in that smoke. This next frag will be very important. Vaulting up towards heaven now. Waiting for an opportunity to strike, and there's Tesses. Gets more than he bargained for. Pushing out a secret, actually brings it back to a 4-on-4.
Could see Stown is looking very nervous down there. He's holding 2 different positions, not quite sure where he's supposed to put that crosshair of his. But the time is running against ENCE. 27 seconds.
Oh, wow, Diha.
They've just dropped down. He might have the perfect timing.
Yep.
He set it up, Henry. Here we go. Snappy gets 1 kill, and there comes Diha with a backstab, taking down Yabi. Down to 17 seconds. The bomb picked up by Nurch just as we speak, and they should be able to get a very clean bomb down here. Diha's controlling the high ground for the double and leaving Stown locked out of the bomb site in a 1 versus 2.
A perfectly played round from Diha so far. As you might expect, he's having a wonderful tournament thus far. It's down 2 frags to his name, 100 HP, but no utility. He has got the defuse kit, out of position, but not out of skill. That's a great shot towards heaven. Surely can't find Nerds there, and it will be ENCE bouncing back once again. The outside play works out for them after losing the first man as well. It's all about Diha sneaking his way up towards heaven, and he times it to perfection. The moment they look away from that spot, that's when he strikes, gets himself 2 frags, and shuts down the economy for Heroic once again. It's going to be 6-5, and that's the pounds coming in from Diha. Lovely shot towards the squeaky door as well, and Heroic are going to buy. Their finances have been shattered. 3 pistols, 2 M4s. They made it work before, but this could be the end of their half. This round doesn't work out. They won't have much to work with. As Sumpires, that one you'd think he'd hit all day long. Now he misses out on the first frag. And we get into it. We are going to see Diha once again working towards outside. They're aware of the potential of CT aggression. Looking for any sort of pushes here. Nades towards the bomb side. We've seen a lot of that this tournament. No one to receive. CTs with no kits here. You see Tesses and Shush actually have no Kevlar as well. They had to drop the M4s for their teammates. Sacrifice their own round essentially to allow Stown and Cadian to try and do something with this.
It's a desperate sign when you see Heroic having to rely on rounds like these to just hope to get back into it. And sure, if it works out, you're going to be celebrating and you're going to know that you dodged a bullet on this one, but you want to be a little bit in a better position. You want the economy your way. You want to have more control of the game than just having to rely on this kind of a force-up. But that's where they're at right now. Not for the first time in the half either. A little bit of a spray coming through. Snappy is taking some significant damage. I don't know how, but they managed to find him. Cadian just searching it out. Shush gets the one, and you could tell in his mind he was ready for the second. Not going to go that way. Still a 3-on-3, and still 40 seconds left.
Every round feels like it's wide open, regardless of the numbers, of the scenario. There's always a few twists and turns that were unexpected. For now, though, a bit of a reset. Time is of the essence. 25 seconds here. Tessus knows it. The fact it's silent, he needs to get a bit of information as Cadian scrambles towards the upper bomb side. Nice smoking towards the HUD as well. They'll have to go out squeaky here.
That's going to put some pressure on. Only 10 seconds on the clock right now. They need to move. They need to find Cadian with absolutely no interruption, or they're going to lose the round. The lineup is so good for Cadian. But Sunfire, I don't know how he's done it, but he's come right for the smoke. Takes him down. The jumping Mach 10 comes in from Tessus, and he'll find both the last 2 kills. That's a good cleanup. And another miracle round here for Heroic that you could say they weren't destined to win to begin with.
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the semi-final. This is the counterstrike we came to watch here today. Neck and neck, the 4 spies working out on either side here. Heroic operating with 3 pistols, 2 M4s, 2 players without Kevlar as well, and it's Cadian with the perfect smoke that's running that clock down and manages to deny absolutely everything towards upper. Round 13 coming up next. Been very fast-paced so far. I thought Semifinals might have done enough there, but he was desperately trying to reload the orb in all the chaos, and it doesn't quite work out for him. So we do have a chance to catch our breath here. ENCE with the tactical timeout. Their turn now to decide how they operate with such low finances. Sun Pius will have the AK-47. He's purchased straight away. It doesn't mean the rest of the team have to. We see a lot of teams operating with the quote-unquote hero AK.
Yes.
So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Maybe they'll just take a little bit of investment around it, see whether he can open things up for a plant. And it seems to be the case. Diaz just purchased a smoke. Everyone else on Glock so far. So we've got 3 smokes, 1 AK. So you'd assume a wall of smokes, maybe all 5 players go down towards Secret and to see if they can brute force their way down towards that lower bomb site and get a plant, protect some Pius. He'll be the VIP of the round. So that's what it looks to be, and we'll see if that comes to fruition.
I like it. We had that one round already with Heroic were a little bit confused in their rotations down to the B bomb site. Maybe you can catch them again. Maybe all you need, sometimes that really is the case. You just need 1 good kill down below and you can at least get a bomb plant. Some Pius trying to sneak out. Cadian scoping a bit there. Not quite ready to take the shot. And they're going to be down below, but there's already 2 people here to receive. Sun Pius.
Here we go.
Good opening. It's a good start. Yabi's on the other side. Huge off angle, just out in the middle of nowhere, and he can't really escape. Tess is there to take on over, and this time it's a double for him. Wants to fall back and probably wants to reload this gun. He's got another 2 bullets. Pulls out the deagle. Who cares about reloading?
Well, there you go. Well read from Heroic. Understanding what is up against him there. A crossfire down towards lower. Cutting through those unarmored players. They found themselves a 3-on-2 advantage here, but they're not out of the woods just yet. 2 players remain, Snappy and Madden. Bomb within their remit as well. Vaulting up towards heaven once again. 45 seconds to work with here. And it's Snappy just faking the lower bomb side right now. They're going to try and get a plant down towards upper, but Shush, he's not moving.
If he was still on the hut, he would have been dead right then and there. The fact that he came off the hut means at least he can hear it, call it into his friends and say, you know what, there's something up at the A bomb site. Surely he's realized. Madden's right there. What a headshot to bring him down.
That should be it, unfortunately. A nice idea. It does yield a plant, and that's pretty much all they were worth. Bear in mind, hold on. Okay, there was a chance for a double spray down there. Maybe I've got to get a bit ahead of myself. But bear in mind, 1 AK-47, 4 Glocks. He managed to get 2 kills on a plant. That's pretty impressive, to be honest with you. Sure, some Pius will be limited going forward, but I'm sure one of his teammates will sacrifice their own round for him, considering he is the absolute star of this team.
Been a couple of rounds here since we've seen Heroic try to go very aggressive. Obviously, Yabi had the round where he walked through Squeak Door, but it could be fun to see Heroic if they feel confident and in trying to take some of the control away from ENCE, could go for a full lobby crunch. We haven't really seen them try that yet. Obviously, we've had a couple of pushes from ramp, but
there hasn't really been a chance to because ENCE is rushing up so many rounds in a row. You're always just on notice. You're so tense at the start of every single round, and this one, no different as well. Wasn't easy, even against the Glocks here. They had to work really hard for it. Nice little fade down towards lower. 1 smoke made things complicated, but great awareness there. Shush managing to take down the planter, defuse the bomb, no problem whatsoever. Snappy in the vents, couldn't find that double spray down. And we have got a Sunpire's microphone issue. I believe you do need a microphone to communicate effectively, so that's absolutely fine. We'll give it to him.
Yeah, you don't want to be missing out on something like that, and you know, luckily happens at the end of the round, so I think we're all good on that front. Yeah, this is what a great way to get started. It is a semi-final in $1 million tournament, single elimination the whole way through. So you wanted to be this close, and I think this we promised a good game yesterday, obviously with ENCE and Cloud9.
It wasn't a good game, was it?
We didn't get it. I feel like today we're being treated to something special already.
Don't get me wrong, I still enjoyed the game. I enjoyed the counterstrike that ENCE were presenting time and time again. It was some of the best team play I've seen all tournament long. The individuals were so impressive across the board. It was a really exciting performance, but yeah, Cloud9 just didn't show up. They were underwhelming, didn't really give them a run for their money whatsoever, but Heroic actually have the lead here now, 7-6. All of these rounds super tense, super exciting, could go either way. This is what the semi-finals are all about, testing their teams at their absolute limits. As we'll see this technical issue hopefully resolved in a few minutes. If you're just joining us, the first map of the best of 3 here at Gamers8. This is the pick of ENCE, and after an emphatic start, very fast pace as you might expect, Heroic starting to stabilize now with a 1-round lead and a couple of rounds to go.
It might be worth also looking just slightly into the future, because obviously on the other side of the bracket, we've got Vitality and G2. It'll be Alex and Chad later on today taking you through that game. It's going to be wild. The fact that we have, I think it's all the top 4 teams right in the world right now that are all playing in both semifinals. That's
unprecedented.
Has that ever happened before? I feel like there's always something that screws up the bracket some way, but this is a bit of a miracle in that sense. So I'm excited. I think we're going to have a fantastic day of Counter-Strike ahead of us, and it's already started off. Quite interestingly, the fact that neither team at any point has had a real amount of money. They've already had enough for a force-up, but no one's had the $10,000 in the bank.
There seems to be a compromise in some capacity in every single round, which is amazing. And if you look at the scoreboard as well, there's not a huge disparity in kills. Everyone's turning up. No one's a 1-8 or anything like that. Everyone's hovering between around 5 and 13 frags. Like it's great. This is exactly what we wanted to see today. In terms of the big performance for ENCE, we've got Pius at the top with 10, and then Matt and Adiha there as well. So yeah, this one's setting up to be an absolute barn burner, and hopefully we'll get into the action momentarily. KDM brings out his AWP, and bear in mind this is the rematch from Cologne as well. It was ENCE that took the victory in the group stages 2-1, and they played this map as well. It was a 16-13 victory for ENCE, I believe, on that particular outing, and they've already got themselves a great haul of rounds here on the T side. Like 6 is enough, right? Of course you're going to be fighting for these last couple, but so far so good.
Yeah, they're in that space where even if they don't win the last, they're very competitive. They're going to be looking for the pistol round. They're going to be trying to do something exciting there. Looking at the scoreboard for the minutes, it is Yavi and Tessus in front, Shush somewhere in the middle at 11 kills. And on the other side, I mean, Snappy's a little bit lower on the board, but no one's really not showing up. Everyone is here. We've got all 10 players in the server ready to fight. So that has all the makings, I think, of a great game. I don't know, is there anyone that you're missing right now you haven't seen quite a bit? I think we've seen Pius miss maybe one shot towards that squeak door that we could have wished for.
That's about it, though. But to be fair to him, he doesn't really miss at all. Like I think I said yesterday, like facetiously, it looks like he's cheating at times, you know, like his awareness and the fact he's always got his crosshair in the correct position. And you've heard it in interviews as well. He says he calls what he wants to do at the start of every round, and he just seems to be everywhere, especially on maps like Ancient. He just seems to have a great read and understanding of what his opponents are doing, and striking fear to them every single time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to get back into the action here. It is going to be the force from ENCE, as we have got a Tech 9 for Pius. Bear in mind, he had the hero AK, managing to get the bomb down, allowing them to have somewhat of a buy here, and it's actually not too bad. 4 AKs, 1 Tech 9, a plethora of utility, and it looks like this is going to be maybe a tactical timeout now. It's going to be done by Heroic, who know that they just want to discuss their options, as they couldn't talk in the technical timeout, bear in mind. So now, just to work out what they're up against, what are the finances saying for ENCE? Are they going to upper rush once again? It's going to prepare their defenses and maybe reposition KD accordingly.
Surely there can't be another one. They already do so many of them. But it feels like that's what it's been relying on. Either some pressure towards the squeak door, or it's Diha working outside. And, you know, to various effects, he's been caught a couple of times. He's also managed to sneak through a couple of times in towards Heaven, especially. That round was beautiful. We'll see if he can do it again, as round number 14 is officially live. We've got that AWP on KD on the other side. He's been hitting some shots, but he hasn't been taking over the game like we do see every once in a while.
Well, they do this outside wall of smokes pretty much every single round, kind of nullifies his vision, unable to make huge amounts of impact here, but Nerd certainly can. Jumping out of the squeaky door, Yabi will find him though. He's been a bit of a nuisance in that position. And another opening frag here. Dehab. Oh my god, the movement, the awareness there, the pre-fire towards the heart. He pulls it right back, but down towards the garage. Like we said, Cadian might be moving around at this point, and he has. He's changed things up, and it's Heroic running away with the round once again. They've got a 4-on-2 lead. Snappy in a prime position to get the kill towards Heaven, but they're not giving him anything.
They've had a hard time closing out this round really favorably, Heroic, so you'd love to see them do this time. Sampires, that was some nice tapping. I thought he maybe had the second one on down, but 1 versus 3, Snappy with the bomb on his back. He can't get the bomb plant down, and nobody's really there to stop him, so I guess there's a way, Henry. If he gets the bomb plant and can move off the bomb site with the Molotov in his back pocket, oh, he's going to throw it right away. I kind of wanted to see him use that for the end of the round. I know it's tricky to try and do hard call to make, but what do you say? Is there a way? Can Snappy do it?
He definitely can. The way he's been playing the last couple of months, this one's well within his wheelhouse, Anders. He just needs to find this first frag first. If he can get this kill towards single door and Shush, it's on, because the bomb is ticking at some pace now. And unfortunately for him, it doesn't work out. Nice effort there. Bomb planted once again, but it's going to be Heroic, confirming the half victory here as they post 8 rounds in round number 14. 1 more to go. The plan was essential, though, because the money is still quite weak here, averaging $3,500 per player. It's going to have to be one of those scrappy pounce attacks for the final round of this first half.
And for Heroic, it's finally looking a little bit better going into the 15th round, so they're not going to be missing anything.
This is really nice from Dehab. Good response from Stown as well. The turrets in the upper bomb site delivering on all fronts, though. Yeah, but you can't believe it. So,
relatable.
We've got 2 Galils, 3 AKs, bare bones in terms of the utility, and Snappy once again trying his luck at the squeaky door. Not necessarily a rush, but he's going to give it his best shot to find that opening frag, and he's delivered on his promise. 2 kills here for ENCE, and can he finish things off with a clock? My God, yes he can! And Cadian, the last player remaining.
Tenacious move from Snappy. He just took over the bomb site and never looked back.
A solo upper rush.
Really
Why not?
Nice. The Glock has come out, and Cadian kind of almost wishing it looked like that it was actually a B plant, but the fact that it's at the A bomb site, I don't think there's anything you can do here, unfortunately. They're holding Heaven, and they're going to be holding out towards the lobby and the squeak door, so yeah, you can try, but he's going to get shut down instead.
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. A nail-biter of a first half, leaving us in an 8-7 scoreline in favor of Heroic. Will ENCE be able to rewrite the script in the second act? We have to stick around to find out. We'll see you there.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah yeah
Paradise through dirt and
Welcome back, gamers. You are watching Gamers8 2023, and if you've joined us, you are here just in the nick of time. It's the first semi-final of the day and a half-time between Heroic and ENCE. The scoreline reads 8-7, and as we split it right down the middle, it was a chaotic affair, as you might expect from an NCT side on Nuke, but still a very entertaining one. Heroic take the lead, but still a lot of work to be done.
Nobody really had it easy. I think Heroic maybe got away with a couple of rounds that they shouldn't have, but again, like you said, 8-7 overall, it means it's anybody's game. Anyone can still win this. I think you mentioned at the beginning last time they played this map between each other, it was ENCE that walked away with the victory on Nuke. That can still happen today, but I mean, Heroic, they're all here, they're all on the scoreboard, and for the minute at least, it's Yabi and Shush and even Tessis and Stown, all of them between 12 and 14 kills.
Yeah.
They have an amazing, not even just a trio, but 4 people that are really doing well at the moment.
No, everyone's turning up today. That's why it's so close. This is going to be right down to the wire. We wouldn't have it any other way. We're getting right back into the action, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic with 2 smokes and 2 HE grenades. This could be a very tactical approach, as we only see 3 players of Kevlar here. It's very fast-paced into that upper bomb site, and the first kill should be delivered momentarily, but they've got a wide open plan.
There's
nothing that can be done.
They had grenades, they had flashes for the ceiling, and there was no one there to receive. The bomb is going to be planted. There is a smoke, but no kills. So this is going to be a very tricky retake coming through. They use the smoke to try and master, run out onto the scaffolding there. It's going to be a couple of kills going their way. Tessis with a shot onto Sunfires, and Madden's on his own. They're absolutely getting slaughtered. Up in heavens, down with the double. They had the smoke to try and get out, and it just didn't matter.
Well, giving ENCE a taste of their own medicine, and boy, is it ever bitter. The upper rush there, a tactical execution with the grenades coming through, smokes down, and the retake just couldn't be done there. You can see they even dropped the one way to try and make it possible, but a smoking in response, it is going to be Heroic absolutely destroying them on the upper bomb side there. 4 spies straight away coming in here from ENCE. A shotgun, a Max 7. You don't see many of those these days, Anders. In the hands of Sunpius. We'll see what he can make of it. Crucial round here. Diao with a scout. What in God's name is that? Takes down Cadian cleanly through the smoke. Lots of damage inflicted here. They'll boost up and towards T-Red. But the damage has been done in more ways than one. They've got the man advantage here, and Shush is down to 42 points of health. Yabi could be surrounded here. That lobby crunch you mentioned, I think ENCE are going for it.
Can really work. Madden, look at how far out he's already. No one's going to be looking at that T roof.
Yeah,
you
you're
would never
dead
expect someone to be here. And you could. Oh no, that's not what you want to see. But they still don't know. They're not aware. It's Shush. Blinded. He just had no clue. Oh, I'd love to see that. He must have thought that was one of his teammates.
I thought he was done for with the sound cue.
Yeah.
You'd think there's no way he survives that. They'll be aware of his position, but no, it was such a sneaky little maneuver up the ladder. Yabi will eventually find him, but once again, huge advantage here for ENCE, and they are forcing the issue as well. Not resting on the laurels here, not holding the crossfires. They want to get stuck in. Snappy will be punished. Same story for Nerds as well. And once more, Heroic have pulled it back here. Recovering what seemed to be a desperate scenario, but there is an ace up their sleeve, Anders. The Max 7 in the vents.
Brutal tool to try and see if they can save the round with. Scout from Diha, he's repositioned, and they're not ready for it, but he's not ready for the flank either. Stown coming in and shooting him in the back. Had some good timing. They really crunched that ramp position.
We're not done yet, though. He can do this.
Range, really, Henry, a shotgun. It's long range, this one. Oh, when he just, they go and check it.
The Molotov hit him. They heard it. So that was the problem. If that didn't happen, I think he might have a chance there. Wasn't the most ideal weapon, but it was Sunpius, you know. The bomb wasn't planted in the right position. You never know. But it will be the force spy that does not work out there for ENCE. Lovely recovery from Heroic there, even after these high-flying antics from Madden. Getting up on the T roof there, makes a bit of a noise and somehow still gets the kill, but it's a huge round. Heroic know it as well. Cadian fired up as we get into round number 18 here. Remember, this is their opponent's pick as well. This will be a massive victory as we see a full eco now for ENCE. The USP spamming through the smoke will do well to do any damage there. And should be a very clean affair here for the Danes. I can't imagine a world where they give much more away than just a frag or two.
Feels like that 3rd or 4th round where you could argue that Heroic probably shouldn't have won it, and somehow they managed to turn it out in their favor anyway. It's got to be a bit heartbreaking for ENCE to deal with, that they're doing so much damage early in some of these rounds. They get some favorable rounds in there, and still they're not able to find the close. 10-7, it's a 3-round lead. They're down below with the bomb being planted.
Yeah.
Nothing ENCE could do about it this time, unfortunately.
Yeah, we can take a break here for a second. This one is over, and we can kind of just Going to analyze what we've seen so far. The second half is kicked off. It is going to be the 2-0 for Heroic. We'll make it 3-0 after this one. And in terms of finances going forward, they took the full eco, so there will be a buy available for them. But Heroic are going to have a Mac 10 in the hands of Shush. It does make things a little bit more interesting. They've got lots of resources with the clean sweep here as well. It gives you a bit more freedom as the in-game leader to call some of these loose rounds. Maybe you want to do a rush yourself. As I say that, though, that's Cadian removed, so maybe that Mac 10 won't be a conversation going forward. Nice shot from Madden. Diha actually up the ladder once again. This is becoming a bit of an issue for them as they get 2 kills, and he actually saves the AK-47 as well. For the full eco, that's pretty massive.
And a second AK picked up in the fading moments.
Okay, that's huge. What a round for them. They don't win it, of course, but the fact they've got those AKs, it injects a ton of cash going forward and a lot of firepower. Holding positions like ramp with the AK-47 mean you can actually take heads-up duels. You're not just playing to drop down for information. You can actually go toe-to-toe with the advantages of the angles.
You brought up this idea that in the first half, they really used a lot of smokes on the yard to try and stop Cadian from having a great time with the AWP, and surely that's going to be a feature of Heroic's play as well. If they run into Sunpires out there, I don't see them coming out on top. He seems to be pretty well tuned in. Again, maybe not taking over the game, but certainly hitting a couple of more shots than Cadian has been so far. So you want to make sure that doesn't happen. He's deep in the garage at the moment, and Stound is on the other side. There's the wall, a little bit of a jump. He did see a player out
flash.
there. Yeah, that's a good flashbang. They're setting it up towards the ramp. They want to put some pressure on.
I think you just sacrifice the ramp at this point. This is always absolutely fine. It's not a bomb site. It's a portal to both upper and lower, but you can sacrifice it. You just have to adjust the setup here, and Snappy's doing that perfectly. Getting behind the silo here, it's a strong position, but against the AKs, he can't really challenge. So he's just going to try and preserve his life, try and get a couple of kills here, and he's looking good for at least one, but Tess has absolutely destroyed him at the back. Madden, the last line of defense towards lower, gets the first, needs a double spray down here. He's lined up for it, but it doesn't work out, and that might be it. As there's no more rotations coming through, the bomb's going to be planted. Players towards upper on the CT side, and yes, some Sunpires towards the garage. Round over, it's going to be 12-7 now.
Tough position to be in down there, especially the rotation that was coming in from Snappy was down below him, and they were kind of staggered a little bit. They weren't really fighting at the same time. I guess Madden would have had to have got at least a double and stayed alive for them to even get close to approaching that retake. So good round for Heroic. That puts them at 12. We both picked ENCE to win this one. I'm getting a bit nervous now on the side of ENCE.
Yeah, and
here.
for once, of course, I was specific about it as well. I said, oh yeah, they're going to own them. It's going to be a clean win. It's going to be no problem. To be fair, though, I just think Heroic are looking much better. Against Gamer Legion, they were shaky. I'm not sure it was in their own heads. Of course, that was the team that knocked them out of the Paris Major in the semi-final. Looking for revenge, maybe overthinking the scenario there. And it's a new team as well. Like, you don't have a ton of information. That's Gamer Legion with 2 new players. So difficult to do your homework on them. You've got a ton of info on ENCE, however, and they are looking prepared today. And it will be 12-7. Tactical timeout for ENCE as they discuss their options going forward. They did manage to save some weaponry, 3 to be exact. So with those saved AKs on the eco round as well. Money is absolutely fine here, but time is of the essence. This game is slipping away from them. Considered to be nuke specialists. That's unable to post a round so far. 4-0 in the second half.
Yeah, this could be the Heroic Revenge Arc tournament where they take down Gamer League, they take down ENCE, who beat them in Cologne, and like they just keep it going. They just go for all the teams that they have a grudge against. That'd be quite interesting. And of course, facing up against either G2 or Vitality in the Grand Final. We don't know yet. Do you have an opinion about that game? You have a strong sense who's going to win? I think that's a very hard match to predict, isn't it?
Oh, I'm a fan of both teams. It is very hard to predict.
Riding that fence, are you, Henry?
I'll get back to you. Let me have a couple of rounds. I'm going to think about it.
All right.
I was so fixated on this game today. I'm such an ENCE fanboy right now. That's all I could think about when I woke up this morning. We'll see if Cadian can shut them down towards the main entrance. Sunpires actually going towards Secret this time as well. So both teams fully equipped. It's ENCE hunting for their first round on the CT side right now. Sunpires, though, will have a lot of work to do. He's got Stound in front of him towards C-Red. They're focusing towards ramp, though, so it might be Snappy who's going to be overworked in his position. And this is what I'm talking about. If you don't have the AK and you're alone, you're normally just playing to drop down and delay. Try and block them from going towards the lower bomb site.
Yeah, if you die, even if you get a kill, if you're traded, you open up so much. It's not worth it.
If they just go to 1-for-1 trade, they swarm lower. They smoke off both sides to get a quick plant, so you just need to stay alive here. Did a great job, and remember, some Sunpires towards Secret as well, so there's some backup there.
But the fact that he's had to fall back because Snappy was pushed back means
Yeah.
now Stown has a lot more real estate outside to be working with, and they're expecting some sort of a play. I think they're waiting, Heroic, to see if ENCE will go aggressive, if they'll come peek somewhere, which they're not at the moment. It's just a freeze for both teams all across the map. What a rare sight. No one's moving.
Waiting to see if anyone will step out of line here. It's quite tense. 4 players in the ramp room. They're going to commit down towards lower, but Sunpies is here, joining Snappy as well. Should be very difficult to take him down, but he's caught out of position. Behind the bomb side now, and the Molotov landing in his front door.
Good move from Sunpius. You're right, his feet were on fire. He's in the back, but he's good for one more kill. He's made it a double. Snappy's now chiming in, and they've locked it down. That's all they needed. What a risky maneuver to run at the back of the silo like that. He could have been killed in transition. He could have just been standing right on top of the flames and died with no kills at all, but brilliant stuff from the Spanish sniper.
It was a pretty useless Molotov anyway. I don't think it was thrown correctly. You could see he was absolutely fine. He had cover. He wasn't burning. He even got 2 kills, and very calm ones as well. He didn't panic whatsoever there. He took his time, ensured the frag went in his favor, and that's the first round picked up by ENCE, courtesy of Sunpius. And it's all about Snappy as well. He got the kill that he needed as well. Just 1 frag, but he fell down from ramp. He's kept himself alive. He got the information there, locked him in towards ramp. So great round overall, and ENCE have got 3 AK-47s entering round number 21 here. Deagle for Tesses, so money not as strong as you might think after a 4-0 start. In some close rounds here, and they're going towards outside this time. Sunpius, same maneuver, looking to maybe rotate over toward that secret position and find the opening frag here. All 5 players for Heroic focusing on this outside play.
Diha having to play the mirror position for what he was doing a lot of the time on the T side, and he is just, I don't know how, Henry, but he's done it. He's found that kill.
It's so much conviction every single time. He was doing this yesterday. It's always through the smoke, it's always precise, and he's always 1 step ahead. Gets himself a double frag. He's over the triple as well. Yabi finally shuts him down, but the damage has been done. 4-on-3 now. They've got barely any utility. They expended so much to try and get this outside control, and it hasn't really worked out for them. It comes down to raw firepower at this stage, and Snappy, he needs to be careful. Doesn't want to give his life away for free, but wants to get a bit of information if possible. You can see slightly overworked, cognizant of the fact the ramp is open as well. As they start to encroach towards that heaven position, he's trying to deny the boost up. That's really nice work from Snappy. You can say that again. The double kill, the spray transfer from hell as he confirms the round, denies the bomb, and now just Yabi in towards the lobby. That is wonderful from the in-game leader.
How's he done that? Much more of a slow game for Snappy to start this off with.
And I always say this, it's not the kind of plays you expect from Snappy, but he keeps delivering them time and time again. So maybe I've got to get that sentence out of my vocabulary.
Yeah, I gotta respect the fact that he's, for a number of games now, he's really shown up as someone who could do it. He's actually out-fragging even Nerds at the moment, who's stuck at 7 kills. Had a bit of a rough time, I guess, in general, and Nuke maybe not has been his map here, but this is gonna be another round for ENCE, and that means they're once again very, very competitive. Yabi electing to save the AK, which I can't really blame him for.
No,
what
absolutely
else are you
not.
supposed to do?
Well, like we said, the money was pretty much broken going forward. If they did get that round up, it was Tesses who just had the deagle here. And it all started at this point. He does this pretty much every round. That is not luck. This is all calculated. He's in the zone right now. He's feeling the game, and so is Snappy as well. That was a lovely little maneuver to close things out. Round number 22, desperate situation for Heroic. They will take the eco around. Yabi saved AK-47. They've got the outside utility, so a similar approach we discussed in the first half here. Try and get down towards Secret, see what the AK can do. Snappy, though, using the smoke to spot Silo. Ready to mow down these unarmored players as well. They're looking good now. After going down 0-4, 2 rounds in a row, they've got the advantage. This one should be locked in. And they're going to do the one-man execution, it looks like, towards outside. So courtesy of Shush, you want to get the smokes all in the same spot, then you can throw 3 smokes. So one will be a run jump throw, one will be a normal jump throw, and then it'll be a third lineup. So give you this nice little wall.
Wow. Beautiful when you see it like that.
It's really cool. And that's only really come into the game the last couple of years. Just the thing that's always been available, but the one-man execution with the smokes.
3-round gap, but the fact that ENCE built so much money. Remember Heroic, even when they were winning rounds, they had to sacrifice all the time. They were never really rich in that first half, but ENCE certainly is starting to really get there. That's a big problem. They might make even more money this time. AK on the other side, but Snappy is good to shut it down. That means no one has any armor left on the T side at all.
Well, he's done his job there. 2 will do, as we always say. Smoke's now fading, working out where the next play is going to be here. It's down with the AK-47, sure, they've got a couple of rifles, but no Kevlar, no nades. Hoping they can find somewhat of a frag here, and they've done so. Great job from Cadian, might be able to get another one here, but he is running low on HP. It is to be double digits for NaVi as they get 3 rounds in a row. Their map pick starting to come online here on the CT side. This one is wide open. Money's still an issue. Heroic will take a timeout as well. Exists a chance to chime in. As well, Yabi with $2,700. The rest of them can afford the AKs, Kevlar, smoke and a flash. That's about it. So do you want to fully invest here? You've got the lead on the T side. It is perfectly viable just to take a half here, Tech 9s and Mac 10s and go for a ramp rush or an upper execution, but still a buy available as well. But I mean, Yabi will be down to a pistol or something like that. But nice work from Snappy. Like I said, just need to get 2 here and he delivers. See how to close things out quite comfortably.
Look at the investment coming in there on the T side.
Oh, they've gone for it.
Not going halfway on anything at the moment.
All right. Like I said, this is perfectly fine, but it is a bit of a risk. So a Galil, Mac 10, Tech 9, couple of AK-47s. You would be relying on some form of set piece here. You need to buy some space, allow these Mac 10s to get close.
I'm definitely starting to get a little bit more nervous for Heroic on that T side because ENCE, there's just a bit of, oh, but hold the phone, double, triple nade on Madden and Nerds. That could have almost took down 2 players. They had no chance to defend against it either. What a 6 start.
That's not bad at all. You pretty much get 2 kills there. You took down Nerds and Madden's got 3 HP as well. So there's the set piece. You take that all day long. Opening frag found, plenty of time on the board here. Doing his best to try and pull one back. You know he's going to swing eventually. Setting up some Pius as well, who will position with the AWP. Very strong position for an AWPer, and he converts it. Yavi goes down, back to a 4-on-4 as we try to break through at the ramp position.
Snappy is trying to flash himself into that fight, and he's committed to it. He swung so wide, there was no way to get out of that one, so he's just banking the entire round, at least for himself, on the fact that that flashbang was going to be working, and now they're finding an empty bomb site. There's nobody here. They are all down below, all 3 players for ENCE. Stown is ready to hold this corner, and it's going to be a free kill on Madden. Is he ready for the second? No scope on Sunpies. That's a good shot, but it doesn't change the fact that the bomb is going to be planted. Smoke and a Molotov, and they have another smoke even on Cadian.
They're so far removed now. Does beg the question whether they'll go for it. It doesn't look like they will. So Heroic. Anders coming into this round with a Mac 10, Tech 9, Galil, 2 AKs, a few grenades, and we said they had to bring a set piece, a novel idea, a gimmick to try and make this one work. And a triple nade towards upper that yields 1.8 kills. I would say that's absolutely fine. They took down Nerds and they managed to take down Madden to 3 points of health. It felt like the job was done at that stage, and it's a very clean finish as well. 3 players survive Heroic. They extend their lead to 13 rounds. Plays 10 of ENCE. Now Sunpius in towards T-spawn. Will find Shush. Gives him his position, but it doesn't let the hunters on. Tessus is there, maybe. Oh, he's not. He's actually in the lobby. But Heroic now 1 step closer to stealing away their opponent's map pick. Very exciting game.
That's a frustrating way to lose a round as well if you're ENCE. You didn't even really get much of a chance to do anything here. Yeah, just the
Oh, they were both there.
Yeah, they were both up there.
It's so nuts. Amazing.
We've seen it so much this tournament on Nuke, and we've only seen Nuke a couple of times, but it's been a mainstay of the map for a bunch of different teams. I feel like at this point, you almost have to make a protocol to try and, at a minimum, never keep 2 people in that position, but might even just have to try and see if you can play around it, because it's become very, very popular. Madden in the back, they are pushing through a little bit. Actually, the vent dive down. Yabi, there's nobody on the CT side that's down here, so he's going to force some major rotations on ENCE. They have to respect this.
A key player of the ENCE unit now has to patrol lower. That's Sunpius. Snappy has been taken down, so Yabi's doing all sorts in the lower bomb side right now. Finds him the advantage, causes absolute carnage. And now how do they recover? Wants to play from ENCE here. Pump the brakes, Heroic. Will drop the outside execution as well, taking vision away. So difficult to know what exactly is going on. Madden might have to push the smoke here. Might have to call for a flash and just try and see what he can do.
I would not actually be against that. This is one of the hardest parts about playing Nuke when you're on the CT side and you're down a man like this. No flashbang required. He's just hiding in the corner, and Stown decided to take a peek. So at least it's back into a 4-on-4. And Sunpius is still keeping an eye, technically both on ramp and the lower part of it. He's got Diha there as well. They're setting up. They're quite sure. They look committed to this defense. If Heroic keep going towards the B bomb site, they should get blown up. There is a Molotov, so I guess if Sunpies misses a shot here, he could be burned out in the corner. That's probably the only way, but again, he's not one to miss many shots. There's the Molotov we were talking about, pushing him in front. Diha's there to help out, and they finally take him down, but might be too little too late.
20 seconds remaining here. Nerd still towards up, but bear in mind, Cadian, I was about to say he's got a freebie, but he absolutely fumbles the spray. ENCE should be absolutely fine at this point, unless TeSeS goes above and beyond, but nothing he can do, and it will be Heroic giving the round up there. After getting the opening pick as well, it was Stown pushing through the smoke. If he had just gone down Seeker with the squad, would have been a very different story. Wanted to see if he could get that extra bit of information. And it was Yabi that worked so hard as well. Down the vents, kill with the MAC-10, caused the rotation for Sunpies. That was a Heroic round all day long. But unable to capitalize. ENCE pull one back, and we go 13-11. This was the moment here.
I would argue Cadian probably fumbled that kill on ramp as well. It really,
oh yeah,
really
absolutely. That he knows that for sure. Like, that was by his standards an easy frag. Lost control of the spray and might have cost him the round there. So a couple of issues for Heroic after Yabi's fantastic work down the vents there. It says TeSeS under table in chat. What does that mean?
To make sense of it as well.
Why is he under the table? Can you get on TeSeS cam? Why is he under the table right now? It doesn't look like he is.
I don't have an explanation for it. Maybe it's some sort of internal, you know, internal memes that we're not, private memes that we're not aware of.
It's all in caps as well.
Only one I've ever really tried to, at least close to playing under the table is probably Michael Elliott when he was playing on his knees for some ungodly reason.
He didn't like gaming chairs, right?
There was one tournament where he just gave up on the gaming chair.
Yeah, he just stood there playing. That's an epic photo.
It's real confusing.
Not quite an epic shot from Sunpies. Another miss comes through from an AWP, and they are going to be hightailing down towards Secret. Damage on route, though. Down has been tagged to 38 HP, and even more so to TeSeS as well. It looks like the lower players coming through. 4 players committing here, and it's Nerds with the AK-47 on the CT side in such amazing form right now as well. He might be able to do something remarkable here, Anders.
If they push right now, they could do it, but otherwise it's going to be a crossfire. Nice Molotov to break up the crossfire. Even if it was there, Nerds, he's going to get traded, especially when Stown jumps past. It's the exact perfect play to deal with it.
Yeah, with that MAC-10, takes his crosshair away, his teammates can trade it out, and Snappy was trying to provide some form of distraction there as well. Doesn't quite work out. We've got a 4-on-4. A difficult buy here for Heroic, entering the MAC-10 and a Tech-9. Focusing down towards lower. Bear in mind, 4 players went down here at the start of the round. Yabi will remain outside. Speculative spam, and it'd be correct. And thinking Snappy was there, and they get him through the vent. That is huge.
What a wallbang! Yeah, Yabi's been waiting for a rotation for a long, long time. He hasn't found anyone. It's going to be frustrating. There's so much pressure on the B bomb site, but nobody's moving through the yard or the garage. So Yabi's just kind of not doing anything in the round for a long time. 28 seconds, but there's still a player on the A bomb site. Madden is hiding in the corner and ready for them. They don't have any grenades to get rid of him. All he needs is a kill and to buy a little bit of time. There's the first one. Shush around the corner is going to be crouching in to take him down. And we're at 12 seconds. Time is running out on this one. Diha, godlike timing to take down KD. And the bomb is going to get planted on Shush, but he's alone trying to get the spray, and he can't. Diha will take both of them down to win the round and get ENCE up to 12. They're really closing the gap here.
Diha, each and every time, just knows exactly what's going on. Understands the task in front of him. Denies that first kill, preempts the second, and there it is, another round for ENCE here. Bomb planted, lost bonus at the 3rd stage, and they've got 1 AK-47 in the hands of Shush so far. I think this will be a half by otherwise, but a chance for ENCE to tie things up now. And the wallbang coming through as well, so they baited him out of position and then sprayed him down through the vent as well, but Diha pushing in towards the lobby. That second kill as well, just knowing Shush had to move, and it will be a bit more than a half buy. So 1 AK, Tech-9's a bit of utility, taking themselves down to $1,000 here. And whether they want to pick up the pace is yet to be seen as they head towards the ramp from here. So going to be setting up the God Flash, they call it, from the trophy room. Cadium Molotoving towards the vent potentially to stop rotations, but it's Snappy to be tested first. Completely blind, will pass the test. A double kill and retreating as well. They just need to stay alive. They can give them the ramp at this stage. Let them have it. Or don't.
Or don't.
Yeah.
You've said it many times. You don't really have to fight to the death in this position. Sometimes they can clean it up anyway, no problem. It's Diha to show up. That was his 25th kill, so having himself a really nice game at the moment. Again, the flashbang did work, just like it did against TeSeS, but they're not getting the kills. So sure, they're getting the flashbang in there, but they can't quite clear the corner. 13-13, we're tied up, Henry. We're going the distance on this game.
Wouldn't have it any other way, old friend. This game is worthy of a semi-final. Yesterday's showing at the quarters, yeah, ENCE were great. It was a fantastic showing from the team, but Cloud9 just didn't show up there whatsoever. Heroic testing them here on Nuke, their map pick. And we've got a buy for the Danes once more, operating with very little once again. A Deagle with Shush, Galil for Cadian, and an Orb for Sun Pius. Not in the position to deny the walk over the T boxes, but he's going to reposition right now. That's a guaranteed frag. Nice work.
Risky maneuver running out that deep. Someone could have been holding that corner, but it couldn't have been better timing for it. Madden spots a couple of them out. He's going to get smoked off though, and he's not quite sure. Some part of him wanted to move forward there. A little bit of a sloppy spray from Snappy, but it's not going to make a difference in the end. Nertz will hit a headshot and is on for another kill at least, taking down Yabby, and it's a clean round. Nobody dies on the CT side as ENCE, they're within striking distance. They've had a really, really good run here.
They have won 7 of the last 8 rounds here after being down 4-0 on their CT side. Heroic are starting to collapse. Cadian needs to find an answer here. They've had so many weak buys. That's the problem. They've had a couple of successes with like 3 AKs, a MAC-10 and a pistol, but they haven't had many full gun rounds. And they keep getting baited into these weak buys, and they just don't have enough to work with. They're going down towards Secret, getting mowed down, and even Snappy missing, like 15 bullets in the back, he still gets away with a kill. So it suggests they know exactly what's going on there, just out-positioning them right now.
Something that could really happen, and I don't know if this is exactly what's going on the Heroic side here, but sometimes when you get, like they are, down to the B bomb site, like they're getting 4 or 5 people down below, it feels like you're one right maneuver or one good timing away from winning the round. So they keep doing it. They keep putting, you know, people down behind the wall, they're down to Secret, they're down to the B bomb site.
Right.
They must feel like we're really close to winning these rounds, but from our point of view, it doesn't really seem like it. It seems like it's not working out. So maybe at some point you just have to pull the switch and say, forget about that and try something else. I'm still shocked that Heroic haven't tried to sneak their way out yard towards Heaven or Hell like ENCE were doing at least a couple of rounds.
Here we go, Anders. Upper rush. Full send into the upper bomb site, and we're trading out kills. At least Yabby pulls one back here, but Madden has been activated, starting to do serious damage with this M4, looking for his 3rd frag, and he delivers. Shush will remain and might be able to pull it back, but Madden can pull up the sidearm and find map points here on Nuke. 15-13, another half buy slips by the wayside for the Danes, and they're going to now need 2 rounds in a row to take us to overtime here. They have fell off after being up 4-0, looking very comfortable. They have posted a single round since, and it's been too many weak buys. Just thinking they can get the job done with the pistols, a couple of AKs. It hasn't worked out in that manner, and this is going to be another difficult one. Yabby on the MAC-10, 4 AK-47s. We'll see what Yabby can do with it.
We've got the Dak coming out as well.
Oh, and you know what? I think it's going to be a weapon of the future. Furio showed us it can be very potent indeed, but once again, the upper rush is coming through. Nert's good for 1, but smoked off. They might be onto something here, but of course, he's done it again. 26 kills with Iha. It must be the 6th through the smoke at this point. How does he keep doing it?
I have no idea, but he knows something that the rest of us don't. It's ridiculous. Cadian tapping away. You've got to be careful. That auto sniper up there could easily bring you down. Snappy relocating, and somehow the whole thing's just come to a bit of a pause. They're on the bomb side, but Tessus doesn't feel the space to plant the bomb. He doesn't feel safe enough to do it. Stal with 2 big kills, and now jumping down. Snappy, it's madness, and he's going to get killed for it as well. What a bold move, but it backfired on him, and Tessus will find the shot. Sun Pius, can he close out the game on this one? No, definitely not. Oh my God, attack moment. Cadian, the main character, making a bit of a movie for himself.
That was impressive. Nice work, Cadian. And just a note as well, the auto sniper, like, could you tell me why it's considered a bad weapon and why it's not meta? Like, what are the main reasons? Because it is objectively good, right?
I think we've just shamed it out of existence.
Yeah.
It's just been referred to as the noob
exactly
for
right.
a long time.
But it does a ton of damage. It's fully automatic, and it's a sniper rifle. Like, it's surprising that there's no specialist with that weapon, because in the right hands and in the right position, that can be incredibly viable, if you ask me.
Devastating. Ramp room position, you're just shooting down that long corridor.
I guess because it's more expensive, right? I think it's like 5,700. I actually don't know.
But all that would
never really
mean,
bought one.
If you have 10, 12,000 at the end of a game and you only have 2 rounds left, that is no longer a consideration. You don't really care how expensive it is. So there definitely are moments where it makes sense.
Bear in mind, on maps like Nuke as well, you've got the outside wall of smokes, you've got an auto sniper. Like, that makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you can spam them as they're crossing over towards Secret. But didn't really work out in that manner. Heroic do pull one back and got themselves a nice full buy here for round number 30. We have gone the full distance here, ladies and gentlemen. Full buy on either side to close things out here. Heroic looking to take us to overtime. Diha, man at the moment. 26 kills to his name, tucks himself in towards Secret. He's going to be tested once again. The wall of smokes have been deployed. I think he's going to get multiple frags here. You normally Molotov in this position, but he's not going to give them a chance. It's an equal trade for now. Actually favors Heroic, unfortunately for him. Trying to deny access towards Secret, but Incendiary fails. And now they don't really have to commit too much. They know the CTs will have to respect the fact that Secret is open, rotations required here. And Cadian's going back in towards the lobby.
Very important refrag on Dihara there. If he had got the multi-spray down, could have been the beginning of the end here for Heroic. They want to get this into overtime and some Pius. Oh my god, he let one slip by, you're waiting for it. That's patience for you, and that's experience. 9 out of 10 players in the world would have pulled the trigger, and if you miss that shot, then you have to go up the angle instead. That is ice cold.
3 more frags will do it here. Advantage ENCE. They'll make their way in towards the upper bomb side, but Madden chomping at the bit to get stuck in. But Cadian hits an absolute banger. There is one more player in towards the rafters here. It's Snappy. Can't find much more than one. Have they done enough to take us to overtime? 30 seconds remaining. Cadian scrambling down the vent, and his son Pius to do it all. He's in position. Can he find the first shot? Oh, no, he cannot. Heroic have done enough to take us to overtime. This semi-final is just starting to heat up. Heroic, with their backs to the wall, have to give it absolutely everything, but they've done enough. As we reset once again, they'll remain on the T side, $12,500 per player, and now it's 1st to 19.
They were looking so rock solid. ENCE, they had the economy, they were in cruise control of the finish line. What is the flip?
Did you see that?
No, not even on the replay. My eyes are, I need a slow motion replay, much slower than that.
Oh my god, let's get back into it. This is the semi-final we are looking for, and it's Yabi taking extensive damage but recovers, takes down Snappy towards that ramp room. Molotov in, D-Hat will have to retreat here, so the ramp under their remit here, the Danes firing on all cylinders right now. A resurgence after a difficult T-side campaign, the last couple of rounds working in their favor, and now have the advantage in the first round of overtime here. It's down in towards Secret. Some Pius might not be aware. He's got the AWP in garage. You'll hear the scope clicks here. Stan might get that advantage.
I can't believe Heroic got away with a come back into the game. I really thought they were lost. And you're right. Don't want Sun Pius changing his scope at all right now. Could be a Molotov landing inside of the bomb site. Could put some pressure on. Not that many nades left either on ENCE to try and slow this down, so let's see how this plays out. Nerds, he's the one that's going to receive this Molotov, I think, if it lands correctly.
He knows.
Put some pressure on him. Yeah, he does know it's down. You're right, he's just stepping into the timing. He's godlike, and they actually don't even go for the A-bomb side. They just get the kill out there, and now they're going to fall back down 5 versus 3.
I think they're just waiting to see what Stan could do with that. He was aware a player would be towards outside. That should confirm the round at this point. 5 versus 2. Madden will give it his best shot here. He's towards the window room. Bomb to be planted. I don't think he can deny it. He can get the kill in the follow-up, but that was his only opportunity. 5 versus 1 now. Excellent work here from Heroic. Back on their feet, and as they take the lead once again, 1-0 in overtime here.
I think that last round really encapsulates the ultimate nuke experience on the CT side. You lose a player, and as a result, you have to rotate. But every time you rotate, someone else gets picked off, and it just becomes this domino effect. It just goes horribly wrong. No one can defend. Stoun's getting that kill, but now he's sneaking in. You can see Nerds wanted to rotate out of the corner. Everyone's trying to move to help out their teammates, and they're all getting shut down.
And that's why it's always the main objective, just to keep the wall of smokes going every single round, and then you have the option. There's 3 or 4 people go down there. Just one player go down, and you keep them guessing. Some Pius, though, doesn't want to give them any more space outside. He's playing up close and personal. His favorite play style. Looking for that opening kill. Laser focus here, flashed off, has to retreat, being spammed through the smoke. A few bullets connect, but he gets away with his life for now. The Spaniard back in towards main entrance, and Diha starting to slow down now. Haven't said his name for a few rounds here. He holds towards Secret, smoked off for now. And you can see Heroic just going to get Tessus up and towards Silo. Diha holds strong in his position. 4 players this time. They still have a few flashes. Only 1 smoke, though, so relying on Cadian maybe to get the opening pick here.
They're expecting some kind of a play. I mean, there are some really good flashes you can throw from the CT side to try and retake the yard, so Heroic got a little bit nervous that that's going to be coming in, but smokes are going up, and they're going to take a hard left in towards the mini position. Nerd sprays them down through. One of them burns alive, and Shush finally with a killer return, but it might be, oh no, it's not too late. Somehow they're actually doing it. Sunpire's look at the pressure that he's under. 1-4 shot, and he's dead. There comes the spray. Yabi to find him, and Snappy out in the open. Picked off by Cadian. What an incredible turnaround. I have no idea how they won this round. They lost the first at least 2 kills, and then I think they traded another one after that. They were in such a bad 2 versus 4 position, and they managed to win.
This game is delivering on all fronts, both teams being tested right to the absolute limits of their abilities here. And Yabi, this was a key duel here. Sunpire's waiting for his opportunity to try and defend that upper bomb site. As they do recover the round once again, 2-0, and you can see even in overtime, Sunpire's buying 2 orbs. He's down to just the Famis now, so money is a factor. As we see the upper rush coming through, big spray down comes in. Sunpire's makes the Famis work. They've got the man advantage, and Tessus is low as well. 6 points of health, has to get the hell out of there. Could still be spammed as well. Sunpire's looking to get an AK-47 if possible. Successfully finds one here, but it's a 3 versus 2. Tessus is still low, he's towards lobby. This is all about Yabi. It looks unlikely they can do anything with this, but maybe he gets a kill. Bomb goes down, that should be it. At least ENCE will get 1 on their CT side here.
What a bold play coming out from Heroic. They actually decided to just rush the squeak door, and I think they felt a little bit of weakness. They felt like this could be the killing blow, but it got shot down. The FAMAS actually came up huge in this one. 17-16. Heroic, they need 2 more rounds to walk away with the victory. They lost this map last time in Cologne against Heroic, or Heroic lost the map against ENCE. This time they're looking to see if they can undo that mistake and get a bit of revenge.
Everyone is turning up in the server now. All 10 players are hitting their shots, are contributing. No one dropping off. Delivering on the big stage here right now. Stown jumping for information. Sunpire's narrowly misses out on that first frag. Bomb down in T-spawn, so not going to be committing too early on. Here we go again. As mentioned, you'll see this every single round at some point. The outside wall of smokes just remove that vision, force a rotation. This time it's Yabi towards Secret. And it will be just 1 round required for Heroic to guarantee double overtime on their CT side. A tantalizing prospect. You'd think they'll almost certainly lock that in.
Yeah, their T side, in spite of the fact that Heroic walked away with some really disgusting rounds that they should have lost, it was still pretty good for ENCE. They did do a fine job at the end of it, so now that they have the funds to carry on the fight, let's see how this plays out. Cadian comes back for it, and he's quicker than the Spanish sniper this time. That's sick. Taking down Sunpire's 4 versus 5 and relocating, but good taps outside. Snappy brings it back in range. Another 4 versus 4, and about 40 seconds on the clock as well. Nerds on the high ground. They've tried to do this. Last time it was Dihar on the flank, and it worked in regulation, but Tessus is well aware. He's realizing that they're going to be up there, and nearly gets the timing to spray them both down. Are you going to expect for there to be another player at Squeak, though?
He knew exactly what was going on there. Shush, you're right, in a prime position to really bring this one home. There's the frag towards main entrance. Nice flash towards the CT vent as well. Buys himself some space for the interaction with Madden, but he's ready for it. Nerds will pull a frag back as well. Yabi left in a 2 versus 1 clutch. Needs to find a quick kill, and he can't do it. It will be ENCE to win the first round of the second half here. Tie things up at 17-17, just what the doctor ordered after a disappointing CT campaign.
That was a 2 versus 3 that Heroic could have definitely won, but they just couldn't get rid of that mini position, unfortunately. Madden with a really good round. That ties up the game. I'm actually really shocked. Yeah, so Dihar goes down in that one, but Madden just locked it in. And Shush lost track of him for just a second.
Well, here we go. We're all tied up once again. Upper rush potential here. Not quite though. Oh my god, Madden's is running through the flames. This is insane. He's sending it out, and he's going to get the kill. Not the double, though. Tessus and Stan will answer back in kind, locking off the ramp from as well. They're now stuck in towards that lobby. Heroic, massive advantage here. Not only in terms of manpower, but the remaining players, Snappy and Nerds, have less than half health. They'll have to go towards outside. Snappy went impatiently towards the ramp. I have no idea what the solution to this problem is. Sunpire's is alive. He needs outside picks, and he's willing to take them.
Saw Heroic against Gamer Legion make a couple of mistakes like this where they actually do go too aggressive, where they're a little bit too active, but this time it's going to absolutely pay off. Stown will find the shot, or maybe the only one that could have brought them back into this round. what possessed Madden to push. He got the kill. That's the most remarkable part. I can't believe that actually worked out for him.
I know. He ran through into what, like 90 damage through the flames, and I guess it's just the unexpected maneuver. You just don't think anyone would actually do that, but Snappy's actually found a kill here. Oh no, he's given it up. I can see what he was going for there. He wanted to get the absolute most out of the play. He needed 2 kills to win this round, right? Otherwise it was done. It's not like a massive nightmare maneuver. He needed 2 kills there.
Helmet jack in the box that popped out of the vent. And he's like, wait a minute. No, but I think I actually don't even blame him. I agree. You have to go for the double.
One kill wouldn't do anything. If anything, this gives you your position. Your teammates are low. He needed 2 frags there. So fair play to Snappy for trying to find the big play there. And it will be heroic of map points here. Their opponent's pick, looking for revenge in Cologne. And one more round will do it. They're on the CT side. You put it in their favor. And we'll see whether ENCE just want to throw the kitchen sink towards upper. Apparently not. Dihab looking for the outside pick once more, and he'll get it. Finds Cadian. Double overtime on the cards here.
That's a strong kill to begin the round with. Stown always being found as well. No one can hide from Dihab. He's the one that did the damage. Sure, snapping up
through the smoke.
I don't know how he does it. Every single time, Henry. He's up to 30 kills, sorry, and 23 deaths. So he's had a remarkable game once again. A 3 versus 5, and heroic. The way back into double overtime is looking good for ENCE. I don't know if there's anything heroic could do. 5 versus 3. Surely this is a bit of a wash for them. Wow, completely picked apart.
Great mental fortitude here from ENCE. Great calling from Snappy, mixing it up in overtime as well. No upper rushes here, changing things up, and it will be double overtime. They'll remain on the T side here. We reset once again as heroic. No tactical timeouts remaining. Just got to get stuck into it. It's all about Dihab finding that form. We went quiet for a few rounds towards the end of regulation, but he's now back to his usual antics, and Madden hitting some absolute bangers as well. So no AWP for some Pius. Suggest they'll go for something more fast-paced, Anders. If you don't have the AWP, it means that it's be going full send out towards upper, and Madden certainly happy to jump down those vents. Great work.
Again, they'll force the hand of heroic.
Look how brave Dihar is. He just walks outside alone. Like, no smokes, nothing. And he's just happy to walk down there.
Doesn't care whatsoever. And he's going to be meeting up with Madden down there. So if anyone was here from the heroic side, they would have been crunched in there now. Stown is going to be the one to take a look down, but he's looking the wrong way. He's going to get shot in the back for sure. Madden's the one to show up and do it. Stown's so sure that he was on the hunt.
Madden's a bit confused as to what's going on there. He just gave me a free kill. I couldn't tell you why. He's walked out the vents with his back presented. And that's the opening frag. And now waiting for those reactions. Tesses, though, has done very well to maneuver this one. Great shot as well, 4-on-4. Saves the day. That was spiraling.
Well, one more false move and they would have probably lost the round. Some Pius waiting for Intessus. Should be a free kill right here. Yeah, gun barrel showing first. Easy enough with the AK down below, but the trades continue, and this time headed towards the A-bomb site. The bomb is still, it's down the vent now, so they might be able to do it. Nerd's getting a kill on Yabi, but this is a bit of a distraction. Cadian, he has no vision of what's happening inside of the bomb site, and ENCE, they're playing this very, very tight, making a good decision. Nerd's gonna get the shot on the shush, and Cadian way out of position on this one. I don't think there's much he can do.
Beautiful round, once again from ENCE. It wasn't the upper rush, Anders, a variation. No. Madden with the spawn. Nades the door, gets down the vent himself, causes absolute pandemonium at that point. The rotation's coming through, and somehow, some way, Dihar just walks down secret alone. 2 players there, but remember, he was undetected. They only had the information that 1 player made it down. So even though they pulled the frag back, Tess, as that was towards the vent, they had no idea that some players would be waiting down there as well, and it's just too much to manage at that point. Really, really nice call here from Snappy, and Cadian will have to save the AWP, as ENCE will find the first round of double overtime on their T-side campaign. Excellent. As 3 players survive as well.
Yeah, Snappy had them wrapped around his finger in this round.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? What a call. And Madden as well, the movement. That's not an easy transition from the squeaky door down towards the vent. You've got to knife the vent yourself through all the smoke, the grenades, the fire, the flashes coming through. And you can see that first opening frag as well. Stan had no idea.
It might have actually been the fact that there were no smokes in yard that never made Stown think about the fact that someone could be secret.
Yeah, sure.
Otherwise, he probably does look
exactly right. Yeah.
So there's
a good point.
Smokes in yard, and he's just never checking it.
Calculated risk, I suppose. No, if you do make it, and maybe we're getting back in towards an upper play here. We are going to see Madden ready towards that hut once more. Holding towards the lobby. Cadian's outside here. Semifinals will have to perform a hell of a flick. Shot doesn't quite connect. Cadian, though, aware of the outside presence now.
It looked like the bullet went right through at head height at the corner of the box. Surprised that didn't actually meet up with Semifinals on the other side, but it didn't. Plenty of time, and ENCE are working the yard. They're going to be smoking off Mini, and they're going to be smoking off the garage, and they are going to be putting some real pressure on Heroic. Cadian is all the way back. He's through the window down below. Going to try and see if he can get the secret with the AWP and just meet someone here. 55 seconds. Still some nades left on the CT side, but if they lose control of Heaven, that's how they've lost a couple of rounds already. And actually, if they look like they're pushing forward, they're lobby crunching. NaVi is alone.
They definitely are, but he's in a decent position. Oh, but he looks away at the worst possible time. Nice work here from Shush. Looking to tie things up. They've got the man advantage now, trying to force them down and towards lower potentially. They've chosen main entrance as their point of access. Transitioning through hell. We'll have to get up the ladder, but Diha once again. Prime position, he won't expect the second, but it doesn't matter. How does he get away with it? I have no idea. Molotov to deny access, and he gets himself a second as well. They might steal this round away. Cadian will have to do it all. Great shot. 2 versus 2 with 15 seconds remaining, Anders.
Fox running against them. Someone's picked up the bomb, so they're going to go for it right now. No one there to stop it on the high ground. Miraculously, they get the bomb plant down in the fading seconds of the round, and Cadian thinking about coming through with a 5-7. He walks right into it, but a headshot! And the other side, held by Semifinals, not at all bad. Huge round that could well determine the outcome of this particular map.
Yeah, such exciting, tense finishes to each and every single round here. Nothing separating these two teams, and Anders got a treat for you here. Tess has bought the auto sniper. It's going to become meta. It's going to be a thing. As we'll see whether he can cause any sort of damage with it. In my opinion, a powerful weapon, especially on Nuke. Where's he going to be positioned?
Got to be the ramp, right? That's where you love to see it. It actually even penetrates the wall, the trophy wall back there. So you, in theory, if you get real lucky, you can hit someone all the way back there.
Well, this is the perfect time for it, right? We're in overtime. You're desperate for a round.
This might be quick. This might actually be D-Hard just turning the corner. Yeah, they're going to be running for the flames. They want to go for it. NaVi will get the openings down. They're standing tall. Last bullet left. He gets a triple shutdown. And there's nothing that they could do about this one. ENCE. Good start to the double overtime for them, but Semifinals here in a 1 versus 4. There should still be no way, right? He's still very locked in. They know where he is, and 2 of them have plenty of health, and there's Shush to finally find them. The auto sniper not really playing an effect on it, but 19-20, and the madness just continues.
It really does. Finally, Heroic will post around that. 2-0 down. Had to steal one away. It wasn't courtesy of the auto sniper. It was Stan with a triple spray down there toward this main entrance. Just getting the job done. Oh, lovely adjustment on that third as well. They needed that desperately. Couldn't afford to go down. 3-0 on their CT side. ENCE with a massive lead here. 1 round will guarantee triple overtime, and it's fast-paced. Stown will get the perfect spray towards Semifinals, who was transitioning over towards the secret. And nothing in response. This time, D-Hat doesn't get a kill through the smoke for the first time, I think.
Yeah, one of the rare moments where you actually get to survive. Imagine the horror of being an in-game leader, having played more than 30 rounds, and you have to try and distill the information from all of those rounds. Remember what actually worked, what haven't we done yet.
The strap kind of goes out the window at this point.
It's got to, right?
It becomes very freestyle. You're just doing slight variations, taking spawns, listening to your teammates, whatever picks they want to try. And Dihab trying to recover the scenario now. 5-on-4 in favor of Heroic. Semifinals, key member of ENCE, is removed early. The AWP not recovered, but they have got a rotation down towards lower. 2 CTs here, in fact. And Stan will get the second frag. This is falling apart now for ENCE.
Stan has really started to become activated, especially here in overtime. He's had some great rounds. Almost at 30 himself. Snappy walks right into the flashbang. They're down. 3 versus 5. Stan's on the high ground. Yeah, they were going to get that kill one way or another. Snappy, even if he hits headshot, it would not have saved him in that moment. So this is starting to look a little bit more interesting. Heroic now tying up the game. We're back to 20.
Yeah, fast pace from Heroic. Taking down Semifinals, who was trying to get into one of his signature positions towards that secret area, but shut down on routes. It was a 5-on-4. They scrambled to get the lower setup enabled, but shut down en route, and it will be ENCE who give the round up. 20-20 now. It's down. He is hitting shot after shot right now. And what's going to be the response? No Dak on the server. A double orb set up, though, on either side. We're going to see Acadian and Sunpius. And speaking of which, Acadian go for that main pick, but he's going to get sprayed down. Madden continuing this strong form on the upper bomb side. Opening pick for ENCE. Bear in mind, 1 round will lock in. Triple overtime for them.
It looked like Acadian turned for a flashbang that I'm not sure ever really arrived, and that put him out of position just slightly. Enough for the swing to come in there for Madden, so a tiny bit unfortunate. Obviously, they knew the door was going to get blown up. They did that themselves. Let's see, 4 versus 5. First to 22.
Good point.
Is what we're looking for.
For once, it's all gone quiet.
Rare
Which
sight.
hasn't happened much in this particular map so far. I have to say, it's all been chaotic, non-stop action. High-octane counterstrike, and Sunpius perfectly positioned to get that first kill. Finds Yabi, jumping for information as well. Drops a smoker squeaky, trying to retreat here, and he gets himself yet another frag. That's the bomb dropped as well. Round locked in. Shush and Stown have got nothing to say about this one. Too much to do. 5 on 2. And Sunpius confirms Stown will be dropped as well. Triple kill picked up, and that would have been sensational to close it out, but his hard work has been done. Shush should be dropped momentarily. Map point for ENCE once again.
They're getting there. They do seem like they're slightly more in control of it. Another chance for them to close it out. They couldn't do it in regulation. Heroic managed to get back into it and force it into overtime. But ENCE have another crack at it right here. They have all the money in the world. They've stolen away 2 AKs as well on the CT side. Frustration. Acadian.
A long old map, this one. A test of mental fortitude. A test of the in-game leaders. Acadian this time challenging the AWP. Sunpius bests him once again. Looking to close things out. They've got the man advantage. Not dissuaded by the flashbang. He holds strong on the angle here. He keeps pushing as well. It's unbelievable. Snappy will back him up. They find the bomb. Is this going to be enough right now? It looks like we might be done here on Nuke. Surely there's no way out of this one.
What a time for Snappy to be there. The ultimate captain saving his sniper. And Diha's going to take down Stown. Yabi and Tessus 2 versus 5. I think you might be right, Henry. I don't think there's any way for Heroic to bring this one back. They've done it once already, but this is too much. Sunpius finds another one. 29 kills on the Spaniard. It's just Yabi left. 1 versus 5. And there's no way in hell he's going to be able to survive this one. He's found by Madden. And ENCE, they win Nuke again versus Heroic.
What a game that was, ladies and gentlemen. That sets the tone for this semi-final. Amazing scenes. Every single player on the server turned up, and especially that man on your screen right there, Diha, the smoke criminal. Every single shot seemed to connect. Such an exciting game, right down to the wire. That is more like it. The quarterfinals didn't necessarily deliver, but this one did, and we've got even more action for you. Coming up next is Overpass.
Welcome to another episode of Recall the Call. We're going to have some fun because Starvin and Tessus from Heroic are with me now. Boys, it's pretty simple. I'm going to play the mini-map. You need to guess who the 2 teams are, what the event is. So the first one should be pretty easy. So we're gonna jump straight into it. Here we go. It is on you.
Let's see what it has.
Let's do it.
Yeah, smokes.
Yeah, that's doing the NaVi wall.
Yeah, the one guy throwing all three.
Okay, so he's on top of gate fast.
Yeah. This okay. There's a chance this might be us.
Yeah, there's a chance that
like we're CT.
I'm number 5.
Yeah, because I think I'm CT because I'm on my normal angle as well on red. So
are we going with the guess that it may be you?
Yeah, I think it's us, yes, but I don't know which team.
We'll watch a little bit more.
Let's watch a bit more. Let's watch a bit more. Yeah. Okay. So
I get caught there. No, it's just a full clutch situation, and he's clutching this or what? One guy throwing all 3 smokes. We should remember that we were doing that.
Shall we rewind?
No, wait, I know who it is.
Yes.
NaVi.
Yes, exactly right.
Yes, we're committing NaVi.
You're right.
Nice.
It is heroic up against NaVi, but now the question is,
The event.
what tournament was this?
I think it's at Blast Groups.
You got it all right.
Nice.
Right, we're moving into the next one.
Yeah.
The last team who did this got it within the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, but you say it's ENCE.
Yes, ENCE. Yes, I think ENCE.
I think so too.
You want to commit straight in?
We commit.
ENCE.
And the event?
It's Dallas, right?
Yes, Dallas.
Congratulations. So if you get this next one correct, you will be the only team that got them all right. Are you ready for this?
let's
And this
go.
one's pretty tough.
Not fully equipped.
Both
So
team
just rifles.
only. Okay, round 18. This is a hard one.
Yes, I think so too. Okay, smoking window off the door.
Yeah.
Molly-toss.
They muddy the boxes early.
Yeah.
Do you know anyone who does that?
Is this?
It could be Astralis. And
Astralis and NaVi or what?
Yes, from Cologne. Can we watch the beginning again?
Of course you can.
Like Astralis also played this way, like where they're 2 mids and 3v all the time.
Yeah.
Let's just say it was Cologne. They played so much in Cologne.
Yeah, it would make sense.
Yes, but it's not NaVi. They played. I think maybe it's Mouse.
We say mouse.
It was Liquid.
Liquid.
Okay,
In the play-ins.
Oh, in the play-in.
Okay, so you basically got 99% of this correct.
Yeah.
Which is more than anyone else. Well done, James.
Thank
That
you.
was actually really
Thank you.
impressive. Good job. And we're done.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one telling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise.
After a knockdown, drag-out affair, we do find ourselves coming to a conclusion on Nuke. Gents, I love to see it. It's great Counter-Strike. It's fun Counter-Strike, but also it's serious business. We do find ourselves into the playoffs right now here in a semifinal. We're looking at ENCE Heroic pretty much in depth, and we're going to be doing that as our STC analysis. So I welcome you back to the Gamers8. We do find ourselves in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Boys, it's hot outside, but it damn sure got hot in the server too.
Yeah, it got real hot on the server. Once again, ENCE providing us with an absolute barn burner banger of a series, the triple B as one would say.
It's quite American of you.
A whole lot of overtimes, a whole lot of rounds being played, a whole lot of clutch situations, and this is the type of maps that we definitely enjoy watching.
Yeah, it was a great game, very exciting, double overtime, obviously a nail biter, and I think it's fair to say that both teams played well. You know, it didn't come down to one individual taking over the game or someone going missing on one side. It was punches being exchanged back and forth by both teams, and in the end, ENCE, as they tend to do, you know, in the last couple of months, persevere, have the mental fortitude. They had two match points themselves, goes into OT, then they had to defend, you know, a couple of match points and extend the game, and managed to win in the end.
And let's just start hopping right into rounds. I think that that's probably the easiest way, because obviously there are several. We did go to overtime, but if we start very early on in the half, let's go run it all the way back to 6.
Yeah, I think for me this is mostly because it's a little bit funny, right? So this was the first gun round for ENCE after Heroic won 3 in a row, and you can see Yabi like gets here a kill. It was a 4v5 situation for Heroic. Now a 4v4, he pushes the envelope, right? Wants to push the door, but you don't see here. You see him now, it's Nerds is in the smoke, and Yabi passes him, kills Madden. Madden is probably livid. He's like, what the hell is going on? Nerds, though, he realizes, okay, I might have sold out my teammate, but I'm not going to give up my life away just because of that. I can have good timing here. So him waiting, he created this great timing for himself to cut. You can see Yabi is caught completely off guard. He gets 1 kill here, also spots the guy Heaven, gets 1 more kill. Right now it's a 3v2. They're going to close out the round and win it. So this is like if you're Madden, you're really mad in that moment, but then you're like, all right, I'm going to let that slide because you won us the round after that.
And I mean, he definitely put up his own performance, right? Like Madden himself. Like, we could probably go down that path forever. But Maniac, what else did you see earlier on in the game?
Well, I think that the clip that, outside of being funny, Yanko's clip is also about timing. And I feel like there were so many instances in this game where we lapsed into weird 30 sub-second situations with timings being taken left, right, front, center, a bunch of trade kills happening. That was a great example right there.
It was, and that's why we just don't even have to go far for our next replay, right? Like, we look all the way down to round 8. I know we really got far away from it. What happened here?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what the hell was happening. We had a whole lot of round.
There was a lot of round.
This was the slow retake from Heroic. You can see it's a 3v5 situation for the side of ENCE, right? The bomb is planted. Look at the 3 guys coming down secret. Let's go. Let's get a move on. Like, okay, utility is cool, but halfway the bomb is ticked. They eat 1 flash that brings more time. Now they're confused.
And they still go for it. I think this is where you could see that nerves were definitely creeping in a little bit for Heroic, because it's one thing to take too much time and then realize you might have to bite the dust on that one in that 5 versus 3, but Heroic actually commit all of their weapon into a retake that is pretty much impossible to win. And after this, it's straight eco. This is a situation that turned the half, changed who had the control financially, hurt Heroics a bunch.
And it's also uncharacteristic for Heroic to hesitate, you know, and to be slow, and especially in a 5v3 retake sort of a situation. And yeah, it was a super important round, sort of turned the tide of that first half.
Yeah, in the first half, it did happen a little while ago. Okay,
that was a while ago.
That's completely okay. Second half, what happens in the second half, and how does it start to get to the situation that leads to overtime?
Well, how do we get to overtime?
Well, I know 15-15 is how we get to overtime, genius. But what I'm asking is, how did the gameplay situation?
You would like me to go deep into something specific? You would like?
No. I mean, if you want, I can give you round 23 if you'd like. But
yeah,
we can let you go
round 23 is for the lovers of counterstrike out there. Because the details. Look at this: double nade entrances from Heroic, 1.9 kills as well, 12-10 scoreline. It's a moment that is extremely important, and from that advantage position, Heroic is going to be able to handle the aggression coming in events, winning round 30 for them.
You know what happens after this? So Heroic is going to go 13-10 up, and then the next thing you see is ENCE being up 15-13.
Correct.
And the reason for that is once they got to 13-13, okay, ENCE just won a gun round. We're going into a half buy for Heroic, but Heroic spends too much money half buy, and they lose that half buy. And instead of going into a full buy next, they have to half buy again, and that's what allowed ENCE to get into match point. Like, that's a big mistake to do, to mismanage your economy that late into the game. Imagine if they actually didn't overspend in the half buy and had the gun round at 14-13, they might have been able to close out the game in regulation.
Absolutely, and I think it's all great that we pinpoint some of these like very analytical example, but I think it came down to Heroic being a little bit more tense than ENCE. maybe holding their nerves just a little bit less. There were a couple of iterations, couple of decisions being made that oozed just a little bit of excitement, too much excitement for Heroic. You see Cadian at 15-14 completely committing to his move outside with the AWP, he gets caught out, and then when you flip the script and it's Sampayas, it's a bit more measured. They know they have to create something, they know they have to go and get the W, but it's not all in, it's very clever. Sampayas got covered with him and a rifle behind him as the AWP going ramp. I felt like ENCE were more calm in moments where it really did matter.
I think you've coined a brand new hashtag, tense for ENCE. Like, it would make sense. Sometimes it really does get a little tense in there. But truthfully, I look at a player like Diha. He had a lot of impact outside, right? I mean, this guy was finding frags through smokes. He's all over the place. We got highlights of that too. But he definitely did his job today.
Absolutely. And, you know, if you go back to the grand final in Cologne, against G2 or Nuke, that's where he was struggling. You know, Nico had his number on the CT side and so forth. Definitely a much better performance here. I think even more so on the CT side, I feel like that's where he found a lot of impact, whether it was information or just straight up frags.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he even had a couple of moments with the scout as well. Completely ridiculous. You'd see here he was a pest to be handled for Heroic, which, by the way, is a great reminder. Heroic was 12-8 in the lead in this game, and this is how strong of a comeback ENCE actually put together. Here are some of these situations that I was talking about. Mid-round, having to kind of figure out what position to be in. He had great reads as well. Bunch of multi-kills. He had the smoke kills that we mentioned as well. Very integral part of this. So this is Cadian giving away his life, by the way. That's one I was mentioning.
Yeah, he saved them in the 30th round because he had that flick from door on Nerds. I think it was Nerds who was top hot, right? Otherwise, it would have been game over there, 16-14 for ENCE. But then we saw this move, which was match point for Heroic, where he gets overly aggressive. Then in that 2v2, he smokes himself off of main, which really enables ENCE to plant the bomb. So I agree with you. I think that's a very well put, that it did seem like they were just not as calm, that ENCE was the more calm team, and it showed.
Yeah, I mean, I think that goes pretty well. I mean, the theme is there. Obviously, we have another map ahead of us. We look at Overpass, but not quite yet. We're going to take a little bit of a trip outside of the studio. Check this out.
So I just had a quick catch up with Saw from ENCE, and he was saying Nerds had some unfortunate situations, which is why it took them a bit of time to warm up into that map. That's like obviously a key player they need to be able to fight it. They're very happy with what they're able to do here on Nuke. Obviously, it was very back and forth and could have gone either way, but he said the team actually felt pretty good in all of this, and they were confident what they're battling back with. I was about Overpass because it has been a 50-50 map for him. Obviously, they very much expected Heroic to be into it. He said they've done everything they can to prepare for it, and they don't think they're a bad team. They just think Heroic's really strong at it, so they need to really show their full force. Some things have changed for a minute. Let's see what the changes is going to make. Obviously, he's not going to give me the details, but hopefully ENCE can pull it over the line and actually get a win on this time. But either way, they're as best prepared as they can. Let's see how they do Stunner.
Overpass, Protocol. What to expect, Inko?
I think you can expect a high-octane, brawly game, right? We know what Heroic style is on the map and their aggressions on CT side. We saw in the game versus Gamer Legion, you know, Stone being right up in people's faces, playing aggressive and whatnot. But we heard it from James just now. ENCE did everything they can to prepare.
And I don't think it's going to be enough. I think Heroic has got the quality. Their defense has been airtight recently, not losing more than 1 or 2 rounds in the last 2 games. I think they have enough to push it to a third, and I, for one, would love to see it.
Yeah, and Ancient will be that third, and you are exactly right. This semifinal marches on right now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be ready. It is the second map coming up. We've got ENCE and Heroic. It's the semifinals, Henry, and it's getting any better than this, really. First map, it goes to ENCE. It's in double overtime, but now it's Overpass. Heroic picked this one. Surely they're going to be ready.
It's a Heroic classic. It's their map. They were playing well. It wasn't a bad performance. It was ENCE taking them right down to the wire once again. It's a very important pistol. And Nerds to kick things off. It gets a bit of information towards middle.
Yeah, they're going straight for it, aren't they? A bit of a jump. That's actually scary. The clock on the other side. It's Diha who's the first casualty of Overpass. Yabi just up close. Fearless. No backup for him either. No one there to help him out if anything went south. Madden will take one in return though, and he's ready for the second fight. Yabi's still good with a Glock at range. It's supposed to be a disadvantage, but he's making it work.
Taking matters into his own hands and delivering on all fronts here. They've still got a smoke. They have the man advantage and the CT reaction. allows him to have 2 players still towards B. Nerds in the bathrooms here, and he's going to be tested. Yabi's trying to cause some sort of distraction here as the bomb rotates back towards A. Nice work from Nerds.
Okay, 3 versus 3. There's plenty of time on the clock here. Footsteps being heard. Certainly the jump. I don't think he spotted Tessus. Yeah, he comes right back in. That must have been like a magic trick for Nerds. He feels like he's jumped to clear it, but somehow Tessus ducks right under, so he's just dead almost every single time there. That's a bit unfortunate. Yabi looking for his 3rd kill, but the bomb is going to be planted, and it's on Sunpires and Snappy to try and bring it back. And Snappy not even waiting for his teammate, just going straight for it. That's risky. Obviously, if he gets the kill, maybe there's a chance, but now it's all on Sunpires.
Not really much he can do with this one, Anders, I'm afraid. 3 versus 1. Yabi has already secured the round. It's just whether he can find a couple of kills, hold on to his Kevlar. If he finds a frag and keeps himself alive, that would be great, but it's not going to happen. Pretty clean and convincing round there from Heroic to open things up here. Bouncing right back on their map pick. It's going to be 1-0. And you would assume a Force Buy is coming in here, and we're going to see the Scouts. The Deagles coming out early. ENCE, very good in these rounds. Dangerous with the pistols. And Nerds has got himself an MP9 as well. Normally a bit of an MP7 man, but he's going to be operating the MP9 here, seeing what he can do. And we are going to see a couple of max ends here. Shush and Katie operating the SMGs. 3 AKs otherwise. We've got a mid-stack, all 5 players. 4 ENCE on the A side of the map here. 3 towards bathrooms, 2 in connector. Here comes the first play. Lots of damage inflicted, and Nerds, he gets a double kill. Continuing his rampage in Riyadh. The top-rated player of the tournament so far has potentially stolen the round away. What a play that was.
How on earth does he get away with that double? They really weren't ready. One of them, I think, had a grenade in hand, and now almost a kill for Dia. Look at the timing on that one. There's still a 4-on-3, and Snappy's there to pick it up. I don't know why he's re-peeking it. It's fine. Just a 2-on-4. Play it safe. They must be very, very fired up on the ENCE side. They feel like they just have to fight for everything in the moment. Yabi and Stown, don't underestimate them. They can still win this round.
Oh, they absolutely can. They've got an open B bomb site, smoke down towards Heaven as well, and getting a lot of space towards CT is going to be Yabi. He's actually got himself towards Graffiti as well. Smoke down at short. This is actually advantage for Heroic, I would say.
It might well be. That smoke making life very tricky, but Scouts on the other side. And Yabi, they don't have a kit, obviously. They're going to have to be quick with it on this one. They know where he is. Easy shot, low health player. Deagle's up next, and Madden's not able to connect with it. It's a 10-second defuse on that other side, and Yabi's picking them apart at the moment. He got a bunch of kills in the pistol round, and now he's looking to see if he can clutch this one. Yeah, there's nothing, unfortunately, some players can do. Nice shot! Oh my god! That is epic.
Well, Heroic somehow, some way win the round after losing the first 2 kills towards that connector, courtesy of Nerds. A 5 versus 3. Diha swings out along. You thought he had a guaranteed frag there. His first misstep in the tournament, really. He's had such a fantastic showing. Couldn't convert the 5-7 kill. And then it was Snappy. He got that frag back, but you're dead on. Why he repicks the AK is confusing, to say the very least, and I think that might be the reason they give the round up. A brilliant shot from Sunpires, but as you mentioned, no kit leads them to a round loss, but it was all 5 kills found. They're going to try and have a second bite of the cherry here. They'll bring out the MP9s, a couple of M4s as well. It's not too bad, all things considered here. A very important round here as they try their luck once again. Nerds will be towards that connector once more.
Awkward.
Yeah, it doesn't quite extinguish. Doesn't give him the gap he was looking for.
Yeah, because you can look over that. If the smoke pops right in front, you could create a bit of a one-way. Probably what he wanted to do. Tessus, easy shot onto Nerds, will take him down. And Snappy's in a bit of trouble here. Look at Yabi. Ooh, that's a nice headshot. That had to be instant. Diha's there to take on over. But again, 3 versus 2. Bomb is down. You're absolutely right. This defense could actually work out. What a risk it is for ENCE to have invested everything into this round. We'll see if it's going to pay out for them.
I love it, though. The fact they got all 5 kills and Sunpire survived, he could drop a weapon and give them a fighting chance here.
It is sick.
And fighting back they are. 3 versus 3, 2 players low. Bomb within their remit. And they've got 3 flashes between them on the CT side, so Heroic certainly on the back foot here. I don't see many smokes from T-Spawn this far back. Does this land on the far side of Monster, potentially?
Yeah, it might create like a bit of a gap on the right-hand side.
That's all I can imagine. It lands like deep in Monster. Yeah, so it's that's what a protocol. That's pretty sick, but you can still see there's a gap there, so Diha can work with it. This is just a remedy to a very unusual problem. And it's kind of working out, but they're taking a lot of damage on Rue here. Double spray down from Diha. Looks like they've done enough, and this force buy is looking very promising now. Shush with 12 points of health. Sampayas will close things out here, and it all works out in the end. 2-1. ENCE will post their first round here. Got to catch my breath, and I was in the bathroom when the game went live. Thank you for carrying the initial stages of that round. I'm in the room now. I'm here. How you doing?
I'm great. I wasn't going to mention it, Henry. You're out of yourself.
I was so out. I sprinted back. I was in the bathroom. I could hear over the tannoy, and we're getting back into the game. I had to zip up my trousers and it's sprint over here. But it's all good. It's all part of the fun.
It is. I mean, out of breath as well. Must ENCE have been in that round because that took almost everything. It's down to 1 versus 2. But at the end of it, it's worked out in their favor. They took the risk. By the way, that risk included potentially foregoing an AWP on Sampayas. He had $1,000 saved after the scout round, so he wanted to use that for an AWP. So if they don't win that last round, he doesn't have one for the first 5 or 6 rounds. But now instead, they're in a decent position. Madden is snapping.
Oh, no.
Hold the phone. Wait a minute. I take it all back. Somehow they've lost the bomb side.
Here we go. The bomb has been planted here. Sampayas drops down from heaven. Smokes off towards short as well. We've still got Cadian residing within the smoke. Nerds providing covering fire from the heavens here. Sampayas desperately trying to find Cadian. Not much backup Tessus can provide here.
There is a kid at least, and a smoke as well. One good kill, they might do it. Cadian, he wanted the spin around, but it's not going to be possible here. Sampayas, yeah, runs right over the kid, and this time he's going to be good for it. Close round, unbelievably close, but still, they end up taking it.
They end up taking it. Well done. Very calm in the end. Sampayas has had to deliver in a couple of these rounds now. Currently set at 5-1. Did great work with the scout, closes things out with the AK-47 there, and they got the bomb planted. It's down to a 1 versus 1, Anders. You might be tempted to force buy again, to be honest with you. I know that sounds mental, considering what we've seen so far, but I think it will yes, it is. Okay, so Galil's 1 AK, a couple of pistols here, 2 AKs, and a scout. It's not too bad, all things considered, but you can see they're up against a pretty strong-looking ENCE right now.
This is one of the real stylistic differences in Counter-Strike still. Some of the CIS teams, like Cloud9, like VP, they probably wouldn't have forced him this round. They would have tried to play it safe, but Heroic is exactly one of the teams that will do it a lot more. So there still are some real regional differences in that sense. And I think that's a bit charming. I like to see it. Again, it makes me very nervous. Now, both of us predicted ENCE to win this one, but obviously Heroic, you want to see them do their very best. It feels like every time they're close to making it really big, something trips them up. Maybe the major was the most alarming one.
Yeah.
But still, they should be the favorites to at least make the grand final in a tournament like this. Although ENCE is making that job very, very tricky at the moment. Good kill for Tessus.
Yeah, Nerd spotted the shadow there, tried to reposition to a stronger angle, doesn't work out for him, and now Madden has to try and find multiple kills, delivers on the first, a magnificent spray on the second as well, takes a man advantage back, and Sampayas vaults up on the dice boxes here. Can't stay alive though. Beautiful shot from Cadian. Back to a 3-on-3, and it might be a bit of a reset as well. They're going to peel off here. They've got no utility, but they have got the manpower. 1 M4 for Shush. He's got the Kevlar. Yabi's got 100 HP, but no protection on his body, but will be given the rifle regardless. Now Shush will have to operate with the Deagle.
This is risky though. Look at how much they're slowing it down. Will they get the peak here? If they do get the peak from the CT side and get the kill, then the slowdown is worth it. But if they don't, they're going to run very, very low on this clock. There is a bit of a crossfire here between Diha and Madden. 15 seconds, Henry.
It's a great position, though. Madden's definitely good for 1. And with it, they don't even have time ready to plant. What's the play here? They're still walking.
Just don't know. Bombs on the ground, and that's it. The crossfire works. Diha with the double, but they had that late retake on Nuke, where they were in 5-on-3.
That's true.
And this one, again, you have to think at some point, you can't just risk it all. Unless you think that they've all rotated down to B, it doesn't really make sense to me either. They needed a couple more seconds. Because in that moment, even if they win the fight follow-up here, even if they get Diha right away, they still almost don't have any time to plant.
Well, like I said, beautiful positioning there, great crossfire, no time to plant, and they all get mowed down, and the force by wards comes to an end. Heroic will have to operate with pretty much nothing here. A couple of P250s, some Glocks, and Sampayas looking to farm some cash here. First kill is his, no problem whatsoever. $600 in the bag, looking for 1,200. The AWP wants to be fed, and he's doing significant damage as well. One more shot might be possible. How's he still alive here? Tucks himself in towards the playground, calls to the backup. Here comes the cavalry as Nerds gets the triple spray down. What a tournament he's had so far. Continues to deliver round after round, Anders.
It was a slow beginning for Nerds on Nuke, but at the end of it, he really started to step it up. It's obviously bad news for Heroic if he's going to start off really hot, because we saw it against Cloud9 when he started to really step it up. I think especially on Anubis, it was ridiculous. And like you said, the top rated in the tournament so far?
Yes, absolutely. And continuing to impress us here on Overpass. Great little spray down there. Sure, it's against pistols, but he protects his AWPer, keeps the funds nice and strong. Every kill has a knock-on effect, especially on the AWPer as well. So now they need to decide what they're doing going forward, because Sunpius has an MP9. Do you want to throw that away and upgrade to the AWP, or cost you some cash going forward? But it might secure you around, because you know a full buy is coming out next. Cadian's definitely going to have the AWP. He's already purchased that. So if they don't buy the AWP, it means maybe a little gamble play, maybe an aggressive push somewhere, try and get in towards T-spawn. And he has held on to the SMGs. Let's stick on Sunpius here, see what he's up to, what's going to be the play.
I kind of like it. He's
currently in CT juggling and incendiary, so maybe I made the wrong call there. Don't stick on him. Not that interesting, I'm afraid. But here's Snappy taking control.
Tiny note, but there's no head armor on Tess's.
Okay, yeah.
It's just obviously a lot more rare on the T side.
Yeah,
than
you're
on
right,
the CT
actually.
side.
It's a good point.
It's 1 out of 5 players. Don't expect it to have a big impact on the round, but you never know, it could have.
Oh, it does enable the silenced M4s to get a one-tap, I suppose. So he wouldn't necessarily have the advantage in a clean duel.
And even the double MP9, you know, it kind of sucks to be running up against
And
one
against
of those.
the MP9 as well, you're dead on.
Oh, here we go. He made it land right on top of the spray, Madden.
That's sick.
You like to see it.
Yeah,
You're shush though.
I'd love to see that. He knew he had a kill going there, and it's going to be not the second, unfortunately. Snappy does a lot of damage towards Yabi. Sunpius spots one. He's got the information, but Tessus beats him to the punch. Taking the man advantage here, looking for their third round. Bit of a bonus scenario, a weird round here. Remember, he could have got the AWP out, but opted for the SMG. Didn't really do much with it. A missed shot. Cost Cadian his life here. That's a misstep. Diha more than happy to pick up the pieces. And in towards A we potentially go. Tessus is already close towards the bomb site. It's down to Nerds now. Amazing performance so far on Overpass. Can he keep it going?
He's the only one at the bomb site. So backup has been called for, though. He's got the double spray. Is just absolutely perfect. Madden, he was the reinforcements, and he's dead now. But Nerds is still putting out the damage. A triple kill on him as he expertly defends the bomb site and puts ENCE at 5. Sure, it was a costly round, but like you said, this was the bonus round. They don't care about losing these rifles. 2 of them were MP9s. They're just fine with it.
Yeah, it's really a good point, because now they have the full buy. They have the Sunpius AWP and AK-47 for Nerds. They are looking incredibly strong right now. An idyllic smoke there. You can see again, 15 seconds on the clock handers. They had no choice but to push that awkward smoke. They couldn't run through it. They had to go around, and he's the only angle he has to focus on at that stage. And they've bought again. Galil's in a MAC-10. I don't think this is the call. I don't think this is the call whatsoever.
Starting to see some unfortunate trends here from the Heroic camp. Oh, right into the HE.
Because they're going to have to do an amazing execution here. It's going to have to be a set piece. Opening frag goes in favor of Snappy. Can't get the double. Gets information, though. They have fully invested into this round. They can't recover the M4, but trying to find that AK-47. It's going to be in the hands of Stown now. They've done enough. At least they've got the trade. This is a risky buy, though. Diha. Looks like he might even push the smoke. It's his trademark move.
Oh, he sees just the top of his head. Nerds, yeah, he was well aware. They tried to boost up there. Probably looking for the same kill in return themselves, but obviously while you're in the middle of the boost, you're very vulnerable. And you are right. The push out here, he's seen them. He knows they got the information. It means Sunpius can stay up there with the AWP. He was well aware that someone's going to be showing up. He's going to be much sharper now. Doesn't have to risk his life here again, but yeah, just confirming they are definitely showing up.
Doesn't have to overcommit to this one. They've got a massive advantage. There's a Galil, a MAC-10, no more grenades here, and Madden, strong as you like on this A bomb site, the immovable object. He continues the carnage here. Another great spray down. 3 players survive 6-2, and that buy doesn't really do anything for them. As it was an interesting decision, to say the very least. It's early on in the game. You don't have to present those sort of rounds. The force buy wars are over, and 3 players survived in the round previous, so it's not like you were necessarily even going to break them if you won that round. But great awareness here from Nerds, just one step ahead as usual. That's kind of the sentiment of ENCE as a whole. They just seem to have great game sense and always a solid understanding of what's coming up against them.
In a half-life for Heroic. This time it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. They're banking on the round loss bonus. So this is not necessarily a risk, it's just understanding the economy, obviously.
Yes.
but still, they've taken some massive risks at the beginning of this half.
Yeah,
it's making me really uneasy.
Uncharacteristic of Heroic as well. Normally quite stoic in these scenarios, but you can see that they're floundering somewhat. Not looking comfortable here in Overpass, and it's going to have to be heavy commitment down towards Long. And guess who's waiting for them? Some Pius, he hits a collateral. Yavi dropped, Shush tagged, and they're going to have to continue their push. The bomb is here. They might be able to get a plant out of this one, but being spammed down as well. Some Pius finally misses a shot. Now they've got something to work with. The AWP has been recovered, and they might actually be able to get a plant. We've got a CT spawn booster. You might not anticipate this, and Shush can't do anything with the AWP. He's naded before he can even pull out the scope. Eagles remain otherwise. TeSeS and Stown known to be deadly with these Desert Eagles. Recovering the AWP. And can they reset?
So unfortunate, he got dunked on before he had a chance to even fire that sniper. Yeah, throw on the bomb over, try and see if you could at least get the bonus. You're going to have the money anyway in the next round, but...
I don't know, I feel like there might be something here. If they can run the timer down, if TeSeS can get one and do some damage and set up Stown with a clutch, you never know. There's the first, that's what we were looking for. Now there's the shot with the AWP, 2-on-2, this is definitely possible now. Desert Eagle has to connect, and it's a 1 versus 1. They've actually potentially pulled this one off. Nerds has run out of bullets here, has to go to the USP. Can he finish things off here? He can, and he has got enough time, recovers the AWP. That was way too close, all things considered. The half buy still goes in their favor, but still, down to a 1 versus 1. It was a 4-on-2 scenario there. I could feel it brewing there. The fact that they had the AWP towards Long, there was always a chance. They hit a couple of shots. TeSeS had to deliver a 1 deke, and he certainly did there. 7-2, but an uncomfortable round there for ENCE. Maybe a tactical timeout required just to catch their breath and control themselves a little bit. That was beautiful from TeSeS. Stown definitely making things complicated. It was Nerds who ran out of bullets, relying on the sidearm there. Gets it done.
What a difference it makes if Heroic somehow win that round. Obviously, they're going to be able to buy it either way, but now ENCE are in such a giant lead, 7-2 in their favor, and they just haven't really let Heroic back into this game. Heroic won the first 2 rounds, and then it's been 7 in a row for ENCE. Their economy, obviously, after losing 4 players in that round, is a little bit beat up, but they're going to be able to equip themselves just fine in this one. Heroic must be feeling the pressure. You end up losing the first map in double overtime. It takes something out of a team. It causes a bit of stress, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's a very stressful environment. It's a test of mental fortitude. A long game where, like I said, the strap book goes out the window. You're tested to the absolute peak of your ability, and it was ENCE that edged out the victory on their map pick and now doing a stunning job here on Overpass. 7-2 in their favor. Madden has been very influential in a lot of these rounds. An absolute beast on that A bomb site. And here we go. Contact playing towards B. Yavi to lead the charge bravely through the flames, and what a shot.
He even recognizes that second player there. Shush will take down Nerds. The heavy hits are on ENCE at the moment, and he's out of the round.
All right, Snappy, what have you got for us? They're not even going to fully commit, and I don't mind this at all. They've got this huge advantage. Not everyone was there. They want to guarantee this round here. Work together. Make sure they can trade out from here on out. But Madden has been so good.
They've been waiting here the whole round. A double kill is required for them to get back into this round. They
maybe
need
more than that.
Maybe more, Henry. That's a bit greedy, but we'll see what Madden can deliver.
If he checks again, he's already looked towards middle. There will be...
He's ready for it, Henry. Oh no, he missed the first shot. He did fumble it. Oh,
that was the only window back into the round. 3 players in front of him, and it's so difficult. They're all moving as well. You're trying to work out, calculate it, how can I get the most out of this? And just couldn't process the situation quickly enough and doesn't get anything. That is so disappointing for him. Is there anything left to be said in the round? Apparently not. Madden does go down eventually. Snappy will pull one back, but that's going to be it. Lovely round from Heroic there. And we've seen that play a few times, like the likes of Yavi. They'll see the Molotovs go down, and you just assume no one's going to run through that. That's going to be safe for 7 seconds at this point. He's willing to sacrifice 40 HP and potentially make himself look a little bit silly if he goes down straight away, but he absolutely rails the player on the bomb site who's not even looking towards Monster, thinking that position is secure. And they fall back as well. The fact they even have the presence of mind is to go, let's get a reset here. We don't have to rush this plan. Not everyone's here. It would be scrappy. There's a chance it could all fall apart, and they make up for it. There was a window, like we said, for Madden to get a 3-man spray down there. Doesn't get anything.
It's another classic counterstrike experience.
Oh, absolutely. Like, if they're moving targets and you're just about to lose one and that's the target you go for, he could have waited and just gone for the double kill, but unfortunately, doesn't work out for him, and it will be ENCE giving up a round. Finally, after posting, what was it, 7 in a row? Yeah, they lost a pistol in the second round, 7 CT rounds. Finally, they give one up, and there's been some close ones here. So they've got enough money for a purchase here, as they did save the AK-47. That's in the hands of Snappy. But D-Head down to a Famas. Sumpire still has the AWP, but their finances will be ruined if they give this one up. So Heroic, a chance to fight back now. Get themselves back into this half, and NaVi, he's been influential in these opening picks. Once again, working towards that B bomb site. Not going to be rushing through the flames this time. Snappy, though.
This is a bold play. He might be able to get the flick. He's walked right through Cadian, had the rifle out. He was in the process of throwing a grenade, Cadian, and he could have got caught completely, but they're looking decent on this one. Madden's gone down, Diaz with a FAMAS on the other side. Very hard to hold this one, especially because you lost control of barrels. Yeah, Stound just dropping down through the smoke. Double smoke on Heaven, not really necessary, but who cares?
No one cares. It's all fine. Round should be secure. I said that with bated breath, but Shush takes some damage through the smoke there, but job has been done by looks of things here. Nice grenade as well, that will confirm it. They'll have to fall back. Sumpire will find Tess is lurking elsewhere on the map. Bit of a calling card of his. You'll normally see him lurking up towards long and overpass when his teammates are coming towards B. He's always going for those backstabs, so that's why Sumpire is aware of that potential.
But this is a massive victory for Heroic.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
They've kept the pressure on. They forced on force-sport, and they kept on fighting, really close in some of those rounds, and now they finally brought ENCE into a really weird position when it comes to the money.
It was an audacious maneuver from Snappy. If he got one kill, you could justify it there, but Cadian was ready for it, and all hell breaks loose once he goes down. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, 2 rounds in a row for Heroic. The favorites on Overpass, I would say. It's their map. Normally the absolute masters of it, especially that CT side as well. We've commentated them a few times, Anders, and we're always noticing their tendency to be in the bathrooms, pushing in towards T-spawn, willing to take risks, threading the needle, and it's very difficult to play against. So as long as they can have just a decent showing here, they don't have to win the half, just get 5 or 6 rounds, that'll be more than enough. They know they're very serviceable on that CT campaign. So a tactical timeout for ENCE here. They saved the AWP, and the AK suggests they probably will invest into this. They've got a lot of firepower, and in the hands of Nerds and some Pius here, it's certainly viable, and that's the shot from Cadian. He was flashed as well, but manages to get the job done. Stound sneaking through the smokes, takes down Diha, and we'll see whether ENCE can bounce back here. They've got a 5-7 in the hands of Diha. Snappy MP9, and it's all about Sumpire here. Where's he going to position himself? As I've always mentioned, he gets the call where he wants to go at the start of each and every round, where he thinks he can have impact. For now, though, nothing too aggressive at the start. He'll be providing the monster smoke and is holding towards middle and working in tandem with Nerds here. And it's towards B. It's where they found a lot of vulnerabilities on this side of the map. They're finding opening pick time and time again, Anders. So Etiabi, the exact same maneuver, looking for the kill towards short.
And it might be easy on some of these rounds because they just don't have the weaponry or the grenades on the other side. Good flash, good grenade around the corner, but Snappy's up close and personal. And that submachine gun will take care of business. He can't quite get the 180, but they're still trading favorably at the moment. Still fine, Madden. He couldn't escape. He needed to jump back down behind here, and now Diha just with the pistol in hand. Sunpire showing up at the last possible second to save his teammate. Oh, the timing is amazing. And Cadian, 20 health on his own. I can't believe Sunpire was there just in the nick of time.
Well, Cadian, he does like a clutch. It has to be said, Anders. And this one's well within his wheelhouse. Bomb should be planted unless he gets spammed. Just like that. Unfortunately, the USP will get the better of him. Nice work from Sumpire. Aware as usual. Pixel perfect. Precision. Denies the plant, and it will be 8-4. But tons of cash here available for Heroic. They managed to post 2 rounds in a row, very clean ones as well. Actually had $10,000 on one player there before the reinvestment. As we get to the closing stages of this first half, it's ENCE that will be winning the half at least as they post their 8th round, and Sumpire stepping up in a round where he absolutely had to deliver. 3-man setup towards short there.
They have the money, but I'm getting nervous for Heroic. I really am. I can feel it. They need another strong round at the very least here in the first half. I feel like 4 rounds could be done, but man, it's going to be tricky. What an expertly timed shot from Cadian to take down Madden, but Snappy's taking control of the other side of the map. He's going to be pushing forward, and who knows what happens. This is actually could be a huge stick in the wheel off Heroic that are trying to push. They're pushing forward, and maybe Snappy's going to be shot at the back. Who knows? Double kill to enter with here for Heroic.
He's got to kill Elise, tucks himself in behind the sandbags. Once again, wants to get the most out of the scenario. Doesn't want to just get one kill. Deny the plant if possible. Gets that. Can he get the double? He's close. Has done so much damage and he knows it as well. Gets it. This is an expert round from Snappy here. 1 minute on the clock. Smoke down towards Monster. Needs some backup desperately, but where are the rest of Heroic? They're nowhere to be seen. Stown is rotating. He's actually holding the flanks. TeSeS smoked off for now, and Snappy is on an island. TeSeS will find him through the smoke.
I can't believe it ends like that. It was a magical round for Snappy. He came in the same way they did. They checked the whole bomb site and still couldn't find him. Nice shot from Nertz. Grenade's not going to get the kill here, but might soften up TeSeS. Lands a little bit further behind him, though. And Nertz wants to move forward. He really wants to find TeSeS before he escapes the bomb site, but it won't be possible. He's already back on the ramp and back towards the monster tunnel. The bomb is planted and inside of the smoke ticking away. Nertz and Sunpius here. Snappy did so much work. Are you gonna let that go for nothing? Shush will make sure they get the kill on Sunpius, and now Nertz, he's dropped down. He doesn't have the kit. There's one down on the ramp, there's one up there, but I feel like finding the last two players is not gonna be possible here.
Not gonna happen. Another very close round here. But Nertz will have to give it up, hoping to spam them down if possible. Have to hold on to the AK-47. The money's going to be broken now for ENCE. As Heroic pull one back there. It was a 5 versus 3. Snappy, he thought he might have done enough there with the MP9. Really well played, waiting for his chance to pounce there. The bomb gets planted, he gets himself a double kill, but there's no rotations. No one could get to him. All the flanks are being held by Heroic. They stayed incredibly calm. It all started at opening pick from Cadian as well. And this was the magical moment. A real chance for the in-game leader to step up and save the day, but unfortunately taken down through the smoke. Sunpius found in the rotation and will just have to hold on to his AK-47. Nertz will call for the force fight here. Round 14, they're going all in. The money was pretty broken. A Deagle, 3 rifles, an MP9. And no opening frag found, but maybe Madden can change that. TeSeS more than ready for it though. Holds the playground. And another opening frag here for Heroic. Well, Snappy's up to his old tricks again. Freebie.
Was that the third or the fourth time that he's either directly pushed it or tried him and shut down? He's going to get that one, and look at how it funnels Heroic. They've lost control of the other side of the map, so they know they might as well go for it, making a lot of noise. Easy for Nertz to pick that one up the spray. He continues a double and nearly the triple. Look at Shush practically bleeding out over at long, running into the Deagle. I can't believe it. That should have been it. Diha getting the kill, and now it's just Shush left. I think they've done enough. I think Nertz has done enough in this round.
So calm in those scenarios. Like, most players would get one, maybe do a bit of damage on the second, but you always know he's going to deliver. What a pickup Nertz has been for ENCE. And he had to confirm the round as well. Nothing Shush could do. He had about 10 health there, and it's going to be 9-5 here, looking for double digits.
And that was the force-up.
That was the force-up.
Both teams taking some liberties and maybe taking a couple of risks too.
Well, yeah, it was Heroic early on in the half as well. Some interesting decisions, like when it was like 4-3, didn't have to buy, presenting Khalils and Deagles, and just threw the round away. It felt like this was really well handled from Nertz as well. 2.5 kills. D-Hap, strong as you like. And round number 15 is up next, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a quick half here. Rock'em Sock'em Counter-Strike as we take a tactical timeout on the Heroic side. And they might need it as well. $2,000 for Stown, 3K otherwise. And a couple of players can afford AK and armor, but that's about it. It's going to be a mixed bag of weaponry.
Tell me, Henry, what you make of Cadian's performance here. He's 4-12 at the moment.
Yikes.
Someone who's very good on overpass normally, right?
Well, I guess there's still another half to be played. Normally the snipers will have their impact on the A-bomb side with the AWP, like, and moving around. But yeah, like, he hasn't had a massive amount of impact here today. We'll see whether he can pick it up. Like I said, 5 or 6 rounds, that was the bare minimum, right? They can still definitely win this round. Win this map. And maybe there's a chance they take round number 15 here as well. Time will tell. They enter with 3 rifles, a MAC-10 and a Tech-9, and some bias with the pick towards middle here. Smoke down suggests they could be playground, and Nertz, he's ready to challenge once again. He's always alone, always up against multiple opponents, and seems to find the kills more often than not.
But he does, and it's Cadian that's the victim, unfortunately. But still, they get the trade. It's worth it. They're going to be okay with it at the end of the day. 4 versus 4. That's a position that can be Molotov, and often is Molotov. So a little bit interesting to see Nertz commit that hard to it. But you know what? At least he got the 1 kill. Snappy for once not out hunting through the monster tunnel. A little bit more secure there, but DI is a little bit forward. If he keeps going towards that connector, then he can be reinforcing the B-bomb side early.
All to play for here. Anyone's round, but a lovely setup here. This position you might not expect it from Snappy. Good for 1 kill, I would say, at least. There's the kill. Gonna try and drop off here. The crossfire is beautiful. 4 versus 2. Double digits on the line, and they've guaranteed it. This is looking magnificent as Tessus will fight for his life. He's got to find 3 more kills, doing a good job so far. There's the double. Surely he can't pull this one off.
Oh, Surprise is right there, coming in from the connector. Great work overall. 10-5 at the end for ENCE.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to what could be the conclusion of this semi-final between ENCE and Heroic. We're on the second map, and it's 10-5 in favor of ENCE after picking up Nuke. This could be the unraveling of Heroic. I didn't expect it to go down in this fashion, only posting 5 rounds on their T side after some very questionable financial decisions, Anders.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Greer. I feel like this could be bad for Heroic. ENCE just look very composed at the moment, and what's much worse is NaVi has come online. Now, he was slow on Nuke, but he is here, he's fired up. It's a very, very bad omen for Heroic. They need to win this pistol round. I think they need to get themselves fired up. Cadian has to get into this game somehow. 4 kills. I think fairly you said CT side whopping might be where he can have more of an impact, but you have to get to that rifle. That's not going to be for a couple of rounds here.
Yeah, normally one of the absolute top fraggers, best clutchers, leading the way. Requires a captain's performance now, Anders. If they're going to recover this one, he needs to step up. They need him to come online. And here comes Diha, deadly with his P250, looking for the one taps, and Tesses might give it to him. Not going to happen. Opening frag for Heroic, just what they needed there.
Here's Cadian with the chance to swing, but
Come on, Cadian.
Oh, he's dislocated. Look at it. He walked up on the bench, and that's why I think his crosshair was slightly off. It's so unfortunate.
He can't get going. He can't catch a break. This is getting rough now. 4-on-4. Smoke's being deployed. They're going to commit towards this A side. The bomb is going to fall back potentially. So not committing, actually. Going to see whether they force any rotations, catch anyone off guard. And Shush patrolling towards shore here. Is he alone? I believe he is. He's the only player towards B. And now they've lost track of the scenario. He is overworked in his spot now, and he hits the most important shot of the round. Finds the bomb, buys a ton of time, and they're going to try and take him down here. He jumps down towards the water, and he is doing such an incredible job here. How is he still alive? He's desperately trying to plant the bomb. We're down to a 3 versus 2, but in favor of Heroic.
NaVi's back here sending bullets their way. He's seeing even more headshots. He's out of control at the moment. Madden's trying to take away attention, but NaVi, he won't stop. He can't be stopped at the duel. He's finally taken him down, but he's taken 3 people with him into the grave. And NaVi, not a kit on him. This is 10 seconds. Madden playing it really, really well. He had a tough time out on long. NaVi's looking for him, and now he knows, Madden, there's no defuse happening. He's got all day. I don't think there's anything NaVi could do. He needed to find Madden right around the corner, and now it's just way too late. He's playing hide and seek. He's going to be so frustrated. Why is he nowhere to be found? And Madden comes in for the kill. Expertly played.
I don't think Madden even knew it's on the bomb side. I don't think he heard the defuse attempt, and he plays himself. He pushes all the way through shore. No kit to be seen, and then Madden's coming through Monster. He then goes back around towards shore. He didn't even have to play the clutch, and it will be another nightmare scenario for Heroic. It looked to be the A execution. Shush, he did so much good work as well. Anders takes the bomb down, hits a stunning shot on the bomb site here, buys them so much time, but it's nuts. It absolutely destroys them. Madden to close things out here, and it will be ENCE to a massive lead now, 11-5. The pistol goes in their favor. It has to be the force buy now from the Danes. Cadian, what have you got for us? Because so far, it's been almost nothing. 4-14.
Yeah, he hasn't shown up. Late to the party on overpasses, Cadian, and that could end up costing them almost everything. It looks like the main force of ENCE push is going to be towards the B bomb side. They've got NaVi playing alone over on this side with his signature MP7. Diha's got another one, so it's spreading. It's infectious. More people are starting to pick it up. Smoke lands behind them, and yeah, they're going to be pushing through every single time on that. Why would you wait for 17 seconds? Yeah, it's round over. Bomb has been, it's going to be planted here at the B bomb side. And nothing Heroic could do.
Literally nothing you can do. You just have to save the Deagles, the MP9s, allow it to go 12-5 here. And it's something about semifinals and Heroic, which doesn't seem to be working out for them. I think it's a mental block at this point. I think they may be overthinking some of these scenarios, making decisions that aren't necessary.
They're not the first team to experience this kind of thing. There've been others. Astrala's back in the day.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
They used to be known as chokers before they ended up winning all the majors, but
maybe Liquid as well.
Yes. Maybe definitely Liquid.
But yeah, Heroic, yeah, this is the correct decision, unfortunately.
Oh, it's rough. We're developing a real theme here, Henry. Cadian showing up late. They showed up late to plant the bomb a couple of times in the first half, late to defuse the bomb on
you. Yeah, you're right.
You showed up late for the start of the podcast.
Yeah, I was part of it as well.
Flom showing up late for the stream is a classic.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately for Heroic now, this is do or die time. You don't win this round, you're 13-5 down with potential eco as well. So ENCE are in cruise control. Heroic are unraveling at the seams. Round 18. SMGs across 3 players here for ENCE. It's going to be Nerds, D-Hat, and Snappy. A couple of rifles in their hands as well. Should be a comfortable round, but you never know. Heroic, they've won a few force buys in their time. I guess it still kind of counts with the saved weaponry, the Kevlar. They've got 4 smokes.
What are they doing? The double boost. Yeah, you can jump.
Yeah, so you jump and you can like try and get the dink on the jumping MP9. Like, it can work. I've seen it a couple of times.
Really?
It's not reliable, but you can jump up and like potentially get like a double kill or double dink with the MP9.
I don't want to
It's
see
not reliable,
Heroic.
yeah. Like, it's not like you're not hoping to win a round on it. Or
That's what I mean. You're in the semi-final of a $1 million tournament. You're like, what if we got a double dink on the jump? Maybe that'll work. It makes me really nervous. Here we go, Henry. They're setting up for it. The bomb's still outside of the B-bomb side, but it's going to be a pressure, some pressure with the SMGs.
Cadian has to hit a couple of tags and enable these SMGs to do something. Here, oh no!
What?
Oh, Tessus. Oh dear, oh dear. He sent his teammate down the river. Cadian is going to be smashing the desk, I think, at that point. All right, Deagles, what have you got? There's a chance of Stout. We know he is good with this particular weapon. The first shot is an absolute beauty. Has he got anything left in the tank here? Running out of bullets. He does some damage, but Sun Pius will remove him from the equation. It's going to be Shush with just the USP, and you feel like his days are numbered. So they've got a bye coming up next, but it's 13-5, Anders. It would take a miraculous performance at this stage. Something ungodly from the likes of Heroic, and we said Cadian's AWP would have to be the most influential factor going forward. It always is in the CT defense. If he can control A by himself, they can boost those defenses towards B. Maybe there's a chance, but another nightmare scenario where they had the great setup, the perfect crossfire, and he pulls out the grenade just as Diha commits. It's heartbreaking to watch.
It truly is. Fact is, Henry, if he doesn't make this AWP work, they might not be able to afford it again before they lose the semi-final here. Sun Pius is taking on Stan to begin with. It's not the start you'd want. Heroic, where is the spark that can ignite the flame of them once again? We know they're the kind of team. I mean, we talk about the tilt and the potential curse of the semi-final, but at the same time, they are the kind of team that once they win one important round, everyone is fired up again. That's what we're waiting for.
The thing is, if they lose this in a 16-5 fashion and they crash on the semis again, I think you have to have a conversation about the future of this team. Something's not connecting. Like, it's not coming together. Like, sure, they're technically ranked the #1 team in the world, but they want to be winning trophies.
Yeah, I don't even know what change would. I don't disagree. It's heartbreaking to see this happen over and over again.
Like, it must be so frustrating for them. The same scenario, just drop out. You don't even turn up to the semi-final.
Look at the flashes in the hands of Madden already. Shush here. The spray down is amazingly well timed before the flash goes off. Flash comes very, very late in that round. I don't think that's what they needed. Still, somehow it's a 2 versus 2. Sun Pius picking up a couple of shots. Madden with the AWP taking over that duty from his friend.
Cadian, look how far away he is. He knows it's over. He can do nothing. He has to save Anders. Let's just have a look at that player cam. You can see the frustration setting in. Trying to hold it together. Holding on to the AWP, but this is 14-5 now. Tournament life on the line. A couple of rounds away from defeat, and look at the right-hand side of your screens, ladies and gents. They've got 0 in terms of resources going forward. Loss bonus will be a maximum. They've got $3,400 per player, and Cadian with a drop in M4. So there'll be a buy available. But
every pro player I've ever known, I'm sure, Henry, you feel the same. You have a list in your back of your head of big rounds, big games where you messed up something, where you didn't turn up. You obviously don't want to be adding to the list here. If you're Cadian, you must be dreaming of this being the one time where you turn it around. You have one more crack at it here before it's too late. 14-15. Yeah, this is how it starts. Disgusting shot from Sun Pius.
Yeah, Cadian had one of those in the first half as well. He then picks up the AK-47 and the low HP Madden. Watching the flanks confirms the round. And it's all crumbling once again for the Great Danes.
Yeah. Ironically, they are being turned into dog food themselves here. This is too much. It's too much. Nuts has got 24 kills. He won't let go of that top ranking.
After such a magnificent first map, it had absolutely everything. Each round felt like it came down to a 1 versus 1, or there was some sort of strange interaction on the map. Someone would get something through the smoke, or there'd be a late rotation. A defuser wasn't possible. It was such an exciting affair, and this one has just fallen flat. Heroic on their own map pick. They're drowning right now. They need to resuscitate this team. It's not over yet, but we're so close to them being knocked out in the semifinals once more. ENCE yet to drop a map in this tournament.
Oh my god, here we go! The grenade stacking, it dunks right on top of 2 of them. They're lucky to get out alive. They could have been dead right then and there. But still, it doesn't feel good. You start the round with 2 players already tagged up. Cadian maybe with a chance for the AWP shot there, but he fails it.
It's already a compromised buy, right? You've got a couple of Famises and almost next to no utility.
Yeah.
A few smokes remain, no incendiaries, 1 kit. 4 players without helmets. Fortunately, there's no snappy Mac 10 this time, which I'm surprised with, to be honest with you. We did perfect round to pull that one out, but still, the fact remains, we have a 5-on-5. Damage inflicted, sure, and Heroic on the back foot. And looking for series points here. We're going to see a boost. Peeking down towards long. Bombs in this position as well. In terms of the setup, we have Cadian and Tessus on his side of the map. And speaking of Tessus, he'll open things up. Great shot towards Diha. Finds them the advantage, but they have not held on to them so far.
Blind behind the flames. I mean, it felt like Diha could have seen that a little bit earlier, but for once he's caught off guard. 3 people defending the bomb site. They have the manpower here, but Snappy with the cracking opening, taking down 2. Now just Cadian in the restrooms fighting on his own. He is surrounded. They're on all sides of him. He has to stay alive. He has to get the kill. There's a no scope to begin with. He's back to take a look at the bomb. It's already been planted behind him. Madden and Sunpius here to try and steal away the hopes and the dreams of Heroic, but for once, Cadian has shown up. 2 kills in the round, almost doubling his score.
The 1 kit they had is down though, Anders. Bear that in mind. The bomb is ticking at some pace now. We're coming up the halfway point, and Madden, he's up close and personal. He wants to take these fights, and so does Sunpius. Rails the first player, 2 versus 2 now. It looks like they might have done enough here, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic are down and potentially out. They'll need 10 rounds in a row with no money to speak of just to stay alive in the tournament here, just to take us to overtime. It's 15-5. Another world-class performance coming here from ENCE.
Yeah, they're 1 round away from making the grand final. We mentioned it earlier, we teased it earlier, but the other semi-final is Vitality versus G2. There's so much great Counter-Strike still to come, but right now for Heroic, the question is if they can make what has to be one of the best comebacks of the year if they were able to do it.
Yep, I think that's fair.
Qualify. $1 million tournament, you're down 15-5. This is all it right here. Can they break the curse, or will they fall victims to it again and maybe make it worse for the next time? They just can't get past this stage of the tournaments, and it's heartbreaking to watch. Snappy getting picked off. He is down, out swinging against them and has to reload. He doesn't really have any backup here, and they're going to realize they were expecting for someone else to be there, but he was on his own.
So the one-on-one trade doesn't really do anything for Heroic, I'm afraid. If anything, it puts him at a disadvantage. It means the CT defense now is spread thin across the map. You're going to have to make sacrifices somewhere. And it's Cadian. He has got an M4 at least. He's in toward the connector. Not a very active position. It's Tessus alone in towards the A bomb site, and that's where they're focusing. 3 players making their way up for what could just be a contact play. Look how overworked he is. He has so much to look at. 1 smoke in his hand. He's going to throw it towards Monster.
The jumping is making me so nervous because some pies on the
right.
I'm just...
Good point. He's going to get him as well, isn't he? He's going to get him. Yep. Like you called it, Anders. Well played. I wouldn't have spotted that. And it's going to be Cadian who has to find 2 kills at the very least. He's got the timing.
He does have the
timing. Oh, he's made noise. He's made noise. He's heard. Yep. Nerds has got him. They're all going to be aware of it now. They're going to be looking at him. Yep, there it is. It's done. GG, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a grand final for ENCE, as Heroic just didn't turn up whatsoever in this second map. One of their worst performances I think I've ever seen on this particular map, and
it's got to be. And at the worst possible time as well. You could see the desperation in their play. Shush with a little bit here, but it's really running out. Yavi's actually able to do a little bit more, but Nerds is still alive. Healthy as all hell, and it's just 1 health left. It's Nerd with his 26th kill, and it's ENCE making another grand final.
Undefeated in the tournament so far. Another 2-0 for ENCE. They opened the tournament against Liquid, 2-0. Absolutely blew Cloud9 out of the water, 2-0. And here they are once again against the world's #1 team, Heroic, and make them look absolutely average on their own map pick. What a dominating performance across the board once again. Miraculous scenes here. They're in championship form once again. This team does not want to quit.
They look so poised. The focus is there, the belief in the structure. Even with roster changes throughout the last couple of years, they've made it work over and over and over again. It's just absolutely impressive what they've managed to put together here. And with Nerds leading from the front the way that he is right now, who can stop them at this point in time? There is the potential for a rematch against G2, which obviously would be amazing, but against Vitality 2, that would be just as good in my opinion. So no matter what happens here, we have another amazing semi-final and certainly an amazing grand final come. How lucky are we?
We're very lucky indeed, and I think we're ready to throw it down to the show floor with James Banks and Snappy.
ENCE have done it once again. Another grand final. 4 in a row for you now, Snappy. How does that feel, man?
I mean, it feels good. I think everyone at this tournament, except maybe me, is playing some fantastic individual CS. So they make it easy for me as an in-game leader at this event. At Cologne it was a bit tougher, but here they're just multi-killing every round, so it's really nice.
I'm going to say, right, you're saying maybe not you. You have some huge impact, whatever, at SMGs. You're being a nuisance, you're opening things up. I think you should give yourself some more credit, mate.
I mean, I like to always take the worst gun so that everyone else can have the best. So yeah, I like to use the SMGs to be a bit annoying and disrupt, so my stars up there can frag out.
زي ما تشوفون معنا سناب يا اعزائي المشاهدين بعد ما تكلمنا عن وش اللي صار في المباراه هذه 2-0 جدا قويه. الان هم بيكونون الجراند فاينالست الاول معنا في البطوله، فكنا نساله انه وش شعورك بعد فوزك في المباراه؟ يقول صراحه شعورنا احسن بكثير، خصوصا انه في كولون ادائنا ما كان يعتبر الافضل خصوصا مع بعض كتيم، لكن الان احس انه لا بالعكس يعني ادائنا افضل بكثير، خصوصا انه يقول انا سنابي انه انا ادائي يكون كويس مع الفريق، مع انه انا بالعاده اشوف اني ما انا الافضل. قلنا له انه لا والله بالعكس، انت تشوف انك انت الافضل وتشوف انك انت عندك امباكت مره عالي على اللي قاعد يصير في المباراه. فكان الجاب يقول لي انا بالعاده احاول العب حول الفريق اكثر شيء، اخذ اسوء سلاح، اخذ الاس ام جيز، بس احاول ازعج اللي موجودين وبنفس الوقت اعتمد على تيمي انهم يفوزون في الجيم.
Nuke, though, was a real battle for you guys, right? We've been speaking about Nertz's confidence coming into it. One thing that changed the pace for that when you were fighting back into it was him coming in later into the rounds. Was it important that it went on and he could do that?
Yeah, I think it was important. I think Nuke was a tough battle between two very good Nuke teams, and I think it could have gone either way. So I'm happy we prevailed in the end, but I think it's also used to be Nertz's permaban for a few years. So obviously it's one of the maps where he still needs to grow a little bit, but he's obviously a machine on the other 5, so it's no problem.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائي المشاهدين كنا نسالهم عن اللي صار في الماب الثاني او ماب الاول ماب النيوك كان جدا جدا قريب من كل الفريقين، فوش اللي ممكن انه يصير في هذه المباراه؟ كان يتحدث على انه فعلا المباراه كانت برا كلوز، واكثر شيء كان يخوفنا انه يعني احد اللاعبين اللي عندنا ما هو متعود جدا على ماب نيوك، واحنا بالعاده احنا ما نلعب فيه، بس انه احنا كلنا اصلا كفريق نعتبر كلنا كويسين في ماب نيوك، ممكن نقدر نأدي اداء كويس فيه، بس بالاخير انا مبسوط انه احنا فزنا في الجيم.
Now this overpass though, this was nuts because 16-8 you lost last time and it looked like Heroic was so dominant. Now you did even better to them. I want to see this though because Saul told me, he goes, you're more than prepared this time. You'd made some position changes as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to find solutions for this overpass for like 6 months. And we haven't been able to find the solution for CT side. So we were at a point where I'm not a big fan at all of changing positions ever. But we were at a point where we had to do something drastic, and today it works, so it was good.
So you made the right decision?
Well, at least this match, yeah. But hopefully for the future also, because we've been working really hard on this map because we knew that this was a weakness. But I think we've been cracking it a lot, and I think we have really good practice results on it now. And it seems like now we also got some confidence in an official, right? So that was nice to feel that the practice, yeah.
سألنا سنابي عن ايش اللي كان قاعد يصير في الماب اوفر باس، الماب الثاني هذا وهو يعتبر من المابات الضعيفه عند انس بشكل عام، والهستوري حقهم فعلا يثبت النقطه هذه، فوش اللي سويته عشان تحلون المشكله اللي موجوده عندكم؟ يقول صراحه احنا الى الان نشوف عندنا مشاكل كثيره، وسالناه ايضا اذا على موضوع انه هم غيروا البوزيشنز حق اللاعبين اللي موجودين عندهم عشان يلقون حل انه كيف يقدرون يفوزون في الماب، بس يقول انه احنا دائما يكون عندنا مشكله في السي تي سايد، وخصوصا انه ما نقدر اننا ندبر الامور فيها، لكن هو ابدا سنابي ما يحب انه يغير البوزيشنز، لكن حاولنا قد ما نقدر اننا نسوي اللي نقدر عليه فقط عشان نقدر نفوز في اوفر باس، وفوزنا هذا في مسرح في official tournament يبي يساعدنا اننا نقدر نأدي اداء افضل في الماب في المستقبل، ويعطينا ثقه جدا كبيره في هذا الماب.
And lastly, Snappy, you're going to be facing either Vitality or G2 in the final. Would you like G2 again? Would you like some revenge, or does it not matter to you?
It doesn't really matter. I think that our team are good friends with both teams. We don't have any grudge against G2 just because they beat us in Cologne because they were better, right? And in Vitality we have all our friends, and so yeah, it doesn't matter if we face Vitality or G2. I hope it's just going to be a good game and a good final.
I'm sure it will be.
Definitely. أعزائي المشاهدين كنا نتكلم مع سنابي على وش ممكن يصير في المباراة النهائية، لأنهم الآن ضمنوا مكانهم في الجراند فاينل، فممكن يصير موجود في فيتاليتي أو حتى G2 متواجدين معنا في النهائي، لكن النقطة كانت على إنه هل أنتم تبون تواجهون G2 عشان تنتقمون منهم بعد ما خسرتوا قدامهم في كولون؟ كان يقول إنه لا، صراحة إحنا أصحاب مع كل الفريقين، وإحنا متأكدين المباراة بتكون جدا ممتعة، وما نمانع أننا نواجه لا فيتاليتي أو حتى G2.
Snappy's getting some love from the crowd, and ENCE are our first team in the grand final. Now, Snappy, you can go sit down. You can go and enjoy your thing. Thank you very much for that. I'm gonna ask for some help here. Can I have some snacks? We got a chicken to feed, right?
The chicken has been hungry all day.
Feed the chicken.
Yeah,
Feed the chicken.
Hold on.
Give our little guy some love.
Let me just hold on. There you go. You want to feed it as well?
Okay, let me do.
Yeah.
Give a little go.
It's been running around all day. Yeah.
Feed the poor little chicken.
Yeah.
I'm making a big mess. He can eat.
Yeah.
There you go. Some fun with the chicken.
Yeah.
The chicken will be here all the time, and so will we. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائي المشاهدين. جاء الوقت نروح على طول للاستديو نتكلم عن المباراه العظيمه احنا قاعدين ناكل الشكل.
Well, well, well. The little ENCE that could. And by that, I mean it's about damn time some respect started flying around here. Isn't that right, gentlemen? We look at our first grand finalists at G8, and the road is there for them. I welcome you back to what is an STC analysis. We're ready to lock it in. We got Maniac, we got Yanko, and my name is Trace. Boys, ENCE are on the way.
Strong, very, very strong. You're talking about respect being demanding. The respect has already been given, and we will keep on giving them the respect. This was a stellar performance coming out of ENCE. We've heard from Snappy that Overpass is a map that they've put a whole lot of effort and thought into recently to try and fill some of the issues that they have, solve some of these issues on the CT side. They've done so beautifully. And once again, I think they had Heroic in ropes. And today, the Danes have shown a weak mentality, not a whole lot of resilience. ENCE were the better team by far.
Yanko, give me a diagnosis where Heroic stand after this.
They need an organ transplant, Trace.
Yeah, that's a hell of a diagnosis.
Yeah, you know, like there's some, you need to change our stem cell treatment, however you want to call it. You know, there's I think a roster change is imminent.
You know where my mind actually went? And I might just be completely high off my socks here, but
well,
you know this guy who's
don't do that.
Playing in Denmark. He's got a whole lot of experience. He won 5 majors. He doesn't have a team.
Yeah,
remember Dupree?
Oh,
Dupree,
yeah,
if you're
yeah,
watching this, if your agent's watching this, just slide in the DM. Just send a message.
Straight to Maniac, and then he'll go the necessary route.
If anything, you know, a bit of a trial thingy, something like that, where like one guy gets benched and you see maybe that works. But yeah, I think they're at that point though, Heroic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been this roster for over a year. They've been in multiple playoffs, finals, whatnot. Sure, they won a couple, not the big ones. I think it's safe to say there's been more disappointments than great moments. And yeah, I mean, this was their map pick. They've been looking, as you said, and I mean, as we both know, they've been looking great on Overpass lately. And
yes,
here
absolutely.
they get completely dismantled. This was a 16-5 game where the opening kills were 11-10 in favor of ENCE. You know, it wasn't like they were getting that big advantage at the start of every round. There was a lot of 3v3s, 4v4s, you know, some situational counterstrike where ENCE would just get out, be on top almost every single time.
So tell me about the second pistol. Let's start our journey in the second half.
Yeah, this is where the story both started and finished. If you're a Heroic fan, of course, this is a pistol round where Shush has beautiful crosser placement and positioning as well. He grabs 2 kills. He puts Heroic in a 4 versus 2 situation. And from this point on, this is the chaos and the lack of coordination that we were talking about. It's Heroic overplaying their hands, having duels that are not exactly tradable. Nerd is doing a beautiful piece of work. See, there's a crossing of the smoke. That's a good 3 seconds after the first kills came around, and all of these 1v1s fall apart. And you're looking at the scoreline, I think people have to understand at home, Heroic had been extremely strong on their CT side recently. In fact, when they beat ENCE in Cologne, that was off the back of a strong CT side. When the scoreline is 5-10, and you are 4v2, this is your moment, Trish. This is where you put yourself back on that horse and you get ready to grab a couple of rounds, get that economy glowing. And here is the polar opposite. You are 4 versus 2, you fumble the bag, and you make sure you just basically give the keys to the grand final.
And Maiden booked them. Let's just be honest.
Chad would have been disappointed the way they dropped the bag. But yeah, Madden, great in the clutch, very cerebral player. I think also that's, even when you look at it this way, it happens really quickly in the game, right? Like what probably happened was, you know, Stone is rushing to help Shush, and he or someone is communicating, let's fight them straight away. You know, don't let them plant the bomb and fall back or something along those lines. But Tessus is just a little bit too far. By the time he gets there to cross the smoke, Stone is already dead. So in the end, what you end up doing is you give them 1v1 fights when you had a 4v2. You know, Shush even could he have maybe hidden for a little bit, but he got 2 kills. Maybe wants to, like, you know, keep fighting. You can't really blame them. It's really small things. You can't even call them big mistakes, but it's just some awareness, some situational awareness in a crucial moment. A little bit of maybe nerves, right? Understanding, hey,
definitely.
We're 10-5 down and it's the pistol round and we would really need this one.
If I would frame it as so, if we were yesterday and G2 was playing that game and G2 were in that 4 versus 2, they play it slightly differently. They wait just a little bit more. They wait that extra second. That really asks for a lot of mental energy because all of the cells in your body are asking you to immediately go to fight. It's a 4 versus 2. It makes sense. But when you are actually in the flow state, when you're in the mode, in the zone, you understand, like, hold on a minute, quick look up at the radar. My next 2 teammates are 2 or 3 seconds back behind me. I'm going to wait a little bit, and then you swarm them. And that's the difference between being out of oxygen or being in control.
Yeah, we're talking about a cohesion that really shows itself in a matter of milliseconds almost.
Definitely,
you know, it has to be that way, right, Yanko?
Yeah, absolutely. You need to either be aware of that as a player where your teammate is, or if you're not, your teammate needs to call it out, hey, I can't go, you're on your own, right? Like you need to be able to have that sort of a communication, but it's just like it's one round, and I feel in a lot of them, ENCE's individuals just had Heroic's number.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, which brings us to Kadia MVP. That is Correctamundo. And if you had to pick someone, well, you didn't have to. It's all out there. It's all written for you. It's Nerds. Why is it Nerds?
I mean, he keeps on delivering, right? We can talk about how Nuke is not exactly his comfort zone, and yeah, the numbers might have been a little bit more pedestrian. He was still extremely strong. And then on that second map, it's a 1.83 rating, which is completely ridiculous. He's a front runner from the MVP race in general. He's ENCE's best player by the numbers. He's had a multitude of moments here where his multi-kills ability are being put to the test. That's a great example right here. And he continues to deliver. Nerds with only one hiccup in the whole chapter, you'd say, that was Cologne. The rest just been a sea flow of greens. An absolute player.
Yeah, he's great. Has a great attitude as well. One of those players who takes the game to you, isn't afraid to get in your face. Doesn't seem to be consumed by the stage or the how big the game is or anything along those lines. You could tell even in interviews he was very displeased with himself about his performance in Cologne, and a great bounce back performance from him so far in Gamers8.
Yeah, and it's obvious. Some might even say he's the hunter of ENCE. And I don't mean like with a rifle and stuff.
Yeah, I got that. I think that's a fair comparison in a sense of how he elevates his game on the stage, and also how his willingness to take fights.
Exactly.
You know, to go for 50-50 duels, because in his head, 50-50, it's not 50-50 for him. Like he feels like he's winning that every single day, and having those players really means a lot when it comes to big games.
Yeah, and big games are exactly what we have on the docket. That was a semifinal. We do see ENCE going on into the grand finals. That'll be tomorrow, of course. But we do need someone else to play against them. That's actually how these things work. Perhaps you have no idea. And the realities are this. We need to go to a break. We need to come back to G2 versus Vitality. You're watching Gamers8, and you do not want to miss this.
Meow.
Oh.
Welcome to Gamers8. We're down here in Riyadh. It's real hot outside, so we thought maybe we'd turn the heat up inside as well, which is why we brought Vitality along for a round of Recall the Call. What you see on the screen is what you get. And yes, you can ask for hints, and yes, we can pause it and stop it at any given time. So I suppose we get started, Magisk? Is that?
It's okay. We can start now. I'm ready.
And good luck. Tell me what you see. Describe to me what you see right here.
They're going out of spawn.
Okay, we're on to something. This is good.
This CT is playing retake A from the beginning. It's a mid default. Just a completely normal default.
They're boosting fast B house.
They're doing, oh, this could be heroic since they're doing this boost apart in B house.
Yeah. After he's faking B or what? Oh, it's B split.
It's the world's longest cat take, I think.
Yeah. I think this is G2 on CT and Heroic on T side, and I think this must be one of their grand finals.
When did they play grand final against each other?
Katowice, no?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was the last time.
Is this your final answer?
I think I'm gonna say G2 and CT, and that's my personal call. CT, G2, T Heroic, but I'm not sure. Honestly.
Yeah, I'll go with you. I don't care.
So as it turns out, that was round 24. It was Blasphemous Fall Groups 2023.
Okay.
NaVi as a T and Heroic as a CT. And now we move on to the next case.
Yeah.
At this point, we're going to round 30 on Ancient. Very
but you don't play the map, so.
No, but I think it's true. I think it has to be phased against ENCE. I don't think they will take another clip than that.
You just guess it right out of the gate?
Because I think there is no other Ancient games that would be like a...
It sticks out.
Yeah,
like
it sticks out. Yeah, they run two. Yeah, and they flash. Yeah, it's this round. Yeah, for sure. They flash Temple. Then Robs kills him.
Oh, okay.
Then they kill the city guy, and then Rain picks him and kills him. Donut. Yeah, it's this one. It's 15-14. Yeah.
And you were exactly correct.
Yeah.
It was probably one of the longest games I've been on. Well, I think that's all of them. Yep, ENCE. Check that out. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. And moreover, this has been Recall the Call with Vitality. You're watching Gamers8.
With the new loadout system in CS2, I think it's a pretty cool feature. Finally, when you play silencer, your teammates don't whine about, I don't want your silencer, and I can't whine about their info. So having that, I think it's great. You have to prioritize what weapons you want to have in your loadout and think about it. And obviously, the sell bag is also a cool feature. We don't have misbuy, even though I feel like if you misbuy, unlucky, but it's something I have to get used to.
I like it, but mainly because now you can put the A1S and the A4 at the same time. Also, I think people are kind of annoyed that it's limited, but I think for each like sections you have pistols, submachine guns and rifles. I think like 5, I think what it is now is like the perfect number, and you can get like all of the good guns in at least. So I like it a lot, to be honest.
I think it's interesting because I really like the M4A4. I also like the silencer, but it's situational. So I'm really happy that I get the choice to buy both. But then I have to think about like what else do I need in my loadout and what am I missing? Because I mean, you really have to think about it, like what you put in there. But I think it's an interesting way.
It's nice that I mean, not the way how it looks, but the way that you can sell any weapon and any nade. It's pretty nice because sometimes you miss buy, and there's a small detail that can punish your team.
If there's anything I want like added to CS2, honestly, I'm not too sure. I always liked the CS, how simple and original it always has been, you know. I don't want them to make it like too crazy. I think even with the changes that they've already made within the beta and all that and showing everybody, I think they're already taking a few big leaps forward in terms of changes and making a lot of counterstrike players, you know, step outside the box and be like, whoa, they're making big changes, you know. So it's crazy to see, but you know, it's the future. Things change. It's inevitable.
I think one of the features I would love to have in CS2 is let's have a little more wall banks. I miss it for 1.6. I waited many years to see it. We have some places, but I always feel like wall banks added some cool things to the game.
Honestly, I have no clue, but yeah, I think a weapon could be fun because I mean they added a revolver and it's pretty much useless. So I think either change on that, or maybe an entire new gun with rocket launcher, so you can rocket launch yourself and jump.
I want Valve to add ranked system. I feel like it's gonna be really good. I mean, of course we need good servers. I mean, it's the same tick rate right now, but still, I'm not sure that it's gonna be good in matchmaking because people from different countries, I don't know how it's gonna work, but I think it's very important, and with this ranked system we will know more about some new players, maybe some new cheaters, I don't know, but it would be fun.
Hey Future Pros! Let's look at 3 pop flashes you can throw for your teammates on the T side of Inferno, focusing on different stages of banana control. First, we will look at the window flash, also known as the 146 flash. Stand in front of the railing at the bottom of the stairs. Position your crosshair above the left corner of the window and jump throw when the round timer hits 146. This is a must if you plan on taking banana control at the start of the round, as it will blind any CTs that will try to be aggressive and delay them slightly, giving your teammates a chance to contest. Next up, we have the half wall flash. Crouch down next to the drain pipe in the mouth of banana. Aim in the middle of this balcony support, while still crouched, throw the flash. This will pop on the other side of half wall and is very hard to avoid if you're a CT playing a multitude of different angles. Finally, a helpful entry flash for the B side. Put your back up against the logs and aim at the point where the wood panel meets the barrels. Then simply jump throw. This can be used during a side exec, but also to bait out some early util from the CT side. Commit these to memory and your teammates will be thankful. Just make sure to throw them at the right times.
tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me higher, taking me higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided, yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be. Living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free, yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher. We can go higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided, yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be. Living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free.
Can you hear the sound of thunder? Not much time to run for cover. Warning of what is to come. Can you hear it coming closer and closer and closer? Warning of what is to come. Can you hear the sound of thunder?
Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And I've been here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And I've been here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. And ain't no one telling me nothing, I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lies. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
Somebody somewhere probably called this the creme de la creme of matches, but it wasn't me, and it does hold true. This is going to be a banger. I'm talking about G2 versus Vitality, and sometimes the words just happen, man. You know, like they just fall right out of
You get rolling, you don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just let it happen.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of which, that's Moses in the middle, YNK down on the end. We're ready to bring you what is going to be a pretty awesome semifinal, all things considered. I did say G2. I did say Vitality. There was no errors there.
Yeah, impressive, Trace, impressive stuff.
Thank you. We got there eventually, and
great start. And yeah, I think unlike the first semifinal, which was perhaps a little bit more about the teams and team performance, this is going to be a little bit more about the individuals on the server, right? Because when G2 is playing in a game, that's a prerequisite for them to have success, right? Whether it's going to be Nico, Monacy, Hunter, JKS, all these guys, that's their style. It's really reliant on the individual's performance.
And then you take it to the other side, and Vitality has 4 of their individual players in the top 8 performing players of this event so far. The 8th player at the event is Nico, the best performing one for G2. But the fact that you have such a jump up from Flames, from Magisk is playing really well also, Spinks is playing incredible. Yeah, firepower and individuals is off the charts in this match.
Firepower and fired up. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and check this quick cross cutout.
When you play G2, it's always difficult because they have really good individual players. I mean, Nico is Nico, Monacy is Monacy, Hunter is Hunter, and you even see JKS, he's also in general really good in the big games. So they are a good team and you have to respect them. But I also know that if we are playing to our highest level and we're playing good as a team, that we can beat them.
Like before, when we were losing against them, like I felt like it's our
like kryptonite, but we already played against them in Cologne. We won them. We have this like confidence, good mentality, but they also want to take revenge against us. So I understand, and I mean, you will have to just be ready for everything.
Spotted here, fighting, brilliant work from Hunter, but still Jane next victim, more to be done, no bullets, Flip will run it down, no they won't! Simple,
Sometimes we just need to like wake up and just be ready for everything, you know? Like for example, last year when we played Katowice and we took second place, it just felt like we were only like team for only one tournament, you know? So we can show to people that we have this consistency, we can destroy, and like nobody can stop us.
The goal is to, you know, go all the way, and we want to go as deep as possible. It's all about consistency, and I think that's our goal right now, is to find the consistency as a team, and if we manage to keep doing like that, I know we can go a long way.
I want to be in grand final so much, so bad, like I don't know how to describe. I just want to come to the game with fresh mind, and I want to beat Vitality.
Well, it's your lucky day, Maneshi. You did get that. Isn't that right, gentlemen?
Yeah, they did get it. I mean, it's going to be a big test for him as well. He was a monster against them in Cologne, the matchup he referenced. And this event, he's not at that same level, but he's going to have a chance again going toe-to-toe with one of the greats.
And here's the main point for this game, right? Two different paths for these two teams to get to the semifinal. G2 having to play 3 maps in both of their series. Yesterday against VP down 10-5, you know, having to come back on T side of Vertigo to be at this point. And for Vitality, it feels like they didn't even break a sweat. I mean, it was 2-0 against Semi-BR, arguably an even easier game against NaVi in the quarterfinal, right? So that can go two ways, Trace. It can either happen that Vitality is just in form at this tournament and G2 is a little bit shaky and Vitality is going to, you know, beat them, have the upper hand, or they just haven't faced real opposition yet. And once they do face someone like G2, that's where they're going to really get tested, and then we'll see how good they actually are at the moment.
Yeah, there is definitely a conversation to be had about the stride Vitality had here. Absolutely. But before we do that, I'm sure JKS will give us some words as to what he thought going into this semifinal.
I got JKS with me from G2, and they're one game away from the grand final. But yesterday's game, that looked exhausting, mate. How was that for you guys?
Yeah, it was very stressful. I mean, I'm happy that we pulled it away in the end. But yeah, it was like you said, it was pretty exhausting, especially after we lost the first map, and then we need to bring it back on the last two. And the last one was very stressful because we were down first half, and we had to bring it back on the second half. So, I mean, I think we just showed really great mental resilience. And I think, like, even if it was super late at night, we still managed to pull it off and come back as a team. So, yeah, like you said, it was very tiring and very stressful. But yeah.
But you got the win over that, so you must be full of confidence today. But I want to ask around your role right now in the team and just your individual confidence at the moment. Because I always look at you being the difference maker. When you're really on form for the rest of it, that's when G2 shine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I'm playing good, it makes everything a lot easier for the team, of course, because we already have 3 consistent performers. And in the spots and the roles that I have on some maps, it's kind of hard for me to always, you know, play out of my mind. But yeah, it's definitely like, if I'm playing good, then it's a lot easier for everyone else on the team to play good. So yeah, it's just something that I'm working on. And of course, like, there's some events where I play really good, and there's some other events which I drop off a little bit. But I think it's just up to me to, you know, keep my own confidence up and make sure that I'm comfortable at every event that I'm playing at. And obviously, this event I'm not that comfortable, so it's something that I'm still working on. And yeah, I mean, we'll just see what happens today. But yeah, I mean, I don't like playing bad, so we'll see how it goes. And yeah, it's something that I'm always working on. Yeah.
Well, we know you don't often play bad, so I'm sure you'll work it out. I want to touch on this game against Vitality in the sense that Inferno last time when you guys played it, which is normally your key map, was the one you lost out in overtime, but then you won it back on Vertigo and Mirage. I want to say your Inferno right now, then we saw it against VP, looks so dominant. Is there something particular that you struggled against on Vitality that you noticed?
Yeah, I think CT side, we just threw a couple of some important rounds that we didn't really talk on. Like, for example, on A side, we didn't have that great a communication, and we messed up a few rounds. And it was an overtime loss anyway, so like 1 or 2 rounds would have made the difference. And yeah, I think we kind of just fucked up that map, honestly. And yeah, but it's definitely a map that we're comfortable, and Rasmus is calling really well on it. And yeah, it's super comfortable to play when he's calling confidently and he knows what he's doing. Yeah.
So no more fuck-ups today?
I mean, I hope not. That would be nice, because that would at least put us up 1 map instead of being down a map like the other 2 games that we played. So yeah.
Let's see if that happens. JKS, G2, they're ready for this game.
Very strong words from that young man right there. Jason, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see him just like come out and say, I am confident. It's been a rough going, but that hasn't affected me whatsoever. But I mean, what can you do? I think also like with JKS, like he said, like sometimes his rules don't really give him the chance to be that guy who lights up the scoreboard. I think that's very true on the T side, but he's someone that has to be able to deliver on the CT side. We saw him get exposed yesterday against VP on Vertigo at that B bomb site, but playing that anchor position, as long as he delivers on the anchor positions, I think he's kind of in a way done his job.
Exposed? Are you calling him a fraud?
That's very bold of you.
Sure.
No, I'm kidding. I think with Jake, it's not about really confidence. It's more about sort of realizing sometimes you're going to be put in a shit position by your team. Yeah. Right? Like you're going to want to be strong somewhere else and you're not going to have a lot of support. And if it turns out that they're coming to your side, you know, in numbers, you just have to deal with it. You just have to do your best. And no one's going to hold it against you if you're unable to do a lot in that situation, because the read from whoever made the call was something else, right? And then you need to do best under the circumstances. And I think that's where he gets a little bit maybe down and it gets a little bit too hard on himself when he doesn't find success and it turns out they're focusing on another part of the map. They're coming to his side. He keeps like dying 1-for-1 and or just dying and giving up the bomb site, and the opponent is winning rounds, but it's not your fault. It's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, you got to take it on the chin. I think that was the most easy, eloquent way of even looking at that. Obviously, on the other side of the table, we look at Vitality and we hear from Flames.
Hey guys, it's Flames.
To a Flames interview is where we're going, I think.
Okay, what about Flames?
Well, I'm thinking obviously they came down here to, oh, there he is. It's behind you.
Okay, hey, it is.
Interesting, okay.
Oh, we almost heard from
There's a little bit of a teaser. That's not bad. Let's try that one more time. Ready, go. Please.
No. And they're one game away from the grand final, but yesterday's game, that looked exhausting, mate. How was that for you guys?
Yeah, it was very stressful. I mean, I'm happy that we pulled it away in the end, but yeah, it was like you said, it was pretty exhausting, especially after we lost the first map and then we need to bring it back on the last two. And the last one was very stressful because we were down first half and we had to bring it back on the second half. So, I mean, I think we just showed really great mental resilience, and I think like even if it was super late at night, we still managed to pull it off and come back as a team. So, yeah, like you said, it was very tiring and very stressful, but yeah.
But you got the win over that, so you must be full of confidence today. But I want to ask around your role right now in the team and just your individual confidence at the moment. Because I always look at you being the difference maker. When you're really on form for the rest of it, that's when G2 shine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I'm playing good, it makes everything a lot easier for the team, of course, because...
Flames, you have changed. I don't know how else to tell you this, but you are a different person.
He does accents really well.
And
everyone wants to be JKS.
It's true. I think that is also true.
Actually, no one wants to be JKS. No one wants to be that B-side anchor.
Let's just accept this. Let's just take this one on the chin ourselves. And let's say that perhaps we move away from that idea and even look towards what maps and what things that we're going to have in front of us actually today.
Well, this is interesting because Vitality is a team that picks to punish their opponent's weakness. They pick your weak map, right? But what do they think is G2's weak map at the moment? Like, where do you go? Vertigo? They lost it last time around, and
what
G2
about
has
Anubis?
been improved. Anubis should be the one, but they lost it last time they played against G2 as well. I feel like it should be Anubis. For G2, though, do you still go with Inferno? You lost it last time, 1917 in overtime. And they do, and I think I'm fine with it because they're so comfortable on the T side. Like the big thing is whatever Vitality can come up to throw at them, I feel G2 will be able to adapt and at least get something.
And we heard it from Swanee. It's their favorite map. They were excited to play it yesterday. We heard it from Nico in the post game. Hooksy calling really well on the map. We heard it from JKS today. Really, Hooksy's calling very well on the map. So everyone, it feels like if you want to talk about confidence like that JKS interview, Inferno's where you've got all of it in spades. And we do get Anubis.
I like that from Vitality. I think that's where you have to go sort of. In the end, yesterday against 3P, G2 could have picked between Vertigo and Anubis. They decided for Vertigo to be the decider. So not a lot of options for Vitality, but they've been very willing to play this map themselves a lot of time. Probably one of the better teams in the world on it, up with ENCE, for example.
And I don't think it's necessarily like a hard advantage on the map of Anubis, but in terms of just the number of times like the G2's played it, I think you have a huge advantage just in terms of the amount of reps that you've got on Anubis. And there goes Vertigo.
Yeah, and we're left between Nuke and Mirage. I mean, here it's it's in any case, and I like also I got lost there for a second. I like that Vitality ended up vetoing Nuke, because G2, sure, in the last 3 months, if you look at it, it's a little bit shaky, but the same lineup had one of the more historic runs at the beginning of the year. I think that's their comfort, where most of their comfort lies. NiKo outside, we know how much impact he can have. So I think this was a good call for Vitality, even though they're better on Nuke than on Mirage, but this is where it's a little bit more even, I feel
G2
like.
smashed them on Mirage in Cologne, right? 16-8. So, I mean, there's that little bit of an X factor. But as you mentioned, the veto for Vitality to find those weaknesses, not the easiest thing in the world against G2.
I mean, look, we've got our maps. Really and truly, when I look at the Vitality side, just to do it justice, Flames and company came down here to play.
Yeah.
Like, all things considered, they came down here swinging.
I know, they did, and they have been playing incredibly well individually too, but when I didn't watch the MIBR game, that was on the B stream, but no surprises there in terms of the scoreline, right? The discrepancy in quality is just too big, but against NaVi, you know, NaVi looked pretty lost in that game, especially on Mirage, right? Like that's where Vitality just rolled over them, so you feel like, okay, G2 is for sure playing much better than either of those two teams. So how good is Vitality in this tournament? Their opponent just really bad, or are they actually legit playing some good counterstrike?
About to find out.
Don't got a whole lot of time. G2, win or lose. It's as simple as that. You don't have any lifelines either.
I think JKS steps up and G2 wins.
Okay.
I'm taking Vitality with that individual form. I'm going to go, I've been really impressed with Flamesy, and I'm going to go with it's not a fluke, it's not weak opponents, a little bit of both, but Vitality's playing super well.
All part of the plan, gents. Let's get into it. The last semifinal, one of these teams goes into the grand.
What's going on, everybody? We're moving in to our second semi-final, and we now get to have a look at who will be joining ENCE in the grand finals. Oh, this is a big one.
The fact that this is a rematch from Cologne, that alone is going to make it a really good match. أعزائنا المشاهدين، الآن احنا جاهزين نشهد G2 وفيتاليتي. عرفنا مين بيكون الجراند فاينالست الأول معنا، إنسي انتظرهم في الجراند فاينل غدا إن شاء الله، لكن الآن راح نشهد مين بيكون الثاني معنا على التوالي.
Now, there's history when it comes to this matchup, right? These players right now, they know what's on the line. For G2, you just won Cologne, and it was a great performance. But now you want to show that the start of the year, where they won and then they started to slow down, doesn't happen again. They want to pick up this trophy. They want to show that they can be the #1 team in the world.
Team Vitality, on the other hand, they've always wanted to come back to be the top team in the world. Even after the roster changes, they've been trying to get there, and this is the time for them to prove that they are the best team and better than G2, especially that we just watched them in Cologne, and now we're going to watch them here again in Gamers8. أعزائنا المشاهدين، زي ما احنا عارفين في المباراة الأخيرة قدام بعض تواجهوا في IEM كولون، استطاع فريق G2 أن يفوزون 3-1 وخسروا قدامهم في الماب الأفضل عندهم الفرنو. الآن يكون عندهم فرصة أنهم يلعبون الفرنو في أول ماب، زائد على كذا فيتاليتي لازم يردون الثأر اللي صار في كولون.
Now let's get our first team to the stage. They're ready. They're raring to go. They're the Samurais. Give it up for G2 Esports! G2 stand at the top of the stage, but they want to be on top of the world, and a victory here will help them secure yet another grand finals. Back-to-back with chances to lift the trophy is exactly what they want to see. There's been criticism, they've been heavily looked at as a team from start to finish, but they still always prevail. They keep fighting forward and they keep being a dominant force within the scene. Let's see what they've got for us today.
G2 Esports في بداية السنة الكل قاعد يقول إنه مو هذا هو G2 اللي احنا نعرفه، لكن شفنا في IEM كولون إنهم كانوا هم الأبطال وهم الفريق الأفضل، والآن هذه فرصتهم إنه يثبتون للعالم كله إن احنا فعلا الفريق الأفضل في العالم، اللي يقدروا ياخذونها باك تو باك في بطولتين مياجر ورا بعض على التوالي. توفيق لهم، لكن خصمهم يعتبرهم من الأفضل في العالم ومعهم أفضل لاعب في العالم، وكلنا عارفين مين بيكونون. خلونا نرحب فيهم على المسرح. تحية قوية لفريق فيتاليتي. تيم فيتاليتي من الأول ينتظرون اللحظة هذه، شاهدناهم في النهائي استطاعوا أنهم يأخذون أفضل ما بين G2 منهم، انتهى فيهم المطاف انها 3-1 وكل كلامهم انه يقولون احنا ثقتنا بنفسنا الآن جدا عالية. سمعنا فليمز قبل قليل كان قاعد يقول انه انا اشوف نفسي افضل لاعب في العالم وانا استطيع اني اقدر اكون الستار حق الفريق، لانه اصلا انا ما احتاج اكون الستار لان كل اللي معي ستارز اصلا. فالكلاش اوف ستارز هذا راح يبدا بعد قليل.
Vitality right now have big smiles on their faces. The games they've had so far here at Gamers8, they've made it look oh so easily, but this one will not be that way. Flamesy right now the #1 highest rated player in the tournament and the newcomer to the team. They're going to see what they can put on one hell of a show once again here, but we've got to remember last time how it all went down. Remember that Inferno pick from G2? Didn't go their way. But teams, you can take your seats, you can get yourself ready, and I want to find out what this crowd is feeling. Now I've heard the G2 guys, but we got some Vitality fans? And what about G2?
It's going to be intense, James. Honestly, this is going to be one of the best matches we've ever had in the tournament. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen. أعزائنا المشاهدين الآن راح نبدأ السيمي فاينلز الثاني معنا في البطولة. بيست اوف 3 سنجل إليمينيشن، ما عاد في فرص ثانية. الفائز على طول إلى جراند فاينل ويضمن يكون أحد المنافسين على اللاين شير من $1,000,000. بالتوفيق لهم.
No matter who you're supporting, make some noise for G2 taking on Vitality.
Two star-studded international rosters at their peak in form, and it is a semi-final I'm sure we'll all remember. There's a lot of anticipation for this one, Chad, and I think I have to immediately start to pick your brain about win conditions, because we know they're both absolute gamers. So my question is, what is going to be the difference maker today?
That's a big question here. Both these teams have an awful lot to play for. We've got $1 million on the line of the prize purse. This is a $100,000 game potentially here. 80K if you come third, fourth, 180 for second. And well, first prize, you're going to walk away with 400,000.
400?
So yeah, in terms of those conditions, look, Nico, he was playing some great counterstrike yesterday. m0NESY has his contributions, but Hunter with those impact rounds, right? As we look through these individuals, we could talk every single player, we could talk the calling on the T sides. I think when you have this type of team, who in the interview, m0NESY described at one point they were somewhat their kryptonite, but the victory they had over there in Cologne, which I'll be honest, had lower stakes than this one, is them trying to shake that off.
Well, you mentioned m0NESY. I think for me, I'm keeping my eyes on him. Just because it feels like there are moments where that must-hit shot isn't hit. He's got the incredible shutdowns. He'll have rounds where he takes over, but sometimes there's the must-hit that's not quite there yet. I want to see that tenacity, and I want to see that consistency in those real make-or-break moments from the kid.
Yeah, and this is the thing with m0NESY, right? He can make a difference on the AWP. We know ZywOo is the AWPer for Vitality, but he doesn't
Is he, though?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? In terms of a star AWPer in the roster, he tends to rifle more often, so he doesn't need to wield the big green, and that's where m0NESY could find the difference, right? If he's happy to purchase into that little bit more, keep it as the core of his identity, which it is, he might be able to find a bit more impact in that variety than ZywOo in this game.
And what do you make of this veto as well? I think there was a lot of anticipation for Anubis. It does look like we're going to get to see that. And of course, Nuke, you talked about win streaks just before we came live on the mic. We don't get to see Nuke, and it was Vitality's choice.
Yeah, and that might come down to something as simple as Flamesy being in this roster and sure he's only been along for the ride in a couple of Nuke showings. The rest have been with Dupree, but I believe it's 14 in a row. Now, G2 are a team who are set and ready. And speaking of set and ready, freeze time ticking down. Inferno, G2's map choice. Vitality on the defense, G2 on the attack, and just remember those T sides. Let's see what G2 come out the gates with here today. What's Hooksy been cooking up in the lab? Couple flashes, smoke in play. Have fun in chat as this is Pacey up the guts. Spinks and ZywOo here to receive smoke and just jumping into things. ZywOo caught off by m0NESY.
m0NESY could get them both here, and he has a dream start to the G2 pistol round. A site clear, bomb to be planted, and I'm not sure what the best case scenario is for the rest. Keep holding your Kevlar and accept defeat. It can't be that simple.
Oh, it was that simple yesterday against VP. Nades in towards the window room. James goes down, Waltz into a side, 4 players onto a save. So just pace up the guts here. This time it was very direct from G2. It wasn't a spread, it wasn't hoping to take advantage of a tendency, it was just up mid, 2 kills for m0NESY, bounding forward, and he's first onto ZywOo as we were just discussing that head-to-head between the two AWPers.
ZywOo throws a ha-ha into the chat. I wonder if that's because of the speed by which he went down.
We've had a couple with the slip-ups here with the team chat, haven't we? We did get some translations as Hooksy trying to take away some of this Kevlar if he can.
Yeah, he's got nothing to risk. Oh, well, at least he's done some damage to Flames.
Forced out the nades of Apex there as well.
Oh. All right, G2, start strong.
Now, let's see if Magisk wants to drop a Famas across here. Should be more than possible with the cash he's got left over. MP9 should be equipped here. And yeah, there's multiple Fami on the deck. This was the openers and essentially the closers here. So m0NESY just bounding forward. Essentially what HooXi did yesterday on Vertigo as well on their T-Pistol. And Zai was still with a big grin on his face. It's early on in this one. But as we get into the buys quite early, G2, 4 rifles, HooXi just with that SMG. Looking for the banana control. Molly towards Sandbag. Pace on this.
Very quick from HooXi. Extinguish, implies presence, and he does manage to spray nicely onto the mantle of Apex.
Good
Traded
trade.
out by Nico. An important one posted to maintain the advantage. Now, he's only got 5 HP, but his body just existing does maintain that advantage. Still, not going to write Nico out of a further contribution. It's m0NESY going to try and be the spearhead of the assault. Not ready for Magisk.
So Nico is low here. That's a problem. 3-on-3, but the HP is going to favor Vitality.
Yeah, I think Magisk's got at least one more. He brings the fight to Nico. A clean headshot. He's done a lot here. The Dane holding on to his side. He's taken Hunter as well. Magisk, the one-man army on the back of the B side. Finally, JKS fells him, but the damage is done. The bomb to be planted, and a clutch is on. JKS, what have you got for us?
We've been talking about this kid's impact. This is the type of round he needs to pull out of his arse right here.
They got smokes, but no kits, so the more he can rock that clock, the better. Just holding for that tight banana crawl. Spinks taking his time. Zywoo working up from CT. JKS not interested in that exchange. Oh, he manages it perfectly onto Zywoo, and he knows where you're coming from. Spinks brings the fight. Need to be careful. JKS under scrutiny. Spinks is pushing. Time is of the essence. He's rotting the clock nicely. I think Spinks has got time. And they clutch up. Vitality will take it. A combination of their forces. Magisk with a whole lot on that FAMAS.
Now, JK's going to be kicking himself there. You see a little bit wobbly with the aim down to the wide. Just had to delay a couple seconds more, and it is going to be the Force Spy Wars falling in the favor of Vitality here. But bomb goes down. We will see another buyback for G2, and that's all Magisk. Such great impact, and the lack of trades here. See them just going in, waltzing one at a time. m0NESY investigating, goes down. Nico low on HP, easy as you like. Hunter delayed. JKS isn't there. There was no trade potential on any of those kills coming out of G2 after we had just credited the great trade from Nico onto HooXi's death. So that one's going to sting.
Yeah, how many seconds was left on that? JKS trapped himself in the corner. A bit of a fumble on the flash as well.
Exactly. Got to be converting those. I know it was a 1-on-3, but still.
Well, deflating for G2 after such an easy pistol. Now it's their turn to try and jostle for control. Recovered AK-47 as well in the mix, so 3 very potent rifles up against these Tech-9, Deagle, even a Mac-10.
Now they've tried to obscure vision in both quadrants of the map here. A half-wall banana smoke from the T, as you can see Flamesy investigating this, and they did the quick top mid-wall utility as well. A long smoke, and then the porch side molly to keep anybody invested. Has forced through a little bit of U2 early here. And now they've grouped up. They still have enough for the finish G2, and these pistols could be pesky if they can find a timing. Spinks Zywoo are going to be greeted shortly by Apex.
Ooh, great damage from Spinks, just a reactionary spray. And oh yeah, Magisk will finish off the first. And not quite the second. He's got m0NESY low. They're still committing into these SMGs. We need a whole lot more from G2. They hit. Not going to find Zywoo without taking 2. Tucked on Cold Zera. JKS still contributing for 2. A 1v2 again for JKS in back-to-back rounds. Seems unlikely. Zywoo ensures it. A triple kill from the Woo, and Vitality break G2. This feels like a brilliant start to get their defensive side not only flush with cash, but also rounds.
Now, it did a lot of damage there. The issue is no bomb going down for G2. I doubt we see a force buy yet again. So a round that, sure, damage was done, but not one where G2 can justify going for an all-in investment. From the Cold Zero box, Zywoo pops up his head. Nice little 3-piece feed right there. We even get it from his POV. You get to see how this one goes down. That's a nice little angle. As redemption early here for Vitality after that pistol loss. You'll see just a few upgrades. JKS with an extra kill or 2 on that Mac-10. Gets himself into a Deagle, a P250 for Hunter, and the rest on Glock. So you want to allow the 2 investments to at least investigate first. Have this util rinse through. And as we remember yesterday, there was definitely a lot of G2 fans out here. There's an opener for Zywoo. JKS goes down. The Deagle has been removed from play, not to be scooped back. And Apex love to get himself on the board early here, especially with this MP9 up close and personal. Look at a farm and in-game leader on in-game leader action, as they are just cleaning house here at Vitality. Riding the ship early 3-1, and we're about to get into the guns going into round number 5. Just Nico to find.
He gave them the warning. Yeah, and Spinks will profit. They've done very well as well to have the SMGs fragging. I mean, Apex there with 2. Spinks on his MP9 with 2 as well. So the cash is flowing.
And there won't be a Modesty AWP available here. There's just not enough cash to facilitate it. Haven't seen ZywOo invest into one either, so you can still treat this as a bit of a bonus here, Vitality. Hold on to Apex and Sphinx's MP9s. See how much you're able to get done with this. And, well, now we get to see how HooXi wants to ply his trade on the T side.
A lot of praise for G2's T sides floating around the internet. NiKo on the warpath. This is our first kind of look of how this battle for Banana will go on. It is Apex completely pantsed on the timing. NiKo draws the blood, forces Flames to at least throw the incendiary, not paired with the smoke that typically joins it.
I have to fight this. At least thinking about it.
Yeah, naded NiKo nicely. Still, though, despite the nade, the flash, the swing, he gets it.
You know, Sphinx is here because of that flash. Do you want to commit? That's the question.
Well, he had an SMG last round. Could be easy to exploit. ZywOo is walking his way back around.
Well, if NiKo gets you 2 openings like that, you need to be able to convert this round here.
We have seen some rounds yesterday where that wasn't the case.
Yeah, well, fortunately for them, the call that has been made from the Vitality camp might leave an open bomb site here. NiKo just going to pump up his chest a little bit more. Smoke towards CT to keep them interested. Magisk biting down hard, and all 3 of Vitality gambling towards B now.
Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, that's mission accomplished. That should be round 1. NiKo's done everything he needed to. They're just going to sweep through A. They'll find it clear. And, well, ZywOo is considering a rotation back. It should be held off. Last bit of util now.
Yeah, being diligent about this. They have no idea if anyone is lying in wait. Sphinx has been able to push down Banana and get a free upgrade, so that's quite tidy. And now you might want to close the door and do some damage, right? You don't have to go for this round, but if you can take away a rifle or 2, make sure that you cut off the exit path for G2.
They have planted safe side, so they can, yeah.
Good call, Alex. Yeah, so pit safety is priority here. There are HEs, however, so Sphinx and Magisk with those, they might want to go for a bit of a sex bomb.
A Tom Jones, as it were.
That's the one. They are hanging around. It is likely they will look for damage here.
He's got the nade. Give me the Magisk, Dosia, X-God, HE. Here they come. Here they come. Nades are through. And on his face, HooXi surely condemned. JKS trying to punish. He will take down Magisk. But that's the damage you were talking about, Chad. Leaves only Monacy at the end of that one.
Oh, and that is going to leave a few ramifications for G2 going into the next round. They can get Galils instead of these AK-47s, sure. But going to be few and far between.
Yeah,
I want to make sure that the util is all full.
But considering how this started, they're going to be leaving with a bit of a sour taste in their mouth.
Oh, that second one was brilliant there from NiKo on the time. And you could see him looking to a teammate's monitor, asking if he made that kill, calling out who's flashed. Would have been great here for JKS to get the double and remove a few more rifles. But we do see the timeout coming into play here. Let's just take a bit of a quick look. It will be G2. Swanee getting on the mic, and this is just giving you that 30 extra seconds to discuss the buy, working out who's going to purchase what. If you do it in regular freeze time, it's a bit rushed. Everybody just quickly purchasing on in. You might be dotting across with the wrong weaponry or the wrong utility. HooXi needs key pieces here to try and make these rounds a possibility. And with a good spawn, HooXi has decided to operate here with a MAC-10 on his back. Head armor aplenty on the Vitality side, so he will need to do it the hard way here. And they did manage to get out 3 AKs, 1 Galil, and then aforementioned SMG. NiKo's going to block top Banana again with this smoke, so blocking up towards the half wall.
Oh, HooXi, he's got pace on that. Top Banana now flying that G2 flag.
I've used 2 smokes in Banana here to try and make this possible, so a lot of resources. You might just want to execute towards B quickly and caught off by the flash. HooXi burning down, dead.
Beautiful combination of aggression and flame.
Didn't have any choice there, did he? Either died to the bullets or died to the flames, quite literally. Well, a couple smokes, couple flashes, and a molly left to work with here, but they're sweeping forward with the AWP, so mid, call clear for now. Have to be explosive, Hunter.
Is he planning on hitting this shot? On the jiggle? Not anymore, he's not. Smoked off, and
they gotta go.
Sphinx is gonna spam a lot of damage onto NiKo. G2, they are wounded, and it gets worse. Sphinx with a double. AK and frag grenade combined, and this could be the perfect Vitality round. With 5 still alive, Hunter, he's a dead man. Sphinx might get another, and he's on that same form he was yesterday. Sphinx 3, 7 total. And you combine the round previous, which was a G2 win, albeit with a caveat and an asterisk, but combined with a 5 alive Vitality win, this is going to really put the thumb screws on G2.
Yeah, you see the ramifications of that extra damage. Oh, that was just mincemeat, weren't they?
He's so good.
Yeah, very well done.
What was the word we decided for him? You know, I said, vibe.
Considered.
Yes, considered. The considered rifler.
Okay, well, you can see here G2 trying to play out some of these percentages we've been discussing by going in with an investment here on Hunter. Oof, Hooksy, careful now, you'll be giving up another opening death in a moment's time. Slightly licked on down. Just wanting to fade out Util, and there he will fall to Apex. So, again, Apex onto Hooksy, seen that a few times.
Oh, Hunter's a dead man. Spinks another one for his tally.
Back a little down. No real hope in this one now.
Yeah, just going to try and be risk-averse here. And, well, actually, scooping up the Galil, Monacy will have something to celebrate if he lives through. Maybe force a couple of these rebuys. You don't want to have 2 back-to-back perfect rounds out of Vitality. Look at this. Magiska's well aware of where you're hiding, JKS. He's going to come and find you. He brings the fight to him.
Yeah, both of those players are going to be in similar positions once you see them flick over towards the CT side. Those anchors with a lot to do, but Magiska's been in great form. The Desk was discussing just how well a lot of these Vitality players have been performing, but Yanko also bringing to the attention. It was a 2-0 against MIBR and a 2-0 against NaVi. And that NaVi game, especially the Mirage, was just an absolute shellacking. So I think Yanko posed the question, were they just beating teams who were not in form? Was it easy beats, or
are they really that good?
Exactly, right? So we're about to find out, because G2 have been, well, a bit more laboured. It was a 2-1 against 9 and a 2-1 against VP, but VP also took down FaZe in their opening round, so they're no slouches either.
Yeah, and of course, fresh off of a trophy lift in the Lanxess Arena.
And that was one of the conversations, right? In the moment, we're in a volatile era of Counter-Strike. Consistency is something that doesn't really seem to exist as far as, like, if we're reflected within Astralis era, right? Where it's just win after win after win. It's a lot more splotchy these days.
What do you believe the contributing factors are to that?
Ooh.
That's a $1 million question.
Yeah, look, there's a big laundry list of that. I'll start writing a couple things down,
we'll
and I'll
come back
save
to it
for
on
that
an
next
eco
timeout we get. But it isn't a perfect buy for G2 by any means here.
And it's not a perfect start either. That one-shot headshot from these M4s now most definitely viable onto Nico and Monacy. Good HEs to start their campaign for a 6th and for a, how many now? 3rd consecutive.
Very unorthodox setup here. Zywo sandbag with the AWP, and they're about to flash forward Flamesy here.
Yeah, Apex, it's his cue, or is it Flames that asks for it, waiting for a sound cue? Nico, silent and patrolling. And Zywo, that's what he was looking for. He's legged him up. Now Nico's going to be turned from the flash and dead to Flames. Perfect clear of Banana. That side of the map is theirs, and look at that, they spring to action. Both G2 and the rotation, and Spinks goes forward. That's cost him his life. Magisk on pit side.
Got to deal with him.
Apex, oh, great find onto Monacy. Overlooked in that position on the library, and Magisk humbled to 1. Hooksy's found the double up, bomb loose, and an interesting 2v3. They need that frag. JKS alone, and Zywo's missed a shot. Flames has got his short side, though. Will JKS even consider that? He does. Last flashbang used. He's picked up a HE that might be useful later. And
You'd love to get the bomb down here.
Getting across. It's not to be. Zywo with the frags. 6 for Vitality.
Yeah, good rotation around from Flamesy there. It frees Zywo up to go for the peak. Then Flamesy can peek in. JKS, you could see he was worried about the short side. That means he's probably also going to have to be worried about apps, because there was a little bit of resistance coming from there. But G2 losing that opening pick towards Banana, reacting appropriately. Hooksy, and 2 huge kills from the in-game leader, but just not enough for them to get in. JKS look at the complete wrong way. And a 4-round differential as G2 will be taking their 2nd tactical timeout. Swanee, the coach, an opportunity to get on the mic. And we'll remind you, behind Vitality is Matt, the assistant coach. Zonic, unable to make it to this event. But Matt has more than enough pedigree here to be able to assist the team in any way possible. Matt, you even let us know you used to play with Apex back in the day. So, look.
Well, I love the fun fact Yanko dropped where Matt actually knocked Zonic out of a WSG back in the day.
Yeah, mate, I'm just trying to remember the French Counter-Strike scene. I was, especially the 1.6 one, there was a guy I used to play with back from Perth who had like half French.
Oh,
Australian.
okay,
He
cool.
went over and lived there for a while. I got to learn a little bit more about a lot of these players. Used to watch them a bit more. Matt was one of those names that we got to see play. But here we go, another one of these partial investments from G2. Nico ready to extinguish here, hoping for the Broom Molly to follow through, but another 3 banana start here out of Vitality. And we'll send Spinks back. You look at the HEs that have just been left here to dip on in. Multiple ways you can use that behind the half wall. If they execute, just drop them in towards the mouth of banana or over towards pool. There's that reservoir we were talking about.
Yeah, so he's already used one, and he's got 2 more that is disposable. He's opting for that early smoke instead, hoping that will get them gathered in a nice nadeable range. And they're just going to push through that, though. Apex is going to have to hit some shots, and they have tagged up Flames. He takes down Nico, drops his utility, and sprays down JKS as well.
Plan out of this.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to disrupt the plant now, though the nade has landed. A second will do it as all. It's a molly. I thought he had another nade. He's not quite stopped the plant, but that one's on the money. Or the Monacy.
The Grenadier.
I should say, yeah.
He's thrown 4 HEs this round, Apex.
Yeah, he's kind of owned them. And now we get to see how this one boils down. I mean, HooXi at least has an AK-47 against 4. Armored to the teeth and angry. Spinks, he'll close out the round neat and tidy.
How good was the util usage there? The damage done with the HEs, then the flashes. See HooXi, the roll of the eyes there after getting taken down, completely blind. What is he meant to do? So great work.
Seriously, the Counter-Strike they're playing just looks so polished.
Yeah, they're not messing about, are they? Now, the desk did highlight to us that we were talking about the Group B upper bracket final over there in Cologne, and the stakes are lower than they are right now, right? That match was, well, just for seeding. And it really depends on what mind frame you're in and how you want to frame it. But in that game, G2 ended up winning 2-1, but they lost their map pick of Inferno, 19-17. They moved on to Vertigo, 16-10 victory for G2, and then on to Mirage, where they could have done 16-8. You see this second nade from Apex just going so deep, just chasing him down. Well, maybe that was the 3rd or 4th nade, mind you. He was lobbing him out of his hands like no one's business. How much utility damage is sitting there, Mr. Apex? Everyone can check that in the server, so we can too.
Whoa.
279, 190 for Flamesy, 141 for Spinks.
I'm getting Astralis flashbacks.
Yeah, well, they are definitely dishing a whole lot down towards Banana, and yeah, with how Nico likes to take control, I'm sure they're going to be able to find a bit more of that. Now, we are in a bit of a technical timeout here. We have just lost Nico from the server. I'm sure we'll get him back ASAP. But we got Chev and MC on the digits, so shout out to them, bringing you all the observing goodness. I hope you've been enjoying today's Counter-Strike. We had ENCE toppling Heroic in a 2-0 victory. And yeah, ENCE, they're showing they're not messing about either. Back-to-back finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is seriously becoming a top 3 that's getting a bit more...
Defined?
Defined. Yeah. That's exactly the word I was looking for, yeah. You know, I think the 8 weeks we had between the two events that ENCE did make deep runs, of course, Grand Finals, lifting the trophy in Dallas, and then, of course, Grand Finals of Cologne. That big break perhaps makes it feel like it's been a bit less defined because of that absence of like consistent tournament presence in those finals. But finding themselves deep here in the Grand Finals, waiting for the winner of this one, it's impossible to ignore. ENCE most definitely on the map as a top 3 team, maybe even higher if that Grand Final goes their way.
Now back into action here in Banana. So we got Nico back in the server, no dramas, and it is a rifle round, but G2, we're talking about the T rounds. If they don't win this one, they can't win the lion's share, and we know Inferno definitely leaning slightly T-sided in the current meta. Flash forward, Jake has completely caught out No Man's Land. Beautiful work. Wombo combo from Spinks and Magisk.
It's just got that beautiful blend. Is it aggressive? It's unpredictable. It's passive in nature with the previous round, and then you've got that.
They're definitely setting the tone.
And on the CT side.
Yeah, dictating the flow to G2 here, not being able to get away with some of these pacey maneuvers.
Is there more? Flames is coming for more. You've got the advantage. He goes and pokes his nose around the corner. Just wanted to see what was up. And a nice response. That nade does take a nice chunk out of them. As HooXi, he's trying to lead by example here. Forward position. The flash is great, but Apex even beats him to the punch, takes the head off of HooXi, and they are trying to commit, but Apex is ready, Vitality are ready, and G2 looks silly. Again, completely flattened. Is this another perfect round coming the way from Vitality? We've already seen 3 of their rounds converted with 5 alive. This will be the 4th. Spotless.
The biggest issue right now, I would say, for G2 in these rounds is giving away the opening kill without the trade possibility here. So that needs to start chopping and changing. You can't just keep giving away openings and then not being able to take anything back. As JKS was caught in No Man's Land top mid, there was nobody around. It was a good little move, well timed from Vitality. And we're talking about opening kills. There's only been 3 in total in these 10 rounds of play in favor of G2, which is telling 7 for Vitality. And It's going to feel pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously you can see the absence of just frags from G2 as you cast your eyes across that left side of your screen. But in the other venue, when you look at Vitality, the kill spread is so even. Everyone's contributing, everyone's setting each other up. A full team effort. Spinks at the top of the tables for now, ZywOo at the bottom.
They need something to get the fire started here, right? To fire them up as a team. So either a big individual moment or a nice call out of HooXi where things work perfectly. Now, the frustration, as you can see, definitely building now. They have been able to purchase back in. You don't need me to tell you about the loss bonus.
Yeah, but I'm sure G2 haven't felt this in a while, just so powerless
Well,
on
what are
their
they on a
T side.
7-match streak at the moment,
Right.
I believe.
You know, there's a reason they keep picking it. It is their home turf. Right now, nothing is working. That looks like a good nade too. Oh, again, checking on the utility damage as HooXi has actually provided an opening for G2 and Hunter built upon it, just his second frag. Maybe Magisk has got more. The anchor, only the one this time. JKS, he prevails, and it seems G2 will buck the trend. A 5-round run out of Vitality, finally silenced.
And really, Alex, has felt like HooXi's been the one to have to make some of these more heads-up and in-your-face entry plays, which is great that he's getting away with them. It's bad if he just goes, dies, and then doesn't get traded, as we've mentioned. But here, it's been okay. He's been able to take some space. Hasn't always worked out for him, but HooXi now has the most opening kills for his team. So only one ahead of Nico and Modesty, but still.
Hey, man, it's all about how you say it.
Yeah, Modesty got his on the pistol, and Nico had one a little bit earlier on the piece as well.
What's Flamesy doing? He fancies himself a little extra.
Well, this damage, right? They still have G2 in a similar position where if they take away a couple of rifles, it's an awkward scenario. Whereas if you take a look at the cash situation for Vitality, they're flush.
Oh, yeah.
10K plus on every single member. Sure, there's rebuys to come in, but that's a really nice place to find yourself. And a couple of golf claps out there. They like that. Try and make this one a bit more competitive of a first half affair. But that will put an end to the 5-round streak. Speaking of streaks, G2's rounds have only come in splotchy fashion, right? One, lose the force bite, then Vitality go on a run of 3, win one back, take a lot of damage financially, lose 5 in a row. Now, get another one on the board, and sure, we don't have hard resets anymore, but G2 do feel like they're in a bit of the tumble dryer.
Most definitely. Bit of the riptide, just pulling them further and further away from victory. Ooh, perfectly placed molly. Flames won't have any info on that, but you can see the utility protocols in response to that. Oh, there's some nade damage from the T side. And Flames in a forward position, hoping to be overlooked by Nico. Oh, spam nade. Look how diligent they are. They've already punished Nico's attempt.
No one can help him here.
Yeah, he's on an island and just needs to survive for a moment as HooXi has been spotted out, and it's ZywOo's turn to fill the feed just like that. Sensational sequence. Out of the Frenchman, Magisk holding strong. JKS will best him. It has to all really be JKS as he tries to isolate the duel, eats his flash, and still sprays down ZywOo for a second.
Oh, if they win this one.
I mean, consider the damage we saw from Nico. Now, it was unconfirmed. They'll definitely be in full focus, but...
I suppose the positive for Nico is he just aims for heads. So if he can find one, that'll give them an opportunity. You can see JKS has been tasked with trying to grab this bomb. Hasn't quite worked out the silent drop. We'll be able to scavenge the C4. Now you know how much of a nuisance Spinks is going to be from this position, though. I can see the rotation, sure, but look at it on a timing, and they're so low.
You just have to get past Spinks. Just Spinks.
They might even line up for him.
Yeah, Nico's not looking. Not looking. One and done. Spinks sprays them both down. And Vitality just between ZywOo and Spinks this time. Step up. 13 now for Spinks as he's still rocking and rolling at the top of that scoreboard. Major champion Spinks. I've just got to make sure we keep reiterating that. You know, he kind of came onto our screens what feels like only a couple of years ago.
How silly did this look, though, right? HooXi has top mid control. He gets caught out. You see the arm getting spotted, but then the other two, Modesty and Hunter, both look desperate for that trade.
Here we come.
Yeah, and it was so dejected, or disconnected, and probably feeling dejected.
Most definitely.
All right, log smoking again. So this is how they're dealing with the banana aggression. HooXi's going to play through this. A missed molly. They can change the scaling here. Hunter can jump up a little bit quicker. They missed the molly, and HooXi, tussling top banana, cops an aid as well. More of this HE damage continuing the onslaught.
Sonic is watching from home with a giant smile on his face right now. He must be so proud of the utility response we've seen in these opening 12 rounds.
Well, see the smoke just get dumped end of halls. This is symptom of the fact that they have been able to apply a little bit more boiler and halls pressure with the miss molly, right? Only changes the timing slightly, but regardless.
Oh, Apex has ran out of nades. He doesn't know what to do with himself anymore. I've got to use my gun.
Oh, but he has a molly. He can still do some burn damage.
Ah, you're right, you're right. Flames, he was flashed up to take a look, gets away from the potential log fight with Nico.
Staying active, aren't they?
They are, and still floating back is Apex right at the moment that Spinks might need some help. Oh, and a flash! It comes over as Hooksy crawls. This just seems perfect counter out of Vitality right now. Magisk will collect onto JKS, still 5 alive. They're looking like supreme beings right now. You cannot get past. This Vitality squad, Hunter gives them something, maybe access to the site, but Apex has already scurried over. A nice team flash high, and he'll round the corner looking for trouble. Monasic needs some contributions, and he's got one. Apex, he might get them both here with Hunter's health. Nice find, and he will ascend to 10. I'm going to check in on that utility damage now. Yeah, 483 utility damage dealt by Apex. That's nearly 5 kills in 13 rounds just from nades.
Yeah, and look, if maybe you're not too familiar with Counter-Strike, maybe you are one of our newer viewers, welcome. But it's going to make things a little bit easier for the M4s, right? That's one of the key factors here as far as the headshots are concerned, but you take a look at that, it's body shots throughout. So still making light work of these guys here. Who, I think, is the question for Vitality here. Wow, another one of these investments.
Look at the setup. They've got a firm read of the situation. They're playing double boiler. They're going to be right behind you. Zywu, what have you got for us? More nade damage. This is insanity. He does miss his shot, but they've got that flank short side, and they're going to let Zywu take as many shots as he can. Oh, getting a bit messy on this one now, especially with Nico's Deagle for one, and just like that, the frags come through, and look at Apex. He's standing up. He's poking the bear.
I love that, right? If you're just going to go for an apps rush, what are we talking about here, right? Is that the gap that you're hoping to find? 4 players launching through apps, Tech 9s in their hand and taunting.
What was the win streak? 7 Infernos in a row, you said?
It's a 7-game win streak. So,
yeah.
Yes, so they haven't dropped a series in 7. So sure, they've dropped a couple of maps in that mix here, but G2 haven't felt the taste of losing in some time. And here it is, that replay. Trying to get their attention here. Well, I think he has it in the server.
So yeah, six map win streak on Inferno right now. There you go.
Well, 1 off the trot. 6 map win streak, 7 series streak.
Well, that looks like it might be coming to an end, and we're only in the first half. Apex has whipped out the double AWP after doing all of that charade, so hold on.
Wait, did he just drop it?
Yeah, he brought both.
Ah, okay. Well, what a luxury to have in the final round of the first half.
Was that just to fire off a shot?
Maybe.
Maybe
well,
to force
was shot here as well, so...
Ooh, interesting. A luxury of all having extra cash, and now Monasi has punished Zywu and could have another. Spinks somehow wasn't spotted. Yeah, his elbow's pointing out, and Monasi will slap him with that AWP for the pair of frags. Yep, this is lining up for G2 to get just a little taste of victory at the end of that. Monasi styling on him.
About time he got something done. Team's been extremely quiet here. 11-4 on the half.
Oh, he was
Onyx Law.
He's got him. This is a Monasi round. We talked about him stepping up in these big games. Well, this is a Monasi round. We can attribute it all to him, and he's going, that isn't it? He wants to finish off the job. Flames is not going to clear it. A team nade. Nico not ready. Oh, and neither's Flames. Turns around. They'll recover 1. But my goodness, if that's not a domination, G2, they win the pistol on a map they haven't lost in some time, and they leave the first half with 4.
the story ends. With broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Oops, my bad. 11-4 on the half, folks. And Zonic just messaging me to say, I hope my law isn't right now. Yes, 11 from Vitality, and he's definitely proud after they did so much damage. Chad, you were crunching numbers. How many kills does their utility damage alone translate to?
12.5.
12.5 kills from nades in one half. Yeah, that's not too bad. And if you have just joined us, probably worth scrubbing back and checking that out after, because Vitality just made G2 look like matchmaking players.
I would love to know like what the record in a match is for team-based utility on one side, right? Obviously here.
I know that Alexi has the record, right, for one person.
Right, he was on Dust 2, right?
Just after the drop nade thing, yeah.
He just kept harassing short,
It was like
right?
900, maybe even 1,000.
I heard he had a bit of tennis elbow after that,
I
eh?
think so.
Well, okay, G2. You apparently like to make things difficult for yourself, and one of the key components of you losing 11-4 is not only how well Vitality are looking, it's how poorly G2 are fragging.
Let's see if this pistol can give a little bit of extra hope to G2. It's a compulsory one, but of course they did win the first. It's that second round conversion that we'll be talking about after.
Yeah, and very different in terms of the pistol round approaches here. Out of G2, we saw them run up the guts straight into A, Monacy with a double kill, and the round was essentially over. This is a bit more feeling it out here from Vitality. They're in no rush. This is, well, not a default spread, but a slow information gathering ploy. And if I wanted to start to piece this one together, Alex, I would be taking a look at the HEs on Apex and Magus now as they trundle up Banana. The use case for this could be towards either Coffin position, right, or maybe for the boost. I would say Coffins would be a little bit more standard. You see people play that quite often.
But judging by the way this has gone, imagine if they stack nade Nico here and Monacy's just joined him as well.
No, come on now.
Oh, no. Oh, dear. Nades, a recurring theme. They nade out Nico. Monacy stands and trades. He takes down Saiwu. Pushing through. This could be good, but Flames is better on the Glock. Takes the upgrade. Thank you very much. The site is theirs. The smokes are in, and Hunter's dead to Spinks.
Throw in the towel.
Yeah, referee.
Can we get over to map number 2, please?
Oh, no.
Give us some Anubis.
Put yourself in Nico's shoes. You've just said, right, let's shake it off, right? We swap sides. Nade's on a problem, isn't it?
Well, I'm here talking, yeah, it's probably going to be Coffins. You know, it's pretty more standard for people to play from Coffins. And, well, the retake is on, but like everything else G2 have tried in this half, well, this map, not this half, it's all over. Red Rover. We're going to make that 4-player stand alive, 12-4. CT side forced by having to come through now. And look at the smiles.
Big smile on Matt's face as well. I wonder how much of a part he's played in all of this. That is a spicy counter.
And we were celebrating yesterday the anti-strat from G2 against VP. Remember how they did the double HEs to James Crossing Boiler?
That's right.
So this time round, going to comp that is Nico. He's even playing with the Burst Fire Glock there. And Spinks to seal the deal on anything that could have gotten out of control. So this one's all over. Remember, and
Vitality era is starting. Remember the day.
But remember as well, when we were discussing that second round of the game where G2 had a lot of rifles and they lived in one after the other without any trade potential and towards B.
Yeah.
Yeah, that just tells you they're playing poor Counter-Strike. I'm not detracting from Vitality. Vitality are owning them here. But the fact that they played a scenario like that, just backing individuals as opposed to playing Team CS, things aren't a well-oiled machine right now for G2. And
that was me last Saturday.
Hunter trying to find that smoke. He will eventually get it back. It is going to be a stack from G2. Smoked off a deploy of his own. Might want to try and play in front of this here. Oh, okay, well, top mid control completely taken, and this is going to be 13-4. Thanks for playing. Go and save your goodies, Mr. Hunter. You're not going to get anything done here. Apex will take him down. Mac 10 to the face. An opening kill for Apex, and this one's all over. Okay, well, let's take a look at the Anubis, shall we? Let me just investigate what's been going on there in recent times.
Yeah, and could you spell it out for me why the desk and you were all kind of shouting Anubis before the Veto graphic popped up?
It just felt like if you were going to look for somewhere to wiggle in the Veto, if you were Vitality, right? Because they had lost that last series, and Vertigo was the map that they picked and that they had lost. So
okay.
You probably don't want to return to Vertigo, especially after we saw G2 play. It was a grimy game yesterday, but there was some good moments. Like Nico was one of the top performers, and if Nico starts to feel comfortable on Vertigo, that's one of the problems that you've had on G2. Is a map that he was coming into and not played for some time, and he looked great yesterday.
Yeah, I mean a third map Vertigo and winning it in a comeback fashion.
Exactly.
Very convincing.
That's not G2.
No.
So you know, to see them be able to pull that off is great here. And then you were wondering, okay, do they go to Nuke because of that streak? Well, maybe not because of Flamesy, and they played a lot more of that streak with Dupree in the team. And then you look towards Anubis, which is a map that they're quite proficient on. They've actually won 4 on a go, and we're talking, well, NaVi in a show match, but Big, OG, MIBR, not the biggest of names, but definitely some names there to make them feel comfy. And okay, well, they've retained these upgrades. Hunter not to invest anything, and looks like they're going to try a very similar round yet again here, G2.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Are they going to try and sell anything? You can see Magisk is going to be throwing out a couple of
it's almost the same
pieces
round
of utility. Yeah, well, from both teams, right? Are we just going to have a bit of a kind of Groundhog Day moment? Does it end identically as well? Hunter's even cheated on over, so yeah, I mean, ooh, Nico catching flag from the spray of Magisk. He'll think twice about repeak.
It really doesn't matter too much, does it? If we continue in this fashion, it's just going to be another stalemate of a, well, not a stalemate, it's going to be all over, right? It's
see ya, mate.
40, yeah. This is one of these games that hasn't even really started for G2, whereas Vitality are hot.
I think ENCE are probably watching this thinking, good golly, we got to play these boys tomorrow?
Well, maybe they're more happy because they lost to G2. They're like, all right, well, give us a different crack. I'm sure they would love revenge. But also remember what we heard from Nertz, right? Back in Cologne, he really wanted to play his countrymen.
Yes.
So if it is the Spinks, Flamesy, Nertz trio going toe-to-toe, that would be quite a curious one to keep tabs on.
That's true too, yeah.
Exciting game for everybody to be watching tomorrow.
Well, they've used all the time they needed. And they are going to go looking for Magisk. He should be able to farm himself up at least another. And does so onto m0NESY. Now Apex, he's been let off the leash. I think Magisk's going to try and escape, but I think that AK is going to fall into enemy hands. JKS ensures it, so they will leave at least with a rifle unless this hunt doesn't go to plan. Hunter's done very well. Another AK now on the floor. Flames to protect it. Maybe Zywood can come and grab it. Actually, I say that, he's miles away.
Yeah, it really doesn't feel like there's an awful lot of excitement here. Like, G2 are going to have to do so much proving from this huge disadvantage. It's going to be a 10-round bag that Vitality have over them here. And I'm sure they're more than happy to take a couple of risks. And if their prep continues to look as spotless as it has been, well, I don't know what we can say about this one.
Where'd it go? There it is. (14-4).
Yeah, and also just looking as I'm rifling through the stats here, Vitality on Anubis this year. So obviously we had Jack standing in at one point. We know Dupree has been replaced here by Flamesy, but regardless, they played it 15 times. They've won it 13, lost it twice. One of the times they did lose it, however, was to G2. So at least that's something to keep in your back pocket if you are a G2 fan. But here we go. Let's see. Do we get any excitement here? m0NESY with his weapon of choice. Be quite active here early towards the boiler room. Volleyed off for now. JKS is also quite aggressive here. We'll need to cover off towards the stairs as m0NESY catched on the jump, and this should be his kill to Spinks. Should was good. There you go. He's got to be converting those.
Nico. Him and whoopsie are going to be the partners for this banana defense. And they're going to have to erect a full brick wall defense now for this B site for the foreseeable future. Nico going to be playing that tiny gap just for information. And whoopsie will react upon the call with that knee-jerk smoke. Oh dear. Yep, already Apex, he does get past. Still, fortunately, Nico's got him. So a huge advantage for G2 to collect. This will be their first, not only gun round, but first CT round.
And then after that, it'll be about the first time they can win consecutive rounds, because they haven't been able to do that at all. We were reflecting in that first half. Let's go over the round timeline for everybody. Pistol round, forced by loss. They lose 3 in a row. Win another, lose 5 in a row. Win another, lose 3 in a row, and then get the last round of the half to get the bookends.
Yeah, that is kind of nightmare fuel for like a Counter-Strike T side, isn't it?
You need consecutive rounds here to try and make something happen. And as everyone's been praising the T sides, this is going to be one of their worst T sides of the event so far. So down in the dumps are G2, but let's see if they can pull themselves out of it.
Would it be safe to say that we can attribute it not only to the individual prowess and form of Vitality, but also, you know, evidence of prep? You know, did it look like that?
Oh yeah,
there's so many reps of G2's Inferno. You sit there, you absorb it, and then maybe as a group, or I don't know if it's a group or it's a 1- or 2-man project, but you come up with solutions for the puzzle, right?
Yeah, and they had a lot of moves there that were seemingly countering what G2 was doing. So there is an element of prep to it. Their players just look hotter now in terms of the shots they're hitting. You can't stop screaming Spinks' name, right? He's been having a barn burner of a game here. And then when anybody's needed to step up with a multi, like think back to the early stages of this map. Magisk had so much impact. Remember that Famus on the second round? He gets multiple kills over towards B. So everyone's having their time in the spotlight here for Vitality. But this is definitely not the 1917 affair that existed over there in Cologne. And again, I want to reiterate, the stakes of that match were a lot lower than this one right here.
Oh yeah, well, maybe Vitality just when there's hundreds of thousands on the line.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That makes a bit of a difference into your prep as well as your motivations. So we are just 19 rounds deep. And Vitality are 2 away from taking away G2's map pick in this semi-final. I mean, this is... We said it'd be one to remember. It could be one to remember in a multitude of different ways. This might be a different one, though. G2 getting shut down. And Hunter aggressing. They're trying to throw some aggression into the mix. Previously, m0NESY was in the apps, and this time, Flamesy's going to have to get past... Oh, brilliant turn from Hunter. Even in the face of adversity, he switched on. Read the play nicely.
Okay, well, an opener to work with here. And remember, we're hunting for consecutive rounds if you are G2. Oh, bit of a bait and switch setup here. If there is a late return, this is quite powerful. Still dotted across the map. Vitality, not grouped up right now. 2 players working on feigning some top mid presence. That's going to be Apex and Spinks. ZywOo, after he ushers Magisk towards top of Banana, goes back, scoops up the bomb. 2-3 split of the defenses here. Now the biggest issue for G2 is if they were to group up and Vitality finish towards B, but look at Apex and all this space.
Ooh, that should be enough. He's
scary pressure as well.
Yeah. Ooh, and he gets away with his life as well. So now Nico and whoopsie, they're about to get executed upon. Apex, he's managed to keep the feet planted of m0NESY. He's starting to rotate through now. The smoke should delay. Oh, and the damage hurts. whoopsie, his bell rung down to 10.
They can still win this.
They can. 20 seconds. They've kept them at bay. Great timing on their utility, though. Just trying to delay further. 15, they're going to have to push through. The flashes are there, so is the spray. Nico takes 2. Vitality helpless in this one. ZywOo burning down, just going to try and hold on to what he can.
No time.
He hasn't even got time. He hasn't got time, just, yeah, he'll go down at least. Spinks, ooh, holds on to his rifle. Would have been condemned to just 1,500 there, but keeps hold of it.
Yeah, decent damage. We can get an AK in the hands of ZywOo. Flamesy can buy one as well. A Galil could come out here for Apex, and well, Magisk could rock with something a bit lighter. So good damage there. They have a lot of rounds to work with Vitality. You wouldn't be getting too concerned just yet.
After 11-4 half and then winning the pistol, you know, you'd feel like it, but the red carpet's been rolled out. You know, the paparazzi's been called. You just have to hop out the limo.
Well, the similarities, the last 2 rounds are opening picks. One came from Monacy's AWP and one came from Hunter with that M4. See if G2 can find another one here. They haven't actually gone for the shove all in that I was discussing. With the loss bonus at 2,400, they want a full buy into the next.
Yeah, they do facilitate a second rifle, though. Zai will equip with that, no surprises there.
2,400 is still going to be a bit touch and go. They might need to try and get a plant here. Apex with the T-side scout, okay.
He's obsessed.
Give him another chance.
I don't think that's going to be going down. NiKo, lucky to be getting away with his head on that one. Not far off the mark was Apex's pre-aim.
Well, they can just allow this round to simmer for a moment. They don't have any util to force out control across the map, so you have to hope that your presence alone will bait out the nades of G2, who are in a standard 2-3 setup right now. HooXi standing at the ready to facilitate that of NiKo, who is the canary in the coal mine playing for info. Hunter had the ability with the crossfire previously of Monacy, but they're tucking back in now. Maybe a bit wary of an apps pop. Hunter's nade scuttles forward. A little bit of damage.
Monacy, nice, doesn't fall for the bait. Plucks Saiwu from the pack, that was one of the 2 rifles, and then catches Magisk as well. Monacy stays vigilant. Oh, looked away this time though. Not dead yet, and now Spinks, his position's noted. He should get both, that's a lot of impact. Surely not the round though. Flames, they're pincering into NiKo. He's gonna have to do a lot here.
They definitely have
With
time.
a furrowed brow, NiKo, he hears them coming. Apex down, will Spinks have what it takes? With only 8 seconds left, the bomb's gonna be going down, Spinks.
He can plant.
He hears it. Flames punching in the code, NiKo! Oh, and they get the bomb down. You talked about the necessity for that. They do manage to dig themselves a little bit of extra cash, despite the round win.
Yeah, with the 2,400 there now, they're going to be able to get themselves a very tidy-looking purchase. They've gone looking for the AWP here, seeing if they can find it. And NiKo will get it in library, so there you go. That's the prize possession he was looking for. They will draw it back to just a 7-round game now, and consecutive, the first time G2 have been able to post not only 2, but 3 rounds in a row. How long can this streak last? There can be an AWP available for Saiwu, but it looks like they are going to be investing in primarily rifles here. So 5 AK-47s, important from NiKo here. Sure, the bomb goes down, but this round could have been lost. So sure, they lose that financial punishment, but well fought for there from Vitality.
Yeah, and well played by NiKo as well.
Okay, what's the change-up going to be here? What is Apex looking to call?
They've sent their AWPer to B. Is it just a util dump, or is he sticking around? Oh, Magisk, he catches NiKo going for that first contact. So opening kill Vitality. G2 need a hero, and it might be Monacy. How well drilled is Saiwu on this? Does he wait for flashes? Another HooXi incendiary will force him away. Falls back to a different phase of Banana.
Yeah, might need another Monacy multi-kill here.
Most definitely. Very susceptible to a flash in this position. And he eats it. Doesn't choose to fire off a shot though. Remains cool, calm. And he can't collect. Magisk, 2 frags into the B site. Continues to lay down the law. The Dane destroys 18 frags and counting. HooXi premature on the nade, trying to catch him on the cross, spamming away. Does inflict significant damage, but nothing lethal. As that bomb should be going down shortly. Apex, once they get it done before the smokes fade, and nice finding a safe place to do so, not susceptible to the spam.
Looks dead, and that's the round. Free AWP for Saiwu here to carry forward, and the difference in this one was the opening kill going in the favor of Vitality as part of that streak. G2 were able to pick up opening kill after opening kill. One facilitated by Hunter, 2 facilitated by Monacy's AWP. And the reason you see Hunter and JKS looking to hold on to these is due to that streak of rounds, even though it is so small that loss bonus is bottomed out here. So they really do need to retain these rifles to make sure they can get enough drops across to NiKo and HooXi especially. Monacy will have enough to be able to buy himself. Spinks is the only one in the danger zone to be able to try and take these 2 players down, but as the bomb goes off, not going to take the risk, and that is going to be 15 secured. So going as we expected, The fight from G2 just hasn't been enough yet. It's very difficult to get excited in a game like this, but it is exciting to see Vitality in this form, right? If we have ENCE in a dominating fashion, I know the first map was overtime, but the second they just blew them out on overpass, and you get an informed ENCE versus an informed Vitality with that little Nerds Flamesy Sphinx nugget we have. A great grand final.
Most definitely. I mean, the form we're seeing from Vitality is exciting. And a full team effort across the board as well.
Might be a change here, Alex. They got 3 towards second mid early here. I don't know how much they'll fight for this banana control. Flamesy up quite quickly towards the boiler room. Sphinx working on Absent. You've still got Apex from the bridge spamming, so that's going to deal with any aggressive CT maneuvers.
Talking of aggressive CT maneuvers, HooXi's been flashed straight through, and there's an opening for G2. Felt compulsory. HooXi, though, falls to the ZywOo's no-scope. NiKo stands and bangs on top of the half wall to maintain a one-man advantage. Nearly makes it 2 as he does connect on that spray to Apex, but insignificant damage. And so with Hunter cheating over to the A site, again it rides and hinges on NiKo. Apex the AWPer? Maybe for the jiggle of NiKo. Oh, information. An AWP spotted out. NiKo isolated. I think Apex is suspecting he's alone here. Like, oh, he definitely is now. B-site's open for business. Apex sniffs it out. Not like this. Not like this. m0NESY nailed Sphinx. 1 bullet left in the chamber. Hunter, he's going to wait for the rotation of JKS. Flames on the site as well. We've got m0NESY crawling up banana. They'll flash him off. But haven't crossed. They force out the smoke. Apex, now he's stuck to this AWP and he still hasn't reloaded. He's trying to keep and delay as best he can. Caught out, flashed off, executed. Flames in the clutch. 3 to find. He needs to do something insane, and it's Hunter holding on for G2.
What a miserable way that would have been to lose a round,
yeah, right?
Getting caught through the smoke. And this is one of the things you see Apex going, hey, once we're into these mid-round situations, even if we're down a man, they've lost a player, it's likely they're just going to leave NiKo, who is the biggest player they have on the G2 side of the server, alone. Right? They're going to leave him alone. We can try and punish this. And by punish it, it's just pressure, right? Make him drop that smoke. This was the kill, right? This is the pressure from Apex. Yeah, why not? I'm just going to continue to try and apply as much as I can. Getting caught off guard just. So great flash work from m0NESY there.
It really could have been potent crossfire if he had round that corner.
And we're starting to get a little bit more out of Hunter here. 7 kills to his name, climbing up that scoreboard.
Yeah, he's not a player that I think I've ever seen give up. I mean, he just is an incredibly tenacious human being. HooXi did like the way that aggression felt, but his legs are going to be sticking out. Oh, I think Zoe didn't catch a glimpse of him there, so HooXi has a bit of an advantage here. Could catch him off guard, and he has. ZywOo caught out, traded out by Magisk, but still an opening nonetheless, despite it immediately being traded out.
Well, still fighting for control here is NiKo. He does have the support on the way. Just back and forth they go. The flash work is great here.
20th death as well for HooXi. That is sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, the action man.
Yeah, he's just, I will take the fight. Don't worry. I will. Not something you see every day, but it is a powerful angle for fights towards JKS this time in pit. And Apex has actually taken down m0NESY. What's that? He's out. Gamed the AWPer up to JKS. A magnificent sequence. Triple kill from JKS. Playing at his best in a must-win round for G2. But up and over, maybe Magisk has got something to say about this one. He's low, but JKS, Mr. Savage indeed. They needed that one.
Yeah, bailed them out there, didn't he? We didn't see how m0NESY went down, but the fact that they cracked that one open, the whole pressure of the site on the pit anchor, and you need one of those a half. The question is that way too little too late? Still a massive mountain to climb back into this, and JKS playing ahead of his pit smoke. Not just waiting, playing in the one way, actually having to be offensive and take that fight. So 4 in total, keeps them in it. That could have been the game.
No, I think that might be and could be the linchpin to a bit of a switch in momentum. Look at this, more chip damage. We see Vitality, humble to Deagles. They're looking for NiKo and spotted him out perhaps. There's ZywOo communicating an awful lot. Now regrouping quickly. There's pace behind. There's no flashes available at all. It'll have to just be smokes and deegs. m0NESY up against ZywOo in the head-to-head, and he will take down that rifle up. Looking great for another as Hunter racks up Magisk. Looking to finish it off with style. USP to the dome. Apex is gone, and G2, they are recovering on the defensive side of their map pick. 7-match win streak, 6 consecutive Infernos. And they're on the ropes, most definitely. A stunning first half on Vitality's defense. And now G2 have to respond in kind. Nice shot. Takes one with him. Nade will finish it. Now just a 5-round discrepancy, but this would be 8 consecutive rounds out of G2, all map points for Vitality. You know, required.
Yeah, no,
You're looking at me like...
I'm thinking eight's a lot. 8 is an awful lot.
Yeah.
I'm like, geez, when you put it like that...
You just have to win 8 in a row.
Yeah, and you're the team who's like receiving the pressure every time, right? So this is going to be tough here. Still smiles on the faces, surprisingly, because this hasn't been the best of games for G2. Bit of a come on from Apex there. Now they're into the rifles. This is where they can get it done. Still just need those 5 more frags to get them across the line. What is the magic call going to be?
Oof, Nico, even with so much at stake, he goes looking for answers early. Orpa so far forward.
Yeah, same thing they had with Zywa here earlier. So it's telling me they want to fight. They really want to contest here, but there's just so many things to worry about. If you get mollied, you're going to have to extinguish, you're playing around the smokes. That's probably exactly where m0NESY wants to be.
Apex has a Molotov. Does he use it, or do they just go? This is perfect. This is what they needed. m0NESY set up for success. Now the molly's thrown out. The extinguish will be dropped, but maybe they overlook. Nico primed and ready to get G2 another step closer to the crazy comeback. He's good for it onto Apex, and m0NESY combines. B-site shut down.
Bomb is loose here, but can be salvaged from Flames. He will be picked up. Now it's him and Spinks. Brothers in arms here. Able to crack in towards this A site. Currently a 2-on-2 before m0NESY gets here. JKS and Hunter in the crossfire.
Keeping their cool. Crossfire established. Now that smoke will isolate JKS, and a perfect flash. Flames though, all caught despite the flashbang and the smoke. JKS, he still finds them. Every time you come towards this man's site, he seems to be leaving with a frag or 2.
Never now.
Yeah, Spinks has got 1, but with 5 seconds left, there's nothing more to be done. A couple of extra kills. Nice, m0NESY will secure it.
And Oblige, making sure he goes down there before end of the round. That is actually going to leave Spinks with 4,200. So if you want to see them go for another hero AK and then some light investments again, they can operate in that facet. This is going to be the first tactical timeout taken here. It tells you just how well things have been going. They could take back-to-back-to-back timeouts in multiple rounds. All in all, in this round, it doesn't really matter, but they can really just start to settle in here. And you see the surprise AWP towards the sandbag. That it all worked out. Nico drops the smoke. Apex is well aware, because you see m0NESY jumping away and the extinguish at the same time. That's impossible. So they knew that a player was towards the sandbag, and a bit of a stylish one there to finish it off. But they have taken this timeout. Matt gets it on the mic, confers with Apex, the brain trust of this one. And well, with 10 seconds left on the freeze time, we are yet to see any heavy investments here. Apex confirming that it will just be a lighter one. Tech9s, and maybe just throw some pace against the wall here again. He was taunting HooXi after he tried to call a fast apps play. See if Vitality want to try something of a similar sort. When in doubt, rush B.
I just went back to spawn for another specific nade. I think it was the Molotov. So they now have 1.
Oh dear. If they just execute B, they can set everything up behind this half-wall smoke, then just explode with a rally of flashes. So HooXi and Nico, you can't flood this. You need to do better than 1-for-1.
Oh, that's better.
Taste their own medicine.
Yeah, most definitely.
Still problems, they're close.
They're very close. HooXi might need to get that smoke out. Smoke not needed if Nico could spray them all down. It's Nico's moment now as he gets 3. Zywa finally puts him to bed, but the damage is done. The round is won, and they keep on winning. G2, that's 5 consecutive now. We discussed the 8. It would be the most consecutive we've seen from any team here on Inferno so far.
And they have to do it a difficult way, right? Obviously, with the loss bonus in play, there's going to be more often than not, especially if Vitality can start getting the bomb down in this next round, just guaranteeing buy after buy. So G2 are doing this the hard way. You know you're up against investments every round. There's going to be some type of purchase that is a big threat. It's not going to be easy to find these final 3 to take us to overtime.
think Monacy was going to go have a look there, or Hooksy smoke would have enabled that. There's a T-smoke to stare at instead.
Yeah, it's surprising not just to see him start to rotate away quite heavily here. So they are putting a lot of faith in Hunter and JKS, and Hunter hasn't had the best of games yet. 8 kills, so if they do knock on this side of the map, they will need him to find some contributions. They're putting so much faith in this A defense. You look over towards B, well, 3 still like statues, waiting for any pressure. And as we can see on the radar, nothing's coming. They will need to play for information sooner rather than later. Well-timed block smoke there. JKS doing the same, right? It's very quiet across the map. Hey guys, we don't hear anything banana. Be a good idea to lob down a little bit of utility. You see the way that wombo combo works. AWP now noted towards B. The fact he fired off a shot, they're going to accelerate.
That's what it looks like. JKS will drop his smoke. He's got the gap. Hooksy will get there in time, but they are committing. Perfect flash, JKS.
Only 14 bullets now.
He needs some help. Who's going to draw blood first? Still hangs in the balance. Flames is going to find him. It's quick from Hooksy back. Magisk with the response. Hunter trying to hold on. And G2, is it really going to end like this? Kicking open the front door on A. They find the gap. They turn up the momentum. Speed into the site. Trade out nicely. Flames, Apex, and Magisk with contributions. And now it is hinging on just the 2 of them. Make it 1. Spinks has nailed Nico on rotation. And only Monacy with it all to do. A 1 versus 3 for the game. Keep G2 in it. Oh, and he's already been spotted out, dumping his util. It seems impossible. It certainly is now. 16 secure, Vitality. They break the streak. G2 concede Inferno. And Vitality with a big leg up now heading into map 2.
Yeah, felt like resistance was futile there for G2. Sure, a valiant attempt on the comeback, but that's just warm-up. At least the individuals hitting a couple of shots, but Vitality, they came to play today. Hot form, Inferno is theirs, and up next, their pick of Anubis.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got I need warriors. Take everything, leave them with nothing. Together, and we get divided, yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free, yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher. We can go higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and we get divided, yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free.
Can you hear the sound of thunder? Not much time to run for cover. Warning of what is to come. Can you hear it coming closer and closer and closer? Warning of what is to come. Can you hear the sound of thunder?
And just when you thought that that couldn't get any closer, it did come to an abrupt end. Welcome back to Gamers8. My name is Trace, and we are in a semifinal. We are well on our way to sending either Vitality or G2 on into the grand finals. That'll be coming up tomorrow. But as it stands, it did look very good, and then it did, and then it just kind of fell flat again for G2. Moses and YK are going to help me break this one down. So let's start with you, Yanko.
Yeah, great game from Vitality. I think they did their prep. I also think G2 probably made things a little bit easy on them with how they opened up the game right after in pistol. I really believe that second round ultimately sort of even ended up deciding who wins the game.
And that would set Jason up for some SDC analysis as well, right?
Yeah, it would. I mean, we kind of painted the picture of this game as like not so much the team-wide tactical stuff as sort of like the individuals for both team and the individual battles. And G2 players didn't show up until Vitality was already at 14 rounds. I mean, they were all quiet. Nico, m0NESY, Hunter, kind of the engine of this team, didn't really have a whole lot to say in the first half. They were getting absolutely destroyed. And finally, you seen plays like this out of a couple of guys. JKS with a solid quad kill to keep this comeback kind of going and to start making it a little bit more believable, but you're just getting started in the game way too late. I think Chad tweeted it out at halftime. 12.5 kills worth of utility damage from Vitality in that first half on their CT side. That's mental.
It's a lot, it's more than usual, but it's also Inferno.
CT side Inferno, yeah.
You know, it makes sense, and against a team like G2 that's always going to be in banana, right? I think like the reason why I think that second round decided a lot was, and we've seen this from a lot of T sides at this tournament, is when they're down, when they're behind, you're trying to win by winning ground by doing default. And then once you're able to do that, really is when you can change the pace. And here's the second round, right? So they're going for faster banana control. We can see that Vitality is trying to fight for it. We're going to see the early trade, right? It's a 4v3 for G2 here, and the two players that die are the two B players, right? So fine, okay, you think there's maybe someone else there, but why are you going at it one by... Before this, m0NESY already died. So, okay, maybe you're sending him as a scout, and then if he sees someone, you're going to go back to A, but two more players are in banana. Like, even if some... What do you think? Like, Vitality stacked 4 players B, 2 in sandbags, 2 in site. Even that's the worst possible case scenario. Even if you execute with 4 guys or with 3 guys there and you use your utility properly, that's where you still have a chance to win. I think G2 was neither here or there. m0NESY starts searching B, he dies. Then next up is Nico with 5 HP, he dies. Then it's Hunter and JKS. There's still 2v1 against Magus Combi, but they go 1 by 1 again, right? And that's just bad CS, that's poor CS. That's what handed over the reins to Vitality, because G2 couldn't force them back. Then Vitality had strong economy. They could have all the utility for B, and G2 was sticking to the default early on. And even though Nico actually, the first gun round after all this, G2 won it with Nico getting 2 entries with the AK. But because Vitality had a strong economy, they just had a full buy again, and G2 couldn't do it. They couldn't win consecutive rounds in the first half, and that was their demise.
And Jason, we look at those little minutia details, those little milliseconds we kind of talked about just a little bit earlier. And I'm thinking about now would be a good time to get a litmus test as to what's going on outside. Just real quick, we've got Sam outside. So what did you hear? What did you see? What'd you see?
What you got?
What you got?
What's going on?
So I had a chance to grab Swanee as he was coming off the stage after they lost their map pick, and actually was kind of surprised. The team seemed pretty upbeat. He said he was really happy with the sort of comeback, but that they played, he used a word I probably can't use on camera, pretty badly on the T side. He accepted that and he was okay. But he then said to me, you know what, we're used to being 1-0 down. We have no problem with coming back. So it seems that despite the fact that maybe G2 had a very slow start, they're looking pretty confident moving into the second map.
Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to point that out as well, and I mean, just want to bring it up too. Is they've lost both the first maps of both their, or they've lost the first maps in both their 2 series they've played already. 9
MVP.
And, yeah,
the difference was it was their opponent's map pick.
Sure.
Right.
Well, and then also I was going to move on and say back in Cologne in this series, where these 2 teams go head-to-head, Vitality beat them on Inferno in that series as well. So this is going to come down obviously to Anubis, and that little bit of a move for Vitality to see if there's a different map that they can beat them on. It's nothing positive. I think the only nice thing you can say at the moment for G2 is at least we saw them wake up in the second half. At least they had that little bit of a comeback. You saw some players starting to get into the groove. It's not a great feeling. It's not a great thing to rely on, but at least they're awake. At least they're here, in the server. They're at the tournament.
I think also, to be fair, the reason why they didn't find too many openings was because Vitality just played well. They played well as a team. They read the game well. They were opening a lot of 3B, even just to leave some early utility. They were one step ahead most of the time of G2 when it came to rotations. And Spinks played another really, really good game. He was at the right place at the right time, picked good positions even when there were only 2 players towards the A bomb side. So yeah, G2 maybe not played up to their usual level, but also Vitality didn't let them really get into the game.
They were definitely in the surge.
Yeah, I mean, it's also kind of like what we touched on is like with Vitality in this tournament with the opposition they've beat. Is this a Vitality that's playing really well, or is this a team that's kind of farmed off some easy teams to get here to the semifinals first, and that's kind of padded the stats a little bit? And I mean, at least in this game, you got to say they farmed off G2. They made G2 look really silly in that first half, and even with the comeback, like that was not a close map, even though the scoreline will probably tell you it was.
Yeah, you look at Anubis, we look at that second map in the series, and you wonder just how tangible that is for G2. Obviously, there's the idea that they've come back to life. Almost.
Yeah, I think that will definitely benefit them to sort of not get completely overrun on their own map pick, because then you're going into your opponent's map pick with low confidence. Here it's like they're standing outside and they're saying, well, listen, we just started off late. We lost both. We had both starts. We had bad starts to both halves. You know, let's just sort of from the get-go try to be a little bit more zoned in, a little bit more focused, not give away any gifts to Vitality, and we can take this into a third map.
Kind of the scary thing is we really like this Anubis pick out of Vitality, a strong Anubis team in their own right, and kind of shifting it over there, not necessarily just due to like win percentages or any strength over G2 on it, but also just not a map that G2 plays too often. Only 2 games they've played on in the past 2 months. Now, fair play, I think ENCE is probably the best team in the world on Anubis. G2 played them very closely in Cologne. It was a 13-16 loss, so they're proficient on it. It's just what's for a team Vitality that came in super well prepared on Inferno, knowing you're going to pick Anubis, you have to imagine they're prepared here as well.
Especially you think about Vitality, CT-sided start. Yeah, that sounds about right. CT-sided start, G2, obviously T-side. Where does that land us, Janko?
Well, I think for G2, it's about, I think their T-sides for the most part have been fine. You know, obviously you had yesterday against VP on Mirage, it was poor, but on Inferno and Vertigo, they had like 10 plus rounds. Yeah, today it wasn't great, but it was mostly due to not being able to string rounds together, and then it's really an uphill battle to win any T-sided round. So I think with G2, it's always going to be about individuals. You know, Hunter, he was 1-10 at one point in the first half. He couldn't find any openings towards the A bomb site, right? Hopefully he wakes up a little bit, gets into his groove, because we know how much space he can create on middle and get behind the lines.
Yeah, and that sound means just one thing. About 15 seconds to go. Jason, I know that Maniac isn't here to defend Vitality, so you want to go for G2?
I had Vitality win in the series. I wouldn't have said 2-0 at the start, but I will now. 2-0, Vitality.
Okay.
You said it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
it has been said by
Jason has deemed it, and that is exactly where we're going to leave it. Let's go ahead. Let's jump right into it. Anubis, the second map of the series.
The bald one.
He says it's going to. And I'm not so sure. G2 are going to really have to turn it around, though. Chatty B, are you echoing the sentiment of the desk?
Oh, look, I think with the type of Counter-Strike that we just got to see Vitality play in that first half.
Yeah, but the second half.
I know, but it all felt too little too late. I agree with the sentiment that, yeah, they got to warm into the game, G2, sure. But let's see if they can turn their fates around here. This is Vitality's map pick. And we know that they're geeked out heavily. G2 opting to start on the T side here.
Interesting smoke lineup. They smoked up and push it. Oh, God! ZywOo happens! HooXi responds, but the damage is done. The round is won. Magisk is coming for you, HooXi, while you're scrambling to pick up the bomb. Magisk unloads his dual Berettas. It would have to be the last bullet in his USP as he's rocked down to 6. And yes, that's a Vitality pistol. Straight back to their winning ways, and an interesting approach. What do you make of that? Smoking dark as you're pushing it.
Yeah, interesting is definitely one way to define it. I can't quite understand. Oh, come on now. Beautiful work from ZywOo there. I can't quite understand what the play. If the idea was to keep the dark, I can't.
No, it doesn't make sense. It's okay, because it didn't work, and we don't have to make sense of it.
Like, if the whole, how are you drawing, you don't draw a rotation unless Hunter gets a kill, right?
Yeah.
Hunter has to get a kill and the space, but what's the point of the smoke? Someone smarter than me, let me know.
Yeah, please.
Yanko, come on by. All right, well, another Temple smoke lobbed out over towards the bomb site. 2 players, turtle run up, ZywOo and Magisk in combination here. Both of which with the rifles.
ZywOo's going to get 2, and Magisk. Oh! he's going to be flattened from ZywOo, so nothing to contribute. And now, well, they're into the A site. This gets very exciting for G2 here. JKS, got to play safe, doesn't want to lose out hold of that rifle and that man advantage they've managed to earn. And now with that bomb ticking, this gets uncomfortable. The retake's on, but with no kit available, Spinks is going to have to find frags fast, and he has. Takes down m0NESY and NiKo. They'll fight tooth and nail to get back into this site. Magisk is a threat, a thorn in their side. Is up to Hunter, he's dead too, and Vitality, no problems. Regain control.
Oof, and we talk about this bomb site being quite difficult to retake for the CTs there, so not being able to piece it together, and you have to credit Spinks for the kills on the flank. Beautiful work from him. Finding them a gap, finding them a way back in, and Magisk was one of those A defenders alongside of ZywOo. He stays alive, he finds impact late, they get the M4 back in their hands, and G2 looking to break the stride early here of Vitality. That one should have been theirs, you feel like. It might just be having to stare down the barrel of partial investment here, but that's the double. Seemed way too easy. JKS takes down Flamesy, has to push for space, right? Because they're getting collapsed in on. There was no room taken by G2, so just boxed in, and ooh, okay. Well, with the plant, with the damage, they're happy to buy again. AK in the hands of NiKo, biggest rifle they have here. The Headhunter gonna have to find a couple of those.
God, good timing on that HE as well. Flames is gonna molly him out as well. Oh, NiKo, you gotta get moving. Burning, dead, Flames with the incendiary. And a response out of JKS and Hunter, they've kept it level. From dark side, he's into the site, but Apex, he brings the fight to them. Hunter good on the trade. A 2-on-2 emerges. And things will slow down just for a moment. Lots and lots of utility.
Oh, I love that cheeky there from
Fake
ZywOo.
the drop sound as HooXi got the bomb as well. If ZywOo wins this duel, the round gets impossible for Hunter.
Yeah, not favorable fights for Hunter now.
Yeah, well, he's got to pick up the bomb. He's going to overthink this and probably take his time to clear through.
And interesting to see how ZywOo has just completely evacuated. Doesn't want to give a 1v1 away with the C4. But might catch him in transition here. So bomb has been scooped. Hunter wondering where he's gotten off to.
Yeah, and Magisk is going to be his next duel. Magisk's walking up, and perfect from Vitality. 3-0, nearly a full team effort there. It was actually Apex with 2 in the end, excuse me, Magisk finding those contributions.
Yeah, and curiously enough, right, G2 went for that force buy there. This time they didn't get the bomb down, so if they wanted to go for another buy in a similar vein, like this looked very silly at the start, didn't it? An insta-kill, not being able to get the smoke off in time. And the kills just keep coming as this is the 3-0 start. G2 can go for another one of these lighter investments. Deagles, Tech-9s, smokes, P250s. But the issue is, in the last map, right, they won the pistol, they lost the force. And it started very weak for them. You would want to get off to a hot start, G2 here. And now they're going to stomach a 4-0 lead for Vitality on the CT side of Anubis, which is, I think, is the second most T-sided map we have here at Gamers8 so far. This is the 5th time in total it has been played.
Apex, oh, he's caught m0NESY just walking and waltzing towards the A site. Smokes off bridge, takes the fight through window. It's all lovely in Vitality. Power position here from Flames. He's got Spinks side by side with him to cover the flank. And yeah, NiKo warded off. Now, yeah, between the two of them, they're solving this problem.
The flash came through, and I think Spinks had turned away to help Flamesy deal with Long, so as he swings back over, he's not blind at all.
Yeah, it feels like we might be strapping ourselves in for a similar CT side as that first map.
Yeah, and imagine if it's just another G2 comeback that, you know, fills us with a bit of hope. I think we're going to the 3rd, and then it falls flat yet again.
So, can you do that thing that I know you hate doing, where you give me a number that they have to have? Like a bare minimum? A bare minimum for G2 to not have just a cosmetic comeback.
I think 6, just because they've already started 4-0 down. If they get 6 in total, and then they win the pistol and the conversion, they light things up.
Oh, wow, what a flash. HooXi eats it. Nice work from NiKo's Deag. Apex, he'll deal with the rest. And it is that 4-0 start we were prophesizing.
Okay, well, the guns will come out. m0NESY's AWP can be into play here. And if we do see more of that dark smoke out of Hunter and him trying to play through it, you know, I'm sitting here and I'm going, we know, what was the plan? You do see players with the deeper dark smoke where they're able to, it essentially gives you more entry avenues. It's just on that pistol round, it all looked a little bit funky. I can understand it a bit more with weird timings on gun rounds or combinations with mollies, but we'll have to wait and see. No AWP for Vitality here on the defense. They have actually taken quite a few casualties in these rounds, so the finances have been kept somewhat slim. And on the jump, honestly, going to be ready for this. That's a missed smoke right there.
T-side smoke.
Yeah, it's kind of just stuck in the wall.
Ooh, Magisk, yeah, he actually got baited a little bit there and now isolated, but he still wins the head-to-head. JKS, he thought he had him trapped, and...
Yeah, that's a very standard set of A util, right? You throw the smoke towards A main and you molly baskets, and they had 2 players ahead of it, playing over towards the, I guess it's the bench, right? There's coffee beans on there, so I'm sure there's something that we can get done with that. But an opener, and that was the bane of G2's existence, not being able to find them, giving up too many. m0NESY can draw one back, he spotted the barrel. This should be his every day of the week, and the in-game leader of Apex falls.
Yeah, and HooXi, oh, he's next on ZywOo's naughty list. m0NESY's got him trapped, and oh no, a miss, and ZywOo will punish. That is a big mistake, and it leads to what should be our 5th round. Again, Hunter thrust into an uncomfortable clutch, no bomb. Out dark, Spinks prepared and tight towards that glyph position.
Oh, he knows he needs to go back and grab this bomb here, so...
Spinks is moving like he saw his butt cheeks.
Yeah, he's got the knife in his hand here,
Yeah,
isn't he?
I think he saw just that little bit round of the corner. And,
hello.
Ooh, take your time. Take your shot. Take your shot. There it is. Neat. Tidy, eventually.
Beautiful. Yeah, and really, I'm not sure exactly how much of a mare we can plug that one up to a middle, but m0NESY missing a key shot and 3 bodies go down. Sure, HooXi dies first. We'll catch this one again. HooXi dead. Then the molly's there. They step out. They didn't need to step out. They're really trying to punish him, and that one is going to cost them here.
Both of those were headshots. You see that? You saw that from ZywOo. Like, that's just perfect spray control. The guy was jumping. He tracked it. Oh, God.
It's really quite rough for G2 out here today, isn't it? Another one of those same dark smokes in play. Yeah, you can see here how Spinks is acknowledging the potential walk-up. HE is going to be off the mark, and Magisk, well, he does have support of Apex not too far away, but it won't be ZywOo this time round.
Not far away.
You say his name, and here he comes. Well, execute once more.
They've summoned him. See Magisk, what he's got for them. The flash is coming through. HooXi's the first victim of the defense,
look
and look at Magisk go. Apex dead. Magisk fragging 3 before they finally fell him. m0NESY finds himself a rifle, would love to find himself a plant. Getting it down safe, away from the utility. Hunter and m0NESY to give G2 a taste of victory earlier.
I love their understanding, allowing this flank to come in again. Great work from Vitality, taking their time, not rushing the situation.
And when there is that 3-prong, flank draws attention. It's a very uncomfortable spin you have to take. Now Hunter's responsible for the duel onto Flames. Running that clock down an awful lot. Will they find it in these final moments? Now we go! Oh, m0NESY's done it! G2 should! Oh, and ZywOo's dig has saved them! Salt in the wound! They should have had it! G2 felt like they did! Running down the clock! And ZywOo will close with a double dig.
Oh, that one is a tilter right there. You talk about the 3 barbs, right? The 3 avenues of assault right there. Well, they deal with 2, and then ZywOo happens. 10 and 4 right now for ZywOo. More impact, back-to-back rounds of impact here.
I was convinced, Chad. I was convinced when Spinks got nothing that was G2's first.
Yeah, because he shouldn't have been able to find them so quick, but immediately the Deagle comes out. They both drop a 6-0 start right now, and Swanee, he needs to hit that big red button. Timeout called, conversation to be had. Another one of these scenarios where, sure, it's not the fullest of buys. They get in after the Magisk triple. They still continue to keep Vitality's money in a bit of a weird spot, but there it is from the Woo. And Apex continuing to bring that energy here, really bringing the energy. And NiKo with the tut of the tongue, the shake of the head, and another round that slips by the wayside, and lack of frags again seeming to be the problem for G2, a team that is meant to have players full of pedigree and firepower, just not able to get things going in the early stages of these maps. They're going to push. Here we go.
Wow, aggression thrown into the mix, and m0NESY will greet them with a nice shot from the AWP. NiKo as well combines, and this is shaped up nicely. Aggression punished. Quashed.
Don't want to give away too much that you've stacked a site right here, so have to be careful if you are Vitality. May as well go for a gamble. Worst case, you end up saving what you've got. You give away 1 round to G2, and you do what you did on Inferno. You win the immediate back. Don't allow them to get consecutive rounds here.
He's held them at bay with util. Oh, Hunter through dark though. He's going in ahead of the pack. He was alone. The rest all coming through now, through main. It's good for Nico. m0NESY finishes off Apex. Walking into their first. Success for G2 on their 7th time of asking.
Well, lost bonus bottom of the barrel here for Vitality. ZywOo needs to hold on to this, but looking for damage, and we'll find it. But his position has been given up now. The issue is G2, they cannot risk many bodies. Actually, they probably can't risk any bodies. Nico thinks differently. Has already tried to cut him off at the pass here. If ZywOo takes him down, next round is going to look a bit touch and go as far as the buys are concerned. This is a difficult clear for ZywOo.
How aware is he?
And how far does he overstep the mark here? He doesn't need to get closer towards that bomb. This could just be both players dusting their hands with it and calling it off.
And they will.
Terrorists win. Oh, saving side by side here. No idea how close they are to one another, but there you go. Now, G2, on one hand, need to post consecutive rounds here to change the tune that we had over in Inferno. Vitality, they would love to push them down yet again. Put them in another financial situation that feels a little bit icky. And it looked good, didn't it? They slowed them with the U2. You saw that they were corralled more of it towards the jail position. The molly takes down Apex eventually, and that helps them get in towards the site. But you can see just how close some of these rounds have been. It means that Flamesy is down to just an SMG here. So the buy on the better side is with G2. Around here, you feel that they have to commit and convert as flash forward. Not blind. m0NESY gets the better of Apex, and HooXi immediately takes the space.
Oh, JKS builds upon it. Nice work from that A player. Nearly had Magisk too. The nade's not going to find him. HooXi will. Oh, look away. He's gone across into the site. He can win the round right here, though. They're actually boosting up over. So HooXi, lots of communication from him. Magisk actually gets away with another frag. He shouldn't have any more. And
Come on now!
No! Magisk! How has he done that? 3 frags from Magisk. And this left G2 in the disadvantage after an opening kill. He had low HP. JKS nearly finished him off ages ago. Now Nico will eventually, but the damage is done. Now A site should be open, and Flames and Spink seem to think it's going towards the B site.
Yeah, it was a little bit too quiet for the two of them. So they've given up a lot of room here. Nico still investigating slow. He does allow Vitality to try and get in towards position. Bomb will go down. Rotation coming through. No kit on either of these two.
Pushing in unison. The countryman pushing in, finding heads. Nico for the clutch, trying as hard as he can. Will get the first. And no! Spinks denies! Vitality break back, and G2 sent back to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, that kill just came way too easy there. Opening frag from Flamesy, right? It just goes down. The trade potential not there, not playing in positions where they want to take the fight. And that's because m0NESY and Nico don't know where the last two are. They had evacuated. They weren't hanging around. They didn't even think you were going towards A. So by giving them that buffer, they were still scared. They were still worried. And this half has already gotten away from them here. 7-1, consecutive rounds, not the possibility.
Look at this. Here we go. This is how Magisk got another.
28 HP. 28 HP, Alex.
Yeah, and they hit him for 27.
That's HooXi right there coming in on the flank. You feel that he should have had that kill every day of the week. That is a big one to give over.
Oh, sinking feeling in their stomachs as they concede another. m0NESY looking for that early duel, and he does get one. ZywOo on the chopping block, and m0NESY great for the double. Oh, but Apex responds in kind. He's caught Hunter on the smoke spam. Mid is under his control. Just like that, a very different feeling to this round.
Yeah, happening very quick now, isn't it?
Now, with HooXi still alive, we know he likes to take space, can often be hitting these impactful in the mid-round. And he's going for a bit of a walk around the world, all the way back to spawn.
I'm just so glad to see this level of performance out of Magisk, right? It's not like people sleep on him here, but the guy's already won 4 majors in his career, right? You feel like he's done it all, still delivering, still a young lad, all things considered. And then you consider this addition of Flamesy, who right now only has 2 kills. The firepower for Vitality off the charts. Players in form at the moment, and that seems to be one of the conversations with these top teams. It's as simple as, well, they break it down to who's hitting those headshots, but you can see all the other details in terms of the prep, their macro, how they approach these situations as a team.
They didn't take the bait. HooXi just smoked on B, and they remain stay in the gamble. They are in the right place.
So many nades for an execute here from G2. 30 seconds, clearing out Fountain.
Oh, and HooXi, he's caught on flames in the defense as well, shaping up nicely here for G2. Magis, can you really have impact with just the FAMAS? He's got Apex to support, does swing out, does find one. Apex thrust into the clutch. It's up against JKS, and JKS is going for the plant. Getting pushed on. Apex, he's clutched up! A quad kill from Mr. Madisclair.
The comms must be absolutely dirt. Absolute, just in the bin. Just in the bin.
He went for the plant when he was heaven.
The comms no good. How? Like, do they have any idea where they died from right there? If the communication was flowing, there's no way you would run onto the site and go for the plant. Absolutely no way in the world. This is the double. The first is great. The second just gets away with a bit of a lucky charm right there. He activates in the site onto JKS again, who was completely caught out of position. Did HooXi think he died? I guess the gamble stack caught them off guard, thinking there's no way he's already here, already on the site. G2 are rocked.
Oh, boys. HooXi looking for impact, testing Spinks, but Spinks is going to be very hard to get past as he gets, no way, not three. Dinks on JKS, m0NESY as well, clawing into the site with Nico's help, and G2, they do kick open the door.
Still losable.
Most definitely. Zai will be coming from that dark side. Magisk is playing upon the fade. They might overlook this. They're holding Temple passively. They'll re-smoke him. And he will back away, maybe looking for an upgrade instead, play the long game.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to call things off here. Okay, well, they're going to allow G2 to grab their second round.
Whew.
And that was extremely, extremely labored. HooXi and Hunter offered it up to the god of Spinks. JKS almost goes down as well. That would have been the round, right? If Spinks gets a third.
Fully flashed, still dinks.
So we're looking to do some damage here, right? Again, damage, name of the game. They know they have to back off. They're hearing all this, hearing the steps. The FAMAS, the AWP at the ready end. Oh, bomb goes down. JKS goes with it. Too low on HP. Doesn't give them over a kill, but still an AK that has to be re-equipped. m0NESY and Nico can only drop 2 between them, meaning there will be a player on G2 operating with less. Probably HooXi into an SMG or a Tech 9 here. And the money, as we know for Vitality, has been kept quite humble, quite honest. But they continue to pull these rounds with the stacks and make G2's life extremely difficult. They'll get another buy. It's probably one of their weakest purchases so far in this first half of play. 3 FAMASes, an AWP and MP9, and again, just with this pace, well, it looked to be. The Orps here this time.
Yeah. And ZywOo collects. Takes down HooXi. Oh, fumbled the smoke. He's actually opted for the flash instead, just to get himself away. Doesn't know about Hunter. I think Hunter's set for success on this one. Oh, brilliant play from Hunter. Takes down the AWPer. Levels the odds. A divided T side right now, though.
Yeah, looking a bit unraveled here, right?
That would have completely rumbled this boost.
Yeah, and take a look. Well, Spinks may have had to have used that smoke to keep them, and Flamesy too. So they were aware and ready to have the extinguish going, but now you don't know what resides towards the platform. The bomb has been lifted, and Apex again ahead of the play. In-game leader really feeling the flow of this one. They're going to push for info.
Flames jumps through, anticipating them both. Great round out of Hunter. This is all him so far. A triple kill into the site is Nico. Nails it onto Apex.
Wow, we find the...
They finally get a bit of breathing room.
It's the difference from Inferno. Consecutive rounds on the T side. And it might be enough here to break Vitality to get G2 up to somewhat of a respectable scoreline. I feel at this stage with 7 on the table, I mentioned earlier in the P6, considering they were already 4-0 down, would be nice. So they're halfway there. Crowd like that one. Hunter with some big impact. It's essentially a round that's worth 2 here, so we will have to wait and see what they want to do with their 1900 loss. Just a FAMAS for Magisk, who, I say just a FAMAS. Remember the second round of Inferno?
Yeah, that was like that 3K that just saved them.
He did have equipped teammates, sure. This time round that won't be the case. Does anything get blown his way? He's not even going to have a look, just going to stay over towards the cave. So this should finally be an eco for Vitality. I don't know how many times I've had to say that. Enough money for the G2 buy, of course, and I think HooXi is well aware of the financial situation. We'll roll into this one with a Mac-10 in hand, can have a bit more spring in the step, jumping around the corners. And, well, G2 are going to have to pick themselves up here. With plays like this, should be inspiring enough to show them that individually they can pack a punch within the rounds in the same way Vitality can. But Hooksy, looks like he's got some marching orders there.
Ooh, that's a great nade at the perfect time. They were heading over for a 3-man stack on A.
Oh, Hooksy gave the MAC-10 over to Hunter here, so...
Well, it is Magis. He has no helmet, so first bullet, yeah, perfect. To the dome. Magis, the main threat, now relinquished of his life.
Playing through their own smoke here, Hunter.
Yeah, it makes it really uncomfortable for Flames, and he's only got a USP as well, so this is all Hunter. Give him the MAC-10, let him go, let him work.
Yeah, may as well allow him to just continue to spring around the map here. B is essentially fortified at this point. There's a Temple smoke, there's a Molly in play. Can just bring the rest of the boys over and get that bomb down for Vitality. Any damage would be good. We've already seen G2 wear a comeback in the second half of Inferno. If they can try and get things going a little bit earlier here. We know that they've got it in them, right? We saw some big individual moments from different players. m0NESY, last round of the first half Inferno with the orb lighting it up. JKS had that big play from Pit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you know, as we've been discussing, it is the... it is kind of being boiled down at this point to the individuals of Vitality hitting their shots more frequently. Most notably, here on Anubis, it's been Magisk, ZywOo, Spinks had his moments.
I wonder if they continue to try and exploit this B bomb site. Flamesy is not having the easiest of times over there.
He's not, is he?
No, 2 kills, 10 deaths. Now, he does have 4 assists, which is telling of someone who is, you know, doing damage but not converting those kills. And that's the difference maker in a lot of these rounds. So we'll have to wait and see how Vitality want to move forward. And do they take a timeout here before this half gets too out of control? Yes, they do. Matt has confirmed and called that one alongside of Apex, and you can see him here on the mic, directing the conversation down the lane.
Yeah, I mean, just to reaffirm what you were saying as well, Flames has got 50 ADR and 2 kills, in comparison to Apex with 9 kills and 70 ADR.
Okay.
So he's definitely been chipping away, but others have been converting. First time out called by Vitality. Matt on the mic.
Yeah, and this is just how do we want to change the flow of this? Well, in the last few, they've applied an awful lot of pressure quite quickly down through Canal, up and towards Dark. So how are we going to stall this out? What is the next play going to be? Now, it hasn't always worked out for them, but definitely when Hunter is able to get in past the AWP, you essentially offered up Hooksy, right? ZywOo takes down Hooksy, Hunter gets past, and then he cleans up all the kills. Hooksy would take that every day of the week. He'd say, yeah, no worries. I will gladly give my life up if we can convert those rounds. Red smoke in play here just to obscure a little bit of the vision. And Hooksy's going to play through this. Layering of mollies, and you see the one lands towards the door. As it fades, he's forward, spamming through, looking for the mid control. Good pressure applied here from G2 with the util alone.
Yeah, very high pressure.
Spotted
him out. He's going to spam ZywOo through the doors, gets him down to 50. ZywOo sticks around forward position. This is what Nico was positioned for, and Hooksy combined with Nico forced ZywOo into an unwinnable trade. Or an unwinnable fight, I should say. No trade just yet, as Nico actually builds upon it. He's gotten another onto Apex. This fight in middle could be round-defining. And Magisk, he stands up. He delivers. He takes 2 before JKS gets to him. The A site is lost. Surely the round to follow. It's Spinks and Flames, known to be the B site players. And it looks like they've resigned themselves to the save.
Yeah, they really shouldn't go for this one. I know they've had a couple of retakes over towards the A side that have fallen in their favor, but I feel that's, well, partially up to some G2 misplays or bad comms. Like that JKS round is still going to haunt me of where the comms were, the Apex's position. But if they can shrug that off, and it feels like they have done, about to be 8-5, they can still get 7 on the half here, G2. So the comeback happening a whole lot earlier here than that of Inferno. And, well, I really like that adjustment out of G2 instead of going aggressive through Dark. Right? There's 2 key positions that you want to have of real estate here. If you can be in Dark, then the B splits, the B pressure comes in a whole lot easier. If you can have mid control, and even if you're getting kills in that fashion, even if you don't get the frags and you just get through to the doors or you're in towards the mid window, you can apply so much pressure, you can lurk in late. It's a great piece of real estate to have. So for G2, good variations here, but still trailing.
But most definitely competitive. 4 on the trot, getting the bomb down into the sights. They've humbled Vitality just a little.
Yeah, it might be the 6 here for G2, because if you're Vitality where the loss bonus is at right now, you could drop 2 rifles, but you're going to be light on with util for a few of your players. So maybe just use these 2 M4s, try an aggressive move with both of them, and then just have the other players invest in the pistols. And that's what they have done here. 3 Deagles around the saved M4s. Some util. It is still a round that's possible here, and they've actually split them up. Flamesy over towards the A side of the map here with Magisk.
Yeah, Nico, he's trying to poke and prod. So I was hearing this. close and personal. And no, Spinks nails m0NESY on that clear. Just wasn't anticipating the angle, and Spinks goes looking for NiKo. He's punished for it.
NiKo might want to try and hold these guns here. JKS can't get caught off guard, so needs to make sure that Yuto comes out of his hands, but Hooksy's here to mop up the mess. The bomb's loose.
Yeah, Flames has been noted as well on the ace side.
Nice nade.
JKS, he could get hunted here, but ZywOo's here on B, and he's hit the first onto Hunter, and that's the bomb. Flames would have loved that kill.
You can chase him down. Get your gun out, son.
He's trapped. 6 bullets now. He's got some support from NiKo. JKS is hiding in plain sight. Okay, JKS holds his nerve on that one. He had the bomb. He knew he could have got run at. But there's just 6 for G2.
Thank God for NiKo in that round. He needed to pull 4 out, right? That was a nice shot from Spinks there to take down the AWP. ZywOo's Deagle. If he had just stayed alive for a moment longer, you never know what could have happened there. A very tight one, but they do get the 6. This is the trade. Continuing to put pain down range. Really important shooting here from NiKo. And JKS committed to the fight. NiKo steps out with a tap. And now just a 1-round game as the bye comes out for Vitality into round 15.
Yeah.
We're talking 5 on the trot here, G2. Feels like almost the most consecutive rounds they had. I don't remember exactly how Inferno ended up.
But this is recovered. I mean, we talked about it. Second most T-sided map of the tournament. You got to be leaving with as close to a lead as possible. This is attainable. They've already got 2 kills. ZywOo will stand to deliver this defense, but the discrepancy of 2 players, look how well trained JKS is. Doesn't want to give the shot, baits out ZywOo, and it's perfect from G2. They close this gap. So many sequential rounds, and they will leave with 7. A fully recovered half, keeping it competitive, promising for a competitive second half in our semi-final. Will G2 be able to take us the distance, or have Vitality got what it takes on the T side?
Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting the party started. Anubis is what we have to look forward to. A second half and a recovered half. After the way that was started, I was concerned we were about to have Inferno v2, but we've got a game.
Yeah, these celebrations from Apex somewhat short-lived. HooXi's frustrations, missing a couple of sitters. There could have been more rounds in the favor of G2 here, but they salvage it. They put it together. They get themselves 7. Inseparable at the half, as our good friend Rushley would like to say. But let's see, G2. Are you able to split the pistols, get yourself a second for the series, or are Vitality about to pick up their third and have another hot streak in another half? Well, equipped with a smoke, a flash, a P250 in the hands of Counter-Strike's best player right now, ZywOo. On the other side of things, JKS with some dual Berettas, a smoke. He's been donated those. And m0NESY, which he's turning into his signature. We've discussed it a lot, the USP with the silencer off.
Yeah, does he know something that we don't?
I think he's just trying to be the coolest kid.
He wants them to hear the sound and run away from him. That's what he wants.
Yeah, it's a bit more vicious. It's like taking the silencer off that M4. I would not recommend, as ZywOo has been given all the liberties in the world here to search. He doesn't have any support right now. He has literally been told, oh, so much spotted right there. I don't think Hunter realized. Big chunk of his knee. The flash is coming forward. ZywOo turns it. Might get double hit. Goes down.
Perfect. First bullet out of the USP. And oh, Flamesy's dead too. They're holding on. G2. They want to take us the distance. They'll steal away the pistol. With just the one casualty, NiKo with heavy contributions as well. I've been saying that an awful lot. 70% headshots with 17 frags.
Yeah, top in the server right now. And we will split the pistols here. So on both maps, both teams scooping out one, but the pistol that G2 got in Inferno, they immediately lost the force buy back here, so they're gonna have to hold on tight. They did make it easier for themselves by denying that bomb going down, and as you get those shots in the replay, crispy business. And Vitality have one of these, yeah, exactly. One of these very few ecos. You don't see this too often. You know, maybe 2, 3, 4 of them in a match of Counter-Strike these days. It's all dependent on those plans, but they will be taking a essentially full eco here with an AK buy into the next. So as G2 work this out, you might see some of these MP9s of HooXi and Hunter have a few more liberties. Just a very static stance here from Vitality as they allow this one to simmer, and while the util is being burnt through. So exactly what Apex was hoping for.
Yeah, they're just essentially just counting all the money they're hearing across the map. Incendiaries, smokes. There's an aid, 300 bucks. Oh, on the money! Takes down Spinks with it. The SMGs can farm up some extra cash as well. Now they know it's up against the Glocks. It's perfect weapon for the job. HooXi wants to get himself at least 600 on top of that. Oh, and it's Hunter's turn. Yeah, he'll take the double. As G2 look to take the lead.
Head on out there again, HooXi. You know you want to.
Ooh. He does punish HooXi. Gets himself one back, but that is G2 seizing the lead. And don't forget how this started. It was, what, 7-1 at one point in favor of Vitality. So to be taking the lead this early into the second half is testament to the recovery.
Yeah, and I really feel that Hunter round got them back in it, right, where he ducked under the scope, takes down ZywOo, gets 2 more on the B side, and that was all with the Galil. So Hunter's impact being felt now. So away we go. The rifle's out for Vitality here. What is their opening T-side gun round going to look like? Window smoked off. Dark as well. NiKo. Nice little lineup there to be able to block middle.
Scott Magis Feckles up. He's not sure what's going on over there.
Well, this is extremely likely to be a B split coming out of Vitality here. 2 players already in Canal quite close. Spinks playing anti-flash with the bomb on his back. Apex overseeing business, and well, Flamesy just making sure they don't walk across that mid-bridge. Another smoke deployed towards Dark.
If you're counting, you're going to be aware that there's a lot of bodies on B. 2 thrown from the Dark side. Hunter's got the line up here for anyone close. ZywOo will have to back away just a little, a lick of the flame.
always really risky to pick that. Like, see, this is a great little headshot angle that exists here for Zywo if they step forward.
If you're brave enough. Oh, yeah, flash exchange. HooXi dumping his util as well. They're really holding them aback. And here comes the commitment. m0NESY is good for the first, holding strong. Spinks tries to open up the site back. Oh, and with Magisk combination, that is quick. He finds the pair of frags required. The site is theirs, the smoke is up, and Nico can be very limited in his options. That looks like it could find its mark. It's not quite lethal. Magisk just chipped further away, but the bomb now down. It seems that JKS and Nico don't want to play.
Yeah, hard to justify going for this, and Vitality showing your patience is a virtue right there. Waiting out a lot of the utils, extremely jarring. Smoke, 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 molly, nade, flash, and still just being able to find these fights. So a really good job for Vitality there just to play as a unit. Magisk with 2 in that round, continuing to find impact here. We were singing the praises in the first half. He was doing great guns over towards A. Some really big multi-kill rounds when they come knocking on his door, and Vitality will draw us back level here. So tied up again, 9-9. First round on the T side. And this opens the door to maybe a couple more. We saw Hunter there operating with an MP9, meaning he didn't upgrade. So as the bomb goes off, the loss bonus comes into the bank account. I have to ask the question, do they want to try and facilitate an AWP over to m0NESY here? And would a timeout come through from Swanee for them to have that conversation? Wouldn't be a bad time to do so before you run out of cash. And they have called that second timeout here. Again, I really like these when you're in a little bit of a wonky moment as far as the economy here. We're walking in, A mapping away.
Especially considering, you know, we've had a couple of games in the last 2 days where teams have been at break points in the game and a misbuy has kind of haunted them into a loss.
Yeah, that fame moment yesterday on Vertigo, right, where he brought into the MP9 and
Janka was
force.
Yeah, Janka was being critical of Heroic's financial decisions as well in the first semi-final. So, you know, that's even more evidence as to why these timeouts, when you're in those awkward must-win rounds or decisions financially, just to take that extra 30 seconds.
Yeah, and you can see them dropping across guns right now. Check out the bottom left here of this nice little economy HUD we have going for everybody, so you can see just what type of buys are coming through, who's being facilitated with what utility, like JKS as an A anchor. You know, he's going to need a molly to smoke to slow that down. Where are they going to set up these rifles? They managed to make this one look very, very good to G2. Just a famous for HooXi. No SMG's aggression.
He is throwing it straight into Zywo, and he's a dead man! He still gets one! I'm not sure how. He was so blind.
Flash for days, it felt like.
Yeah, even months. Now m0NESY. He felt tested, the utility in response. And yeah, Nico is coming fast, hot on their heels from behind. They're not looking. This could be a massacre from Nico. Triple spray with the mid-aggress, and that's G2's round taken by force.
Great decision there from Nico, just running forward, taking so many risks right there to chase them down. Lines them up, knocks them over, and that right there is 10. So responding, G2. That happened so quick, and you could see the tenacity out of Vitality. They wanted to push. They're the ones who got stalled out again by Yuto, and Nico's timing was perfect. That's happening in 1minute 22 seconds, Alex.
Yeah, and you know, I know you love minutia, Chad, but I was looking at the minimap, and Spinks just started to line up his smoke as Nico rounded that corner. It could not have been better. Intuition, timing, a little bit of lady luck, perhaps. But G2 back in the driving seat. You can see Magisk operating with just the Deagle, Flames operating with no nades and the Galil. They're going for a pacey one here, and it's just too easy. Hunter mows him down with HooXi's help. Zywo's still alive though, and he's gonna have to do a lot. Look at that, it's HooXi again, a double. Trying to brave the utility. Apex, however, gets one around the smoke. It shouldn't be anything more to be said about this one as Nico confirms 21-9. Nico is not going down without a fight.
That's the best patch of rounds we've seen from G2, right? Obviously the tail end of that first half, and now a bit more tenacity in the fight, a bit more pep in the step. This team is looking more like themselves. They've woken up.
Yeah, 10 of the last 11 across both halves have gone G2's way.
Yeah, it's a real momentum shifter here, and we have to reflect to that game that we've been discussing, right? This is a rematch from Cologne. It was the Group B upper bracket final for seeding, quarterfinal or semifinals. G2 won that after losing Inferno in overtime. Then they went on to Vertigo, won that, and then Mirage, which is the third and deciding map in this series, they picked up in style. So it's starting to smell quite familiar here for G2 as Nico, he is just becoming a monster here. Oh, a lot of information for Hunter there. Saw at least 2 to 3 bodies with that glance down.
And he continues to fight. He's like, sure, take your deagle pot shots. I'm Hunter and I'm head hunting right now. Taps away too.
You can see just how uncomfortable Flames has been this entire game. Really struggling to get anything going here. Normally, well, not normally, other games this tournament we've been singing his praise, have been popping off, going ham. Well, he's missing right now. Vitality, after that lighter investment, have allowed G2 to get up to a 3-round gap here. And you can see Matt back on the mic, the second time out for Vitality. Now, over towards B, it's been quite heavy in trying to pressure that side. Some teams will start 2-1-2, some teams will start 3-1-1, some teams will start 3-2, just like Ancient, right? Won't play anybody towards A. Now, you can understand why they want to pressure B early. It's a great way to make the force out of that util. You also know Hooksy's over towards that side of the map. Want to try and isolate that in-game leader. But they haven't been able to crack in. The util that G2 have been using to segregate them off of the jump spot, the Molly's land, they are a bit desperate running forward. The team isn't able to fight together. And, oof, okay. Apex maybe didn't look happy about having to take the timeout here, but I definitely think they should be calling one.
Especially considering, yeah.
Like your ducks in a row here before you get back underway.
And all is not lost. You know, you had such a sensational start that...
It's a T side of bloody Anubis.
Exactly.
Try a default round, try something. Oh, the aggression again.
Yeah, you can't default if Hunter comes charging at you with the help of Nico. Flashes him in. And Magisk escorts Hooksy out. Flames will find a frag. JKS from the A main position dunks onto Magisk. 3v3 mid-round. This is where things get very interesting.
Yeah, and you like that move, don't you? Because you just see them starting to move into a default setup and they throw something disruptive. Nico did get info on that jiggle. You see the mouth moving. He's going to drop back into a passive position. Currently spread out across the map. RG. Oh, okay. That was an audacious peek.
Yeah, and spots him out again.
That's scary. They might think that's a one-way, so this could stall them out for a moment's time, but the molly behind does land. Crisis averted. Apex, good heads-up counterstrike here.
Yeah, he's gaming. Oh, and so's m0NESY. Spinks just thought he had a chance, a little window of opportunity, but m0NESY trained, ready, on his position.
But look what they've given up here.
I like that JKS has actually fallen back out, because he'll just be the third prong on the retake.
Yeah, but again, this site, once the bomb goes down, I know Flamesy hasn't found an awful lot here. But this is the type of round they could win. Like, sure, I understand. They've gone looking the wrong side of the map. So the bomb will go down, the bomb ticking. JKS, Apex is so close.
Yeah, this is the duel. This is the duel that determines it. And Apex, just caught out completely. Wasn't ready for JKS. And so rewarded for his decision-making. As a 13th round looms, they have to get through Flames. He's had a real rough time on Anubis. He's got 3 superstars coming for his position. Nails the first onto m0NESY. Can hear the approach of Nico. JKS will clear through the double peak. G2 keep the win going. That's 4 consecutive now and 3 away from taking us to Mirage.
Yeah, moment to worry there, but Apex getting caught off guard. You can see just searching, trying to find something here.
He was kind of baffled. Like, you can see he was clearing A main. He's like, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Why have you all evacuated this site? Why have you given us over a free plant here? Well, that free plant does get them another buy with the loss bonus in play. So at least they can take that positive out of things here. But that nade from JKS, well placed onto Magisk there, just hunting him down. A great shot from m0NESY dealing with Spinks' lurk, and that's the difference maker. Even though it was a number disadvantage scenario for Vitality, you felt like maybe, just maybe, between the two of them, they could have put something together.
Okay, well, a pace change might be the remedy.
This is a change
They've tried everything, but now they have to get through m0NESY. He's in the right place. He's hitting the right shots. Magisk, their top performer, gone, and m0NESY putting on a show. Takes down 2 on the way in. They are in, though. Boost is great, and Nico's deadly. Watch out, Flames. You might be his first of many. Beautiful from Nico. Gets them both, and God, we're going to 3. Surely, with the form we're seeing now. We talked about individuals. We talked about how Vitality felt like they were just winning their duels and getting the best of the G2 players. Well, not anymore.
Yeah, it's crazy how quick Vitality have let a lot of these rounds slip away. They haven't played slow. They've been quite aggressive, been trying to play in your face and rumble them. And now with another fast play that just gets absolutely denied. The double on the AWP. Already at this point, you're thinking he's done enough. JKS with a nade to chip away, but it's the boost from Nico and 2 headshots, right? You mentioned the individuals. Nico is just putting on a show, and Apex borderline having a tantrum here.
Yeah, dude, 25 frags and 65% of them headshots.
He's only died 9 times.
He's just...
And they've only lost 9 rounds.
He's going crazy, bro. This is the win condition. You're watching him right now. Uxi's got full B control.
It's not just like the kills. Okay, he's got 101 ADR, 159 utility damage. He has 12 effective flashes according to Valve. I know we tend to take that with a grain of salt at times, but just reflecting on what we have in front of us.
Uxi's been taking some liberties, and he's taking a quite staunch forward position here. ZywOo, he's in the right spot for that clear. Good positioning from ZywOo.
Oh, okay. He's just extinguished on top of his teammate's molly there.
I think he felt like it might have been the exec. Want to slow it down. It is just Armored Deegs and that ZywOo AK that has failed the feed once. So this contact walk, this is very Vitality-esque.
Yeah, this is looking great for Vitality now. Look at all the space they have and the setup that they have to deal with. Their side of preference, they picked the correct one.
Yeah, and m0NESY's going to have to start focusing on the other side. Does nail the first, but that's what you need out of Magisk. A stunning Deagle headshot. And from behind, JKS catches Spinks, won't adjust it to ZywOo in time, covering their bases nicely. Attack from the AWP. It's Magisk that hits that shot. Hunter's working with just 30. NiKo from main side. Apex going to surely be caught out here. As he walks through, you hear the scope. You swing through, could have been the double. Magisk, a heavy contribution from him. He's been doing an awful lot for Vitality here.
He's been the most impactful with his multi-kills, right? He had so many key 2 or 3 Ks on that A site within that first half. You add another one to the tally, I think this would be 6 multi-kills. So he's got 6, Hunter's got 6, NiKo, he's got 7. But a round will get away from them here. And it all started with that little look in from HooXi going down, the trade not available, the quick rotation from Vitality. They played the mid-round very, very well.
Yeah, well, I feel like we might be a bit of a broken record here, but the shoe is on the other foot, as it were. Consecutive. So far, splotchy. 2 T rounds so far for Vitality, and running out of opportunities. Third timeout burned. It looks like Matt's not the one on the mic this time. It's actually an opportunity for Apex, perhaps, to theory craft with the squad.
Yeah, and at this point, if you're G2, the buys are coming in, so you're going to take a look at what's residual here. It's not in the worst position in the world. They don't feel like they're going to get immediately broken, especially if there's a couple of saves. So Vitality have an awful lot of work ahead of them here. Is HooXi with a big laugh right there. So definitely the mood is in a much better place in this G2 camp. Wow.
Wow, he had to hit that.
Yeah, and NiKo just immediately going, yeah, right, you're thinking... The frustrations from NiKo, though. He's doing everything he can.
Yeah, but they're, well, all too familiar with how it felt initially. Honestly, he's been very dynamic in his positions on the CT side, keeping him guessing. This time opts for the double doors. It will mean he can go for a late sweep of mid, confirm no walk-ups, and yeah, this is exactly what he's done.
And now NiKo can actually activate here as well. So if you get to stay transitional in mid, it's actually really strong. You activate late when the extremities take attention. Molly's about to land here. I think that might cancel. Yeah, it's a good decision considering there's still a minute 10 on the clock. You don't have to lob them out just yet. You can wait for this to start to fade and then you can send it through. But I think something to note here is a lot of G2 members still are holding onto smokes and mollies. JKS with a smoke, HooXi the same, m0NESY as well. Have to molly doors and they will, but he's ahead of this.
m0NESY gets it, gets away. Apex, he's only working with 10 HP as well, so that bullet connected from NiKo. Re-smoke on top prior to the fade, keeping it locked.
Now just look at his teammates. We might see a boost here. Or maybe not, maybe just some HE damage.
Yeah, JKS actually moves forward off that. Not safe from the flash and maybe passing them in the smoke and they find him. JKS down, but m0NESY, he has managed to nail Spinks and another shot from m0NESY. That could and should be enough to stop the plant. Apex is so low, he's going for the digits now. Hunter's not going to wait. Nade. Safe. Apex and ZywOo to try and avoid 15. And HooXi's just pushing in. And a missed shot from the AWP. ZywOo's dead. There's 3 to find. He can't connect, and HooXi can. 15 in the bag. Mirage, a conversation it looks like we might have to have.
think as we start to look forward into the next map of play, Flamesy cannot go missing again on Mirage, and he is going to feel a lot more comfortable there. I don't expect it to happen in 2 maps, but this is with a young player, and now in a tier 1 team. OG were more of a fringe squad. This is where they will need to have the right words to say as m0NESY aggression again, and this has been name of the game. G2 have really started feeling themselves. The individuals coming online. 21 for m0NESY is, oh, hold up. Flamesy's found something here. m0NESY will get one and get away. Apex's tilt factor might be dialed up to 11 as ZywOo. Ooh, okay. Takes down Hunter towards Dark. So a lot of opportunities right now for G2. Sorry, for Vitality. As G2 are down a man.
Starting to make their final commitment, it looks like. And
oh, this could be devilish.
This could be really mean. JKS is going to be spraying as those flames land. Chaos starts to ensue. ZywOo spotted you. JKS the one. Flames next victim. Oh, he's alive and kicking. 2 HP on it. But now, that man advantage is maintained because Flames go and get some answers on A. HooXi towards camera. Flames at least confirms where he's positioned. Now level the odds is HooXi. Oh, gets spinked as well. That was the bomb carrier. It has to be Magisk. No other option. 30 seconds, opts for the fake as time buys time for m0NESY to work as around. And ooh, inflicts some great damage there. His brain whirring into action. What's Magisk got? He talked about impact. Well, he's had plenty of that, but he's not considered the A main push. And m0NESY's right behind you. We're going 3. m0NESY secures it. G2. What a recovery.
Yeah, map that started 7-1 down for G2. It was looking like similar scenes as Inferno. A 2-0 for Vitality. Looked like it was on the cards, but recovery. That's the name of the game here for G2. They picked this one up in style, 16-10, and the individuals are now online.
The tenacious samurai will see you on 3.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
It's just like the song says, a perfect storm and a beautiful catastrophe. If you're, well, the side of Vitality, could have just shut it down right there, which is ultimately going to bring us to what, Jason? Our SDC analysis, right?
Hell yeah, it is.
Damn straight, which is exactly what we're cooking with. Petrol, Yanko.
Yes.
Right. So, G2, they've taken the fight. They are samurais. They will not take this fight laying down. That's the one thing we know for sure.
Yeah, and we were worried about G2 getting out to slow starts. They had another one here on Anubis, down 1-8 at a certain point, and then they go on, as soon as they string 2 rounds together in that first half, they go on a 15-2 run to close out this map. Individual showed up. That was a big difference for Inferno. Nico, m0NESY, Hunter all delivering. m0NESY, especially with that AWP, getting just a couple picks here and there to open up rounds, make things a little bit easier. And this match is one of the reasons why I love watching Nico play so much, because Nico will straight up, you see that same like force and that same will in him. He just like, there are some games he just will not let his team lose. And this is one of those games he started progressively taking over.
Yeah, and I think there's really just something a little bit different about this G2 team, that no matter how bad it looks from the outside, it really feels like the belief is there that they can come back and that they're still in the game. And, you know, this team a couple of months ago when they were in that slump, if they started off this way, I mean, the game would just be over, you know. Yeah. It would just be a matter of the scoreline. We saw even on Inferno them starting to come back a little bit in the second half. Obviously, it was too little too late, but here, man, yeah, they were on an absolute tear. And I think this game is also a good example of why we said it is going to be a lot about the individuals.
Yeah, and sticking on that theme of individuals as well, if you go to the other side for Vitality, Flamesy coming into this series is the #1 rated player at the ENCE, 1.42 rating. He's been pedestrian in this series so far, and especially here on Anubis, extremely quiet relative to Inferno, where he kind of gets by just, you know, going 12-12 just because his team was so dominant.
And you want to talk about, you know, pedestrian, you know, I'm looking at this, I'm seeing 8-23 ADR, all that out the window. It's still a loss. Yeah, this isn't the Flames that we got earlier this week, it feels like.
Yeah, and, you know, he's still in the process of adapting to the new role of playing the anchor and getting adjusted to the team, right, and all of that stuff. So him being up and down is to be expected, right? And I think also on the other side, when you do have guys like Nico stepping up and playing well, and m0NESY, that's just going to add to the difficulty level, really.
Yeah, which is ultimately what we're looking at here. Difficulty level, hard mode.
Especially because on the first part of that first half, I mean, G2 through a couple of rounds. Yeah. They had a couple of rounds that they were supposed to close out, and they just weren't able to do so. And instead of, you know, tilting and the game running away from them, they managed to stay composed. This was a huge round.
And this is what I mean when I say Nico like progressively taking over. Gets a kill in middle, gets a good read by communication from his teammate, and presses forward to take advantage of everything he has. He went absolutely beast mode in this map.
Beast mode. And, you know, we talk about teams and players that can do that are capable. Nico proving right here and now that this is the time to shine. They're looking to try to get into a grand final, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, and, you know, it's going to come down to Mirage, which they played in Cologne, and G2 won 16-8, but that was where m0NESY just had a blinder of a game, really. I think he had like 30-plus kills, something like that, had a ton of impact. Nico also had a good game, so, you know, I don't think he's going to repeat that sort of a performance again, so it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds.
What are you thinking about the vibe check for Vitality? You come in here, you see Apex screaming across the entirety of the studio or the arena, however you want to paint it.
Well, that's another thing, sorry, but
no, go ahead.
You know, with Zonic not being here, right? Like we talked about Matt, yes, his experience definitely knows his CS and everything, but, you know, does he have the same amount of authority when it comes to Apex to sort of when he takes it? Can he take a timeout and say, Dan, we need you to calm down? right?
Slow your roll, Dan.
Or is he more there to sort of just, you know, take a time out when something bad happens so the team can take a breather, and Apex still speaks a lot because we know that he's an emotional guy, he's the captain, everything starts with him, and that potentially could be an issue.
I think Mats would be way more involved in the tactical side of things than Zonic perhaps, but I think too, like this is where I'd almost don't even really give him a pass for that, because this is where you have to look at the experience of the team, and we've talked about the development of Apex as an in-game leader. This is where, with the knowledge that your coach is out of this event and not able to stand behind you, you as that leader have to just kind of, you have to almost take on a little bit more of that coach role yourself, whether it's calming yourself down or whether it's taking some of the responsibilities that Zonic would have had and spreading them out to your teammates.
Yeah, at some point you just have to say laces out, Dan.
Yeah. Exactly.
Which is exactly what we've got. I think we're going to get a sort of a vibe check within the camps. You know, we've been kind of blessed, I guess we could say, with the stuff that we're hearing from the other side. So perhaps we check it out.
Desk, I was able to catch up with Matt from Vitality. Obviously, he's got a tough task on his hand. He was saying, right, they started off well. He was feeling good. He was seeing, obviously, Flames was having a rough struggle with some of the game, but he said it wasn't anything worry with him. It wasn't anything that his confidence was down. He was just getting outplayed in the situations. They said he's not worried when it comes to this best of 3. Anubis is a map that can go away from. They did think they would have had it in the bag. Now going to Mirage, he's hoping that he can pull off a good result. He mentioned the NaVi result, and I said, okay, that was against the NaVi that's not G2. And obviously I mentioned the result that happened last time in Cologne when they played G2. He said right now, Spinks and Flames are going to be 2 key aspects that they want to try and throw against G2, but they're going to have to be absolutely on point if they want to have a standard chance of winning this. Because if you look right now, Hunter, Nico, m0NESY, they're in their best form by the looks of it. If they can carry that through to Mirage, I think this is going to be tough. Let's see how it goes though. Vitality is still confident. Can they get the win? We'll wait and see, Stunner.
So for the Vitality camp, we talk about centering that gravity yet again, right? You're saying like, okay, Dan, calm it down a little bit, or maybe there's something else that we could pinpoint.
But you know what happened in that Mirage game in Cologne?
What?
Similar, almost the exact same thing that happened here on Anubis. Vitality was up 7-1, and then the G2 went on a 15-1 run, basically to close out that game. So G2 also and Vitality, they played Mirage in this tournament. For Vitality in that NaVi game, NaVi was constantly going for defaults, and Vitality was doing a great job of breaking exactly that. That exact same thing happened to G2 against VP, because going into the game, they didn't think VP was going to fight for mid as much. They thought they were going to get it more or less for free and focused more on ending rounds once they had map control. Turned out to be the other way around, and they also had a poor T side. So coming into this one, what are the adjustments going to be? More so, actually, what's the approach from Vitality going to be for their CT side? Are they going to try to deny G2 mid? But that just happened to G2 in the previous game. So does G2 come in with a different game plan of focusing more on being explosive towards the site and just throwing some smoke on mid to sort of bait their opponents in? A lot of mind games between the two teams coming into Mirage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I mean, that's maybe one worrying sign for me is that T side fell flat, but you'd hope they made some adjustments. Hopefully they have a couple more plans, G2 in this game. I tell you what, though, when you hear the conversation of them in the pre-match talking about they're now, like, you know, Yanko's saying they're confident now no matter what the situation is. They're also saying when we hit our peak, like, we can't be stopped. And I feel like Anubis was them hitting that peak a little bit. So do they come in with it? Do they come in with it on Mirage? Is it right out of the gate? Or again, is it going to be they got to work themselves out of a hole to get to that point?
Yeah, go ahead.
They've played late every day.
That is true.
This is the witching hour. This is their sort of time of the day.
I got one too. Like this, I'll say it again because this is one thing that I always like to keep an eye on, and I'm saying this mostly for Matthew back at the hotel watching. Is ZywOo is he gonna step up the way Nico does? Is he gonna come into this map and say, I'm the star player of this team, I'm gonna take it over, I'm not letting us lose the semifinal? Because we've seen Nico do it in Cologne a number of times. We just saw him do it on Anubis. We know, I mean, I'm gonna expect Nico to do it, and I have the expectations that he's gonna do it on Mirage. Is ZywOo gonna match that kind of a mentality?
And also, for Maui at some rave, God knows where. The air quality here, I'm not sure how good it is, but it's pretty dry.
Yeah, all right. So I think Jason's got his eyes set on the new Vitality jerseys they just posted the other day, which makes sense. And then, you know, Yanko, I see what you're aiming for as well. Hot take. I love it.
I like James saying that, you know, Mats was telling him they're going to go right back to Flamesy and Spinks, the guys that got him to this point, and get them activated on this map. Let's see if it happens.
Yeah. You need Magisk and ZywOo.
Oh, we're going to find out. Find out, even. FAFO.
That's for sure we're going to be finding out, lads. Loving that. And I think Jason making that point. Is ZywOo going to step up in the way that he expects NiKo to in this third map? He certainly did it on Anubis. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall of Fox Seminole fame. He's done it all, has this man. Well, now he's going to be providing all of that color commentary alongside with my squeals and squeaks. Let's get this party started on a third map. Semi-finals, $1 million prize pool, 400K for first place, and that's when they get to the grand final. We've already locked in ENCE. It's time to find out who they'll be facing. The top 4 teams in the semi-finals. It's been star-studded throughout. Let's see if those stars are shining bright on this third map.
I'll get underway here with the pistol round. G2 won the knife, opted to start on the CT side. So far this series, we've split the pistols 2-2. Let's see who comes out on top here. Now, we've seen an awful lot of this on the Mirage games we'd covered off, and one of the Mirage games we covered off, Vitality bodying NaVi on this very map.
Yeah, the exception is it's not smokes, it's just armor and a Molotov for Apex. So he's going through middle. He's getting no friction whatsoever. He'll drop it into window. And Hunter and HooXi are not moving a muscle. Here they come. Hunter, is he going to find the multi-kill? He's got the weapon for the job, but he only gets the one. Good from Magis, continues where he left off. Flames is good as well. That's first blood early. A promising sign of things to come for Vitality as they get that bomb down. JKS partners up with m0NESY and NiKo to try and turn the tables. Magis just looked away, doesn't get his crosshair back to the face. JKS down, he nails it as well as m0NESY and NiKo though. They are to be feared. Sharp shooters, 2-on-2. ZywOo next victim. It's NiKo that relieves him of his head. And now Apex, the in-game leader, about to be cleared by m0NESY. Catches the timing, but he can't find the headshots. m0NESY and NiKo secure it for G2.
A number disadvantage retake on the B bomb site without a kit in play. Massive stuff for G2 here. The individuals still firing on all cylinders. 2 apiece for NiKo and m0NESY, and that's a bit of a statement here. You don't get a lot done between HooXi and Hunter. Sure, there's a slight bit of resistance, but you're feeling with all the bodies over towards the site, that should have definitely been their round. And then when JKS goes down, you're thinking it's all over.
Oh, first bullet, and this duel with ZywOo as well. Don't forget that's an armored P250. He couldn't hit the head. NiKo could. And the desk already getting some answers.
That one's going to feel real good, just because of everything I outlined there. A number disadvantage retake without a kit, and the kills will not only come your way, but you earn them. Nade, beautiful in the face. Flak damage for Apex, chipped on down to below half HP. But look at the purchase they've been able to net together here with the plant.
The testing just in. What a shot out of Flame. Straight to the head of JKS. He doesn't even get his finger on the trigger. But it doesn't matter when you got m0NESY and NiKo. Okay, NiKo, Warpath engaged. And m0NESY, he wants to get another, he wants to match him. So far, they've been going blow for blow with each other. Anything you can do, I can do just as well, says m0NESY.
HooXi HE could be perfect here. You see him, lets it go, and oof. Slightly deeper, and Apex would have been a dead man walking. Oof. More disruptive utility. They're going to mop this one up unless Spinks has something to say. 1, 2.
Oh my God! Spinks has brought them right back into it. A triple kill onto G2. They've been rocked, but HooXi.
They know where he is.
How?
He threw the nade. Surely.
Apex doesn't. That's for sure. Now the one-on-one emerges. Spinks with a sensational triple. But will he be cleared on Tetris? HooXi looking for answers. Has no idea. Spinks! A god among men in the second round!
Massive stuff from Spinks right there. All those jewels just right in front of his crosshair. Taps the third one away, and the fourth, he just has to pay out the time. Play HooXi. I thought they knew exactly where he was. He threw that HE. Maybe the reposition. It all just happened in the blink of an eye. Massive stuff from Spinks.
Let's see that one again. So you can see just that sliver poking out, and then the third, he's ready for it. That is gorgeous. Wow, Vitality immediately respond.
Well, that's a big round to win here. We're going to get the tussle on. 3 fast mid, 2 towards the B apartments. A force buy back from G2. It started so well for them.
I mean, yeah, Spinks, he saved them there. Like, that is a gift. That is a straight-up package delivered to Vitality's doorstep.
Pace on this.
There is. I think they've only got a couple of people trapped on B, and they're right now. Hunter's Deagle does nothing. NiKo baited. Flames deleted. NiKo's Deagle. I thought he got that one as well. Oh, God. He thought he had it. Monacy, he's not giving up without a fight. His scout, pesky, dynamic, swift, and looks like his friend JKS is on the way as well.
Yeah, 2 disconnected from this with the push. So at this moment, you feel that the round is over and they're unable to exchange blows here in the force by wars.
Right, keep the scout, keep the Kev.
But I think something we need to return to early here is Flames' impact in these rounds, right? On the pistol round, he gets a kill, they didn't win it, but in the follow-up, he gets the deagle kill into JKS. It allows them out on towards that A site, or at least gives them a little bit of room. And then in this one, with the Galil as well coming on in, finding a frag, helping them entry in towards that B bomb site, and that's a point to be alerted about because he was struggling on Anubis.
100%, he definitely looks more comfortable already. Another, small detail was that jump bait for Nico's angle. He got that info, still didn't stop him losing his head to it, but yeah, he's definitely back in tune.
All right, well, we will not see another G2 force buy here. They're going to have to be humbled. The scout on Monacy is the only real way that I can see them opening up this round. Wait.
Yeah, that's what we thought. Just synced up perfectly with the kill feed Magic's Mac 10.
I don't know if this was a misbuy from hooksy, but he just bought head armor. And now he's bought a CZ. I feel like maybe that's an accident.
That's suboptimal.
Well, if he gets anything out of this CZ75, then maybe it's all part of the plan here. Aggression.
Yeah, and he does have a helmet. That Mac 10's not going to find such easy pickings. He does go down.
Yeah, but you're going to be real curious to see the fact that there was an armored opponent, like a head armored opponent in the mix here, right? That's going to maybe make Flamesy ask a few questions. Now, rotating over to what should be a B split. It is just Hunter here, and all he has is a USP. We highlighted that short smoke for them to scale up behind.
You might get Flames. All that damage from Hooksy, but no, Flames has actually caught him. Distraction from Spink's side. And, I mean, this has been a very intriguing start considering the G2 pistol.
Yeah, it is just odd with that head armor coming in from Hooksy. I guess he is just going to operate in this next round after the loss bonus of 2400 coming in with an MP9. Something very light on. If they can save any form of a weapon, that's going to help him out. But what started so well with that retake was great. And well, JKS gets found out by Magiskip. Just going to be the 2 to find. Monacy doesn't really want to hold on to this scout. So if they can take a gun away, Apex is somewhat pinned in. Spotted now. Shot won't land. Will deliver from the balcony. Monacy low, but now, okay, well, they will get the kill, but that's all they're going to get here. He holds on to the scout. Maybe he gives that to Hooksy. We know they like to run the double AWP setup. Maybe give him a scout and Monacy goes into an M4 or something here. But either way, this is probably a point to take a timeout, I would say, if you were G2. It doesn't look like they're going to. Freeze time ticking on down, 5 seconds remaining. And this was the chance with Hooksy with that investment, looking for the headshot. To get the dink, not enough. And, well, Monacy, he will stay on the scout here, gifting Hooksy an M4. They've missed the jump through. That's not traditional from the little movement master.
Not at all. High stakes game, third map, semi-final. This is where that pressure starts to be felt. Mistakes start to be made. Zai was down, they're charging. Hunter, known to be the short player, but he's still caught Flames on the descent. Oh, and it's Hooksy as well that combines to completely defend the site. Triple out of Hunter. Apex next victim, tagged and body bagged with a double scout shot.
Yeah, beautiful work right there. That was just Zaiwu alone in mid, charging forward. They isolated 4 bodies thrown towards that fight, and they still respond in time. Good util usage. They'll get one back here. Early stages of this first half, and a solid response here from G2. Yeah, this is it. Zaiwu's just literally run down mid on his own volition here.
Wow, Hunter, he's such an asset to G2. Looking like a turret in that one. Clears out mid, defends B, and puts the second round on the board for G2. We're going to be having teams go tit for tat here on the third map.
Honestly, still rocking this scout here, so we'll see how much more he can get done. Little whistles past the ear, but Hunter again finding impact. Boom, spray down.
Nico.
Don't worry about him. Nico's here for the double.
Just like that, the Kovac cousins tie it up.
But Spinks again.
Yeah, Spinks does Spinks things. Nico doesn't think so. And between the two of them, they get all 5.
Hitting some shots, though, aren't they? But the aim is on point here. You see just absolutely clobbered with Spinks there.
Damn, Hunter's just happy to take these duels, and he's looking so quick to that first head. See this one again. Look, bang, first kill, instant. And with Nico's help, they take the whole team down.
What's with this pace from Vitality, though? What's with this pace that we're seeing out? And this was the same scenes that we had on the T side of Anubis, right, where they were so quick to the move.
Yeah, it probably feels like it's flown by. You just started with a nice second round conversion. You went up to 3-1. And now G2, well, yeah, they've tied it all back up. They do look like they got their war faces on right now. G2, they've already tasted the grand finals of Cologne very recently.
What do you notice on the scoreboard on the Vitality side right now, Alex?
I notice a goose egg or two.
Yeah, the Apex one may be a little bit more forgivable here, but the desk asking the questions about ZywOo, and it's been a big conversation as of late.
Yeah, can he meet the expectations in those big stage games? Apex is down for his 6th. Oh, and they are just made mincemeat by the nades. Nice catch from Spinks. Does what others couldn't with that scout. There's armor behind this, but they're just shadows of their former selves after all of that barrage of util. Monacy, he goes to the angle and Magisk is across.
Dangerous.
This is a gap. This is a chance.
JKS yet to frag as well.
Yeah, that's a interesting one, especially if he doesn't manage to find anything here. This is a big test for him. Now, HooXi's caught ZywOo going looking. And Magisk down to JKS. First taste from Mr. Savage. Nade looks good as well. Flames, that could be on his head. No, drops it short. The bomb's going down. Spinks punching the code. And JKS will at least take him down. The bomb is theirs. But the round is G2's.
And we're going to talk after this to fuse 3 consecutive here. So Pistol, and they lost against the Force. It was that Spinks magic round over towards Connector that made that all possible. Managed to draw 2 back on the trot, and now it's G2's turn for a string of rounds here.
Yeah, that plan is a real gift for the lower money on Magisk. You can see 3,700 after that.
I'm just telling you, Alex, X is going to be X-rated if ZywOo doesn't start getting activated soon. People are going to be shouting from the rooftops.
Third map.
ZywOo is going to be making more documents, coming out with more mathematics, talking about things that too wise for us. But here we go. ZywOo got the weapon of choice.
Let's see if he can make that big green sing. The prodigy of France. And Monacy, oh, spots him, nails Apex. ZywOo in the feed as well. Caught Nico. As both orbs connect. Spinks is on the warpath as well, walks out sandwich side. JKS, diligent on the clear, aware of the potential, has maintained the advantage for G2.
I feel like the penny has dropped for G2, and they've realized that they are in a single elimination bracket where they are 1 game away from the grand final to take on ENCE. They just beat in Cologne.
And ZywOo, he's got another. Maybe they can, skip past Hunter. It cost them everyone. Every player, bar Hunter, bar Magisk. One versus 2, heading towards that ace site. Does he just go straight for the plant? Is he expecting there not to be any resistance? HooXi will collect a freebie, and G2 most definitely on the run now. 4 on the trot. That was the most competitive we've seen.
The fire in like the way that the comms are going, it just feels like the intensity level has been turned up here, understandably. But from the start of this series, we're talking Inferno. It was not the G2 that everybody was hoping to see. Now, they had that late stage comeback. They made everybody get a bit excited that maybe overtime was a possibility. But Anubis was started the same. They were flat, but they've really been awoken now. Pace again from Vitality.
What is this?
Yeah, just fast, fast, fast.
Yeah, Veet, as Apex would be saying. And Apex puts Monacy in an early grave. Flames misses his first chance. Hunter controls the spray, takes down the Magisk occupation of Connector. A 2-man setup on either bomb site. HooXi starting to float back and towards the first letter of the alphabet. Spinks poking towards the second.
I think this is the type of Counter-Strike Yanko has labeled Atomic CS.
Yeah.
Hunter needs to be careful here. That reload will be heard from Spinks. So, yeah, still a player ahead of it here. Spinks needs to be careful when he decides to peek out. Hooksy rotating over, and the jig is up.
He's too good. Can't get past Hunter today. He wants another grand final. Definitely making some new fans in Riyadh is Hunter. Oh, and he's gotten away with that missed shot from the dig. ZywOo did not finish it off, and Hunter will punish. Only Flames. A quiet game on Anubis. He's definitely hitting shots here on Mirage. I know, 1 versus 2 with smooth moves. Trying to get that bomb down, and with 1 HP to spare, he will. There's nothing for him here, and NiKo confirms it. Stunning work, though.
I don't know what's more impressive, the shots or the jump.
I think the jump and living the nade, that's, yeah, that could have been one hell of a clutch, imagine.
A good plan. There's still going to be plenty of cash available here for Vitality, but now the scoreline has become a 3-round lead. I'm just curious, Vitality, they're going to keep throwing themselves into the lion's den of mid here because Hunter seems to be getting the better of them more often than not.
I'm just very interested if we get to see, you know, for 30 seconds at the top of the score, at the top of the timer.
Right, it's all happening so quick here. And take a look what G2 have invested into this next gun round of play. Opting to wield the double AWP setup. It's a full buy for Vitality, so both teams strapped right now and ready to lay that pain down. ZywOo's AWP on an extremity, looking for an aggressive play. NiKo has already taken... Oh, missed smoke here. Mildly problematic.
Yeah, forces an early molly, and look at Hunter. From previously being so passive, now with the same util, but he's ahead. Could lead to early information, a good stack in the right direction, but there is still, oh, blood to be drawn. ZywOo from the palace position has caught NiKo going looking from jungle. And JKS and m0NESY, they've gone for this ramp setup, and oh, and now the jig is up.
Big miss.
Yeah, that's costly.
Wait, but the bomb's on Apex. The bomb's on Apex.
Yo, and Hunter's coming from behind. Hunter's coming from behind.
He's sandwiched.
He's trapped. They're coming for him from both our sides.
Oh, no way.
Hunter didn't. He pivoted back to mid.
m0NESY's got no idea.
m0NESY should be a dead man here. But JKS is trying to hold on. They know the AWP was there. Now they know the rifle is too. Apex, he's got the information. He's still going to take the risk. And it's going to be rewarded. A quick shot to the side of the head. Now JKS knows it's Apex. What a play. He'll get both. The patience is rewarded. And Vitality will find a taste of victory after what's been a while. 5 rounds on the trot from G2. Vitality say that's enough.
Yeah, and Spinks is already taking a lot of space away here. You can see him just quietly crawling. Hooksy just posted to see if anybody crosses that line. So, hey, if you are over towards CT spawn, you're not getting out. And once the confirmation that the save is coming through, he can even... Oh, moving the other way. And as we were talking about, if Hunter had gone around the world, it wouldn't have made any sense because he already had 2 teammates A ramp, right? So why would he bother coming behind?
Yeah, and they're already in A.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, exactly.
So it was just really, that's an odd round. That's an odd round. And Apex, it's glad that he was very patient with that. You know, that could have gone wrong in so many different ways. So a double kill from the in-game leader, getting himself up to 3 frags. Very important and impactful round here. Bomb goes off. We'll be securing that one.
And correlation from ZywOo picking up that AWP on this T side and finding openings. He's got 2, and both with that AWP.
That's going to be important for him to be able to continue on that spree. And the fact that it's on NiKo is great, right? That's what you're going to be looking for in both times towards middle with the AWP. It has been onto NiKo. And we know he's the heaviest hitter over there in that G2 camp. Now it's going to be a tactical timeout called and taken by G2 here. Now, they do have enough money to make this buy work. That was the opener. We saw NiKo jumping around mid, not seeing an awful lot, and this was the kill that secured the round, essentially. JK stepping forward, looking for the trade, but well played from Apex. Yeah, and NiKo a little bit upset with how that one unfolded. But as mentioned, there is enough money to make the buy work. They've dropped it across. Everybody with a rifle. m0NESY with his AWP. Util aplenty. Even defuse kits in the mix. So we are getting back into a full gun round here.
Is there going to be that signature Vitality pace? Looks like there's definitely a call straight out of the gates.
Do they think they've conditioned mid enough? That's the question. Apparently so.
But they do have to find NiKo. JKS has some support. He throws out his smoke, enables him to focus most of his attention towards this ramp position. Util's on its way, looking to find that opening. Is NiKo 2 not looking at him? They can't see him. And Zywoo's his next victim. 3 from NiKo.
That execute is very telling. They're expecting a full mid setup here. Like aggressive G2 mid, and well, that's not to be the case at all. The support was there. Spinks still alive. He'll grab one back, but traded by Hunter. And you see they look like Marauders now. They're happy just to continue to take a lot of these heads-up jewels. The bomb marooned. And Magic's probably feeling a little bit sour about this one. But you wouldn't be wrong if you are Vitality thinking you can try and isolate JKS over towards that site on his own, right? There's been plenty of times, especially when we were covering off yesterday against VP, he was getting isolated. Yanko was talking on the desk about the approach G2 thought they were going to have against VP, but this is already a completely different kettle of fish. 6-4, about to be 7-4. Magic has given up his position now and shouldn't be long for this world. Mollied back, 20 seconds, and there's an AWP at his feet. He's not missing, is he? You can see in the zone, locked in is NiKo.
Yeah, between the two of them, Hunter and NiKo are fragging up almost to 30 already.
Well, that's the win condition for this team, right? It is going to have NiKo, m0NESY, and Hunter all playing well, and then JKS just doing his job as an anchor, winning a clutch occasionally. Like, he still has to be a good player, and then HooXi calling up a storm. HooXi, we use the word pedestrian. Shaking his head. What's he not happy with here? He's going pretty well, I would say, HooXi. 3 rounds to the good.
Yeah, run boosting flames across.
This is a different looking CT setup.
That it is. HooXi very far forward in all those audible steps.
How aware is Spinks? He's glued to this position.
Perhaps just playing the edge of the smoke. Now he knows. HooXi allowed to escape though.
Mid-control at least here for Vitality. Potent, when we saw them have this before, they were able to spread quite quickly in towards A, but G2... Oh, Zywoo. Creeping up here, undetected for now.
Defensive smoke. NiKo just found an opening kill out of nowhere. Decides he's going to take the fight. Apex the one to feel his wrath. 16-6 as Magis activates into m0NESY. Looking the wrong way after that distraction through mid.
But the bomb's down.
Yeah, disadvantage for G2, but time is against Vitality. With the bomb so far away from the bomb sites, this is going to get hectic.
Has to be a B split, surely.
Oof, it's going to be fine margins to get them through this.
This is like the... Oh.
If Hunter sticks around...
They were just backing off. It looked like the right call. JK's calling nothing on A. Flashes, they know it's B now.
Hunter, he's deadly, as is HooXi. Takes down Flamesy. And up to Hunter, he can just deny the plant, he wins the round. If he can just deny the plant, he wins the round! Running out of time! And all JKS has to do is survive. He's done enough! Another for G2! The clock, their greatest adversary in round 12.
Easiest 1v2 of JKS's life right there. Just don't touch the keyboard at all. Hands off. Great job. And you see Hunter baiting HooXi. The perfect play in that situation. The clock is ticking down. You're bang on. You're going to sell your teammate every day of the week. And this is the key. Stop that plant. It goes loose. They just have to find him. They do trade him out, sure, but not enough time to punch in the digits. And NiKo happy with how that one unfolded. 4-round gap now accrued.
These next few rounds are going to be very telling.
Yeah, and the money here for G2, it's not safe. Yeah, take a look, with only one player surviving in the last, there's a bit touch and go, and Vitality well aware of that. They can break them and turn this into an 8-7 half potentially.
A lot of comebacks. A lot of disadvantages turned on their head, and Apex wins the head-to-head against NiKo. Just his 7th death. And Apex the one to hand it to him.
Second opener there for Apex, has been involved in a lot of opening exchanges here, but that could be one of the most important considering the financial situation we just highlighted. So what will the response be from G2? Do they get aggressive? Do they go for a play? Do they push as a unit? Do they gamble a site? Well, looks like one of those two options is currently coming to fruition.
HooXi dispatched. Spinks has been waiting for this duel, and HooXi's won it out as well.
JKS, he needs a multi.
He needs more than that, that's for sure. Magiska's into the site now. Surely they call save.
Has to be.
There's no way you want to keep going for this one. Just as you highlighted. That last round coming down to, well, the hands off the keyboard clutch.
Yeah, and now if we just quickly take a look at this, we're going to get Hunter, if they do survive, and I think Vitality probably will let them stay alive in this one. We've got the 1,400 loss coming into the next. You've got Hunter at that 1,400 mark of the most cash. So you're going to see him missing just on being able to drop a silenced M4. I think he even may have the A4 equipped here. We have seen him from that short position taking a lot of fights, so that becomes even more impossible. HooXi, I imagine, will drop that AK over to NiKo. Hunter could drop a FAMAS, and then JKS could try and play over towards A with an MP9 or something of the sorts. So they can have a pretty threatening round here with those 3 saves. You could see that was the priority of G2 after giving it all over. And that all came down to that Apex opener in that connector position. So the in-game leader helping them get across the line. And the buys are starting to take shape in that fashion. HooXi dropping the AK to NiKo. He's the one who's going to operate over towards B with the MP9. JKS can be more versatile with the stance he wants to play on the A site with the FAMAS. And with m0NESY's AWP in the mix, this is still scary for Vitality. They know they're going to have some trouble here.
We're back on round 14. Must win map, and m0NESY, he's taken down the Woo. A big one on the AWP, and NiKo too. It's Spinks trying his luck out ramp early just as the smoke was thrown. He thought he could try and find the equalizer, but instead they've dug themselves deeper into trouble. Flames catching NiKo off of Apex Util.
Good flash.
And good commitment from Flames.
JKS again, having a rough go on it.
This was a 3v5. Just a FAMAS for JKS. Maybe it's going to have to be Hunter. JKS does find one. It's Hunter pushing through the smoke with the final flourish. And G2 etch further and further away from Vitality. Will they get the 10th?
That's a round where they're walking on eggshells with the finances. They pull it off. They walk away with an AWP and 3 AK-47s in their back pocket. So for round 15, they are hot to trot here, G2. Double digits in their sights. And this pace from Vitality, it's really had a bite to it. They like to fight for mid, they like to try and lurk out, and the reason they're doing this is hoping that G2 are playing these heavy mid setups, and then Spinks can punish and isolate the 1v1 duels against JKS. That just hasn't been the case.
Yeah, every time they try it, it's been shut down so far.
But you think about it, this stopping power in middle, if it's not NiKo finding an AK headshot, it's Hunter getting a multi-kill with the M4, and then m0NESY jumping out and finding a pick with the AWP. So they've had more than one answer in middle here, G2, that has helped them get up to this substantial lead here.
ZywOo, he's not going to be flashed. If HooXi's not careful, could be caught by this AWP, but ZywOo's been kept very honest, and just the tag. Just the tag. It'll feel like not enough. Yeah, you can see multiple layers of penetration there. Leaves HooXi on 40 HP.
Well, m0NESY going to investigate middle here. There is nobody home. Magisk forward in Palace. NiKo. This is not a traditional position for him, and he has held on to a key piece of utility, being the smoke.
He's going to do his JKS cosplay.
Well, m0NESY here to help bait as well. JKS just start transitioning in towards the site now. Oh, NiKo up close ramp, so they have just blocked at a perfect time. Mid all the ruse, 35 seconds, it's on.
This is not going to be easy for Vitality, but the flashes make it so, just like that. Nothing but one from NiKo. And a 6th, the final round of this attacking half. We'll have something to celebrate for Vitality.
To give this one a go here. Hunter flashing forward, 2 on 4, extremely difficult to win.
Yeah, Flames is going to have to get out of there. Oh, up over there into HooXi with a nice headshot on the AK-47. Hunter's coming too. Vitality, they're tucked. Time ticks. Apex lives. 1 HP on that one. Exchange with HooXi will be finished off by Hunter, but there's the trade, a 9-6 half. It's all to play for. It's all up for debate. Tell your friends, tell your mates, tell your enemies. This final half is going down, and we'll lock in our grand final for Gamers8.
Boulevard. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you? On that red hot boulevard. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
Gamers8 semi-final and the final half is underway. 6 to boast for Vitality. G2, they are locked in, and the individuals, we talk about them time and time again, the best players in the world in the G2 jersey right now. It's been a roller coaster. We've gone the distance, and I've got Chad Sponge Birchall to join me for this final half of play. We're here to lock in a grand final. The question is it going to be a rematch of the very same we saw in Cologne? ENCE, they're on their winning ways once again. They're probably with their feet up watching.
I'm sure they want redemption. I'm sure they want another crack.
Yeah, almost definitely.
But if you get an ENCE versus G2 final in back-to-back events, both with massive prize pools, conversation might have to be they're the best two teams in the world right now. Here we go, we're about to get this one underway, and the internet is screaming Zai where. This is his half to show up.
And the strategy's been set. Apex, he had nothing to report on his first glance, nor his second. But as that sails through the air, Magis, because Pop, Monacy, and Hunter has returned the favor. They're into the A side. Quick clicks out of Magisk, and Zaiwu at least the one. Need another out of Magisk. He's doing it all for the boys in the Vitality jersey. Has 7 quickly secured. We split the pistols down the middle in this final map.
Yeah, and in the series, 3-3 in the entire series here, so we stayed pretty level, and Flames are getting fired up with that one right there. And Magisk, he has had some great impact, not only in this series, but in this tournament. We've been talking about a lot of the names in this team just been going great guns throughout Gamers8 thus far, but here we'll catch it again from the Danes' perspective. First is great, the second, beautiful. And then the one on Taniko felt mandatory. You don't want to let this guy get off the leash, but a force buy back without the bomb going down. It is going to have no rifles in the mix, just the pistolas for G2 to work their magic.
Yeah, but Nico's been working his magic, and Jaker, yes, joins him with that Desert Eagle straight to the head of Apex, trying his luck on the stairs peak. Hunter throws in a HE and a flashbang towards B, hoping to see if there was any utility to be burned through. Flames holds on.
Very scary now, isn't it?
Most
Down
definitely.
they don't have to rush.
Oof, Hoaxy has rushed across top mid.
Well, deploys the smoke towards window, applies a bit more pressure towards ZywOo here. Hoaxy is staying quite noisy with this. Does he want to flash down towards connector? m0NESY could try and set it up, but he's not in a position to do so right now.
He just does it dry, and they're getting some answers. Lots of occupation in middle. Upon the fade, Spinks. Oh, he adjusts so nicely into Hoaxy, but it costs him his life, his rifle. No, re-smoke window.
Bit of a gap here.
Yeah.
He's being watched, but
little glances.
He's got so much room. He's calling them back over here. m0NESY could flash. Well, he's gifted that over to Nico. So Nico on low HP. Spot him out.
Yeah,
need to go. They really need to go.
Giving the game away. They do have to accelerate. Into the site now. Rotations have to be swift. ZywOo, this is his moment as well to save them from losing. The second round forced by just the Deagles. They didn't even plant. Nade doesn't connect. A little bit of chip damage. Faffing around with the boost, but it might be overlooked. They're all safe and sound in the site for now. The bomb down. Hunter up close. This Tech-9 can be lethal. In his hands it is. Onto Flames. More to be done. More to be had. Unless Magisk and ZywOo have got more in the chamber.
They have to save.
They have to save. They'll leave with the M4s. G2. They've done it. Straight jostle for control. Doing it in hard mode with just Desert Eagles.
Yeah, it all started with that JKS opener onto Apex from the top of the stairs. Bang, his head gets ripped off. Then they regroup. Hoaxy braving that crawl across the top mid. He gets across. They get the window smoke in. They're able to trade over towards the middle position and then get in towards that B site. So they really had to reroute and work hard for that one, G2, but it's big shots that assisted them, and you're bang on. They did this without the plan. When we reflect to the first half, what was so exciting? There's that shot from JKS and the one from m0NESY on Spinks in window. But in the first half, when Vitality won the force buyback against G2's pistol, it was with a plan at AKs. Spinks had to go massive, sure, but they had much better weapons. They were much better equipped to try and handle that.
Well, they're fighting back with aggression. JKS again, the opening. This time onto ZywOo. Flames was hot on the heels for the trade. And m0NESY, he's caught him back. Flames down. m0NESY brought to low on 29. Naded down by Apex to finish the job. Keepers level 3 on 3. This equilibrium only for a moment as Nico grabs his 20th frag. And he's got a lot of room. Only for a moment, Magisk mantles up and finds him.
Spinks knows Hunter's here. They've been having a duel this entire time. Hunter's just been holding one player's boots in place. So now that Hoaxy has picked up the bomb, Hunter, if he commits to this kill, he can draw the rotation, but he needs to make it happen, and he can't. Hoaxy in a 1-on-2.
He's got the rifle.
Wait, Magisk left.
And he's got the plan.
Do we see another Giga Chad 1-on-2? We saw it with the AWP. We saw an AWP no-scope to James' brain.
Okay, Hoaxy.
Well, they have a smoke. Spinks has the perfect.
Yeah, that Molly loses its potency for sure. Ooh, guys.
Yeah, Spinks needs to go first, right? He needs to find the position and quickly.
They're going to start working it out, but that bomb is ticking. That bomb is ticking rapidly.
There's the
Hoaxy,
smoke.
he hears them. Smoke is deployed onto the site. Hoaxy just has to hit this spray. No one's holding. It's Magisk again, saving Vitality, and we continue to trade blows. It's a lot of Magisk impact across this series.
Look how close this is. Look how close that would have been. Wow, you even hear the sound cue there. If he had just stayed alive for a moment longer before he peaked, that was their round. That was their round. Hoaxy's not to know, right? He's worried about them defusing in the smoke, but you can just see how tight that was. So back and forth we go. This time the bomb does go down for G2 to facilitate another buy back in. This is m0NESY falling to Apex's tag and nade. And Magisk, yeah, you keep saying his name, and for very good reason here. Woof, look at this. Look at what G2 are able to come back in with here. m0NESY has an AWP facilitated by JKS, I believe.
And that's going to catch him off guard. Oh! ZywOo beats him! Beats him with just the rifle. And Hoaxy shows him how it's done. Picks up the AWP. Does go down to Magisk, because Magisk going forward on this. He is. They've got flashes to support. JKS is there as well, poised with the dig. And okay, Magisk again. Hitting his shots. Hunter, back with it. Nico. Oh, he's nailed one, but Flames, he's good for it. Takes him down, puts Hunter into an unwinnable round with only 27 points of health, and Apex already pushed so far up. Hunter might even be caught with his knife out. Scratching his nose, he's not ready for this. Ooh, so Okay, that was a little awkward. Had he gone down? Whoo-wee, okay.
Vitality are back in it now. That round right there, getting consecutive rounds here, not allowing the Force by Wars to continue, that changes the flow now of this map for Vitality. Not only do they win the round, but they get this AWP. A nice shot from HooXi. Sure, Magisk, he is really feeling himself here, understanding he has to take a lot of these matters into his own hand. So this is a game. This is an arm wrestle here. It's a tug of war.
This is a game. This is a game. No doubt about it. This isn't a round, though, for G2.
Well, HooXi's still got a smile on his face here. Send the Lemmings out and allow NiKo to try and find something with the Deagle here. That's probably the best modus operandi that G2 have in a round like this, but we should be all tied up. And I did take tabs on ZywOo's kill total after the T half. It was 5. So he's got 3 in this half so far. We will have to see if he activates here, because as mentioned, the internet has a bit of scrutiny for the man.
Yeah, and I'm just taking a look at the fact that no one other than the Kovac cousins has got 10, and both of them have got 20.
Oh yeah, right.
Like,
it's showing how much they've been doing for G2.
It's them doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, and Flames, he's going to be tested by some jumpy Glocks, and obviously you don't want to be letting that bomb go down, and JKS has managed to perhaps buy him enough time to get it in. Nice work from Hunter. Even when he's not fragging, he's planting. And it will get extra cash, 800 bucks each, extra into the G2 bank account.
Yeah, this T side, however, is going to need m0NESY to come online with the AWP. We saw that miss, which they didn't know there was even an AWP in play in that round. And you don't want to say it was a sitter, but it was a kill that you would hope he can convert here, and one that G2 will need him to convert going forward. So when he calls the timeout, the second here for G2, coach on the mic. Now, the money hasn't swelled out of control just yet for Vitality, and G2 are aware of that. So if they can pounce and pick one up here quite quickly, there's a rebuttal as these Force by Wars have come to a close. They can get themselves back in things. Now, m0NESY doesn't have an AWP right now. HooXi and JKS are yet to buy. They could drop one, but it would mean head armor unlikely. And ZywOo with this AWP, remember where he picked that up from. So being given a bit of a gift in the AWP department here in the early stages. 5 AKs, so no AWP. The rest of the G2 players don't even necessarily need to get, multi-kills in a round. When you see JKS get an opener and they convert it, that seems to be enough. Here you go, ZywOo with the aggression. A lot of mid-space available here. You can see, late mid-smokes coming out of G2. Deep connector window, redeploy. The connector smoke missed.
Spinks tucked in. He's the bodyguard of ZywOo. Hunter caught out. Spinks, good frag. Vitality leg up. Nade's going to make things uncomfortable for Spinks. He might just have to tuck in. Flames, he's done some damage. They might try and punish him on the reload. Yep, spots a glimpse of NiKo. They're jumping out. They're committing into B. This is a lot riding on the defense of Flames. And NiKo caught out. Flamesy stepping up on the defense. It's HooXi and JKS to keep us interested, though. And ZywOo on the flank, but m0NESY through the smoke onto Apex.
Doing it without the cousins here.
Let's see what they've got. HooXi, known to be in the apartments. Should be dead now to ZywOo. Needs more of that. m0NESY under scrutiny as well. Magisk coming in from 2 very different fronts. Bench to be clear. JKS last seen there. ZywOo bait. Magisk gets the frag. And m0NESY left to clutch to break and tip the scales, but Magisk again, we can't stop saying this man's name as he secures the 11th for Vitality.
ZywOo just so much of a big threat there that Magisk is able to weasel his way out and win that duel against JKS. At that point, you can see m0NESY behind the pillar, doesn't want to pivot too wide. It could be susceptible to all of the different angles, but regardless, goes on down. And this was good from Flamesy to dance around the pillars, but this is the duel here. JKS wins that fight. They secure this round. They know exactly where ZywOo is retaking through, but a tussle for that one. And not the easiest round for G2 either, right? They, as mentioned, didn't have either of the cousins to contribute in that late round scenario, but still a round that they could have won. ZywOo up, over, shot missed. Gonna get away. No, he's not.
HooXi's caught him, done him. And there could be more where that came from. Spinks, perhaps, to activate with Magisk. He's gone down. And Flames will push too. It's just a brawl. It's deathmatch right now. Hiding in the ladder room, expecting a push. They're going to molly him out and delete him. Hunter again. Strikes nice. Nico and Hunter with a frag each.
Yeah, but Magisk is still alive.
Yeah, right. It is just a battle of titans. Legends of this game just throwing haymakers at each other.
Man, look at this. A bit of a gamble here. They know that Apex likes to call these out, but the fact it's a 2-on-4, you'd think if you're G2, surely this must be our round. Nico disconnected. They can still win this.
A 2 versus 4 against the odds. Apex, he's already lost a lot of health, and they don't.
Good decision, right? They started the round with so much fight, right? They were more than happy to biff in mid. Now they're gonna, let the clock stew. This is an interesting call from Hooksy here.
I think he just wants to check to see if there's, still friction, and there is. But that leaves 30 seconds, and Nico's going to be the spearhead into the open A side.
They're running now.
Yeah, they should be able to get that bomb down without any resistance. Magisk still deep on that B site.
If they try and plan open, Magisk coming from short here might be a problem.
You want to see far too wise for that. Opts for the safest of the plants.
Yeah, even drops across the default here. So Apex is coming around the world. Take a look at the util remaining. Apex has a molly. Magisk has a smoke and, well, just wants to save this AWP. Okay, understandable. Get that for Zywoo into the next round here.
If Apex had the gear, we might see him go for something audacious, but I think he's just hoping to catch another exit.
Well, they have just halted the Vitality streak here. It was 4 consecutive rounds. Now that has been stopped. They have actually built up a decent bank, so these saves, very important. And looking for damage, caught off guard. Modest is going to take him down. I'm not sure if that was the most ideal option there from Apex, but we were talking about the finances, lost bonus bottom of the barrel.
Suboptimal.
You're right, it was deathmatch with utility here in middle, wasn't it? Just constantly battling for that mid control, and in similar fashion, that's how Vitality were approaching their T-half, just with pace in mid, and we're going to get more of that at the G2.
God, they are just going.
Gap.
Yeah, and Zywoo with flash. Hooksy still. First out mid. Sping's tested, and Nico bests him. This is a real fast push now. They're wrapping into B. It's Flamesy again that's going to be called upon. He's going wide. Oh! Hunter nails him. Zywoo up to the plate next. Oh! Quick headshot out of Zywoo. More to be done. Monacy with the gun, and the headshot to boot. Magisk disconnected. G2 motivated with a pace change of their own.
Oh, everyone's talking about wanting to change the format. MR12 charges only. Apparently G2 and Vitality got the memo. These guys are just holding W. This is just biffs galore. But the bomb's yet to be scooped. They don't know Magisk's position just yet. And with that kit, the smoke, the flash, he is starting to investigate things. If there is a round you're willing to give it a go, it's one where they haven't planted the bomb just yet. They've let him silently creep ever closer here.
4-time major winner Magisk. Called upon in the clutch.
This is winnable.
It's not out of reach. And now he spots out. Oh, dinks up Hooksy. He is quaking in his boots. Looking for Monacy. Trying to isolate the duel. Process of elimination. Smoked on top of that. Closing the gap. Keeping them guessing.
Still got time.
Playing wicked games here. Audible heard. Hooksy spotted. 9 bullets left as it's Monacy to take the fight with him. Oh dear. Reaches for the silencer. As G2, they raise their voices. They are in the lead. It's confirmed.
Yeah, and they have broken Vitality somewhat here. Do we see a timeout come through? Just to have a conversation about where the finances are at here. 2,400 into the next, so you know that they should have a decent buy. This second one from Zywoo was brilliant, but just wasn't enough. Monacy standing, waiting, keeping his patience, and he'll even find the final kill onto Magisk here. Get that from his POV. The coach Swanee happy with it. Nico, no, and that was still very, very close.
This one shouldn't be.
And Vitality, you know, we've been talking about teams falling into financial woes, going for these force buys when they probably shouldn't. This time they are going to keep it somewhat conservative. Still some deagles to get past here.
Peppered. Zywoo. Whoa, nails the first Deagle headshot. He's taken down one of the cousins. And Nico, the other, down as well. Flames his D, good for one. Long range, back 10, Hooksy controls it into Magisk. So sure, some sharp shooters. They'd have to do a whole lot more of that, though. And HooXi's not going to allow it. He knows they've got no armor, and he ensures they have no hope. Quad kill out of HooXi, ties himself up. And an even KD. Hunter giving some credit to Apex, that P2K, long range, all the way from triple in towards short side, and he brought a couple of them low.
Solid stuff from HooXi here. I know it's just a bit of a farming round, but still those situations, as we've seen, can get out of control quite quickly. But Vitality, they've now invested here. ZywOo back into the AWP. I don't see a kid, Alex.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can get that plant. Hunter, he sees that smoke. Oh, and Spinks is not even considering it. Hunter's blocked by the boost, spamming into the nose. Spinks is caught out, they both go down. One back from Apex, advantage G2. This will put them right where they want to be. Touching distance of that grand final. If they can convert this advantage.
This is the type of round where you really do need ZywOo to go off, right? You've still got Flames alive, Apex short, but your AWPer can really put them to test here. They've hit the pause, waiting for the aggression. Flames to get past. The bomb is here, and JKS is at the front of the pack.
High stakes, high pressure for the new Vitality edition. And the trades have been fantastic. Will they continue to be so? JKS goes wide and delivers. The B site open for business, and Vitality, they just don't have the funds to go for this.
Yeah, and this one really sucks. If they had more bodies here, if they were able to get the AWP position, they could give this one a go, but you're bang on. They have to save. Lost bonus into the next to 2,900. And this is a miserable position to find yourself right now. G2, 14, all but secured. They've got the ability right now to really turn the screws on Vitality, because think about the flow of this game. It's been mid. So many avenues that they've taken, and quickly the smokes, they're just taking the space. They're U2 on point, and they're more than happy just to take these heads up angels, because take a look at it again. We've been singing their praises throughout. Nico 25, Hunter 23. Well, at the half, I think it was 18 and 17 for them respectively. And they're continuing to add to those tallies. JKS, HooXi, and m0NESY now up to double digits, which we highlighted early on in this half was not the case. So on this T side, everybody from G2 contributing here with the saves. Vitality can drop 2 rifles. One of them will be able to buy themselves a little bit of something, but G2 only 5 more kills away from 15 and setting up again that grand final rematch. Cologne 2023, where they did topple ENCE in a best of 5. They'll be feeling confident about this one.
It's the first Vitality timeout. Consider how long this match has been going on Mirage.
And with the calling on the T side, how fast it was and how much limited success they had.
Yeah, no, exactly. That was a necessary trade from JKS, a round-winning trade, in fact. As we are really counting on this round, and maybe even looking to ZywOo, right? We talk about superstars, Flames, Magisk, Spinks, all outperforming the Woo.
If they keep lathering mid-utility on like this, it doesn't give him many options, right? With the AWP, window's going to be smoked. They're just throwing so many flashes and mollies, but we're back underway. He will sound off the AWP as m0NESY getting tricky with it. Oh, he will fire off that shot, so he gives up his position as well. It's a little bit scarier for ZywOo to come and rotate into this angle as well now, because they know that Magisk doesn't have it deep. So that's actually going to keep them in a position where they are in the darkness across the map here, Vitality, and regrouping quite quickly into the round. This hasn't been the shovel in the playthrough mid. They have been able to park Hunter into a key position, a connector smoke lined up from him.
Yeah, the CT's just deployed one of their own. So the util is dumped. Flash is back. Flames to be set up for this. This is the perfect weapon for this kind of combat.
They must know he's here.
It seems like it. Turns the flash. Oh, and Nico nails it. Nothing from Flames. Spinks, he needs more. Only the one. They're into the site. Up to Apex. What have you got? Nothing other than the headshot. Oh, to get to both. Nico down. Recovered by the Frenchman. And you can't rush the plant now. m0NESY hesitant to do so. He's got Hunter alongside for the ride. This Vitality look to claw something back. 4 on the run from G2. And Apex, you take a step. m0NESY will punish. Hunter on the clear. The angle. Oh, he doesn't convert it. Another chance, a new lease of life as the bomb will go down and Hunter will cover. ZywOo poised. Didn't hit it. Didn't hit it. And Hunter's bringing the fight to them. He's feeling himself! Oh my god, nearly both! m0NESY can close. He's done so much. Oh, and he misses his shot. 3 HP, there's no way. Does Apex really get another 4 kills from the in-game leader? And he says play on.
Only 13 in total, but that right there is going to keep the team in it. Massive contribution from Apex as the chips are down. A classic play out of Spinks and Flamesy over towards B. And in the time he's joined the team, we know they like to play aggressive towards the B apartments. Get him up close and personal. And he was forward again. Nico finds him. They're getting towards the site. They don't give up too many casualties. But it's all Apex.
Saving the double AWP as well, likely noted by their opponent. And the possibility. And this is Apex again. Wow, the second onto Nico as well was compulsory. And never mind that onto Hunter. Look, he got him low. He got him low. Oh, still up for debate. Still up for debate. Hunter not happy with the way that one went down. More rounds to be played. And the real winner is us, the viewer. Slower pace. Call is made. HooXi on the mic. Sets his troops in order. Already, smoke exchange in mid. m0NESY to add another to the mix. Connector smoked deep. Progression available now. Mid control is gained. They have full control of middle. Vitality flying blind. Stampede of steps heard. Apex attempt to smoke spam.
It's all a ruse here. They're just trundling up catwalk right now.
Yeah, it's going to
be
be
a bit of a split.
But ZywOo's here early with that AWP.
He's smoked off.
Flames needs help. Flames needs help. And ZywOo blind! Magisk one back, but it's all up to Flamesy on the site. Oh, and Hunter, he's nailed it. What is that from Apex? Drive-by doesn't finish the frag. It's Hunter Kovac with 3.
And look at him, 27 apiece here for the cousins. 27 for Nico, 27 for Hunter. These two, they want to be going to this grand final. Both of them over there on Anubis as well. You think about where this all started. Reflect back to the first half of Anubis. When the chips were down, G2 were just being pushed around the server. Vitality looked like they were going to get this one done nice and quick. And then Hunter happens. They sell HooXi, he gets a big 3K on a Galil, the B site, and then they finally start finding themselves again, G2. They realize that this is a semi-final. And they are looking locked and loaded right now. 15 secured.
Oh, it's going to be a real ugly one, Chad.
The timing on that, though, that flash from Nico was perfect. The window smoke lands. ZywOo has to reposition. He's coming out the market doorway, wanting to fight shot. Bang, flash in his face. Nico sets that one up, and then Hunter happens.
That was a sick call. What a round out of the G2 squad. And at such a poignant moment of the game. The flash from Nico to set Hunter up. Look at this from ZywOo, right? He doesn't even pull the trigger. He just can't quite believe it. The timing is just, oh, it's flawless. And then he nails Flames. Never mind Apex. From frustrations to that high, I can't even imagine what that feels like. And here we go. Is this really the final round of the final semi-final? Looking to lock it in. ENCE need an opponent, and ZywOo needs his AWP. Gifted to him.
Just letting Hunter work here, and why not? The amount of plays he's been able to pull off. CT redeploy the smoke towards connector. He's going to keep mid under wraps with another smoke. JKS, the mid box. Nico towards B. m0NESY A ramp. They do have a bit of space here. Undetected? I don't think so. Vitality are well aware of what room they've given up.
And Spinks thinks he's got a timing. Hunter's got a headshot. Apex already had his bell rung by m0NESY. Limping. There's Flamesy on an island.
Hunter's in the window. He will have rotation cut off.
He's got everything. This feels like he's done it. He's going one further. He's actually going to try and win the round on his own, and it's going to lead to his demise. Punished by ZywOo. Monacy onto Magis, perhaps Apex's next victim as well. They're jumping into the B site. It has to be Flames, it has to be. And Monacy misses his shot. Flames nails him long range. Maybe the boost on ZywOo. Get the AWP up. Nico not ready. Missed shot from ZywOo. What is going on? This is crazy. The burn as well. ZywOo's gonna live on. And hits the shot. The nade will find him. What is going on? Counterstrike continues. As HooXi's in the clutch.
He can do this.
He certainly can. This would be huge from HooXi. He's got a clutch in him. He's up against Flamesy. He sees the shadow. Flamesy secures it. And we will play on. More Counter-Strike as that round had everything. So much happening.
Oh, and it's like HooXi with the penny not dropping there. I guess he thinks there had to be someone to boost him. Sure, maybe he thinks he's gone back in through the vent room, through the window, going to come through the marketplace, and then taking the fight, not playing the bomb. The pressure of this one, it's getting to him. The kill comes in, the nade chases him down. HooXi grabs this one. You have to know where the last player is, but no. He takes the fight, and Flamesy secures it. The dash slam comes in. HooXi's frustrations right now. Take a timeout, just settle the troops here. They will burn the third, and this is probably just to calm them down.
In through the nose, out through the mouth.
Oh, this one going the distance here this evening.
I can't believe we've got another round.
But they only had one player survive on the Vitality side, right? There was a couple of Famouses in the mix there. There was the saved AWP. Like, that wasn't a great scenario for Vitality to be able to win the round anyway. And it felt like they were juked. They were pulled across the map. They were faked out somewhat. Flamesy wasn't even on the site that they were getting the bomb down in.
Play on. JKS dispatched towards A as the majority of the force is heading elsewhere. Monacy looks like he's going to be using his spawn to try and take an early fight, take an early engagement. Spots that jump peek out of Flames. High intensity Counter-Strike right now.
And they've really slowed it down. G2 in the early stages of this, they were really just running amok through mid. Holding W, constricting a lot of the choke points and just applying an awful lot of pain here to Vitality, who are looking for this comeback. Molly's nice, will stall this out. So one in exchange, back and forth between Hunter and Apex. Oh, and they're all gonna fight mid. Everyone's gonna fight mid.
Oh, this really is it. Flames set up for success. Hunter, he's aware of his flight path. He's been safe. He can now mantle up and clear through. Looks away, and Hunter draws first blood. G2 now 4 frags away from that grand final rematch. Someone has to bink the play. JKS, he's responsible for any pushes for info. Magisk bests him. And the light, obscured. Apex collects, upgrades the rifle, recovers the lead. Starts to reposition. He already has a premonition. Starts to cheat over to B. ZywOo sent towards A. Magisk, he's been brilliant. Can he find another to take us to the full 30? Sliver gap. Damage onto HooXi. More coming. More where that came from. HooXi down. Magisk should be traded. Nico provides it. Bodies in. ZywOo transfers. And we go the distance. 30 rounds required to separate these two teams.
Oh, and the money for G2 is broken now. They had their opportunities. They had their chances to close this in regulation, but they might just be staring down the barrel of overtime right here, right now. The money is rubbish. 2.8K on the high end, 2.2 on the low. The best of the buys here, it is going to be brittle. And this is great from ZywOo. You got to be asking yourself the question, is it too little, too late? Well, if it goes to overtime, maybe not.
You gotta contemper your frustrations in moments like these. Let it all out afterwards, but don't let it control your decision-making in rounds like this.
Their options are so limited here. They just don't have the firepower to be able to get in their face. When they had the Deagles out earlier, JKS found a scorcher of a Deagle kill that helped them open up a round. Who are they gonna turn to this time? Nico, one of the best with the hand cannon, ready for the shot. Has an opportunity, applying more pressure here.
Yeah,
Flamesy and Spinks interested.
He's threatening. The nade is too, though. Nico swallows it down to just 50 HP. Vitality, they can feel that overtime. It looms. Spinks. He wants to re-aggress, but Nico can still hit a one-bullet headshot if you give it to him. Flames is brave. Nico confirms the re-aggression. He lives on, yeah. But look at this, G2, despite all of that, are actually looking to come back the way of Flames and Spinks.
Where's Hooksy getting off to with this bomb?
Oh, really? He's going forward. How forward does Flames go? I think he thinks it's clear, and it could be the deagle to the head. He's going for the bomb carrier, gets the one. JKS can't trade. Flames, he's done enough. Grabs the Tech 9, he's locked it off. The molly confirms. This bomb is ours.
We're going to overtime.
Yeah, it looks that way. Oh, caught out. 20 seconds, just the two of them. Spinks has caught Monacy through the short side. Nico and Hunter, the cousins, for the impossible to end it in regulation. Apex secures it. Only one remains. It's Nico down at overtime required.
They had their chances, didn't they, G2? They've squandered this one. It's fallen through the fingertips right here. A real opportunity to get this done in regulation. That's 3 consecutive rounds to get back into this, to take it to overtime. You feel, where's the trade in that situation? Not coming through at all. And then when the bomb's down, that's it. That's all you have to say about that one. 12.5K, MR3, first to 19. 18-18, we do it all again. Admin 4-star and underway immediately here. ZywOo has been gifted an opportunity to get back into this game. Remember, he had the 5 kills in the first half, currently sitting at 18 now. Some impactful moments late. Magic has been great. Flamesy has awoken since Anubis. He was very, very quiet on here. But G2, can you ask any more of Hunter and Nico? 30 and 29 apiece in regulation. How many more plays do they have to make?
Oh, we might have the head-to-head after all. ZywOo just looked away. Monacy poised. And connects! ZywOo puts one into Monacy's brain. Advantage for a moment. Hunter takes the duel with Magisk, wins it out on the mid side. And ZywOo, he pushes through. This confidence flowing through his veins right now. What a gift that is to Vitality, who can make a call and adjust the setup.
The round's very weird right now for G2 because Magisk is dead. He's the A anchor. They know that ZywOo was over towards the site. Hooksy just so noisy and loud about this with the AWP. Really trying to bait it out and has spotted another AWP. And look at this, activated. Hunter's heard this. Hunter's heard all of this, but ZywOo pulls the rifle out in time, and Hunter, he can't get it done. ZywOo's found and the bomb's loose again.
No, he hits it.
35 seconds. They have to scramble. Nobody's moving.
Where do
G2
they
like
go?
statues.
They have to make a decision. Someone has to pick up that bomb. It's going to have to be Hooks. He can't overthink it. Has to take the risk.
Gonna get more 1v1s. ZywOo's got another kill on a silver platter right
He's
here.
ready for him as well. He's switched on. He's turned on. JKS feels like he's a dead man walking. Flames.
That's the bomb loose.
He's got the position. That's the bomb down. ZywOo's handiwork translates into the first round of overtime. Unless Nico, yep, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He can't find them both. And resigns himself to that AK-47. Welcomes the duel if Flames fancies it. There's plenty of cash either way. Nico does live on with that AK. But Vitality take the first of overtime. And I just have to point at ZywOo and say, okay, well, took you long enough, but he has taken a control of that first round.
Yeah, and that's just a crazy play here. This is wild because Hunter knew he was coming, right? Sure, he was low on HP, but it was against the AWP. You feel he's going to put him down right there. Now we're talking from regulation into this overtime here. Vitality are the ones with the momentum. 4 consecutive rounds, and G2 going back to what worked before. Looks like they're going to biff in mid.
Yeah, and ZywOo's going to be quick on that ladder room side. Nico walking up. Oh, don't know if he spotted him yet. Monacy, oh, down to ZywOo again. Back-to-back round. ZywOo has cracked open the round against his rival Orpa. Oh, Spinks, he's working with a little gap here. Nico could be caught out. Re-smoke deployed. Nothing connects. Nico, though. Oh, he heard that. He heard that. And it's spotted on the light. Spinks spams him down. Advantage extended. A 3v5. No fun here.
Yeah, it's got real desperate now. Real desperate.
ZywOo's got him. JKS is dead as well, walking out towards the B apartments. Hunter and Hooksy.
Hooksy looks like he's seen a ghost. Look at his face. Ever since we got into overtime, you saw the frustrations with the death slam. Remember that clutch that he had against Flamesy on the site? It should have been his round.
He knows that.
And this is it. What I'm saying with desperate players, you've got Hunter trying to jump in towards window. Sure, it baits Spinks on the pick. Hooksy grabs that one, but they're in a 2-on-5 situation. 48 seconds left on the clock. This is not a round they can win.
But watch them try. If they can somehow distract, that's info. Flames will get the first, but HooXi should have that flank on Flames. That would put the bomb back in his grasp. Now Flames, he's even considered it, jiggles it, hunts it, converts it. 26 frags and counting for Flames. And 2 rounds to the good for Vitality.
Yeah, it feels like the oxygen has been sucked out of the room for G2, right? This is the thing. You had 2 players working so phenomenally hard here to get you into a great spot, right? That's NiKo and Hunter. We all understand that. And then you had your opportunities to close at the tail end of regulation and you squandered them. You let them slip through your fingers. You had multiple scenarios where you had these decent advantages to get it done. And now Vitality, they've got that hunger, they've got that feeling, they've got that momentum, and they are looking to run for a clean sweep. 1 more round here on the first half of OT. Could be 18 to 15.
And m0NESY opening deaths, cannot afford to stomach another. Not trying any early maneuvers this time. Oh, leg shot. ZywOo does knock the boots off of HooXi. Walking wonky into the side. Magisk. Oh, supported by ZywOo. 3 openings from him, and Spinks built upon it. m0NESY only the one, as Magisk catches JKS, and again, G2 thrust into these uncomfortable, unwinnable rounds. ZywOo plucks m0NESY from the air with a no-scope headshot. He's here, and he's pulling Vitality towards the grand finals. 1 single round is all they need, and G2, they have to be perfect.
No, they were down 15 to 12. 3 rounds necessary in a row just to get them to overtime. Now 3 more. Make that 6 on the trot. They are looking to get things done. 7-0 streak. And you keep talking about these ZywOo openers. Well, what about that ZywOo 5 kills in the first half? He now has 20. Sure, we're in OT, but he has come alive here in the later stages of this game. Magisk, Flamesy doing the hard work to keep them in it. m0NESY up over the AWP in his hands. He's missed it. And they're in a lot of trouble now, G2.
This could really be it. They were so close. Vitality with some resilience on this Gamers8 stage. Spinks walking up. Hunter controlling the gap. And Hunter is the one this time to give G2 that advantage. A leg up in the round. NiKo and JKS partnered up. Strafe in from Apex, looks good from Hunter. A second from him, 33. As it's this time, it's Vitality that find themselves stomaching early losses. HooXi's just holding this sliver gap, and oh my God, ZywOo sits him on his ass and opens up that sight. That is if Hunter is overlooked. Hunter, oh, he's down and out, no way!
These are the 3 heavy hitters of map 3.
Not the 3v5. They opt for the boost, that could be overlooked. What's going on? He cancels the plant, Magisk. Punching in the code now. And now a retake for all the marbles.
JKS is still over in T-spawn right now. m0NESY's in market, NiKo in towards connector. This one is done.
It looks like it is. It looks like Vitality have had a spotless overtime here to secure the grand finals this round. Oh, and ZywOo just looked away, anticipating for JKS. Now, okay, it's up for debate. Perhaps JKS can catch the timing. ZywOo's not looking, but look at the time. There's no time for this. They need to be on the bomb. They strike in unison. Up to Flamesy. What have you got for us? One is enough, I think. They have to defuse. He just has to kill m0NESY. And Flamesy takes them to the finals. Vitality slay the samurai in Riyadh.
7 consecutive rounds to take down G2 in map number 3. This team fought hard and dejected our G2. They had their chances, they had their opportunities, but Vitality never gave up. Locking in the grand final against ENCE. Hard fought, well deserved.
A new addition, Flamesy earns his stripes. 31 frags in total. Pulls them through with the close. An intense game of counterstrike, and now there's another one to look forward to. Do not forget, grand final locked in. ENCE will meet Vitality, and a tenacious Vitality at that.
Now this is a rematch of the semi-final of IEM Cologne, where ENCE took down Vitality to knock them out and book them a spot in that grand final. But Vitality, this is a big win to have on your team as Flamesy with a new addition. That one is going to feel good. It's going to mean a lot for this team going forward. And one more match and they could be the champions here at Gamers8.
Euphoria on one side of the stage and dismay and despair on the other. That's what they play for. That's why we watch. ZywOo turned it around as well.
Now remember, 5 kills in that first half, and ZywOo came alive, but down to Banks with the interview.
What a game and what an ending. Can I ask you this, Apex? Do you believe it?
20% maybe? No, actually we didn't give up, and I think they did few mistakes in the close rounds that we managed to close it, and that's why we won. But I think they were better today. But yeah, we had like a few crazy rounds, I would say, that stepped up, and yeah, that feels good though.
معنا ابيكس اعزائنا المشاهدين من فتاليتي كان يتكلم عن انه ما هم مصدق انهم فعلا فازوا في المباراه لانه كانت جدا قريبه انه جي 2 ياخذونها منهم وخصوصا انه هو بنفسه يقول ان انا اشوف انه جي 2 اليوم كان هو الفريق الافضل لكن احنا ستيل قدرنا اننا نفوز في الجيم الاخير.
Now this is the revenge you would want from Cologne from the last time you faced off against them, but I want to touch on Inferno. Not once but twice you managed to beat them on it, which they consider their best map. What is it in particular that you feel comfortable on for this?
It's also one of our best maps, so I mean, I think we have really similar map pool, which is really hard for both of the team to pick a map. You can see we won each other map. I think we have about 6 or 7 Inferno in a row as well, so we feel really comfortable on the map. And I think yeah, we beat them last few times, but they always beat us on our map pick, so it's like it's full 50-50.
اللي ذكر اعزائنا المشاهدين في ايام كولون بعد ما تواجهوا جي 2 وفتاليتي قدروا فتاليتي انهم يفوزون في ماب واحد فقط اللي هو ماب انفرنو لكن اليوم شفنا في المباراه الاولى في الماب الاول كان الاختيار من جي 2 ايضا انفرنو وخسروا الماب هذا من جديد فكان السؤال انه هل انتم تشوفون نفسكم دائما او احسن منهم في الماب مع انه كان من اختيار جي 2 واحسن ماباتهم يقولوا انه ابيكس احنا ايضا يعتبر من افضل المابات عندنا وحنا نشوف انه احنا مره كويسين فيه لكن دائما احنا يعني في الست مرات اللي لعبنا فيها ماب انفرنو احنا دائما نكون احنا الفائزين.
For Anubis, I want to ask you, you're 8-1 up. It looks really dominant. We think you're going to start to roll away with it. We see them fight back. Now we know Nico, Manasi were hitting hard, but you were struggling to adjust completely. Did you get down? What happened? What went wrong?
I think we started to play a bit too fast, and they countered us really well. And yeah, we played a bit too fast for a bit too long, I would say. And yeah, they just, we were at 8-1 lead, then 8-7, then we lost 16-10. So yeah, I mean, also on our city side, we had crazy rounds, like Magis doing full 3 kills when he had 10 HP and that kind of stuff. So obviously, that was a rough run for us. Overall, they played better on Anubis.
كنا نتكلم مع بكس عن وش اللي صار في الخساره حقتهم خصوصا انهم كانوا متقدمين جدا كانت نتيجه 8-1 بعدين صارت 8-7 بعدين خسروا 16 فكانت فارق جدا كبير وش اللي صار في ذاك الجيم يقولون انه احنا مشكلتنا الاساسيه كانت انه لعبنا بسرعه جدا كبيره المفروض انه ما سوينا السرعه هذه وطولنا احنا نلعب بسرعه كبيره خصوصا ان الكونتست حق الفريق الخصم جي 2 كان جدا جدا افضل مننا فقدروا انهم ياخذون الماب لكن بالاخير قدرنا اننا نحصل على الماب اللي بعده.
For Mirage, you already mentioned it, right? Some mistakes made by G2 towards the end, some crazy rounds that went your way as well. But did you let ZywOo go a little bit more? Because we sort of struggled at the beginning, but did you then just let him have freedom? Because he just took over the game.
No. I didn't tell him anything. He was feeling it. And obviously at the beginning he had a rough T side. The beginning of CC was rough as well. But whenever this guy feels it, he's the best player in the world by far. So yeah, then he carried us pretty well. And I think he went from 12-15 to 27-19 or something. So yeah, I'm really happy he stepped up this third map because that was pretty rough for him on the beginning.
كنا نتكلم عن احد اللاعبين اللي مع فريق في ثالث اعزائنا المشاهدين كان فليمز من احسن الاداء اللي شاهدناهم كان في المباراه الماضيه فوش اللي صار في ذاك الماب لانه في البدايه ما كان في الفورمه لكن بعدها قدر انه يكتسح كل شيء قاعد يصير في الماب ويكون هو السبب الاساسي لفوز الفريق وش اللي صار بالضبط يقولون انه ما قلنا له شيء صراحه هو اللاعب هذا اذا حس انه يبي يؤدي اداء جدا ممتاز وهو ايضا يعتبر من افضل اللاعبين في العالم بفارق جدا كبير على رؤيه ابيكس على الموضوع فيقولوا انه انا ما استغرب انه يسوي شيء زي كذا معنا في المباراه.
Now, Apex, you ready for ENCE tomorrow?
I don't know if we're ready. I mean, it's the same as I said at the beginning of tournaments. We like a lot of practice. Sometimes the C-side are a bit chaotic in some rounds, but we fight, and we have a really fighting team. Also at Cologne, we were not ready, but we have might be one of the best firepower in the world, top 3, top 2 probably. So, yeah, we can win games like that, and that just feels really good.
I'm sure it does.
سالنا ابيكس السؤال الاخير اذا هو جاهز غدا انه يواجه انس في الجراند فاينل. يقول ما ادري صراحه اذا احنا جاهزين ولا لا، لكن احنا اول شيء لازم نذكر الناس انه احنا نعتبر من افضل الفرق في العالم من ناحيه الفاير باور. اقل شيء بنكون احنا توب 3 او توب 2. زياده على كذا كان قاعد يتكلم عن وش اللي ممكن يصير في المباريات القادمه لهم، خصوصا انهم ما كانوا جاهزين في ايام كولون، لكن الان بيكون عندهم فرصه يكونوا جاهزين للمباراه هذه في جيمرز 8.
Let's hear it for Apex and Vitality, the last team to make it to the grand final.
يا مشاهدين الجراند فاينل، عرفنا مين بيكون الفاينلست معنا. تيم فيتاليتي ضد انس، راح نشوفها بكره ان شاء الله.
That is correctamundo. We do have two grand finalists. ENCE sit on one side. Vitality will be sitting on the opposite of them. And for us, wow, what a knockdown, drag-out affair. And settled all a mirage. This series did come to a conclusion, but boy, was it not one that you probably asked for. Yanko, Moses joining me for some STC analysis, boys.
Yeah, the series absolutely delivered. We said before it started, this one is going to be a little bit more about the individuals and the plays compared to the heroic ENCE one, and we got exactly that. I mean, Hunter and Nico on Mirage did their absolute best to get G2 over the finish line, but in the end, you need a team to win, and it felt like Vitality did more as a team.
Well, yeah, Hunter and Nico did the hard carrying and bought as much time as they possibly could to get a third player on that team to step up. They needed one more. Monacy, Hooksy, JKS. Obviously, you're going to point mostly at Monacy and JKS to be that guy, and they never got it, not once. And on the other side of things, it was a similar kind of a story where it was really labored to get here. Magisk and Flamesy having a really good map. Good to see Flamesy bounce back. Zaiwu, I'll give him credit because I called him out before the game. Really tough game in regulation, didn't really show up, but once overtime hit, that guy was a beast.
Oh, he was instrumental in keeping this fight alive.
I think Apex even mentioned he got like 9 kills or something, 8 or 9 kills in the 4 rounds of overtime that were played.
It's when you see him on overtime pushing A ramp with an AWP that you know he wants to take this game into his own hands, right?
And finding the first kills, picking up Monacy in the first 2 rounds of overtime, first at the A ramp, then over towards middle as well, and yeah, the aggression a little bit mixed in there. So yeah, Vitality just had a deeper roster in this match.
And you can see obviously some of the frustration on Hooksy. I think he got to him towards the end of that game. He had that 1v1, and I also have to point out Flamesy, because towards the tail end of regulation and that last clutch in overtime too, to sort of seal the deal. We've seen how G2 CT side can also be strong on this map. He stepped up, and it's tough for G2. They should have closed it out in regulation. They had 2 gun rounds in a row. They had a 5v4, clean 5v4 in rounds, and then one of them, Magisk is pushing down ramp, JKS doesn't win that fight against a FAMAS, round starts falling apart. So I think they'll definitely be looking back at the game, frustrating moments for some of the players, but sometimes it happens. JKS has had a lot of great games and great maps for G2 in moments where they were lifting the trophy, so everyone has bad games. So.
It happens like that. I mean, this is Counter-Strike as we know it, right? Like, this is just the way things teeter out sometimes. And for us, it actually leads us into our Gadia MVP. And who do you think you got, Jason? Who'd you pick again?
Oh,
this is all on you, by the way.
Okay, Magisk, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, okay, so Magisk, obviously important here.
Yeah. He was a beast over. I mean, Yanko called this pistol on like he's going to get 2 more at this point. Yeah, I mean, he was just a monster.
Gets like 3 kills. At least against G2.
He's a monster in this position, anchoring this A bomb site. So he just did such a phenomenal job for Vitality, and he's one of the guys that carried them through the tough stretches in regulation when G2 was taking those leads and going on those runs. He was similarly like Hunter and Nico doing everything to keep his team in this, and he eventually did get the support. But what can you say about the play of Magisk? He's been a rock for this squad.
A necessity, even. You think about these crunch time scenarios. We went to overtime here, right? So. Yeah, good on him.
This is the fry. Like this one kill on ramp, sort of. If he dies there, doesn't get that kill, the game is over 16-13 for G2.
And that's that. Yeah.
And that's that.
All right, so for Magisk and company, they will be going to the grand finals. In the meantime, I think that we just dive into some of the rounds. I mean, we had a couple, but they were so long ago that you might have forgot them. We might have forgot them, but hey, really and truly, let's start at 27 if that's cool with the Cats.
Yeah. I think this was a sort of a reset round, right? As G2 just had a bit of a close situation on B, and I like the call because they went back to the B bomb site, and look at this flash. It's just perfect. Zaiwu full blind as Hunter turns the corner, gets 1 kill, gets the 2nd kill on the guy bench, and then I think he's even going to get the 3rd guy who's on fast rotation here. Yeah, and he was in a situation where he was playing close market in the previous round and got Zaiwu behind, didn't kill Apex. Vitality was able to clutch this one out, and this is what brought G2 to 15-12. money was tight for Vitality, but G2 just couldn't close it out.
But Hunter, Jason, that's what all the kids are talking about. Well, at least if you're a G2 fan. And
Hunter and NiKo really set the tone in this game. Like, it was actually disgusting. Like, watching, even if you go all the way back to the beginning of regulation, the opening T side from Vitality, it almost felt like they tried to keep some pace on it, similar to how they did on Inferno and Anubis, getting out to those big leads. They really wanted to test the defense of G2 to see if they could get out to an early lead again and give themselves an advantage. It was NiKo setting the tone, challenging every single situation. It was Hunter right next to him as well. And lo and behold, those guys ends up with 33 kills apiece on the map.
The disparity
in a losing
there.
effort is so painful. And yeah, Hooksy is the third highest fragger on the team at 18, less than half of what those two guys got. And yeah, that's going to lose you some deciders.
You said it. You said they needed a third player at the minimum to jump in there and get something going, but that's not the way it goes for the other side. Hold on, Yanko, we got ZywOo stuff we can run as well, but go on.
Yeah, I think also you heard from Apex, he said, like, we didn't really play, they were the better team. We didn't really play that well, but we somehow managed to scrape things together. I mean, this round was madness as well. ZywOo pushed ramp all the way. Hunter is there with the C4. They end up running out of time. He's also aware JKS is still alive. He was probably apps, so he knows he has to come at some point. And yeah, he would just had, you know, positioning himself really well at the beginning of rounds. He was where the action is. He was hitting his shots. m0NESY probably a little bit frustrated, you know, with his lack of impact, feeling maybe that he's letting the team down a little bit. But sometimes, you know, you just have to power through. Every round is a new round. Every new round is an opportunity for yourself to help your team, to have impact. You can't dwell on the score or, you know, on tab and how many kills you have and all that stuff. Just try to execute your role as best as possible, try to do your job.
Well, I mean, we touched on the absence of Zonic here, and I'd love to know who said what to ZywOo, or who said what to the team after regulation going into overtime, because in regulation on defense, like, ZywOo wasn't taking those peaks. Like, he wasn't getting aggressive, and like, he wasn't.
He was, but he was getting shut down. I mean, he jumped up short, missed a shot, and then they were peeking fast like mid and all that. I don't think anyone told him anything. No? I don't think he had any short. I think he's just a guy that he's just like, he just plays the same every round.
So
but
Apex
sometimes that's the good thing about ZywOo is he will have 5 kills, but he will keep playing the same, and then he'll start hitting some shots because he can't miss forever, you know. And if he's
got to shoot,
and he'll position himself at the right place. Action will come his way. He'll hit some shots, have impact, or it will not come his way. He'll save and play the next round, and that's a great attribute
quality
to have, great quality to have as a player, short-term memory, and just play every round for itself, you know.
That's why there are players that stick out off the page a lot more than others, right? You know, so ZywOo definitely falls into that category. For us, we take a look at what is going to be the Colonel's choice. I'm talking about chicken, baby, or, you know, if you're watching at home, or YouTube. We're talking about the Colonel's choice. I'm talking about Cadian. I'm talking about a flick. I know this seems like forever and a half ago.
You calling Cadian a chicken?
No, I was calling you a chicken, Jason. Why don't you get in there?
All right.
This was on match point for ENCE too, so if he doesn't hit this one, it ends in regulation. Still ended though. Still lost to 0. Still out of the tournament.
Still going to the airport.
Nice try though.
He's got the KFC award, so that's cool.
Yeah, the Colonel's choice.
Does he get like a meal trace or?
I don't even want to sit here and tell you that he gets lifetime chicken. That would just be a straight up lie, because I don't know. But if he did, props to him, man. I've never met anyone in my life that got free KFC for the duration of theirs. So, yeah, that's going to be your Colonel's choice. And let's talk a little bit about our save of the day. In doing so, it's pretty obvious that we stay on the heroic trend here. It's going to be a little bit of Tessis with our Dr. Suleiman Al Habib save of the day.
This one was nice. I haven't seen a ramp spread on like this in a minute. This was good stuff from Tessis. Having a great event for heroic. Unfortunately, knocked out, obviously.
Gone now, of course.
Dead now.
Maybe they're working on him, Jason. We don't know. Those are good people there at Suleiman Al Habib.
Yeah, let's that was our best defense. Thank you so much for that, guys. You guys really do know how to ruffle the feathers. That's not a chicken.
Oh, you're mixing sponsors now. This is so meta.
All right, let's run that bracket, guys, before we run ourselves into insanity. Not to be confused with insanity, because they ain't here no more. That was so long ago. My goodness, you might even forgot that first rung of the brackets existed, but it doesn't quite matter up to this point. It looks like our semifinals have come to a conclusion. A little bit of ENCE. Heroic did subside. So did this G2 Vitality game. 2-1 over here for us on the late one. And then ENCE Heroic, obviously 2-0, setting up a grand final featuring the Finnish esports organization, ENCE, from Finland. I couldn't help myself. It doesn't make sense.
Organization from Finland, players from all over the place.
Yeah, the Enchiladas or Enchiladas or whatever it is called.
ENCE is like the #1 team in the world if they win this, right? They're the best team in the world if
That's
they win this,
what
right?
Reddit and X.com or whatever it's called.
I think for me right now, it's G2, ENCE, and Vitality are top 3. So
Sure.
it comes down between those 3, depending on the day, who's better. But yeah, I mean, they're definitely in the conversation, definitely a contender. And it's going to be interesting. They played in the semifinal of Cologne. ENCE beat them there, but it was 16-14 on the first map that they ended up winning.
What was that crazy stat that's going around on the socials these days? Is like ENCE hasn't lost a best of 3 to a top 5 team in like 300 some days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll buy into that.
Yeah.
I'll buy it, dude.
Even this roster, they haven't done it. They lost
the best of 5, obviously, to G2.
Yeah, they lost the best of 5 to G2. They lost to Cloud9 when Cloud9 wasn't officially in the top 5.
Sure.
But they also lost to VP, they lost to SAW, they lost to Force. So
take from that what you will.
Yeah, but no, I mean, obviously, this is the 4th grand final in a row for ENCE, you know, so not a lot of lost games for them. In any case, they've been playing tremendously well, and I think tomorrow is a good opportunity for them to keep building and lift another trophy.
And Jason, I know you're super stoked for the show match. So do you got Kenny or Pasha? And you don't know the teams, and maybe they don't either. But
I'm gonna go with Kenny.
Just out of principle, or
yeah, and you know, I don't think Pasha's playing a whole lot of CS these days. I think he sat on the desk, didn't he?
Oh, he's gonna play you like a fiddle tomorrow.
Man,
speaking of which, thank you so much.
I would destroy him in a 1v1.
Oh, okay, now we're talking. Yeah,
let's add that to
combat
the show
sports,
match.
everybody. Thank you. Yeah, sure, man. Too late to clarify now.
Qualify that.
That will
Flip
be
it, ship
pay-per-view.
it, put
I'd
it on
pay for
Reddit.
that.
Thank you so much, gentlemen,
We
for
need
all of your
Dr. Suleiman
contributions.
to sponsor
You go ahead
that.
and mute them, A1, and we'll go ahead and get ourselves out of here. We got a great day coming up tomorrow. Yes, a show match. Yes, a grand final, and the conclusion of the Counter-Strike portion of Gamers8 in 2023. So we will see you all there tomorrow. Good night.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, still so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. Hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. What if I told ya I know exactly what